Character template construction completed. Monster template construction completed. Player template construction completed. Profession system and quest system construction completed. Game rules injected. The world begins to be digitized. In a haze, Sumu seemed to hear a mysterious voice deep in his mind. Shortly after, he woke up. It felt like a rebirth, or as if he had just awakened from a dream. Sumu looked around in confusion. Before him stretched a desolate wilderness. The sky was dark and gloomy, shrouded in a gray mist that blanketed the land. It was barren and desolate, devoid of any vitality. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins and scattered ancient remains everywhere. Even he couldn't help but lower his head, only to see a set of stark white bones. He had become a skeleton. Taking in the scene before him, Sumu's heart was filled with confusion and helplessness. At that moment, the mysterious voice from before echoed once again. The world has been fully digitized, and the psychic chicken blood is devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this mechanical and icy prompt, Sumu trembled suddenly, and all the confusion and doubts in his heart instantly vanished, leaving only shock. This was the voice of the system he had transmigrated into the second world. This voice was extremely familiar to every player of the second world. The second world was a game, and from the moment one entered, this ethereal and indifferent voice would accompany them for life, becoming the system's notification sound. Sumu's heart stirred, and he silently thought, attribute panel. Immediately, a semi-transparent attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Sumu. Race, undead skeleton. Level 1. Status, health 8/simulation 15. Attributes, strength 0.7, agility 1.2, constitution 0.8, spirit 1.5. Talent, corrosion, unique. Skills, none. This panel was almost identical to the player attribute panel he once had. Accompanied by the familiar system notification sound, Sumu finally accepted the fact that he had crossed into the game world. No, to be more precise, he had been reborn. His gaze shifted downward as he browsed through the current attributes one by one, finally stopping at the bottom of the panel. Open beta countdown, 90 days, 13 hours, 24 minutes. In other words, he had been reborn from 10 years in the future back to the present, when the second world had yet to launch, transforming from a player in the real world into a skeleton within the game. Upon reaching this conclusion, Sumu felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Clearing his thoughts, he summarized a few facts. First, having transformed from a player into a monster, he naturally lost the player's privilege of unlimited resurrection. Second, this world truly exists, and once you die, it is a true death. The monster templates are destined to be enemies of the players. Even players with the fourth genius title dare to fight to the end against the gods as long as the health bar is revealed. Third, there are still 3 months until the public beta, which means he has 3 months of growth time before the players truly arrive. Fourth, he has returned from 10 years in the future to the present, which means the second world has not yet opened, the gods have not yet awakened, the game has not yet invaded, and the real world has not yet been destroyed. Yes, destroyed. Before the rebirth, the real world had already been destroyed. Players altered the game, and the game eroded reality. 10 years later, when the game's erosion of reality reached a critical point, the slumbering gods awakened, the worlds connected, and the extraordinary descended. Even with 10 years of growth at their peak, players were still no match for the gods. When the gods descended, even legendary players joining forces to resist the enemy could not stop them. Subsequently, reality shattered into ruins, beings who worshipped the gods were taken away, the powerful fled to other realms, and countless others perished in the destruction, turning to ashes and becoming undead, wandering the broken world. As for Sumu, even though he was once a level 76 legendary player, at that moment, the only thing he could do was escape into the game world, seeking revenge against the divine faction while enduring endless pursuit. Gazing at the cold countdown at the bottom of the attribute panel, Sumu sneered. Rather than calling it the open beta countdown, it's more like the countdown to the end of the world. With the experiences of his past life, he deeply understood the terrifying power of the gods. Whether it was now or when the peak strength of players in his previous life was multiplied dozens of times, they still could not contend with the gods. The destruction of reality was inevitable, and the countdown to the open beta of the second world was essentially the countdown to the destruction of the real world. After a long time, Sumu snapped out of the tragic emotions of his past life's world being destroyed. Since he was here, he decided to live peacefully. Having become a skeleton in the game, he would live on with this identity. Would the real world truly be destroyed 10 years later as he predicted? He did not know. The most immediate crisis, however, was the arrival of players in 3 months. The fourth calamity was not a name given lightly. When the players arrived, all monsters would become hunting targets. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was just a low-level skeleton. Now even high-level undead like skeleton princes, knight commanders, liches, wraiths, and undead queens would struggle to withstand the onslaught of thousands upon thousands of players. Upgrade is the only thing to do next. Only by becoming strong enough within these 3 months will he have a future. Only by being powerful enough to rival the gods will he be qualified to consider the catastrophe 10 years from now. From being a low-level skeleton to growing strong enough to face players without fear. With 10 years of game gaming experience, Sumu knows this is an almost impossible challenge. Fortunately, there is always a way out. When he first checked the attribute panel, he discovered his breakthrough talent. Talents in the second world are mostly racial talents. Elves are attuned to flora, able to communicate with plants and hide in forests. Dwarves excel at forging, crafting high-quality equipment. Orcs possess the berserk talent, allowing them to become invincible after reaching a certain level. Talents like these are countless. Apart from humans and undead from other fallen races, most races have their own exclusive talents. Individual talents also vary greatly. Except for a few useless talents, most talents signify immense potential. Whether this potential can be transformed into strength depends on the ability to make good use of one's talent. Sumu's only talent, corrosion. He doesn't know the origin of this talent. Perhaps it resulted from his transformation from a player into a monster, causing a mutation in his soul, or perhaps it is a gift from his future return. All he knows is that this corrosion talent is his only hope to become powerful. Unfortunately, the attribute panel does not provide an explanation, so the specific effects of erosion can only be figured out slowly through exploration. Sumu sighed and looked into the distance. This was the land of burial. As a gathering place for the skeleton race, the land of burial naturally housed more than just him as a skeleton. He was reborn in the outskirts, which was the activity area for weaker skeletons. Deeper within, the aura of death was more intense, nurturing stronger skeletons, including skeletal warriors, terrifying mages, bone knights, and death knights, higher tier undead. This is merely the starting point. A crisp crack sounded, and Sumu moved. Turning from a real-world player into a skeleton, apart from feeling light when walking, he did not feel any discomfort, and his vision was no different from when he was a player. After adapting to his body, he picked up a thigh bone from the bone-covered ground and walked toward a skeleton not far away. He began to hunt. To evolve from a low-level skeleton to a mid-level or even high-level undead, hunting is indispensable. In the land of bones, there is no better target than the countless skeletons. Sumu slowly approached the target skeleton. The skeleton stood there blankly, devoid of memory or consciousness, only instinctively attacking when sensing the presence of the living or counterattacking when attacked. This made it convenient for Sumu to hunt. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When the distance was less than half a meter, Sumu raised the thigh bone and smashed it toward the skeleton's skull with all his might. With a crisp crack, the thigh bone broke into 2 pieces, the skeleton's skull shattered on impact, and the frame wobbled slightly before scattering across the ground. System prompt: you killed a weak skeleton and gained 10 experience points. The skeleton fell to the ground, and 2 pieces of information refreshed on the attribute panel. Thanks to the existence of the monster panel, Sumu did not need to personally devour the skeleton's soul fire. The soul fire of the slain skeleton automatically converted into experience points and merged into his body. Killing a single low-level skeleton grants 10 experience points. In other words, if he kills 9 more, he can level up to level 2, which is quite decent. However, looking at the newly refreshed information, Sumu was slightly surprised. He clearly felt that the remaining bones left behind after the skeleton fell deeply attracted him. Could being reborn as a skeleton have given him some strange obsession? Conflicted inside, he ultimately couldn't resist the desire and gently crouched down. At this moment, Sumu clearly felt a subtle yet continuous stream of warmth slowly flowing into his body from the pile of bones, lasting for a full 30 seconds. When the warmth dissipated, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, the pile of bones turned into a wisp of grayish-white ash, scattering with the wind, as if all its essence had been devoured and absorbed by an invisible force. At the same time, Sumu's skeletal body underwent subtle changes. His bones became sturdier, their color shifting from pale white to grayish-white, appearing even more resilient. What delighted him even more was the quiet change on his attribute panel. His strength increased from 0.7 to 0.8, and his constitution leaped from 0.8 to 1.0, while agility and spirit remained unchanged. Lowering his gaze, 3 new system notifications came into view. You have absorbed the essence from the bones, your body has become stronger, your strength has increased by 0.1, and your constitution has increased by 0.2. These enhancements were precisely what contributed to the growth in his attributes. This was the true effect of the unique talent erosion. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and if he were not merely a skeleton now, he might have already burst into laughter from the sudden joy. He speculated that the function of the corrosion talent was to absorb the essence of the enemy's corpse after killing them, converting it into his own attribute values. The second world was originally a real existing world, but it was also a game, where the entire world was datafied by the game's rules of data. In this surreal game, what is truly the most important? Factions, classes, equipment, inheritance? None of these. The most crucial thing is attributes. Health, mana, both require attribute support. Better equipment requires attributes, class advancement requires attributes, and even the lost inheritances that allow one to ascend often demand extremely high attributes. Whether NPCs, players, or monsters, attributes are the foundation of everything. What's more, in such a realistic game world, attributes directly reflect physical strength. Even a dumb pig, if its four-dimensional attributes are pushed to the extreme, can become an existence capable of rivaling the gods. Apart from upgrading and advancing, there are very few ways to increase attributes in the second world, and the erosion talent happens to provide Sumu with an additional boost to his four-dimensional attributes beyond leveling up. Such a talent, such a miracle, how could it not make him ecstatic? But Sumu did not let this inflate his ego. Even with an unparalleled talent, he remained fully aware that he was merely a member of the lowest tier of the undead race, and one of the weakest skeletons in the entire game world. Before converting potential into strength and becoming truly powerful, cautious development is the way to go. He picked up a leg bone from the ground full of skeletons once again, moving lightly as he dashed toward another skeleton a few meters away. The thigh bone in his hand broke once more, and the skeleton's skull shattered as before. Its pale white frame wobbled slightly before scattering across the ground. System prompt: you have killed a weak skeleton and gained 10 experience points. Sumu paid no attention, crouched down, and gently pressed the joints of the pile of bones. A familiar warmth surged into his body once again. When the second pile of bones turned to ashes and dispersed, a new system notification refreshed: you absorbed the essence from the bones, your body has become stronger, your strength increased by 0.1, your agility increased by 0.1. In the dim and lightless burial ground, a skeleton was slowly advancing, stepping over shattered bones scattered across the ground. The skeleton was entirely gray-white, with slender bones that exuded a sense of sturdiness, making it stand out from the other skeletons in the area. This was precisely the result of Sumu's hours-long effort, hunting down hundreds of skeletons here. The hundreds of skeletons not only brought him over 1,000 experience points but also significantly enhanced his four-dimensional attributes. At this moment, Sumu's attribute panel has changed to: name, Sumu, race, undead skeleton, level, level 4, status, life 38/mana 15, attributes, strength 3.5, agility 4.0, constitution 3.7, spirit 1.5, talent, corrosion, skills, none. Within a few hours, he climbed from level 1 to level 4. Except for his spirit remaining unchanged, his other three attributes all increased 2 to 3 times, yielding tremendous gains. However, Sumu was still dissatisfied. Initially, he could absorb 0.2 attribute points on average from each skeleton. Later, it gradually decreased to 0.1, and now, he has to absorb several skeletons to gain a 0.1 attribute increase. The benefits of the corrosion talent are diminishing. This is not difficult to understand. Currently, he is active on the outskirts of the burial ground, where the skeletons are generally low-level beings. Levels 1 to 3 are weak skeletons, levels 4 to 6 are ordinary skeletons, and levels 7 to 9 are considered strong skeletons. Even for strong skeletons, their four-dimensional attributes remain dismal. Take Sumu as an example. His level increased from 1 to 4, gaining 3 attribute boosts. Level 1, level 2, constitution plus 0.5. Level 2, level 3, strength plus 0.5. Level 3, level 4, constitution plus 0.5. In other words, each time the skeleton levels up, it only gains 0.5 attribute growth, and the attribute increase is random. Based on this growth, even if it reaches level 9, the total 4 attributes combined will only be 4 points higher than at level 1. On average, each of the 3 attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, increases by about 1.3. In other words, ignoring the mental attribute, the strength, agility, and constitution of a level 9 strong skeleton hover around 2.0, far below Sumu's current attribute levels. Sumu's corrosion talent essentially works by absorbing the bone essence of slain skeletons to enhance the strength of his own bones. When he was still weak, those skeletons were of comparable or even greater strength, and their bones were tougher. Absorbing their essence naturally caused Sumu's bones to strengthen rapidly, reflected in the attribute panel as attribute improvements. But as his level and attributes grew, his bones became harder than theirs, making it difficult to rapidly strengthen himself by absorbing the essence of their remains, leading to diminishing attribute gains. This was not because the erosion talent had failed, but because the essence provided by the skeletons could no longer keep up with his growth needs. Sumu calculated that only when the four-dimensional attributes of a skeleton exceeded half of his own would absorbing its bone essence have a significant effect. Undoubtedly, only skeletons between levels 7 and 9 could meet this condition. Unfortunately, skeletons above level 7 were rare on the outskirts of the bone burial ground, and those at levels 8 and 9 were even scarcer. Lacking high-level skeletons, he could only hunt ordinary weak skeletons, which caused a significant decrease in the speed of attribute growth. He needed to kill several or even a dozen weak skeletons to gain a slight attribute boost. Realizing this, Sumu decided to head deeper into the land of bones. After glancing at the attribute panel again, he carried a leg bone taken from a level 7 strong skeleton and briskly stepped into the inner layer of the land of bones. The land of bones was vast, and it took him most of the day to reach the vicinity of the inner layer from the edge. On the way, he hunted down quite a few skeletons. Although these skeletons didn't contribute many attribute points, they helped him level up from 4 to 5, and his constitution attribute increased from 3.0 3.7 to 4.2, becoming the highest among all his attributes. The deeper he went, the stronger the aura of death became, nurturing even more powerful undead. On the outskirts, skeletons of levels 1 to 3 are common, levels 4 to 6 are relatively rare, and levels 7 to 9 are even rarer. However, in the inner layer, skeletons of levels 7 to 9 are the norm. Now, Sumu's four-dimensional attributes far exceed those of level 9 skeletons by more than double, so he stepped into the inner layer without hesitation. However, as soon as he entered the inner layer, he stopped in his tracks. A special skeleton appeared in his field of vision. A level 9 skeleton soldier. The deathly aura in the inner layer of the burial grounds was even more intense than in the outer layer, so the emergence of a level 9 skeleton did not surprise Sumu. What delighted him, however, was that this skeleton soldier was not an ordinary skeleton but a skeleton warrior with a professional template. Just as players can change professions after reaching level 10 to become apprentice mages, apprentice warriors, or apprentice assassins, humanoid monsters like skeletons can also acquire professional templates, while beast-type monsters correspond to attribute templates. The difference between having a class template and not having one is like night and day. The growth attribute of a regular skeleton is only 0.5, and when leveling up, this 0.5 attribute is randomly distributed among the 4 main attributes, full of uncertainty. In contrast, a skeleton soldier gains at least 2 fixed attribute points with each level up. In other words, the strength increase from a single level up of a skeleton soldier with a class template often surpasses the growth of a regular skeleton leveling from level 1 to level 9. For the moment when players are about to descend, such a level 9 skeleton soldier is already enough to be considered an elite monster. He gazed at the skeleton soldier in the distance, holding an ancient sword and shield, much stronger than a regular skeleton, with a faint green glow in his eyes. Though he didn't know when it acquired the class template, if it was gained in the last few levels, relying on Sumu's attributes far exceeding those of regular skeletons, he would have a good chance to kill it and turn its bones into growth nutrients. If it had a professional template from the beginning, with fixed attribute growth, it would accumulate at least 16 points of attribute growth from level 1 to level 9. Coupled with the fixed growth method of skeleton soldiers, its strength was definitely not something Sumu could underestimate. He thought to himself, I absolutely can't be careless. With the erosion talent, as long as he hunted a few more strong skeletons in the inner layer, his mental attributes would quickly improve, and then it wouldn't be too late to deal with this skeleton soldier. Just as Sumu was about to retreat, the skeleton soldier suddenly turned around, its green soul fire-lit eye socket staring straight at him. It spotted Sumu. The next moment, the skeleton soldier, wielding a sword and shield, charged swiftly toward Sumu. Retreat was no longer an option. The charging speed of the skeleton soldier was even slightly faster than Sumu. Turning to flee would only result in being caught sooner or later. Facing it head-on was the only choice. With a resolute heart, Sumu gripped the thigh bone in his right hand, picked up a broken skull from the ground with his left, and headed straight toward the skeleton soldier. The distance closed 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At 3 meters, Sumu swung the skull in his left hand, smashing it viciously toward the skeleton soldier's head, while with his right hand, he brought the femur down hard on its spine. With a crisp crack, the shattered skull failed to do any real damage. Instead, it was easily cleaved to pieces by the skeleton's ancient sword, bone fragments spraying through the air. At the same time, the femur Sumu aimed at the skeleton's waist was blocked solidly by its ancient shield. However, the key to Sumu's victory in this battle lies not only in attributes and class templates but in wisdom. Once a human, even after being reborn as a skeleton, he still retains human memories and intelligence. His opponent, though superior in attributes and templates, fights purely on instinct. Taking advantage of the blocked shattered skull and thigh bone, Sumu shifted to the side and decisively kicked the skeleton soldier's leg bone. Crack! A crisp crack sounded as the skeleton soldier's leg bone broke, leaving it with only one leg. The unbalanced skeleton soldier fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Sumu lifted the thigh bone and smashed it against its skull with all his might. Bang, 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 the dull sound of pounding echoed through the wilderness. After breaking the femur, he quickly thrust the sharp bone shard into the skeleton soldier's eye socket and delivered a heavy kick, shattering the soul fire instantly. The struggling skeleton soldier's bones scattered in all directions. The system notification refreshed. You have killed a skeleton soldier and gained 100 experience points. Sumu let out a long breath and discarded the broken femur. This battle, though brief, was exceptionally perilous. With just one exchange, Sumu confirmed that the opponent's strength, speed, and agility all surpassed his own. Coupled with the ancient sword capable of shattering skulls, if he were struck even once, it would be him falling, not the skeleton soldier. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, ushering in a moment of reward. Skillfully, he bent down and placed his palm over the pile of bones far tougher than his own. Erosion talent activated. In an instant, a surge of intense heat flowed out from the skeleton, beginning to strengthen Sumu's skeletal body. A series of system notifications followed closely. 2 minutes later, the heat subsided, and the skeleton soldier's bones turned to ash. Sumu took out the attribute panel and carefully examined the gains. Strength plus 0.5, agility agility plus 0.3, constitution plus 0.4, spirit plus 0.1, and obtained the basic profession template skeleton soldier job transfer information. The bones of a skeleton soldier brought 1.3 points of attribute growth, with the spirit attribute being particularly valuable. The spirit attribute is crucial for the skeleton race, at least in the early stages. The skeleton race mostly consists of mid to high level skeletons formed from the corruption of other races, or low level skeletons nurtured by the aura of death from the remains of the deceased. Setting aside the mid to high level skeletons for now, low level skeletons like Sumu typically have a pitifully low mental attribute of only 0.1. A mental attribute of 0.1 means no memory, no intelligence, and no autonomous hunting instinct. Their level advancement relies heavily on the omnipresent aura of death in burial grounds. Such skeletons naturally cannot provide Sumu with any mental attributes. If Sumu is considered an anomaly among the skeleton race, then the skeleton soldier he killed would be a genius among the skeleton anomalies. Perhaps due to his initially high mental attributes, or because the 0.5 attribute increase during level ups was allocated to his mental attributes, he developed self-awareness and the concept of leveling up, gradually growing. Thus, while other skeletons acted purely on instinct, that skeleton soldier actively hunted and immediately pursued Sumu upon discovering him. Of course, the key point is that Sumu obtained the profession template transfer information from the skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldier, as the basic profession template of the skeleton race, has simple transfer conditions. 1. Reach level 10. 2. 2 out of the 3 attributes strength, agility, and constitution must reach 2. Meeting these 2 conditions will automatically transfer you to a skeleton soldier. If only one condition is met, you must obtain the skeleton soldier transfer information to proceed with the transfer. The simplest way to obtain job transfer information is to kill a skeleton soldier and learn it on your own. Comparing the 2 job transfer methods, the former is simple, while the latter is extremely difficult. Only those with strength far surpassing ordinary skeletons, like Sumu, or those lucky enough to encounter a severely injured and dying skeleton soldier, can transfer jobs early. Regardless of the method, as long as the job transfer is successful, it achieves a rank leap from the weakest skeleton in the game world to the more powerful skeleton soldier. System prompt: you have obtained the transfer information for the basic profession template skeleton soldier. The transfer conditions are met. Do you want to transfer to skeleton soldier? Sumu suppressed his inner excitement and decisively chose to transfer. In an instant, a surge of heat flowed into his body out of nowhere. Then, the skeletal body underwent drastic changes. Perhaps it was a second, or perhaps a long time, but when Sumu woke up, the job change was complete. Compared to before the job change, his skeleton had undergone a massive transformation. His height had surged from over 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters, and his bones had become sturdier and more robust. Though devoid of any flesh, the bone structure gave off a sense of strength. At this moment, the attribute panel displayed: Template, Basic Profession Template Skeleton Soldier. Level 5. Health, 96. Mana, 16. Attributes, Strength 3.7, Agility 4.3, Constitution 4.6, Spirit 1.6. Although no new skills were added, the Haigu armament is an innate ability of skeleton soldiers, similar to humans being born able to breathe or fish being born able to swim, and thus does not appear on the attribute panel. With a single thought, Sumu felt strands of bone essence flowing within his body. Within a few breaths, a large blade appeared in his hand. The broadsword is nearly 2 meters long, with a handle about half a meter, and the rest is the blade. The blade is deathly white, entirely condensed from his hardened bone structure. Although made of bone, the edge and tip of the blade faintly exude sharpness. The weapons condensed by Haigu armament are not of a fixed form but are exclusive weapons shaped according to the skeleton soldier's habits and will. From its inception, a Haigu armament condensed weapon has belonged to the skeleton soldiers. If a player were present at this moment, they would surely recognize this oddly shaped broadsword as completely out of place in the Second World setting. Its design is precisely that of a devastating weapon that once appeared in the history of ancient China, the Emodao. The Emodao can slash, stab, sweep, and thrust, earning it the reputation of a single strike that wreaks havoc on both man and horse. When wielded skillfully, it is undoubtedly a devastating weapon. As for the fact that this blade clashes with the game's background and art style, Sumu doesn't mind. For now, he is only facing monsters. Even when players eventually arrive, with the emergence of the blacksmith profession, all sorts of peculiar equipment will appear in abundance. Even if players see the skeletal Emodao in his hands, most would likely assume it to be a hidden Easter egg in the game, unlikely to associate it with anything else. As Sumu's exclusive weapon, the Haigu Emodao is forged from the hardest bones within his body, with its hardness and sharpness directly linked to his physical attributes. When his physical stats are at a very low level, a Haigu Emodao is no more than an ordinary steel-grade whiteboard weapon. However, as his physical stats climb into the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, this Emodao will undoubtedly rival legendary equipment, or even divine artifacts. It is a growth-capable exclusive weapon. With the Haigu ink blade in hand, Sumu no longer had to to worry about weapons, nor did he need to scavenge bones from the ground to piece together makeshift arms. After completing his class change and adapting to his new body, he stepped deeper into the land of bones. Having just entered the inner layer, he had already gained such abundant rewards. At this moment, the land of bones appeared to Sumu like a treasure trove, waiting for him to dig and harvest. Upon officially entering the inner layer, he resumed his hunt. Relying on four-dimensional attributes far superior to ordinary skeletons and the Hygo Ink Blade, a devastating weapon, Sumu was unstoppable against the countless sturdy skeletons in the inner layer. The immense power contained in the Ink Blade was enough to shatter a level 10 skeleton into pieces, with only skeleton soldiers of the same class template able to offer some resistance. After hunting down dozens of sturdy skeletons and improving his attributes and level, Sumu shifted his focus to skeleton soldiers, which offered higher experience and attribute gains. With light steps, he crossed a hill entirely made of piled bones, and a level 13 skeleton soldier came into view. Such a level of skeleton soldier was no longer uncommon. The undead warriors deep within the inner layers, though not possessing extremely high mental attributes, had self-awareness and an instinct for hunting and leveling up. Sumu and the skeleton locked eyes. No words were needed as both charged at the same time. The Hygo armed sword and blade were unsheathed, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Sumu gripped the bone ink blade, while the skeleton soldier raised its two-handed greatsword. As the distance closed, the skeleton soldier used the momentum of its charge to slash heavily downward. The sharp blade emitted a dull grinding sound as the ink blade blocked the strike. Both wielding Hygo weapons forged from bones, the clash between the ink blade and the two-handed greatsword left faint white marks, and small nicks appeared along the edge of the greatsword. This indicated that Sumu had already surpassed the level 13 skeleton soldier in terms of physical attributes. Next, the skeleton soldier slightly opened its mouth, as if whispering. It swung its sword again, attempting to slash, but Sumu struck first with a triple slash, pouring all his strength into the black blade. The continuous assault forced the skeleton soldier to defend with its two-handed greatsword. With each strike, another notch appeared on the edge of the greatsword. After 3 attacks, the blade was already covered in cracks, resembling jagged teeth. When the 4th strike came, the skeleton soldier tried to raise its sword to block, but Sumu skillfully avoided the blade and instead slashed at its right arm. A crisp sound echoed as the weapon's edge mercilessly severed the skeleton soldier's right arm, the limb falling to the ground. Immediately, the 5th strike followed. The one-armed skeleton soldier, unable to lift its sword or defend itself, saw the blade flash, and its head flew off and hit the ground. The skeleton soldier was not completely dead. Its head, body, and severed arm still struggled, attempting to reassemble. Sumu sheathed his blade and stood, walking to its head. Though the head had lost its body and could no longer move, through its hollow eye sockets, he could faintly see the skeleton soldier's vigorous soul fire. As long as one more strike is delivered to completely shatter the skull or crush the soul fire, the skeleton soldier will truly die. Otherwise, once the 3 parts are pieced together, it will quickly recover. Sumu bent down to grab the skeleton head, falling into deep thought. The skeletons and skeleton soldiers he killed would be converted into bone essence through the erosion talent, enhancing his own attributes. But if they were not killed, could the erosion talent still affect them? If it could, what kind of effect would it produce? Thoughts surged, and Sumu activated his talent. Instead of feeling a warm current flowing into his body, he sensed something within him flowing toward the skeleton soldier's skull. Before activating the talent, the skeleton soldier's skull was still struggling, its bones creaking as if trying to bite the letters. After the talent was activated, the struggle gradually subsided and eventually calmed down. About a minute later, there was no more flow, and the skull did not transmit any warm current to Sumu. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sounded. You have gained control over the skeleton soldier. You have enslaved the skeleton soldier. You may rename it. 3 prompts stirred up a storm in Sumu's heart. Name, Sumu. Race, undead skeleton. Control, enslave. Looking at the skeleton soldier in his hand, now calm and lying peacefully on the ground, Sumu's heart was no longer filled with mere joy. Enslaving skeletons, is this the second profound secret of the corrosion talent? It seemed to confirm the suspicion in his heart. He placed the skull back onto the body, picked up the severed arm, and arranged it neatly. A few minutes later, the skeleton soldier returned to its original form, standing upright as if awaiting orders. Talent, corrosion, unique. Skills, none. With a thought, Sumu commanded the skeleton soldier to step forward. After completing the command, it stopped and waited for further instructions. It truly is skeleton enslavement. The corrosion talent still has much potential to be explored. After repeated experiments, Sumu figured out the extent of his control over the skeleton soldier. When focused, he could completely control the skeleton soldier, directing its actions at will and even accessing its senses and feelings. When switching from direct control to issuing commands, the skeleton soldier could execute simple orders, such as following or hunting. Commands could not be overly complex, and the skeleton soldier would only terminate a previous command when a new one was issued or the old command was cancelled. In short, Sumu gained a completely controlled underling. In high spirits, he set off into the distance with the skeleton soldier he named named Number 1. When encountering a level 9 skeleton, Sumu willed it, and Number 1 swung its sword swiftly, cutting off the target's head and returning with the prey. Taking the skull handed over by Number 1, Sumu activated the corrosion talent. Over 30 seconds later, he successfully enslaved the level 9 skeleton, making it his second underling. However, this time, Sumu did not name it, nor did he reattach the head, but discarded it on the ground and crushed it. Checking the attribute panel, there was no change. Sumu ordered Number 1 to collect the skeleton remains, placed his palm over them, and activated the corrosion talent, but there was no response. Afterward, he commanded Number 1 to attack, still targeting skeletons as prey. Number 1 showed no mercy, wielding the two-handed greatsword and smashing the skeleton in front of him into pieces. At the same time, Sumu's attribute panel refreshed with a prompt: your enslaved Unit 1 killed a strong skeleton, you gain 22 experience points. After repeating this action, he had Unit 1 turn around and began to ponder. These seemingly nonsensical actions were actually to test the second-tier function of the corrosion talent and its effects. The conclusions are as follows. 1. Enslaved skeletons being killed will not bring any negative effects. 2. Enslaved skeletons being killed again will not yield experience and cannot have their attributes absorbed by the corrosion talent. 3. When enslaved skeletons kill enemies, Sumu can gain partial experience, but the enemy's remains cannot be absorbed by the corrosion talent. A glimmer flashed in Sumu's eyes as he thought to himself, it seems I don't need to cautiously follow the rules to improve my strength and seek professional ranks. The original plan was to first hunt strong skeletons of levels 7 to 9, steadily increasing levels and attributes, and then hunt skeleton soldiers once the method became ineffective, gradually advancing to basic, advanced, and elite professions. This method was safe but slow. After all, this was the real world, and he only had one life. Survival through caution was the ultimate principle. However, upon discovering the second function of the corrosion talent, which allowed him to enslave skeletons, he found a faster path to power, creating a skeleton Sea Valley army and forming an undead catastrophe. In players' perception, the most striking feature of the skeleton race, apart from their individual weakness, is their omnipresence, vast numbers, and ability to overwhelm everything as an undead catastrophe. For Sumu now, the undead scourge is still a fantasy, but at least he can piece together a skeleton army of his own. On the desolate and lifeless land, a group of skeletons slowly advanced. This group consisted of about a dozen skeletons, with the leading skeleton particularly robust, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall and wielding a nearly 2-meter-long oddly shaped broadsword, its tip slanting toward the ground. Following behind were over 10 slimmer skeletons, some holding two-handed greatswords, some equipped with sword and shield, and others carrying hand axes. Without exception, their weapons were made of bone, emitting a ghastly white sheen. This was how Sumu spent 3 days in the inner layer of the bone burial grounds after taming his first skeleton. During these 3 days, he hunted a large number of skeletons, steadily improving his level and attributes. Whenever he encountered a skeleton soldier, he would lead his subordinates to swarm and cripple it before enslaving it. The capture of the first skeleton soldier made subsequent enslavements much easier. After the second one, the third became even simpler, gradually forming a positive cycle. As time passed, the number of skeleton soldiers under Sumu's command grew, and his strength increased significantly. Eventually, when new skeleton soldiers were discovered, he no longer needed to act personally. His skeleton soldiers would charge ahead, cripple them, and leave them for Sumu to enslave. After 3 days of accumulation, he had over a dozen skeleton soldiers under his command, forming a formidable force. The group of skeleton soldiers spread out, sweeping across the hunting grounds within his attack range, targeting all skeleton clans, whether ordinary skeletons or professional skeleton soldiers, turning them into prey. Countless skeletons were torn apart, their experience points flowing into the experience bars of Sumu and his skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers were either crippled and enslaved or killed outright, converting into attribute points for him. 3 days later, Sumu's strength skyrocketed several times, reaching level 11, with 230 health points, 25 mana, 13 strength, 15 agility, 17 constitution, and 2.5 spirit. His four-dimensional attributes far exceeded those of his skeleton soldiers, whose average level was 15. By more than double. With over 10 skeleton soldiers under his command, combined with his own strength, he was capable of sweeping through the inner layer of the bone burial ground. After subduing 2 more skeleton soldiers, his forces increased to 16. Sumu led his army toward the center of the bone burial ground. That was the most expansive and death-laden area of the bone burial ground. The combined area of the outer and inner layers was not even a fraction of the central region, which was also the most perilous place. The skeletons on the outskirts wander aimlessly, without consciousness. The skeletons skeletons in the inner layer hunt autonomously to enhance their strength, and only upon reaching a certain level can they enter the center. In the central area, the undead fight relentlessly, competing for experience to level up, seeking information on class advancement, aiming to upgrade their profession from basic to advanced, elite, or even warrior. Even the high-level undead with lord-class professions at the top tier engage in mutual slaughter, striving to ascend to greater heights. The outskirts, inner layer, and center form a perfect closed loop. In the eyes of players, this is a leveling paradise, with an abundance of skeletons and undead sufficient to sustain the early stages of the game. In Sumu's world, this is a brutal battlefield. As one of the most ruthless races in the second world, being a skeleton meant he had no freedom, either like those bewildered skeletons in the outer and inner layers, passively absorbing the aura of death, becoming free-range crops to be harvested by stronger skeletons or skeleton soldiers once their levels met the standard, or like those high-level undead in the central depths, constantly upgrading and advancing over thousands of years, rising against the odds to become lord bosses, with no other path available. Sumu refused to perish, and he refused to be slaughtered. The only option was to rapidly enhance his strength, expand his forces, and ultimately shatter the entire burial ground. 17 skeletons marched mightily into the central region, the thick aura of death permeating the air, allowing Sumu to sense his continuous growth in power. Naturally, passive absorption was far slower than active upgrading. At his current level, he estimated it would take at least several months to gain one level. The intense aura of death nurtures stronger skeleton soldiers. In the central area, skeletons below level 15 are extremely rare. Intruders are killed in a very short time, becoming nourishment for others. Only skeleton soldiers above level 15 can survive. The center is vast, with skeleton soldiers sparsely distributed. Half an hour after entering, Sumu encounters the first level 17 skeleton soldier. This skeleton soldier is stronger than any under his command. Only by personally striking can he slay it without any damage. Why insist on an undamaged kill? Seeing the skeleton soldier, Sumu pondered as the 16 skeleton soldiers beside him swarmed forward, engaging in close combat. The cost was one severed arm and one fracture, but the level 17 skeleton soldier was finally beheaded, with its intact skull presented by number 1. The corrosion talent was activated, and within just 1 minute of enslavement, the level 17 skeleton soldier was brought under his command. The army of 18 skeleton soldiers set out once again, advancing deeper into the center. Half an hour later, the second skeleton soldier appeared. The group of 17 skeleton soldiers quickly defeated it, allowing Sumu to enslave it, increasing his subordinates' numbers. An hour later, the third one descended. 2 hours later, the fifth one. Within 3 hours, the corrosion talent, like a cheat code, caused Sumu's four-dimensional attributes to far exceed his rank and level, and his vision expanded like a snowball. Less than a day after entering the center, his skeleton soldiers reached 30. With the number reaching 30, Sumu no longer blindly pursued scale but instead focused on improving himself and the levels of his subordinates. The 30 skeleton soldiers were divided into 10 teams, each consisting of 3 members, ensuring that even when encountering higher-level skeleton soldiers, they could work together to kill them, converting nutrients for upgrades. The 11 teams spread out, significantly expanding the hunting range and efficiently sweeping the area. In this mode, the system prompts refresh frequently, making efficiency 10 times higher than solo hunting. After more than 10 hours, the level rose from 11 to 16, with strength, agility, and constitution each increasing by 5 points. The attributes gained from personally slaying skeleton soldiers were also accumulating. Mental attributes, except for spirit, all surpassed the threshold of 20. Strength reached 23, agility 21, constitution 25, and spirit 4.5, already comparable to level 30 skeleton soldiers. Logically, the lower the level, the higher the career template, and the greater the potential. Career advancement does not compensate for previous level attributes. Suppressing levels yields greater potential, but Sumu was not bound by this limitation. Relying on his erosion talent, he first rapidly leveled up, using the attribute growth from leveling to strengthen his body. Once his level and attributes were strong enough, he would crush higher-tier existences and seize high-tier class templates. The lost attributes could be compensated through erosion, and even surpassed. If possible, he aspired to quickly reach the max level of 100, gradually pursuing higher-tier classes to make up for the attribute losses. A level 100 skeleton soldier might not be a match for a level 70 legendary sword saint, but it is more than enough to easily sweep through the land of bones. However, all of this is mere speculation. Even with the assistance of his skeleton soldiers and a tenfold increase in leveling speed, Sumu still needs to proceed steadily and methodically to enhance his strength. Time passed, and just as Sumu was slaying an 18-level skeleton soldier and preparing to absorb the essence of its bones, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Your servant number 25 has died. Slightly stunned, then immediately. Your servant number 27 has died. Skeleton soldiers dying in battle was a common occurrence, given the dangers of the central area. Even the fall of high-ranking skeleton soldiers was not unusual. Sumu had strictly ordered his subordinates not to venture ventured deep into the central area to avoid encountering higher-ranking skeletons. Within 24 hours, both number 25 and number 27 rose to level 17, acting in groups of 3. Yet, they fell one after another within just 2 seconds. Could it be that an even stronger skeleton has appeared? Without time to think further, Sumu quickly took over control of skeleton number 26. Switching the view to number 26, what came into sight was over a dozen skeleton soldiers surrounding a particularly massive skeleton figure. This skeleton was even taller than Sumu's current body, raising a greatsword with both hands and slashing toward number 26, the pale sword-light flickering. The perspective shifted back to Sumu's main body, and another message echoed in his mind. Your servant number 26 has died. Losing 3 skeleton minions was something Sumu could replenish in the blink of an eye. However, the scene he witnessed through number 26's vision left his heart unsettled. An advanced skeleton was surrounded by numerous skeleton soldiers and was able to instantly kill the level 17 skeleton soldier number 26. Only a skeleton that had obtained an advanced profession template could achieve this. As for what profession this advanced skeleton possessed, as well as its level and 4-dimensional attributes, it remained a mystery. After pondering for a moment, Sumu ordered the 27 skeleton soldiers still hunting to return under his command and led his group of underlings toward the location where skeleton soldier number 26 had been slain. The information about an advanced skeleton and its profession was highly enticing to Sumu. Regardless of why it appeared here, as long as it wasn't strong enough to crush Sumu and his 27 skeleton soldiers, he was willing to give it a try. Compared to venturing into an area filled with advanced skeletons, hunting an isolated advanced skeleton was much easier. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat unscathed and regroup. With his current strength and enslaved skeleton soldiers, he can handle it with ease. The site of the killing on the 26th was not far from Sumu. Over an hour later, Sumu arrived with his skeleton soldiers. Along the way, he enslaved 3 more skeleton soldiers, bringing the total to 30. 3 piles of bones came into view. Sumu bent down to examine them closely. Apart from the sword/marks, there were no other wounds, indicating that the 3 skeleton soldiers were all instantly killed by an advanced skeleton in one strike. Sumu could also instantly kill level 17 skeleton soldiers in one strike, but he was unsure of the upper limit of the advanced skeleton strength. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu resolutely led the group to track along the traces. For the nearly mindless skeleton soldiers, the advanced skeleton's departure left no trace to follow, but for Sumu, it was no difficult task. The tall and robust advanced skeleton, along with over 10 skeleton soldiers, left traces that allowed him to easily determine the direction. After half an hour of rapid pursuit, Sumu caught up with the advanced skeleton. At this moment, the advanced skeleton is hunting. Just as it once struck down a skeleton soldier with a single sword, Sumu witnessed it slay another skeleton soldier with one strike. It turns out that while the skeleton soldiers in the outer and inner layers are mere fodder, the skeletons in the central area are also targets for higher-tier skeletons to hunt. The undead race forms a closed loop. Low-tier skeletons are nurtured by the aura of death and gradually grow. Those who become stronger are hunted by even more powerful skeletons. Skeleton soldiers who advance are harvested by higher-tier skeletons. As long as one has not reached the pinnacle of the bone burial ground, they cannot escape the fate of being harvested. Upon realizing this, Sumu smiled inwardly. As a skeleton, living within a cold and murderous race, yet still thinking with a human mindset, was nothing but an illusion. Fortunately, he awakened. Otherwise, what awaited him would not just be disappointment. More than 30 skeleton soldiers moving together created quite a commotion. When Sumu approached the advanced skeleton, it also noticed him. Almost at the moment Sumu killed the skeleton soldier, the advanced skeleton raised its great sword with both hands and charged at him. A hunter naturally does not reject prey, especially Sumu. Though no words were exchanged, Sumu could feel its target was directly aimed at him. Perhaps in the eyes of the advanced skeleton, Sumu was far stronger than ordinary skeleton soldiers, like a rich and fertile crop. The goal was set, and Sumu did not show weakness. The advanced skeleton charged swiftly, with 30 skeleton soldiers bravely meeting the enemy. Within a few breaths, the advanced skeleton crossed 100 meters, appeared before the crowd, and swung its sword in a sweeping motion. One strike tore through the foremost skeleton soldiers, scattering bones everywhere. The 2 skeleton soldiers following closely behind were affected and split in half. The advanced skeleton's combat power was overwhelming. Though 3 skeleton soldiers were not dead, they had already lost their ability to fight. The skeleton soldier launched a frenzied attack, intending to kill anyone in its way, heading straight for Sumu. Sumu did not remain idle. He commanded 2 skeleton soldiers to guard him, stepped to the side and rear of the advanced skeleton, and swung the dark bone blade, which gleamed coldly, directly at its leg bone. A dull sound of bone cracking echoed as the dark blade severed 1/3 of the thick leg bone. The advanced skeleton, enraged beyond measure, ignored the 2 skeleton soldiers and swung its sword at Sumu. The piercing sound of metal clashing was sharp. Sumu blocked it with the ink blade, his feet sinking into the mud, and a tiny notch appeared on the ink blade. Sumu smiled. The brief exchange allowed him to estimate the gap in strength between the 2 sides. A power difference of about 5 points, with himself slightly inferior. A slight advantage in speed. The physique is slightly inferior, but the gap is limited. Even in a one-on-one fight, Sumu can contend with the advanced skeleton for a long time, not to mention his nearly 30 skeleton soldiers. This advanced skeleton profession template is a must-have for him. With a thought, he assigned 5 skeleton soldiers to restrain the advanced skeleton along with over 10 skeleton soldiers. The remaining 20 skeleton soldiers surrounded the advanced skeleton in a tight formation, blocking its attacks. Although their weapons could inflict limited damage on the advanced skeleton, the skeleton soldier's role was to restrict its movements. At Sumu's command, the 22 skeleton soldiers abandoned their weapons and leaped toward the advanced skeleton. The two-handed greatsword swept across, tearing apart 2 skeleton soldiers in the front, while the rest successfully entangled its sides and rear. The slender skeleton's body clung tightly to the robust advanced skeleton. Though the greatsword was sharp, Sumu dared not underestimate it. When the greatsword is swung, it is a weapon. When still, it is nothing more than a pile of shattered bones. The advanced skeleton struggled to break free, bound by the skeletal soldiers like a strong man tied with ropes, unable to exert its strength. When the number of skeletal soldiers reached 5, 10, 15, the advanced skeleton could barely swing its sword. At this moment, Sumu quietly approached the advanced skeleton from behind, staring at its deliberately exposed and struggling head. He slowly raised the bone-black blade and struck down with all his might. Each blow shook the advanced skeleton's body. After 3 strikes, the thick neck broke and the advanced skeleton's head flew off. The headless skeleton struggles to find its head, while the bodiless head helplessly writhes, losing its resistance before reuniting. Sumu ordered the 5 skeleton soldiers to continue entangling the advanced skeleton's body, while the others assisted in the cleanup. The 5 skeleton soldiers surrounded the advanced skeleton, bringing along its minions. Sumu looked down at the creaking skull on the ground, its jawbone still moving, hesitating. Kill it, or subdue it. Slaying grants abundant experience and corrosion talent, absorbs bone attributes, and seizes profession templates. Subjugating them can immediately gain powerful combat strength. With the first advanced skeleton, facing the second and third advanced skeletons becomes much easier. After weighing for a moment, Sumu picked up the skull and activated the corrosion talent. A surge of power erupted, corroding the advanced skeleton's skull. In the end, he chose to enslave the advanced skeleton. The higher the rank, the longer the time required for enslavement. However, overall calculations showed that enslaving the advanced skeleton only took slightly longer than the initial enslavement of a skeleton soldier. 1 minute later, the advanced skeleton stopped struggling, and a system notification sounded. You have gained control of the skeleton warrior. You have enslaved the skeleton warrior and can rename it. You have obtained the basic profession template and the skeleton warrior transfer information. It turns out that not only can killing skeleton soldiers provide their class template information, but enslaving skeletons can do the same. When Sumu saw the last refreshed information on the attribute panel, a wave of joy surged in his heart. The dilemma of choosing one of 2 options no longer existed. He had obtained the class template possessed by this advanced skeleton and also gained a powerful skeleton warrior underling. Although he had over 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, that experience was entirely based on a player's perspective, and the novice village was vastly different from today's location. The monsters he hunted in his past life were neither skeletons nor undead, so his understanding of the skeleton race and undead was limited to their leaders, with little knowledge of their internal hierarchy and advancement relationships. Now that his identity had shifted to that of a skeleton in the game world, most of his past experience was no longer applicable. However, his understanding of the game's rules and systems remained a valuable asset. The details of the skeleton race's advancement system were of little concern to anyone except necromancers. Sumu, who had been focused on the path of the Sword Saint in his previous life, knew almost nothing about it. Skeleton soldiers are the basic advanced profession of the skeleton race, and the only profession that all skeletons can transfer to once conditions are met. However, starting from the advanced rank, the uniqueness of the profession begins to dissolve. The advanced skeleton profession template is the skeleton warrior, with additional stats of plus 200 health, plus 4 strength, plus 5 agility, plus 3 constitution, and plus 0.1 spirit. The skill is passive intimidation. As a member of the Haigu Legion, skeleton warriors have the innate ability to command skeleton soldiers in battle, with their command scale influenced by their spirit attribute. This is the skeleton warrior profession template. From the perspective of attributes, warriors focus on strength and constitution growth, with agility slightly inferior to skeleton soldiers. The mental attribute leaps from 0 to 0.1, marking a qualitative change. The mental attribute determines the self-awareness and autonomous consciousness of the skeleton race, while the levels of the other 3 attributes merely reflect their strength. The mental attribute, however, decides whether a skeleton can awaken and evolve into a high-level undead with human-like intelligence. Mental growth combined with the passive ability of intimidation explains the origin of the skeleton soldiers that follow skeleton warriors. Based on past knowledge of the skeleton race, Sumu clarified the complete advancement chain: Basic Rank Skeleton Soldier, Advanced Rank Skeleton Warrior, Elite Rank Skeleton General, Champion Rank Skeleton Commander, Lord Rank Skeleton King. This is the orthodox advancement path of the skeleton race. However, orthodox does not mean exclusive, as multiple evolutionary paths have branched out since advancement began. Balanced development in strength, agility, and constitution leads to skeletons. Those inclined towards strength and agility become skeleton assassins, those focused on constitution become skeleton guardians, among many others. Sumu looked at the newly acquired profession template, feeling slightly conflicted. Compared to other advanced professions, the skeleton warrior's attributes were not outstanding and focused more on legion combat. A single skeleton warrior might not be as formidable as a skeleton swordsman, but if accompanied by a full group of underlings, it would have the upper hand against a skeleton swordsman. If it were an ordinary skeleton, Sumu would naturally choose this advancement path. However, with the corrosion talent, the skeleton warrior was no longer the best option. The deterrence skill and the erosion talent overlap significantly. Deterrence is limited by spirit and conclusion, while the erosion enslaved minions have no such restrictions. As long as patience and strength are sufficient, Sumu can completely enslave countless skeletons as a skeleton soldier, including skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and even skeleton warlords. If he switches to a skeleton warrior, it would be equivalent to wasting an opportunity to acquire a skill. Unlike players, monster races have extremely rare opportunities to acquire skills. At least for now, it seems that they can only gain corresponding abilities or skills from the profession template during a job change. Each skill or ability undoubtedly greatly enhances combat power and survivability, and opportunities should not be easily abandoned. Therefore, even though the conditions for the skeleton warrior's job change were met, Sumu still set it aside, planning to wait a bit longer. With the addition of the skeleton warrior, perhaps it won't be long before obtaining the second or third advanced job template. After making up his mind, Sumu no longer paid much attention to the newly acquired job template and instead turned his gaze to the newly recruited skeleton warrior underling. At this moment, the skeleton warrior had completed the fusion of its skull and body. Once the fusion was complete, the skeleton warrior pushed aside the other skeleton soldiers, holding a two-handed greatsword, and stood imposingly by Sumu's side, as if declaring its status. Sumu opened its attribute panel. Template: Advanced Class Template Skeleton Warrior. Level 25. Life 470. Attributes: Strength 29, Agility 20, Constitution 27, Spirit 1.6. Skill: Intimidation. Passive: The enslaved skeleton, Sumu can not only fully control it but also view its attribute template at any time. These are the attributes of the skeleton warrior. The gap of 9 levels and 1 rank is essentially offset by the corrosion talent, but it does not diminish its powerful essence. Without Sumu's command, the outcome of the battle just now would likely have been vastly different. With just this one skeleton warrior, it can slay over 30 subordinate skeleton soldiers, converting them into its own nourishment, not to mention the dozen or so skeleton minions that come with the skeleton warrior. With the skeleton warrior, Sumu's strength doubled. After a brief recovery, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to repair their bodies and set off again, leading his minions deep into the land of buried bones. Together with the skeleton warrior, their combined strength was roughly equivalent to 2 advanced skeletons. With the support of numerous skeleton minions, they were now capable of hunting advanced skeletons. Relying on the experience from the first battle, this path of expansion became significantly easier. Upon first encountering the skeleton warrior, they joined forces to severely injure it, then enslaved it, incorporating it into their ranks. When the number of skeleton warriors reaches a negative value, there is no need for Sumu to take action personally. As advanced skeletons, skeleton warriors lack intelligence but possess self-awareness and act with discipline. Sumu concluded that most advanced skeletons guard deeper areas compared to skeleton soldiers, engaging in mutual slaughter. Only when severely injured or when their subordinate skeleton soldiers are heavily damaged do they leave their areas to harvest at the skeleton soldier gathering grounds to replenish their strength. After mastering the pattern, Sumu's field of vision expanded like a snowball. On the first day, Sumu sacrificed 7 skeleton soldiers in battle to enslave 5 skeleton warriors, increasing his forces. On the second day, he enslaved 3 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton archer, obtaining the second-tier profession template for skeleton archers. On the third day, he enslaved 8 skeleton warriors, strengthening his lineup. From the 4th to the 6th day, after 7 days of slaughter, all his skeleton soldiers perished in battle. The number of advanced skeletons reached over 40, including 39 skeleton warriors, 4 skeleton archers, 1 skeleton assassin, and 2 skeleton guards. At this moment, the skull of a skeleton swordsman lay quietly at his feet. The skeleton swordsman, Sumu's desired advanced profession. The reason was simple: its profession template came with the strongest combat skills, perfectly suited to his style. He bent down, covering the grayish-white skull with his palm, and activated the corrosion talent. A minute later, several pieces of information refreshed. You have gained control over the skeleton swordsman. You have enslaved the skeleton swordsman and can rename it. it. You have obtained an advanced class template. The transfer information for the skeleton swordsman was finally in hand, and Sumu sighed inwardly. Check the new class template. Skeleton swordsman advanced class template. Health plus 300, strength plus 5, agility plus 3, constitution plus 5, spirit plus 0.1, skill Skycleave. Skycleave is an active skill that consumes 1/3 of stamina, releasing a blade of air in a 120-degree frontal range, dealing physical damage equal to strength times 2 plus agility times 1 to enemies within the area. This is precisely the advanced class Sumu desires to transition into. The attribute bonuses far surpass those of the skeleton warrior, and it comes with the powerful skill Skycleave. Without a doubt, Skycleave is a major move. Combined with the exclusive weapon Haigu Ink Blade and the legendary Sword Saint experience from a previous life, its combat power far exceeds the numerical description. It is worth mentioning that physical classes consume stamina to release skills, not regular stamina, but something akin to the concept of battle energy. After performing Sky Splitter 3 times in a row, it enters a cooldown period, during which normal attacks are unaffected. Stamina gradually recovers based on constitution, and skills can only be used again once enough stamina is restored. Mages rely on magic power to cast spells, while physical classes focus on normal attacks, with all skills being ultimate moves. As Sumu carefully read through the class template information, the system notification sounded at just the right moment. The lower jaw slightly opened, as if smiling. He did not hesitate and chose to change his profession to Skeleton Swordsman. Template, Advanced Profession Template Skeleton Swordsman. Level 20. Status, Health 650, Mana 60. Attributes, Strength 32, Agility 28, Constitution 35, Spirit 6. Skill, Sky Rend. These are Sumu's current attributes. Although he cannot compare to high-tier skeletons like those of the warrior or lord ranks, he is now capable of holding his own against an elite rank skeleton. Of course, this strength still relies heavily on the full support of his 46 advanced skeleton underlings. Job change completed. After a brief rest, Sumu led the skeleton soldiers to continue advancing. Since he already had the strength to hunt elite skeletons, he no longer wasted time and charged deep into the burial grounds with his troops, intending to enslave an elite skeleton. He replicated his previous strategy, gradually replacing his skeleton soldiers with elite skeletons. Once he had enough elite skeleton underlings, he would then begin hunting warrior tier skeletons. In this way, he planned to snowball his strength, sweeping through the path ahead, striving to enslave a large number of warrior tier skeletons in the shortest time possible, slay the skeleton king, and secure his position as the lord of the burial grounds. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? But this was ultimately Sumu's fantasy. When he ventured deeper into the burial grounds and encountered the first elite skeleton, he realized that the battles between elite skeletons were far more brutal than those between lower tier skeletons. If the skirmishes between skeleton soldiers are individual duels, the battles between advanced skeletons are group fights, then the clashes between elite skeletons are undoubtedly full-scale wars. At this moment, Sumu was witnessing an intense war before his eyes. This is a low hilly area, and when Sumu led his skeleton warrior followers to arrive, the horizon was filled with an endless sea of pale skeletons. Among the sea of hundreds of skeletons, the majority are skeleton soldiers, with a few skeleton warriors scattered among them. In the center of the sea of skeletons, a towering armored skeleton stood majestically, gazing into the distance. Seeing this scene, Sumu felt a pang of bitterness. This was the true Sea Ancient Legion. Compared to these hundreds of skeletons, the 46 small skeletons behind him were like a basin of water next to a pond, truly pitiful. He consoled himself, saying, though few in number, they are high in quality. Race, Undead Skeleton. Continuing to gaze, there was no doubt that the towering skeleton in the center of the sea of skeletons was a skeleton warlord, the commander among elite rank skeletons. Only skeleton warlords can command hundreds of skeletons at the elite rank. Among the sea of skeletons, apart from the warlords, there are 7 or 8 skeletons closely following behind, while the rest are skeleton soldiers. Mana, 16. Although the quality of the skeleton horde is not particularly high, the variety is rich and complete. Sumu immediately spotted dozens of skeleton soldiers wielding bows surrounding the warlord, and saw 2 skeleton mages and 1 skeleton guardian leading hundreds of skeletons into view. This is clearly not just a simple maneuver, but a war. Incredibly, the enemy of this skeleton warlord leading a legion of hundreds of skeletons turned out to be a single skeleton. And in this war of hundreds against one, it was this lone skeleton that launched the first charge. Sullenly, he witnessed the skeleton initiating its charge, gradually approaching the sea of skeletons, its speed increasing. When the two were only a dozen meters apart, the lone skeleton leaped into the air, leaving deep footprints as it soared over the sea of skeletons. Dozens of sword and shield-wielding skeleton soldiers at the forefront entered the sea of skeletons. Before they could land, the lone skeleton's greatsword in both hands erupted with dazzling light blades, slashing toward the skeleton soldiers ahead. The skill Sky Ren bloomed, and the soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Undoubtedly, this skeleton belonged to the elite rank and possessed the profession template of a skeleton swordsman. Upon first entering the elite skeleton settlement, Sumu felt fortunate to encounter such a formidable enemy. He did not rush to intervene in the battle but instead patiently concealed himself, observing the fight from afar. The growth potential of skeleton swordsmen surpasses that of skeleton warriors. As an elite class, their development even exceeds that of skeleton warlords. Even skeleton warlords are no match for them, let alone the skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors under their command. The sky-splitting light blade erupted, instantly clearing the small area in front of the lone skeleton of skeleton soldiers, with bone fragments scattering everywhere. After this move, the skeleton warlord lost over 30 skeleton soldiers. Following the sky-splitting move, the lone skeleton sheathed its sword and began wildly slashing the skeleton soldiers ahead with its greatsword, advancing toward the skeleton warlord. The skeleton warlord, unwilling to back down, unleashed a subtle soul wave, prompting dozens of skeleton soldiers to raise their ancient bone swords and fire a rain of pale arrows. Two skeleton mages cast ghostly blue fireballs, swiftly striking the lone skeleton. The elite skeleton swordsman's physique far surpasses that of skeleton soldiers and advanced skeletons, even overshadowing skeleton warlords. Though without armor, its bones gradually fuse, boasting formidable defense. When facing attacks from skeleton soldiers, it neither dodges nor evades arrows, leaving only slight scratches. A rain of arrows descended, causing slight cracks to appear in the sturdy bones. When the ancient sword slashed toward its eye socket, the elite skeleton swordsman had no choice but to swing its sword to block. A fireball exploded upon the bones, leaving scorch marks and spreading cracks. Two ghostly blue fireballs were launched simultaneously, reducing about 1/10 of its life. Therefore, when the lone skeleton swordsman broke into the sea of skeletons, the skeleton warlord remained motionless. If the subordinates consisted only of skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, the battle might have already been decided. However, the skeleton warlord's forces were diverse, making it difficult for the elite skeleton swordsman to hold the battlefield alone. The soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He possesses 39 skeleton warriors, 4 skeleton archers, and 1 skeleton assassin and skeleton guard each. Since his rebirth over 10 days ago, he has not seen any trace of a skeleton mage, let alone enslaving one. A single skeleton mage poses little threat to Sumu, but if skeleton mages gather with a skeleton horde, their output becomes formidable and their value increases tenfold. The progression path of skeleton soldier, warrior, general, commander, and skeleton king is truly orthodox. Even beside an elite skeleton warlord, there are skeleton mage spellcasters, which shows that the skeleton commander and skeleton king must have gathered numerous professional skeletons under their command. The advancement path of the skeleton race is by no means simple. As Sumu pondered, the battle gradually reached a fever pitch. After enduring 3 waves of sword rain and 2 waves of fireball bombardments, the elite skeleton swordsman charged near the skeleton warlord, leaping several meters, performing the second sky-splitting slash. Just as it was unleashed, the skeleton guard stepped forward with a heavy tower shield, blocking the blade's light. The tower shield shattered, the guard's bones scattered, leaving only the skull intact. The skeleton warlord remained unharmed. While Rift Slash was cooling down, the skeleton soldiers launched another sword rain. The 2 skeleton mages ignited ghostly blue fireballs, and the skeleton warlord swung his warhammer in a fierce assault. The triple attack of sword rain, fireballs, and warhammer caused the elite skeleton swordsman's health to plummet to 1/5. Sensing danger, the skeleton swordsman unleashed Rift Slash again, clearing out the skeleton soldiers before breaking through and escaping. With health reduced to 1/10, it successfully disengaged from combat. The skeleton soldiers pursued relentlessly. With agility growth, the elite skeleton swordsman far surpassed the skeleton warlord, making the pursuit quite difficult. Within a few breaths, the skeleton swordsman vanished into the wilderness. After a brief silence, the skeleton warlord reorganized the skeleton soldiers under his command and turned to another path, disappearing into the twilight. Neither party noticed Sumu's appearance. Sumu solemnly gazed in the direction where the sea of skeletons retreated, then turned and led his skeleton minions to pursue the elite skeleton swordsman. Although the skeleton warriors suffered losses, the 2 skeleton mages remained intact, and pursuing the skeleton warriors was clearly unwise. The elite skeleton swordsman, with only 10% of its health remaining, needed time to recover. If the pursuit succeeds, Sumu can kill or enslave this elite skeleton at a very small cost. By comparison, the latter is more appealing. The profession template held by the elite skeleton swordsman is essential for Sumu's job change. After tracking the traces left by the skeleton swordsman for over an hour, Sumu and his underlings left the hills and entered the Undead Canyon. The system notification sounded, "You have discovered the Undead Canyon. You have entered the Undead Canyon." Sumu stepped into the canyon and immediately felt the subtle change in the surrounding atmosphere. The aura of death here was purer and gentler compared to the outside world, as if isolated by an invisible barrier, completely separated from the outside world. The attribute panel also displayed a notification indicating that this area was independently designated as Undead Canyon. The canyon was not vast, about 2 to 3 kilometers long and only 2 to 300 meters wide. Standing at the entrance, Sumu saw countless figures wandering within, and at the edge of his vision, he could faintly make out a blurry structure surrounded by numerous figures. Could that be the territory of the elite skeleton swordsman? Sumu pondered for a long time, then lightened his steps and led his skeleton minions to stealthily advance, following the trail left by the skeleton swordsman deeper into the canyon. The trail consistently pointed toward the canyon's sole exit, clearly indicating that clearing this area would lead to the hidden elite skeleton swordsman, prompting him to quicken his pace. After advancing several dozen meters, Sumu finally identified the true forms of those wandering figures, not skeletons, but another type of undead, zombies. Unlike skeletons, zombies possess dried, hardened flesh. Though devoid of vitality, this grants them physical defense far superior to that of skeletons, along with significantly greater physical growth potential. However, speed is the Achilles heel of zombies. Even elite-tier zombies cannot match the movement speed of basic-tier skeleton soldiers. In Sumu's eyes, the zombie race is almost entirely composed of tank-like units. Due to their disadvantage in speed, this group of zombies posed little substantial threat to him. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could choose to retreat, gradually wearing down their forces until the area was eventually cleared. With a thought, Sumu commanded his skeleton archers to draw their bows and knock their arrows. A pale, ancient arrow shot through the air, embedding itself in a zombie's shoulder. A low, hoarse roar echoed as the zombie slowly raised its head, looking around in confusion before instinctively moving toward the direction from which the arrow had come. Although the surrounding zombies were briefly agitated, they soon returned to their aimless wandering. When the zombie was only about 10 meters away from Sumu, while maintaining a distance of over 50 meters from the other zombies, Sumu ordered the two skeleton warriors to swiftly approach. Their speed far exceeded that of the zombie. The ancient blade and ancient sword intertwined, instantly severing its limbs, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Sumu immediately placed his palm on its forehead, activating the corrosion talent, intending to enslave it in order to gain deeper insight into the zombie race. However, just as the enslavement was about to succeed, the zombie's head suddenly exploded, black liquid splattering everywhere and emitting a pungent stench. The once low growling undead instantly became nothing more than half a torso, unable to be enslaved. Sumu's attribute panel refreshed synchronously, enslavement failed, but 3 experience points were gained along with the transfer information for the basic profession template undead. Opened the template data, and Sumu learned that the living corpse is the basic profession template for the zombie race. It adds 80 to health, 1.5 to strength, 0.3 to agility, and 3 to constitution. It possesses the ability rigid flesh, able to absorb the aura of death to strengthen its dried flesh, preventing decay, and enhancing defense. The attribute bonuses are similar to those of skeleton soldiers but lean more towards constitution. The living corpse is an exclusive profession for the zombie race and cannot be transferred to the skeleton race. Sumu also cannot switch to this profession. Name, Sumu. Race, undead skeleton. Although he gained a preliminary understanding of the zombie race, the reason for the enslavement failure remained unclear, possibly due to the limitations of the corrosion talent or other factors. If corrosion can only enslave the skeleton race, its practicality would be greatly diminished. After pondering for a moment, Sumu waved his hand, and 4 skeleton archers simultaneously fired arrows at a wandering living corpse in the distance. The other skeleton minions brandished their bone weapons and charged forward swiftly. Facing Sumu, a formidable figure comparable to an elite skeleton, along with 46 advanced profession skeleton underlings, the zombies in the King's Canyon appeared utterly feeble. In less than half an hour, Sumu led his underlings from the canyon entrance to its depths, slaughtering hundreds of zombies, the majority of which were living corpses, with only a few dozen being advanced profession template zombies. Talent, corrosion, unique. However, in the subsequent dozens of attempts, Sumu still failed to enslave any zombies. Fortunately, the first function of the corrosion talent remained effective, allowing him to absorb essence from zombie corpses to enhance his mental attributes while acquiring the advanced profession template of the zombie race. The advanced profession template of the walking corpse grants life plus 500, strength 5, agility 1, constitution 8, spirit 0.1, and the skill claw, which is a passive skill. Long exposure to the aura of death makes the corpses of the undead tougher, with their nails evolving into sharp claws to help them tear apart their enemies. Attributes lean towards constitution, and the class change is limited to the zombie race. Pushing the battlefront deep into the King's Canyon, Sumu had already slain more than half of the zombies. The true appearance of the structure at the canyon's entrance came into view: a towering black stone altar over 10 meters high, occupying half of the canyon floor. The altar was grand and magnificent, but what caught Sumu's attention were the hundreds of zombies on the altar's steps. The altar has 9 levels, with ranks increasing progressively. The lower levels are mostly occupied by zombies, while from the 6th level onward, ghouls appear, and the higher the level, the stronger the ghouls. Sumu led his skeleton minions to sweep through most of the King's Canyon, slaying hundreds of zombies, yet the number of zombies on the altar still exceeded 500. If the altar were merely a resting place for zombies, it would be acceptable, but Sumu sensed that the altar was extracting the death aura from the zombies' bodies and channeling it upward. upward. Whenever a zombie ascended the steps, the death aura within its body was drawn out. Once it reached a threshold, the zombie would fall off the steps, and the wandering zombies nearby would fight for the vacant spot as if controlled by some presence, endlessly repeating this cycle. The aura of death within Death Canyon is gentle and pure, allowing both Sumu and his skeletal minions to accelerate their evolution by staying there. The same applies to zombies, as the aura of death nourishes their bodies. Once their level and the aura of death meet the requirements, they gather around the altar. When a zombie falls from the altar, the surrounding zombies fight for its position, continuing an evil cycle akin to a ritual. This act concentrates the aura of death from the entire King's Canyon onto a certain existence, something that neither skeletons nor zombies or other mindless undead can achieve. Sumu's mind was racing. After leading the skeleton minions to clear the zombies around the altar, he took control of a skeleton guard, manipulating its body and vision, and stepped onto the altar. The skeleton guard had the strongest defense and could endure danger for a long time. Before uncovering the purpose of the altar, Sumu dared not proceed recklessly. The skeleton guard pushed aside several zombies and stepped onto the first tier of the altar. Apart from the displaced zombies struggling to return to their positions, the other zombies on the steps remained motionless, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, losing their consciousness and sense of self. Sumu understood clearly and ordered the skeleton guards to continue climbing while instructing the other skeleton minions to ascend the platform layer by layer, hunting down the zombies that had lost the ability to resist. As time passed, the zombies on the lower levels of the altar were all slain, and the skeleton guard reached the top level. As before, the altar did not extract any of the death aura from the skeleton guard's body. With a few steps forward, the skeleton guard reached the summit. The scene above the altar unfolded before Sumu's eyes through the guard's perspective. A small square of over 100 square meters, its ground engraved with eerie symbols converging into a formation that covered the entire area. The square was divided into 4 zones, with 4 more robust zombies restrained at the center of each. At the center of the square, a towering zombie exuding a terrifying aura was absorbing an unending stream of deathly energy, nurturing boundless power. The skeleton guard was slain, and Sumu also lost sight of the altar. He had already seen most of the scene on the altar, and there was basically no danger. As for the skeleton guard being slain, it was because of another skeleton. Yes, it was that elite skeleton construction that entered the King's Canyon severely injured. From Sumu controlling the skeleton guard to step onto the top of the altar and see the scene on it, it was merely a matter of moments. And in that very moment, the elite skeleton swordsman who had fled to this place charged to the edge of the dark altar and slew the skeleton guard with a single strike. If the details of the dark altar were unclear, Sumu naturally wouldn't dare to approach rashly. However, since the skeleton guard could ascend the altar unharmed, and the elite skeleton swordsman even managed to escape to the altar to heal after being severely injured, it was enough to indicate that stepping onto the altar posed no danger to Sumu. Elite skeleton swordsmen were originally Sumu's hunting target, and the zombies in this canyon along with the dark altar were unexpected gains. Since that was the case, with a single thought, Sumu ordered his numerous skeleton minions, who had already fought their way to the 7th or 8th level of the altar and were about to step onto the altar itself, to abandon the many walking corpses and charge directly onto the altar. Sumu himself also leapt forward, rushing toward the altar at the fastest speed. Various booming sounds echoed, and when Sumu reached the altar, his skeleton minions had already engaged in a chaotic battle with the elite skeleton swordsman. As he had guessed, the altar was filled with an extremely dense and pure aura of death. Even though most of this death aura was bound by the runes on the altar and circulated among the 5 zombies, the portion that diffused outward made the aura of death on the altar far more intense than in other places. No wonder the elite skeleton swordsman appeared here. During the time it had been chasing, under the nourishment of this dense, pure, and gentle death aura, the elite skeleton swordsman's health had already recovered to 1/3 of its total. This recovery speed was several times faster than in the outside world. If Sumu had arrived a few hours later, he might have had to face a fully restored elite skeleton swordsman. Fortunately, he hadn't wasted much time on the way. Health points are the most direct reflection of the condition of a skeleton's body. 1/3 health meant that this elite skeleton swordsman had recovered significantly but was still in a weakened state. With a single glance, Sumu could still see large, cracked marks all over the body of the elite skeleton swordsman. If only his skeleton minions were to act, it would naturally be difficult to take down this elite skeleton swordsman, but with Sumu, it's a different story. After charging onto the dark altar, Sumu took over control of the skeleton minions. The 2 highest level skeleton warriors and the remaining skeleton guard moved forward as tanks, blocking the elite skeleton swordsman. For skeleton archers retreated, drawing their bows at the edge of the altar. The only skeleton assassin concealed its figure and quietly sneaked toward the back of the elite skeleton swordsman. The remaining skeleton warriors attacked freely, drawing the hatred of the elite skeleton swordsman. In this way, simply by changing the formation slightly, the combat power of the skeleton minions was greatly enhanced, and the slaughter speed of the elite skeleton swordsman significantly decreased. At the same time, Sumu himself charged charged toward the elite skeleton swordsman, wielding the bone ink blade. Detour? No need. If, with the assistance of so many skeleton minions, Sumu still cannot defeat this weakened elite skeleton swordsman, how could he possibly hunt other elite skeletons? Taking large strides forward, within a few breaths, he charged to the front of the elite skeleton swordsman. The bone ink knife in Sumu's hand, infused with all his strength, brought forth a dazzling blade in midair, slashing towards the elite skeleton swordsman who was already within reach. The intense clash of metal echoed as the bone ink knife was blocked by the elite skeleton's arrow. However, while it managed to stop the most powerful attack of the bone ink knife, it couldn't fend off the numerous skeleton attacks. Skeleton archers continuously drew their bows and fired, pinning pale ancient swords onto the elite skeleton swordsman's body. The weapons in the hands of the skeleton warriors also kept striking, causing the cracks on the elite skeleton swordsman's body to grow larger and larger. The slender figure of a skeleton assassin emerged from behind the elite skeleton swordsman, and two short swords viciously stabbed into the elite skeleton swordsman's cervical vertebra. In an instant, the elite skeleton swordsman, who had barely recovered to 1/3 of his health, plummeted to only about 1/4. The skeletal swordsman in rage raised his two-handed greatsword high, seemingly intending to clear away the numerous ants surrounding him. But at that moment, the second attack of the Hygo ink blade had already arrived. Compared to the small, continuous attacks from the skeleton minions, it was evident that the white bone ink blade in Sumu's hand posed a greater threat to this elite skeleton. He had no choice but to abandon clearing out the skeleton minions and once again wielded his sword to block Sumu's strike. Once, twice, 3 times accompanied by the thunderous clash of Hygo weapons, the elite skeleton's health steadily decreased. When Sumu swung the Hygo ink blade for the 5th time, the elite skeleton, whose health had already bottomed out, could no longer withstand Sumu's powerful blow. With a loud crash, under the impact of immense force, the already battered body of the elite skeleton swordsman could no longer endure and disintegrated at this moment. The towering body of Hyga collapsed to the ground, and the massive Hyga sword in his hand slid to the ground at the same time. It was over. Under the combined assault of Sumu and the numerous skeleton minions, this elite skeleton swordsman lasted just over a minute before falling to the ground. Without hesitation, Songmu stepped forward, grabbed the massive skull of the elite skeleton archer in his hand, and immediately activated the corrosion talent to begin enslaving this elite skeleton. The system prompt came again: you have gained control over the elite skeleton builder, and you have enslaved the elite skeleton swordsman. You can rename the elite skeleton swordsman, and you have obtained the transfer information for the elite profession template of the elite skeleton swordsman. Elite skeleton swordsman, this is the profession template Sumu just acquired, and it is also one of the advanced profession directions for his current profession, skeleton swordsman, at the elite rank. However, elite skeleton swordsman had always been Sumu's way of referring to the elite skeleton he had just enslaved. He hadn't expected that the elite skeleton's profession template would actually be called elite skeleton swordsman. From the advanced rank to the elite rank, skeleton swordsmen still have several advancement paths. For example, the elite skeleton swordsman is an enhancement of the skeleton swordsman. In addition to higher growth in health bonuses and mental attributes, the development direction of the elite swordsman aligns with that of the skeleton swordsman. Besides this, there are also various advancement paths leaning more towards speed, damage, or defense. Overall, the elite skeleton swordsman profession excels in balance. It can't be said to be outstanding, but it's not bad either. It can be considered the orthodox advancement path for the skeleton swordsman profession. However, with the profession template in hand, the mental attribute requirements for the job change had long been met. Sumu did not rush to start the job change. Instead, he looked toward the altar. From beginning to end, there was no movement on the altar. Whether they stepped onto the altar or engaged in a brief but intense battle on it, the 5 towering zombies on the altar remained motionless, still in a state of slumber. At this moment, Sumu finally had the time to carefully examine the 5 zombies on the altar. It was evident that the 4 towering zombies located at the center of the 4 regions of the altar were the elite class of the zombie race. At this time, there were still dozens of undead creatures on the altar steps that had yet to be slain. The dark altar continued to extract the death aura from the bodies of these undead creatures, channeling it into the 4 elite zombies. The infusion of the aura of death did not make these 4 elite zombies much stronger. On the contrary, in Sumu's perception, not only did these 4 elite zombies fail to become stronger, but they also became incredibly weak. The aura of death emanating from them was at most slightly stronger than that of the Walking Dead, far from reaching the level expected of elite zombies. As for the reason, the aura of death within the hundreds of living corpses in Walking Dead was extracted by the dark altar and infused into the bodies of the 4 elite zombies. At the same time, the death aura within the 4 elite zombies was also being extracted by the dark altar, as if the living corpses and walking corpses were providers of the death aura, while the 4 elite zombies served as its filters and purifiers. The most refined death aura, filtered and purified, surged entirely into the center of the dark altar, into the body of the extremely terrifying, ferocious, and towering zombie. It could be said that all the zombies within the Death Canyon were like harvest harvested crops, while only the ferocious zombie at the very center of the dark altar was the sole beneficiary. The ferocious zombie remained at the elite rank, but the terrifying aura it emitted far surpassed any elite-ranked monster Sumu had ever encountered. Using the deathly aura of the entire King's Canyon and thousands of zombies to nurture an elite zombie, are they preparing for it to break through the elite rank and advance to the warrior rank? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sumu had an answer in his heart. He was no match for this zombie. Even if this zombie had not yet entered the warrior rank, it was probably not far from it. If this zombie were to awaken, it might be able to kill Sumu in a single strike. However, he was not willing to retreat just like that. This weakened elite zombie, combined with a ferocious zombie on the verge of breaking through to the warrior rank, represented a massive amount of experience points and a large number of attribute points. It would be enough to reward his efforts for a long time. However, the danger was also evident at a glance. From the beginning until now, neither the elite skeleton nor Sumu had dared to touch the 5 elite zombies on the altar. Even though Sumu had his skeleton minions slaughter most of the living corpses and walking corpses on the altar, he still left dozens of walking corpses to maintain the altar's operation. If these zombies are touched, or the operation of the altar is interrupted, it is likely that these 5 elite zombies will awaken at the same time. At that moment, he will face the most dangerous situation since his rebirth. Should he take the risk? The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered slightly as Sumu once again looked at the 5 elite zombies. The dark altar was still operating, extracting the aura of death from the walking corpses. Having lost hundreds of other zombies, the remaining dozens of walking corpses could no longer withstand the relentless extraction by the dark altar and were already on the verge of collapse. The decrease in the number of deathly auras also alarmed the 5 elite zombies. Sumu even noticed the ferocious zombie at the center of the altar slightly moving its body, as if it could awaken from its slumber at any moment. There was no time left. After a brief thought, Sumu ordered his skeleton minions to spread out and encircle the 4 weakened elite zombies, while he led several skeleton warriors to charge toward the ferocious zombie. As for the elite skeleton swordsman, its skeletal body had already been shattered during the repeated battles when it was enslaved by Sumu. Until its body is repaired or replaced with a new one, it won't be of much use. No wonder it's on the verge of breaking through to the warrior rank. Just standing in front of that ferocious zombie, Sumu felt an immense sense of crisis. This ferocious zombie seemed like a terrifying giant beast that could awaken at any moment. Suspended above the ferocious zombie was a black crystal ball. If the living corpses and walking corpses were the first layer of filtration for the aura of death, and the 4 weak elite zombies were the second layer of filtration, then this crystal ball was the final layer of filtration for the aura of death. All the aura of death gathered into this crystal ball, which then channeled it into the body of the ferocious zombie, nourishing it. Evidently, this black crystal ball was the center of the entire altar. Sumu didn't dare to touch the crystal ball. Upon reaching the ferocious zombie, he gently extended his fleshless palm and placed it on the zombie's forehead. Physique, or rather defense, has always been the strong suit of the zombie race. Facing an elite-tier zombie, even if it remained motionless, Sumu was well aware that killing it would be no easy task, let alone the ferocious zombie before him, which was on the verge of advancing to the warrior tier. He was almost certain that even if he gave it his all, this slash would hardly inflict any substantial damage on the ferocious zombie, but it would undoubtedly awaken it from its slumber. Wanting to kill it without waking it up, Sumu had a sudden inspiration and thought of using the enslavement function within the corrosion talent. Although the zombie race could not be directly enslaved by him, all zombies corroded by him ended up with their heads exploding, effectively being killed. Facing it head-on would only result in instant death, and an ambush was unlikely to succeed. The only method he could think of was to use the enslavement function to make the ferocious zombie's head explode. If successful, it would be a great harvest. If he failed, he could only rely on his skeleton minions to block the enemy while he took the opportunity to retreat. Sumu's gray-white palms pressed against the ferocious zombie's head, activating the erosion talent, and the enslavement began to unfold. As that unknown energy surged from his body toward the ferocious zombie, Sumu stared intently at its every move, ready to retreat at any moment. Fortunately, as the black crystal ball continued to inject the aura of death into the zombie's body, the ferocious zombie only twitched slightly and remained in a deep slumber. The enslavement continued. This time, the enslavement process was unusually long, and Sumu experienced the entire process of enslavement for the first time. Unknown energy flowed, and he could even guide its path of erosion. He chose to erode the limbs first to prevent the ferocious zombie from half awakening and killing him with a single strike. As time passed, after the limbs were completely eroded, the energy spread to the torso and eventually reached the head. During the erosion of the limbs, the ferocious zombie remained unaware. When eroding the torso, it only moves slightly. When the torso is fully eroded and the energy enters the head, suddenly, the ferocious zombie opens its eyes and roars in anger. The roar is accompanied by a terrifying aura, as it struggles to expel the eroding energy, but its limbs and torso have already been completely overtaken. In this battle of enslavement and resistance, the ferocious zombie is clearly at a disadvantage. Realizing its fate was inevitable, the ferocious zombie roared once more, not out of frustration, but to summon reinforcements. Accompanying the roar, for elite zombies, with physiques surpassing the ordinary undead, broke free from their restraints and charged toward Sumu. The advanced skeletons encircling them, under Sumu's command, began attacking these 4 elite zombies. Though not aiming to kill, they only sought to entangle them, preventing them from aiding the ferocious zombies' domination. Under normal circumstances, these 4 elite zombies would be no match for the advanced skeleton. However, due to the Dark Altar continuously extracting the aura of death, the 4 zombies were weakened, and apart from their defense, their strength was almost on par with the advanced skeleton. Multiple charges failed to break through the skeleton's encirclement. The elite zombies grew anxious. With a low growl, one of them abandoned its charge, ignoring its attackers, and spewed green corrosive venom directly at Sumu. Corrosive venom is the second skill of the elite zombie, requiring no command from Sumu. As the venom surged forward, a skeleton warrior rushed out to confront it, splitting the venom into 2 masses. The venom persisted, sticking to the skeleton warrior. Accompanied by rising white mist, its bones were corroded and fractured in a short time. One dose of venom rendered one of Sumu's skeleton warriors useless. The first elite zombie's venomous spit was just the beginning. The other 3 elite zombies also began spraying venom, attempting to rescue the ferocious zombie. The situation was critical, and Sumu grew anxious. At this rate, even if the ferocious zombie's head was blasted apart, the painstakingly gathered skeleton soldiers would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Resolving himself, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to continue protecting him. Sumu focused intently, controlling the unknown energy, and in one go, eroded the ferocious zombie's head. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, lasting a minute and a half, the energy finally penetrated deep into the head, spreading through the brain. Touching the taboo, the ferocious zombie's head exploded with a bang. Simultaneously, Sumu gained 5,000 experience points and the elite zombie profession template. He couldn't spare the time to check the panel, raised the transformed skeletal wood, and charged at the remaining 4 elite zombies. Accompanied by the sharp blade slicing through the air, Sumu's high-gill ink blade in hand slashed down heavily, killing the last elite zombie. Though extremely weakened, the 4 elite zombies could withstand the attacks of the advanced skeletons but could not resist the sharpness of the ink blade. The battle ended, but the cost was heavy. Over 2 minutes of enslavement, the elite zombies' multiple venom sprays caused heavy losses among Sumu's skeleton soldiers, leaving only 8 intact. The rest had either perished in battle or were corroded into gelatinous bones. Although the battle was won, the losses were significant. Next, Sumu picked up the head of the elite skeleton swordsman and placed it on the body of a skeleton warrior. He walked to the corpse of the elite zombie, crouched down, and activated the corrosion talent. A familiar warm current surged from the skeleton into his body, and the attribute panel refreshed. Strength +3, Constitution +8, Spirit +1. The skeleton of an elite zombie brought a 12-point attribute boost, roughly equivalent to the growth it accumulated during its lifetime. Given that the elite zombie was drained by the Dark Altar, it weakened to the point of nearly falling from the elite rank. However, the attribute gains were not only unaffected but even exceeded expectations. Using this method, Sumu absorbed the other 3 elite zombies, increasing his 4-dimensional attributes by more than 30 points. After completing everything, Sumu turned to the ferocious zombie that was about to break through to the warrior rank. Although the enslavement failed and its head exploded, its ferocious aura still lingered, as if it could awaken at any moment and devour someone. Staring at the massive corpse over 2 meters tall, Sumu could hardly contain his excitement. The 3 hollowed-out elite zombies were merely under Tiantong's command. This ferocious zombie was the true reward of his battle. Suppressing his excitement, Sumu placed his palm on the steel-like hardened corpse and activated the corrosion ability. Immediately, a massive surge of heat flowed out from the corpse, infusing into his skeletal body. If the heat flow within the elite zombie's corpse was like a gentle stream, the flow within this ferocious zombie's corpse was like the surging Yangtze River. As the heat flowed in, Sumu felt his skeletal body rapidly strengthening with each passing moment. After 10 minutes, the heat flow within the corpse gradually ceased. The ferocious zombie's corpse collapsed into black ashes. Sumu opened the attribute panel. Strength +17, Agility +3, Constitution +26, Spirit +5, for a total of 51 attribute points gained. This attribute gain alone is enough to demonstrate its formidable nature. It is likely that its mental attributes are no less than those of monsters that have truly stepped into the warrior tier. Taking a deep breath, Sumu surveyed the altar. With the elite zombie's demise, there were no more zombies in sight within the Dark Altar. The black crystal ball hovering above the ferocious zombie continued continued to spin, endlessly absorbing the aura of death from the Dark Altar and the King's Canyon. Sumu stepped forward and took down the crystal ball. Crystal ball acquired. Attribute panel refreshed repeatedly. Gained 1000 experience points, repeated twice. Strength +5, agility +5, constitution +5, spirit +5. A total of more than 10 pieces of information displayed, gaining 28,000 experience points, with all 4 attributes increasing by 5 points, including the spirit attribute, which is the hardest to improve for the undead. The lingering death aura within the crystal ball was fully infused into Sumu's body. For the undead, death aura is the essence of life itself. If not for the crystal ball storing such pure death aura, Sumu would not have been able to achieve such a significant enhancement in a short time. According to Sumu's estimation, this pure death aura was originally meant to help a ferocious zombie transition from elite to warrior, but now it has fallen into his hands. After absorbing it completely, Sumu carefully examined the crystal ball. Crystal clear, the size of a fist, smooth and flawless, as if meticulously polished like crystal. The aura of death dissipated, and the mist within the crystal vanished along with it. The attributes of the crystal ball emerged. Name: Crystal Ball of Rogress. Quality: dark gold. Category: item. Function: absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies the energy of death aura. Current capacity of 10,000 points. Description: in the Lost Legacy, Rogress used this crystal ball in conjunction with necromancy to attempt to create an exclusive zombie race. Sumu's heart trembled, but without hesitation, he tightly gripped the crystal ball and dashed out of the Dark Altar. As he left the Dark Altar, Sumu did not forget his skeleton minions. With a thought, the remaining skeletons followed closely behind him, leaving the Dark Altar together and speeding toward the outskirts of the King's Canyon. All the zombies on the battlefield were slain, and the crystal ball, the core of the altar, was taken by Sumu. The towering Dark Altar was finally declared abandoned. Rushing forward all the way until far from the King's Canyon, Sumu sprinted alone in a certain direction, while his skeleton minions, led by the elite skeleton swordsman fused with the skeleton warrior's body, advanced along the path they had come, traveling while receiving Sumu's remote control. When the skeleton minions returned to the original battlefield, they dispersed once again, circling and advancing in a roundabout way across the vast area. This process lasted for most of the day until the traces left by Sumu and the skeletons were completely covered, leaving no way to track them. Only then did Sumu order the skeleton minions to regroup with him and head toward the Land of Bones. On the wasteland far from the King's Canyon, Sumu reunited with the skeleton minions and once again took out the crystal ball. Gazing at the system's description on the crystal ball, Sumu's emotions were exceptionally complex. The reason he spent most of the day racking his brain to cover his tracks was precisely because of this crystal ball. More precisely, it was because of a name mentioned in the description of the crystal ball system, Rogress. At this point, the game had not officially started, so naturally, no one knew the meaning of this name. However, with 10 years of gaming experience from his previous life, Sumu was well aware that Rogress was a legendary calamity mage. In his previous life, Sumu's starting point was not near the burial grounds, nor had he ever been there. He was unsure whether Rogress appeared in the burial grounds during the early stages of the game or had any encounters with the players. He only knew that by the mid-game, the name Rogress was already well known to the vast majority of players. At that time, Rogress emerged in the player's view as an epic necromancer, leading an army of the undead to invade the fallen human kingdom, destroying dozens of cities, and at one point, advancing close to the royal city of the human kingdom. The first epic quest that players encountered was precisely the challenge to defeat Rogress and his undead army. The war ultimately ended with humanity's victory. However, on the eve of the war's conclusion, Rogress mysteriously disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had ascended from the epic rank to the legendary rank. Later, during several apocalyptic-level disasters in the game world, the figure of this necromancer could be seen, and Rogress's ranking on the disaster list once surged into the top 10. This is Sumu's understanding of the name Rogress, and it's no wonder he hurriedly left King's Canyon after seeing that name. Black Crystal, Dark Altar, the zombie groups within the King's Canyon, along with the system description on the crystal ball, all these clues collectively confirm one thing: the zombie race was originally created by the necromancer Rogress. The existence of the Black Crystal Ball and the Dark Altar are precisely the means Rogress used to cultivate zombies that could ascend to the warrior rank. No wonder all zombies cannot be enslaved by Sumu. As an undead race created by Rogress, the zombies have already signed the highest authority servant contract with the necromancer. When two enslavement methods conflict, the only outcome for the zombies is to be killed by a headshot. Sumu is unclear about Rogress's current strength, but based on his past life experience and the fact that Rogress created the zombie race, even if Rogress has not reached the epic rank, he is at least at the mentor rank, or possibly the warrior rank, hero rank, or even lord rank, far beyond what Sumu can confront directly at this moment. Therefore, the moment he saw Rogress's name, he hurriedly left the King's Canyon with his skeleton minions, making every effort to cover his tracks. The only flaw is probably the crystal ball he took with him. Yes, when leaving the King's Canyon, Sumu took Rogress's Rogress's crystal ball along with him. This is a piece of dark gold quality equipment, extremely valuable. Its value is not only significant to NPCs like Rogress and future players, but even more crucial for a monster like Sumu. First, the crystal ball can absorb, store, and purify the aura of death. Even when left idle, once enough death aura accumulates inside the ball, absorbing it can yield abundant experience points and attribute points. Both Sumu himself and his skeleton minions can benefit from it. Secondly, the crystal ball can store not only the aura of death but also magic power. In his spare time, Sumu can inject his own magic power into it for storage and extract it during battles. This is practically equivalent to having an endless supply of magic power. Just these 2 points alone made it hard for Sumu to resist. What's more, the crystal ball also hides other uses yet to be discovered. It can be said that in Sumu's hands, the value of this dark gold equipment even surpasses that of many epic and legendary items. Of course, Sumu wouldn't dare to recklessly take the crystal ball just for its value. After all, carrying the crystal ball could very likely attract Rogress's pursuit. No one could guarantee whether Rogress had left some kind of mark on the crystal ball to track its whereabouts at any time. Sumu dared to take this crystal ball because he was absolutely confident that Rogress could not find him through it. All of this was thanks to his corrosion talent. The corrosion talent is extremely powerful, allowing him to leap nearly 2 major ranks in advancement and enslave a ferocious zombie on the verge of breaking through to the warrior rank, which is enough to prove its might. In addition, when enslaving that ferocious zombie, he also discovered another ingenious use of the corrosion talent. When he applied the corrosion talent to the enemy skeleton, it would absorb the essence within the bones, enhancing himself. When the target of corrosion was an enemy incapable of resistance, it could fundamentally enslave the opponent, turning them into his underling. As for purely inanimate objects like the crystal ball, the corrosion talent could neither revive them as underlings nor enhance himself by absorbing the inanimate object. But he can erase all marks on inanimate objects and forcibly imprint his own mark. In other words, he can forcibly erase the original ownership mark on equipment, allowing the equipment to recognize a new owner and belong to him. Because of this, Sumu was confident that Rogress would not be able to track him through the crystal ball, and he felt assured taking this dark gold equipment away from King's Canyon. This time, Sumu originally only intended to enslave the elite skeleton swordsman who had entered a weakened state to obtain its class template. Unexpectedly, he not only gained an elite skeleton and acquired the elite class template of the skeleton swordsman, but also harvested a large amount of experience and attribute points in King's Canyon. Moreover, he obtained Rogress's crystal ball, an equipment that could be considered a divine artifact, making this battle completely satisfying. Then, he instructed the skeleton minions to spread out and stand guard, and opened his attribute panel. Sumu's level jumped from level 20 to level 26, and his base attributes also increased significantly. Strength rose from 32 to 94, agility increased from 28 to 55, constitution skyrocketed from 35 to 118, and spirit improved from 6 to 18. With just the battle in Death Canyon, he gained over 100 attribute points, and the combined bonuses brought him to his current attribute heights. Compared to a few days ago, Sumu's strength has nearly tripled, agility has almost doubled, and constitution has surged more than threefold, directly breaking the 100-point threshold. Even the most difficult to improve mental attribute has skyrocketed to 18 points. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Sumu couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Although his profession was still at the advanced stage, in terms of attributes and strength, he had already far surpassed those elite skeleton swordsmen. Facing the ferocious zombies, he finally had the power to contend with them in battle. Next, it was time to change to an elite profession and hunt more elite skeletons. The soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Just as he was about to close the attribute panel and begin transitioning from skeleton swordsman to elite skeleton swordsman, his actions suddenly froze. He discovered that, at some point, a new line of data had appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel: free points. 5 free points. Sumu felt a wave of confusion. When he focused his attention on the sudden appearance of the free points, a small plus sign appeared simultaneously behind the attribute panel, the 4-dimensional attributes, and the skills under Huntress. It seemed that as long as he wished, he could allocate these 5 free points to attributes or skills at any time. Is this a combination of free attribute points and skill points? A trace of doubt rose in Sumu's mind. As a skeleton belonging to the monster template, theoretically, he shouldn't have the concept of free attribute points and skill points. Players enhance their attributes by gaining free points through leveling up, which can be freely allocated, whereas the attributes of monsters rely entirely on their class templates. The improvement of player skill levels requires the consumption of skill points, which may come from leveling up or as rewards from hidden quests. The enhancement of monster skills mainly depends on system bonuses during rank transitions or by continuously using skills to increase proficiency. Clearly, if the information in mind is correct, these 5 free points can be used either to enhance mental attributes or to upgrade skill levels. But where exactly do these 5 free points come from? After clarifying the role of free points, Sumu fell into deep thought, recalling everything he had done during this period. He vaguely speculated that these 5 free points coincided with the number of elite zombies he had slain. Could these 5 points be the reward for killing those 5 elite monsters? Are free points an additional benefit from killing elite monsters? This is just Sumu's speculation, but verifying it is quite simple. Killing another elite skeleton will make it clear. This is not urgent for the moment. What he needs to consider now is how to utilize these 5 precious free points. The mental attribute does not necessarily rely on the erosion talent to improve. He still has countless opportunities to enhance his own attributes. In terms of skills, Sumu only possesses the skill Hunting Void Display, and leveling up the skill merely means he can use Hunting Void Display a few more times. Before figuring out the true source of the free points, he was unwilling to easily waste these 5 precious free points. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Sumu's mind. He tentatively brought up the 2 elite profession templates he had obtained and tried allocating the free points. The 2 completely different elite templates radiated brilliance, faintly showing a tendency to merge. The attribute bonuses of the elite skeleton swordsman profession template were quite significant. Health increased by 1000 points, strength increased by 15 points, agility rose by 12 points, constitution went up to 20 points, and spirit increased by 0.5 points. Its active skill, Gale Combo, was executed at an extremely fast skill speed multiplier, consuming only 1/10 of the original stamina. In a short time, it could boost movement speed to 1.5 times the agility value, with the skill lasting for 5 seconds. The elite zombie profession templates bonuses are more focused on health and constitution, with a 3000 point increase in health, a 16 point boost in strength, a 3 point increase in agility, a significant 35 point rise in constitution, and a 1 point enhancement in spirit. Its active skill, corrosive venom, originates from prolonged immersion in the aura of death, where the zombie's body accumulates a large amount of corrosive venom that can be sprayed remotely, dealing corrosive damage equal to spirit multiplied by 1 plus constitution multiplied by 0.5. This is the detailed information about the 2 elite profession templates Sumu obtained. He tentatively allocated free points into them and was pleasantly surprised to find that the brilliance of the 2 profession templates suddenly intensified, proving that free points could indeed be used to enhance profession templates. When 1 skill point was allocated, the 2 profession templates shone brightly. When 2 points were allocated, signs of fragmentation appeared between the templates. When 3 points were allocated, the 2 profession templates completely shattered, indicating that the 2 light clusters had begun to merge, though the speed of fusion varied. Sumu glanced at the remaining free points in his hand, gritted his teeth, and invested the last 2 points entirely into the fusion of the profession templates. The radiance gradually faded, and the 2 templates disappeared, replaced by a brand new profession template that appeared in Sumu's mind. This is the heavy armored skeleton swordsman elite profession template, with a life increase of 2500, strength 20, agility 15, constitution 30, spirit 3, and skills yet to be determined. From the stats, this new template is an enhanced upgrade of the elite skeleton swordsman and elite zombie. It combines the advantages of both, not only surpassing the elite skeleton swordsman in life and attribute growth but also addressing the fatal weakness of the zombie race's slow speed, making it a versatile profession template. As for skills, the system prompts that one of the 4 options can be chosen as the default skill for the class template. The first is Gale Combo Display. The second is Corrosive Venom. The third is Gale Continuous Display. The fourth is White Bone Armor. The first 2 skills come from the original abilities of the elite skeleton swordsman and the elite zombie, while the latter 2 are brand new skills tailored by the system based on the class template fused by Sumu. Swift Wind Combo focuses on offense, while White Bone Armor emphasizes defense. From the perspective of skill orientation, White Bone Armor aligns more with the positioning of a heavy armored skeleton swordsman. How can it be called heavy armor without armor? However, Sumu's physique is the highest among his 4-dimensional attributes, and the new template provides the most significant bonuses to health and physique. The combination of the 2 grants Sumu health and defense comparable to that of a warrior tier tank even at the elite tier. This greatly reduces Sumu's further need for physique and defense. In addition, the heavy armored skeleton swordsman class template is formed by fusing free points. Once the class change is made, it cannot be changed through conventional means. The only way to acquire a new class template is by hunting warrior tier monsters and then using free points to fuse and continue advancing. This requires Sumu to not only have sufficient survivability but also possess formidable offensive power. In summary, Swift Wind Combo is the best choice for Sumu. Thus, he chose Swift Wind Combo without hesitation. With the selection confirmed, the other 3 skills disappeared and Swift Wind Combo merged into the profession template, becoming a standard active skill for the heavy armor skeleton swordsman. After selecting the skill, Sumu immediately decided to change professions. The next moment, surging heat flowed into his body from the void. His skeletal body began to undergo intense changes, with the bones becoming sturdier and their color deepening. The ribs extended continuously, the gaps between the bones narrowed, as if forming a solid plate of bone armor. After more than 10 minutes of transformation, Sumu completed his job change. At the end of the job job change, his height skyrocketed from the original 1.8 meters to 2 meters, and his physique became increasingly robust and burly, with no trace of slenderness remaining. From a distance, he resembled a warrior clad in heavy armor. Even without choosing the bone armor enhancement, his highest physique attribute naturally formed a hard bony armor layer on the surface of his skeleton. In addition, the faint aura of dominance and death he exuded gave him the initial presence of a high-level undead. After completing the job transfer, Sumu's next goal was to hunt warrior tier skeletons in preparation for advancing to the warrior tier profession template. His tall figure stood firm in the wilderness, and the bone ink blade condensed in the void grew larger accordingly. With a light swing of the blade, the sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed, and Sumu murmured to himself, "The Gale combo active skill consumes half of the stamina, unleashing 3 light blades in an instant, dealing 80%, 100%, and 120% damage of normal attacks respectively." From skeleton to skeleton soldier, it marked the first leap for the skeleton race, unlocking intelligence and achieving the transformation from ignorance to self-awareness. From skeleton soldiers to elite skeletons, it marks the second leap, unlocking primitive intelligence. Elite skeletons possess intelligence, though basic, it is genuine intelligence. Skeleton warriors strategize formations, elite arrows charge and retreat, ferocious zombies issue commands and seek assistance, elite zombies utilize corrosive poison skills. All these are manifestations of intelligence. However, this is still the most basic level of intelligence. Sumu speculated that if the intelligence of elite skeletons is considered elementary, then warrior-level skeletons possess ultimate intelligence. The intelligence of lord-level skeletons might even rival that of humans. When facing such high-level undead, Sumu could no longer approach them with the same mindset as dealing with elite skeletons, otherwise, falling into a trap could lead to irreversible consequences. Having adapted to the power after his elite transition, Sumu once again embarked on the path of hunting. His skeleton minions urgently need replenishment, and leveling up requires more experience. The heavy-armored skeleton swordsman, which combines the advantages of the elite skeleton swordsman and zombie profession templates, brings higher growth but also increases the experience required for leveling up by 0.5 times. Moreover, the presence of Rogris is like a hanging sword, constantly pressing down on Sumu. No one knows whether Rogris is still lurking in the burial grounds. Even if he is not present, who can guarantee that he won't suddenly appear at some moment to reclaim the lost crystal ball? Compared to Rogris, the players who arrived months later became a secondary threat. When leaving that area, Sumu placed the crystal ball within his sternum. The crystal ball floated automatically, releasing fine black mist that connected and merged with Sumu's bones like chains, embedding itself firmly in the center of his sternum, as if it had become his heart. In this state, the crystal ball continuously absorbs the death aura in the air, purifies it, and injects it into Sumu's body through the black mist, converting it into experience and attributes. Although the daily supply is not much, small amounts accumulate over time, and its contribution should not be underestimated. At the same time, Sumu can also use the crystal ball's magic storage function to inject or extract magic at any moment, responding to critical situations. A day later, Sumu, along with the remaining 9 skeleton minions, entered the true core area of the Land of Bones. Although he already possessed the strength to crush elite skeletons, Sumu remained vigilant upon entering the core, never daring to recklessly harvest or enslave elite skeletons. After all, whether basic skeletons or advanced skeletons, they were like scattered soldiers, commanding only a dozen or so subordinates, posing no major threat. Only starting from the elite rank does legion-based combat become mainstream. When Sumu first entered the core of the bone burial ground, the clash between the elite skeleton swordsman and the skeleton warlord he encountered was merely a coincidence. In this core area, elite skeletons acting alone are extremely rare, as the vast majority have been assimilated. That's right, assimilated. Skeleton warriors can command skeleton soldiers, while skeleton warlords govern skeleton warriors. Throughout the entire Land of Bones, nearly 70% of skeleton warlords, skeleton warriors, and skeleton soldiers are under the command of warrior-class skeleton leaders, who in turn serve the skeleton king. In short, so far, the skeletons hunted by Sumu, regardless of their rank, have all been scattered and unorganized. In this human world, they are like bandits and robbers, regularly harvested like leeks. From now on, the skeletons Sumu will face are all part of the regular army under the command of the skeleton king. Unless he is willing to spend a significant amount of time avoiding the patrols and harvests of the skeleton army, hunting down the lone 30% elite and warrior rank skeletons one by one, he will inevitably face the Sea Bone Legion head-on. However, whether it was the threat of Logres or the pressing arrival of players months later, it was clear that Sumu had no time to waste. Hunting under the Sea Valley Legion, which belonged to the skeleton king, was his best option. Fortunately, elite skeletons only possessed basic intelligence, and warrior-level skeletons were far less intelligent than humans. There were still numerous loopholes within the skeleton kingdom under the command of the skeleton king, providing Sumu with opportunities to exploit. It was under such circumstances that Sumu, with only 9 remaining skeleton underlings, appeared at the edge of a sea of of Skeletons. This was a fully assembled skeleton legion, led by an elite-tier skeleton warlord, accompanied by 10 advanced-tier skeleton warriors. The entire Sea Valley Legion numbered over 500, including various units Sumu had encountered before, such as skeleton mages, skeleton guards, and skeleton archers. The strength of this legion far surpassed any Sea Valley Legion Sumu had previously faced. Of course, this strength was only significant compared to ordinary elite skeletons, and Sumu knew he was not in the same category. When faced with this mighty Sea Valley Legion, there was no need for Sumu to issue any attack orders. The skeleton warlord, leading its skeleton army, charged directly at Sumu. In the land of buried bones, harvesting and devouring skeletons not under one's command is the law of survival. For the skeleton warlord, any skeleton not under the rule of the skeleton king falls within its range of harvesting and hunting. Hundreds of skeletons marched in a grand procession, with skeleton soldiers forming the front lines, skeleton warriors leading from behind, skeleton archers and skeleton mages positioned in the rear, and the skeleton warlord personally overseeing the command. Such a formation was almost invincible against other elite skeletons, but when facing Sumu, it still seemed somewhat lacking. When the skeletal horde closed the distance to just over 100 meters, Sumu gave the order, and his 9 skeleton underlings, led by the arrows of elite skeletons, charged toward the skeleton army. Sumu took the lead, charging into the center of the sea of skeletons at an even faster pace, slashing in a circle as a cold gleam suddenly appeared. He did not unleash any skills. Relying on his current strength attribute of 94 points and the 2-meter-long bone ink blade, his basic attacks alone were enough to make the basic or advanced skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors difficult to withstand. When the bone ink blade executed a circular attack, all the skeletons within the attack range, whether skeleton soldiers or skeleton warriors, were scattered, turning into a flurry of flying dry bones. Taking advantage of the opening in the sea of skeletons, Sumu leaped forward, using his formidable skeletal body to cross over 10 meters, heading straight for the skeleton general. Sword rain fell all around, but he paid it no mind. Blazing fireballs attacked, yet he dodged them with ease. As he wielded the bone ink blade, 9 skeletal minions followed closely behind. Just as they clashed with the skeleton horde, Sumu had already cut through the crowd and appeared before the skeleton warlord. Under the overwhelming suppression of his powerful 4-dimensional attributes, the elite-tier skeleton warlord didn't even have a chance to resist before its skull was shattered by the bone ink blade. At the same time, Sumu gained 1,000 experience points and the transfer information for the elite class template skeleton warlord. Slay the skeleton warlord with the force of thunder. Sumu glanced at the newly refreshed information on the attribute panel, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Free points none. Could it be that his previous speculation was wrong? The 5 free points he obtained did not come from killing elite-tier monsters? Without thinking further, Sumu once again swung the bone ink blade, beheading 2 skeleton mages and skeleton guards. After this batch of skeleton mages and guards lost their combat ability, he went on to kill more than a dozen skeleton archers, rendering them unable to resist. After completing all this, Sumu began to enslave those precious advanced skeletons. Once the skeleton general died, the previously well-coordinated Haigu army instantly fell apart like scattered sand. Some skeleton soldiers remained under the command of the skeleton warriors, while others turned into guerrilla skirmishers. When Sumu's underlings charged into the skeleton horde, they instinctively seized control of the out-of-control skeleton soldiers, causing the number of skeletons under Sumu's command to surge to nearly 100. Ignoring the chaotic battle between his skeleton underlings and the Haigu army, Sumu began enslaving advanced skeletons. Thanks to the gap created by the stone pair, he significantly shortened the time needed to enslave an advanced skeleton, completing the process in just a few minutes. He enslaved all the advanced skeletons in the Sea Valley Legion, bringing the entire legion under his command and turning it into his own force. From the outbreak of the war to its complete conclusion, only a little over 10 minutes had passed. Approximately 100 skeletons were killed in battle, while the remaining 300 or so were enslaved by Sumu or his skeleton warriors, becoming part of his forces. After completing all this, Sumu did not pause and led the expanded squad of over 300 skeletons, quickly heading in another direction. There, the elite skeletons of another Sea Valley Legion already possessed basic intelligence. Intelligence means memory, albeit simple, including patrol routes and orders from higher-level skeletons. After devouring the first skeleton legion, Sumu learned the patrol routes of other Sea Valley Legions from the memory of the skeleton warlord and swiftly hunted them down. With his current strength, Sumu needs no further words. Crushing elite-tier skeletons is effortless. In 2 days, relying on the information provided by the memories of the skeleton warlords, Sumu slew 8 elite skeleton warlords. By devouring the Sea Valley army led by these 8 skeleton warlords alone, the number of skeleton minions under Sumu's command skyrocketed to over 1,000. This is merely the result of his deliberate control over the scale of enslavement. If he enslaved without restriction, the number of skeletons under his command would double. At this moment, Sumu paused his relentless long-distance pursuit because the real enemy had arrived. Among this, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Sumu Sumu finally confirmed the source of the free points. The free points were indeed obtained by killing elite-level monsters. However, when he is at the advanced rank, killing any elite monster grants him 1 free point. After advancing to the elite rank, he must kill at least 2 elite monsters to gain 1 free point. As his strength increases, the free points provided by elite monsters gradually decrease. After stepping into the warrior rank, perhaps only warrior rank monsters can provide him with free attribute points. Of course, this does not mean that as long as you don't level up, elite monsters will always provide free points. Leveling up, attribute enhancement, and skill improvement will all affect the yield of free points. The existence of free points seems to encourage Sumu to continuously challenge higher level entities. The 8 skeleton warriors brought him 4 free points, which is good news. The bad news is the appearance of the skeleton commander. The skeleton warriors and the Haigu army hunted by Sumu all belong to the skeleton king. When he hunted the first and second skeleton armies, the skeleton king did not react. But when the number of hunted armies reached 7 or 8, perhaps influenced by orders from the skeleton king or the skeleton commander, there were no longer any lone skeleton armies within a range of hundreds of miles. All the Sea Valley troops under the skeleton king have been gathered under the command of the skeleton leader, searching everywhere for traces of Sumu under its orders. Without those easily defeated skeleton warriors, Sumu naturally lost his main source of free points. This is undoubtedly bad news. But Sumu was already prepared, planning to hunt warrior-level skeletons to accumulate materials for the next job change. Now the skeleton commander taking the initiative to attack could be considered good news for him. In the wilderness, Sumu stopped in his tracks, waiting for the skeleton commander to strike. During this time, he opened the attribute panel. After consecutively hunting down 8 Sea Valley legions, most of the advanced skeletons were enslaved. These 8 battles allowed Sumu to level up twice, with his attributes reaching Strength 134, Agility 85, Constitution 178, and Spirit 24. Although not quite at the level of a true warrior tier skeleton, the difference is negligible. When facing elite skeletons, Sumu can even achieve a one-hit kill. As for the elite skeletons commanded by the skeleton leader, Sumu does not fear them. Even without the assistance of underlings, he could come and go freely with his current strength. His only concern was how to slay that skeleton leader amidst the vast sea of skeletons. While pondering, Sumu turned his attention to the remaining 4 free attribute points. At this point, his mental attribute was already high, and investing the 4 free points might not yield significant improvement. The profession template has reached the elite level, and unless enough warrior profession templates are obtained, the free points won't be of use. At this moment, upgrading skill levels is the most effective way to enhance his strength without changing the data. He currently has 2 active skills: Void Hunt, a range attack suitable for clearing small mobs, and Gale Combo, a single target attack skill that delivers 3 instant slashes, dealing damage equivalent to 3 times a normal attack. Considering the upcoming battles, Gale Combo is naturally the top choice. Sumu selected Gale Combo, consuming 1 free point, and upgraded the skill level from 1 to 2. The level 2 Gale Combo consumes only 1/3 of stamina, instantly unleashing 4 light blades that deal 70%, 90%, 100%, and 130% of normal attack damage respectively. With reduced stamina consumption, the damage increases from 3-fold to 4-fold, making the effect quite impressive. After experiencing the significant effect of the first upgrade, Sumu invested all 3 remaining free points into Gale Combo. When the free points are exhausted, Gale Combo is upgraded to level 5. The stamina consumption of the level 5 skill is only 1/6 of the original, instantly releasing 7 light blades, dealing 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%, 120%, 140%, and 160% of normal attack damage respectively. Stamina consumption is greatly reduced, and the total damage reaches 7 times that of a normal attack, making it a true ultimate move. If Sumu previously had doubts about whether he could contend with the skeleton commander with the level 5 Gale Combo, he is now full of confidence, awaiting the arrival of the warrior-class skeleton commander, ready to strike it down in one blow. Time passed, and guided by the clues Sumu had deliberately left behind, the enemy Sumu had been waiting for finally appeared just a few hours later. What came into view was a desolate expanse of pale white, where 8 skeletal legions had already been decimated and devoured. The skeleton commander, possessing a certain level of intelligence, was naturally cautious. When it appeared before Sumu, it was accompanied by a fully assembled Sea Valley Legion, a complete formation led by a warrior-class skeleton commander. When the skeleton commander appeared, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers surged from afar, covering the wilderness as far as the eye could see. Looking out, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 skeletons, with a complete range of troop types. At the forefront were skeleton soldiers, but compared to the Sea Valley Legion led by the skeleton warlord, these skeleton soldiers included several times more skeleton warriors than before. Almost every 20 skeleton soldiers had 1 skeleton warrior serving as a captain, acting as the key to the skeleton commander's control over the Sea Valley Legion. Behind the skeleton soldiers were skeleton archers, including both skeleton skeleton soldier archers wielding bone bows and fully advanced skeleton archers, numbering in the hundreds. Afterward, a circular defensive line composed of dozens of skeleton mages, skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages guarded the tall skeleton in the center, fully encased in rusty armor, the skeleton commander. In addition to the skeleton commander and the three main troop types, this Sea Valley Legion also boasted numerous elite-tier skeletons, such as bone archers among the skeleton archers, terror mages among the skeleton mages, skeleton guards among the skeleton protectors, and a large number of elite skeleton warriors. Among the more than 4,000 members of the Sea Valley Legion, there were over a dozen elite skeletons. On Sumu's side, he himself was an elite-tier heavy-armored skeleton swordsman. Thanks to his corrosion talent, though he was elite-tier, he possessed strength comparable to the warrior tier. Apart from that, the elite skeletons under his command numbered less than 100, with the rest being skeleton soldiers. The comparison between the two Sea Valley legions revealed a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Sumu and the skeleton leader locked eyes, silently measuring each other. Though neither leader had issued an attack order, the two skeleton legions, with a stark disparity in both quantity and quality, were locked in a standoff several hundred meters apart. Sumu kept his eyes fixed on the skeleton leader, calculating the opponent's approximate four-dimensional attributes while searching for a breakthrough point. He needed to pinpoint the right moment to penetrate the center of the skeleton sea, strike directly at the heart, and hunt down the skeleton leader. In contrast, the skeleton commander was also sizing up Sumu. It was still somewhat immature, its intelligence insufficient to comprehend how this seemingly peculiar elite skeleton before it could have defeated 8 skeletal legions in such a short time. As an undead, though puzzled, it dared not dwell on the thought. When the distance between the skeleton legions narrowed to a few hundred meters, the skeleton commander raised its curved blade high. In the next moment, the blade's light struck like thunder, driving over 4,000 skeletons to surge toward Sumu like a tidal wave. Sumu's heart trembled, and upon seeing this, he immediately ordered his subordinate skeletons to form ranks and prepare to face this grand and imposing assault. Although Sumu's skeleton legion was inferior in both quantity and quality compared to the skeleton commander's forces, his goal was not victory. Instead, he aimed to use this group of skeletons to pin down the enemy, draw their attention, and create an opportunity to break the deadlock for himself. About 1,000 carefully selected skeletons by Sumu took on this heavy responsibility, still standing impressively. On the outermost layer, the skeleton guards formed the first line of defense, resisting the initial assault of the Sea Valley Legion. Within the guards, skeleton warriors led skeleton soldiers to form the second line of defense. At the innermost layer were the skeleton mages and skeleton archers meticulously recruited by Sumu. Time passed slowly, and the Haigu Legion advanced step by step. When the distance shortened to just over 100 meters, Sumu gave the order. More than 10 skeleton guards firmly planted the Haiga shield tower into the ground, crouching down in preparation to withstand the fierce impact. The Haiga warriors and skeleton soldiers stood ready, while the skeleton archers and skeleton mages, under Sumu's command, split into 3 squads and launched volleys of arrow rain and fireballs from over 100 meters away. These volleys of arrows and fireballs were far from aimless. Sumu controlled them with precision, with each squad focusing their attacks on the skeleton warriors and skeleton commanders within the skeleton horde. Skeleton archers and mages joined forces, almost shattering a skeleton warrior with each round of shooting, reducing them to charred, dried bones. If the 3 teams united and focused their firepower, even elite skeleton warlords would find it hard to escape destruction. Such relentless attacks, spanning over 100 meters, had already felled more than 10 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton warlords under the rain of arrows and fireballs as they were about to clash with Sumu's Haigu army. Immediately afterward, the 2 skeleton armies collided, and Sumu, along with his elite skeleton swordsman followers, erupted simultaneously. 2 dazzling flashes of blade light tore through the air, slaying countless skeleton soldiers and instantly clearing an open space. The elite skeleton warriors quickly unleashed their skills to support their own faction. Sumu, leveraging his explosive strength and speed, left deep footprints on the ground before suddenly leaping into the air, crossing over 10 meters to land in the center of the skeleton horde. The bone-black blade gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through the air in a sharp arc, cutting down all the skeletons within a 2-meter radius at the waist. Sumu leapt into the air 3 times in succession, crossing the sea of skeletons, and with each landing, he drew closer to the skeleton leader. By the 7th time he landed in the sea of skeletons, he was only a few dozen meters away from the leader. The skeleton leader was not dull, sensing Sumu's relentless approach. It neither underestimated him nor overestimated the threat. At this moment, an invisible soul wave spread from the leader's body, and dozens of skeleton mages immediately turned around, simultaneously locking onto Sumu. Among them were several elite-tier terror mages. When dealing with skeleton mages, Sumu could rely on his formidable physique and defense to withstand them, but the spells of the terror mages were powerful enough to pose a significant threat to him. Charge or retreat? The thought flashed through his mind, and Sumu did not hesitate. What does this mean? The dense aura of death gathered in the ancient tents of the mages, as a ghostly blue fireball gradually took shape. Sumu dashed to the front of a skeletal warlord with lightning speed and swung his blade. With an explosive force of 134 points of strength, the skeletal warlord had no time to resist and its head fell to the ground. Sumu grabbed the corpse and used it as a shield to block the first attack from the group of skeletal mages. For the 8th time, he soared into the air, unleashing his two major active skills Sky Hunt and Gale Combo simultaneously. Blade light bloomed like fireworks, and charred skeletons fell to the ground one after another. Sumu used the corpse of the skeleton warrior as cover and charged into the group of skeleton mages. Sky Hunt released dazzling blade light, and with his extraordinary strength and agility, the originally area-clearing attack skill erupted with astonishing destructive power. In an instant, more than half of the skeleton mages were torn apart, and the remaining ones also lost their combat effectiveness. The Gale Combo unleashed 7 consecutive light blades, with total damage equivalent to 7 times a normal attack. Under the rampage of these light blades, all but one terror mage who narrowly escaped were instantly killed. The 7 light blades of the Gale Combo can either focus on a single target or disperse to strike multiple targets. As long as the attack is uninterrupted, the combo bonus persists. Sumu leapt for the 8th time and landed in an instant. The most threatening group of skeleton mages in the Sea of Skeletons had already been severely damaged. Before the skeleton leader could react, Sumu struck down the last terrifying mage and turned to face the skeleton leader. With the threats of the skeleton mages and terrifying mages gone, the guards and sentinels around the skeleton leader could no longer stop him. Soul fluctuations spread, the skeleton mage was severely injured, and the skeleton leader roared thunderously. At his command, skeleton guards and sentinels swarmed in, wielding ancient swords and shields, furiously charging at Sumu. For the skeleton leader, who had already advanced to the warrior rank, a mere pawn commanding elite skeletons to penetrate the core of the legion and crush his mage group was undoubtedly a great humiliation. This humiliation could only be cleansed with the enemy's soul fire. A distance of over 10 meters was covered in an instant, with the guards and sentinels focusing on physical growth, charging forward fiercely. However, Sumi leaped into the air once again, vaulting over the guards, sentinels, and even the skeleton leader, suddenly appearing behind it. The Gale Combo was unleashed once more, with the crimson blade slicing through the skeleton leader's body like a sharp knife. For the terrifying mage, this move's power could instantly kill, yet its true might remained unmanifested. For the skeleton commander, the true power of this skill is revealed. 7 light blades strike in succession, accompanied by a piercing screech, leaving marks of varying depths on the ancient armor. The first 3 light blades are slightly weaker and are blocked by the armor. The 4th light blade pierces through the armor, while the remaining 3 carve massive wounds on its chest, with the deepest cut severing 2 ribs and nearly breaking the spine. The Gale Combo exhibition is indeed a powerful move. If it can be upgraded to level 8 or 10, it might be able to instantly kill the skeleton commander. The skeleton commander roared in retaliation, swinging its ancient blade with heavy injuries. The blade carried immense force, forcing Sumu back several steps, leaving deep marks on the ground. Although the commander's strength is superior, combat power is not solely determined by 4-dimensional attributes. When the skeleton commander charged again with its guards and sentinels, Sumu swung the bone-black blade in his hand with full force. In an instant, 3 skeleton guards were torn apart, and 2 skeleton sentinels were forcefully blown away. Facing the skeleton leader once again, Sumu did not hesitate and cast the Gale Combo for the 3rd time. 7 light blades slashed like sharp swords, precisely striking the previously injured area of the skeleton leader. The light blades formed a sharp line, slashing down fiercely. The battle between the 2 skeleton armies was still raging fiercely, but in Sumu's eyes, the war was already over. Without the skeleton commander, the High Valley army, regardless of its size, was nothing more than a scattered force. They would eventually be slain or enslaved by Sumu and brought under his control. Although the battle was brief, it was extremely perilous. The skeleton commander himself was incredibly powerful, and the skeleton mage group under his command posed a deadly threat to Sumu. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, completely killing the commander and claiming the entire High Valley army as his spoils of war. Sumu did not rush to absorb the skeleton commander's army. Instead, he returned to the battlefield to either slay or enslave the remaining elite skeletons, gradually bringing them under his command. Half an hour later, apart from a dozen elite skeletons that had been killed earlier, the rest had all become Sumu's subordinates. As for the skeleton soldiers, once the number of skeleton warriors and skeleton generals under his command reached the limit, the remaining skeleton soldiers were all slain by Sumu one by one, providing valuable experience for him and his subordinates. After completing these tasks, Sumu returned to the core of the battlefield, absorbed the skeleton leader's remains, and gained attribute enhancements of 25 points in strength, 18 points in agility, 32 points in constitution, and 5 points in spirit. At the same time, he obtained the transfer information for the warrior class template skeleton leader. As a true warrior class skeleton, the skeleton leader's 4-dimensional attribute bonuses are extremely impressive. Although Sumu had already significantly improved his attributes, after absorbing the leader's essence, his attributes still experienced a notable increase. More importantly, he obtained the first material for synthesizing a warrior profession, the Skeleton Leader's Profession Template. Compared to other warrior profession templates, the Skeleton Leader's attribute bonuses may not be the highest, but they still far surpass Sumu's current elite profession template. The Skeleton Commander Profession Template grants an additional 5,000 health, 45 strength, 30 agility, 70 constitution, and 5 spirit, with the skill Inspire as an active ability. As a high-level undead, the Skeleton Commander can unleash the death aura within its body, significantly boosting the attack power, attack speed, and movement speed of its subordinate skeletons for a short period. Compared to elite-tier skeleton warriors, the Skeleton Commander's 4-dimensional attributes are 3 to 4 times higher, even surpassing Sumu's current exclusive profession template, further widening the gap between warrior tier and elite tier. However, Sumu did not become fixated on this profession template bonus. Regardless of its strength, it is ultimately just a material for synthesizing his exclusive warrior profession template. Tasting the benefits of professional integration, Sumu was in no hurry to change professions in the face of this top-tier warrior template. He finished absorbing the Skeleton Leader's army and collected all the essence of other skeletons killed on the battlefield, slightly increasing his mental attributes once again. Afterward, Sumu checked the attribute panel and found that he already had 11 free points. With his current strength, it would take about 2 elite skeletons to provide 1 free attribute point. In this war, Sumu personally slew 12 elite skeletons, earning 6 free points. Among them, the warrior-level skeleton leader alone provided 5 points. This brought Sumu's total free points to 11. It is worth mentioning that once free points appear, Sumu's choice between slaying and enslaving becomes particularly significant. Enslaving skeletons can enhance combat power, reduce the pressure of hunting warrior skeletons, and rapidly increase the number of subordinates, but the cost is time consumption and the loss of experience in free points. Before sufficient free points are accumulated, Sumu prefers to slay warriors and elite skeletons to enhance his own strength through free points. Only those extremely rare or urgently needed skeletons would be enslaved by him and turned into his subordinates, such as the sole surviving terror mage, the elite skeletal archer among archers, and several skeletal warlords assisting in commanding the small skeletons. Other than that, all other skeleton soldiers, advanced skeletons, and elite skeletons are crushed by Sumu and his skeletal underlings, becoming nourishment for growth. 11 free attribute points, not too many, but not too few. After the battlefield matters were settled, Sumu was finally able to calm down and use these 11 free attribute points to strengthen himself once again. The 2 skills he possessed were still Blink Strike and Gale Combo. Before obtaining more warrior class templates and fusing them into an exclusive warrior template, he can only rely on these 2 skills and the 11 free attribute points. Sumu can choose to evenly distribute the free points, raising both skills to level 7 or 8, or max out one skill first before upgrading the other. It seems there's no need to overthink. Letting out a long breath, Sumu focused his attention on the Gale Combo. Clearly, in the battle against the warrior skeleton, the Gale Combo proved far more effective than the Shadow Strike. Consume 1 free point, Gale Combo level increases from 5 to 6, stamina consumption is further reduced, and total damage multiplier is also enhanced. Consume the 2nd free point, level increases to 7. Consume the 3rd point, level increases to 8. After leveling up 3 times, Sumu checks the skill description and decisively invests 2 more points, raising Gale Combo to the maximum level of 10. At this moment, the number of light blades unleashed by Gale Combo increased to 12, with total damage reaching 12 times that of a normal attack, almost doubling its power. If faced with the Skeleton Commander again, a single strike from Gale Combo would be enough to render it powerless. However, looking at the small plus sign next to the max-level Gale Combo that hadn't disappeared, Sumu felt slightly puzzled. It still remained, seemingly indicating that free points could continue to be allocated. 6 free points remaining, Sumu tentatively allocated 1 point. The skill level did not change, and the description remained the same, clearly indicating that a single point was insufficient for an upgrade. Another point was allocated, but there was still no change. It seemed more points were required. With 4 points left, Sumu allocated 3, 4, and then 5 points consecutively. Finally, after spending 14 free points, the skill underwent a sudden transformation. The original skill disappears, and a brand new skill, Death Slash, appears on the attribute panel. This is the advanced active skill of Gale Combo, consuming 1/20th of stamina. Instantly unleashes a light blade infused with the aura of death, delivering consecutive lethal slashes to the enemy, with total damage being 20 times that of a normal attack. As a superior skill, commonly known as a boss skill, Sumu deeply understands its rarity and power from 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life. Superior skills are evolved from the original skills, with lower consumption and greater power. Players commonly refer to them as boss skills, typically possessed only by NPCs or boss monsters who have reached the hero or lord tier. Such skills are extremely difficult to obtain, and few players can even come close to acquiring them. The emergence of Death Slash signifies that Sumu's skills have reached the boss level. He couldn't help but wonder, since Gale Sweep could evolve into a boss skill, could the other skill, Blink Sweep, follow suit? As long as there are enough free points, all skills could potentially evolve into boss skills in the future. The reason boss monsters are called bosses is primarily due to their four-dimensional attributes and health far surpassing those of players, NPCs, and regular monsters, making them difficult to defeat. Secondly, it's because they possess boss skills, which are powerful abilities that allow them to easily slaughter players of the same or even higher levels. It is almost impossible for players to solo a boss. Only by reaching a certain level and rank, and gathering enough manpower, can they have a chance of victory. Although Sumu's face was a skeletal visage, making it hard to show a smile, his heart was brimming with joy. If free attribute points kept coming in, he could upgrade all his skills to boss-level skills. The more skills he had in the future, the closer he would be to becoming the strongest boss in the history of the game. Evolving Gale Exhibition from a regular skill to the boss skill Death Slash consumed a total of 14 free points, causing Sumu's original 11 free points to plummet to just 1 point. Without hesitation, he invested the remaining 1 free point into Tracer Exhibition, upgrading it from level 1 to level 2, and his mind gradually calmed down. Becoming the strongest boss among students and teachers is Sumu's goal. To achieve this grand ambition, he not only needs to continuously enhance his career template and cognitive attributes but also accumulate a large number of free points and skills. Therefore, he has no choice but to adjust his development direction. The skeleton minions still need to be recruited, but only in sufficient numbers. Apart from the necessary enslaved skeleton minions, the remaining skeletons will be transformed into nourishment for Sumu's growth and experience, career templates, and free points. As mentioned earlier, Elite-tier skeletons already possess rudimentary intelligence, which means they have memory. As a warrior-tier skeleton, the skeleton commander slain by Sumu not only had higher intelligence but also far superior skills compared to elite skeletons. After absorbing the skeleton commander legion, Sumu obtained a wealth of critical information, including the number and distribution of warrior-level skeletons under the Skeleton King, as well as details about the Skeleton King as the ruler of the burial grounds. Overall, the number of warrior-level skeletons under the Skeleton King is considerable. In addition to the 8 skeleton commanders leading the 8 Sea Valley legions, there are even more warrior-level skeletons stationed within the Death Castle. Skeleton commanders, as outstanding figures on the orthodox advancement path of the skeleton race, should theoretically be the most numerous among warrior-level skeletons. However, apart from the hidden skeleton commanders concealed in corners throughout the burial grounds, the Skeleton King has only these 8 commanders under his command. The reason lies in the fact that the Skeleton King himself is also harvesting skeletons. These 8 skeleton commanders are the 8 great vassals appointed by the Skeleton King, assisting in ruling the vast land of buried bones. These 8 vassals are not a united front. When a new skeleton commander rises, they can challenge one of the vassals. The victor becomes the new vassal, while the defeated is devoured by the Skeleton King. Skeleton commanders are not allowed to devour warrior-tier skeletons. They are limited to devouring only elite-tier and below. Only the Skeleton King can devour warrior-tier skeletons. The skeleton race is inherently a group that preys on one another, with the Skeleton King naturally at the top of the food chain. He disdains devouring skeletons with a significant rank disparity but shows no mercy toward warrior-tier skeletons. The existence of the burial ground cannot be traced back in time, and the Skeleton King has devoured countless warrior-tier skeletons. Perhaps, since the Skeleton King became the ruler, this chain of harvesting was established, making him the greatest beneficiary. Of course, the burial ground is filled with numerous skeletons, inevitably giving rise to those with extraordinary talents or profound divine roles. After these skeletons ascend to the warrior tier, they may neither challenge the 8 lords nor submit to the Skeleton King's command. Some hide and grow in the shadows, waiting until they are strong enough to challenge the Skeleton King and vie for dominance. Others remain hidden for life, avoiding detection. Once discovered by the Skeleton King's army, war is inevitable. Without the strength to resist, the outcome is still being devoured. Thus, after countless years of accumulation, only 8 great lords remain on the orthodox path of advancement within the skeleton race. Compared to these 8 skeleton leaders, the number of warrior skeletons advancing in other professions is even greater. They threaten the Skeleton King's rule, yet they are also tools for his expansion, naturally being continuously recruited by the Skeleton King. In the memory of the Skeleton Commander, various warrior skeletons often guard the Death Castle where the Skeleton King resides. From this, it can be seen that collecting warrior profession templates might be simpler than Sumu had imagined. After sorting through the information obtained from the Skeleton Commander, the soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he already had a clear plan. If the plan goes smoothly, he won't need to face the terrifying Skeleton King directly and can still obtain enough warrior profession templates to help elevate his rank from elite to warrior. Several days later, a Sea Valley legion of over 4,000 skeletons traversed the wilderness, heading straight for the Castle of Death, the lair of the Skeleton King. This legion's scale was comparable to a fully assembled Skeleton Commander Legion, differing only slightly in numbers from the forces under the Skeleton King's command. In addition to key units such as archers, skeleton mages, and skeleton warriors, the most numerous in the legion were skeleton guards and skeleton sentinels. As special skeletons focused on physical growth, skeleton sentinels and guards were typically tasked with protecting skeleton warlords or skeleton commanders. However, in this legion, there were only a handful of guards and protectors around the commander, while the outer perimeter of the legion was filled with numerous tank-like skeleton guards and protectors, as if they were not protecting the commander but the entire legion. This puzzled the skeleton clan. They existed to nurture higher-tier skeletons, not to use high-tier skeletons to protect low-tier skeletons without self-awareness. When the Sea Valley Legion marched to a point about 10 kilometers from the Death Fortress, they suddenly stopped. Ahead appeared another Sea Valley Legion with even greater numbers, and on its left and right flanks were two even larger legions, forming an encirclement. This is exactly the aura of the Skeleton King, instilling fear in people's hearts. On the outskirts of the Death Castle, in a small mound just a few hundred meters from the Skeleton King's lair, Sumu tried his best to restrain his presence to avoid detection. Not far away, a towering figure over 2.5 meters tall, accompanied by several warrior skeletons, hurriedly departed and disappeared from view. That was the owner of the Skeleton King Lord Profession template, the king of the Skeleton Ant tribe, the absolute ruler of the burial grounds. Sumu dared not approach, let alone glimpse its true form. However, just the terrifying aura emanating from the Skeleton King was enough to make his heart tremble with fear. After all, this Skeleton King had devoured countless warrior skeletons and endured through countless years. Even among monster lords of the same rank, it was considered a formidable force. If they were to face off directly, Sumu might not even have the chance to strike and would likely be killed in a single blow. Sumu carefully hid behind the mound of earth, his gaze fixed on the figure of the Skeleton King as it slowly disappeared. After confirming the Skeleton King had left, he slowly crawled out of the mound, the soul fire in his eyes flickering, his mood growing increasingly joyful. The appearance of the Skeleton King meant that the plan was progressing as expected. Over the past few days, Sumu had led his Haigu Legion across hundreds of kilometers, devouring 4 Haigu legions under the command of the Skeleton King. One of the skeleton commanders was enslaved as Sumu's subordinate, while the other 3 skeleton commanders and numerous elite skeletons were killed, transforming into Sumu's growth experience, attributes, and free points. Including the initially devoured Sea Valley Legion, 5 of the 8 major vassals under the Skeleton King have already fallen at Sumu's hands. 5 skeleton commanders perished, 5 skeleton legions were devoured, and the Skeleton King was severely injured. When Sumu prepared to target the 6th Sea Valley Legion, the remaining 3 had already been ordered by the Skeleton King to patrol near the Death Castle in a surrounding formation. Once the Haigu army under Sumu's command appears, the 3 corps immediately gather and encircle them. Therefore, Sumu devised a strategy, ordering the skeleton leader and his subordinates to openly attack the city, feigning an attempt to seize the Death Castle. Meanwhile, he quietly lurked around the castle. The Skeleton King, unaware of the enemy's identity and rank, would undoubtedly take action personally to slay any daring intruders. It was at this moment that Sumu's opportunity arose. The Haigu Legion was surrounded, and upon hearing the news, the Skeleton King left the Death Castle, leading his warrior skeletons directly to the battlefield. Thus, the greatest threat in the Death Castle was lured away. With the Skeleton King personally on the battlefield, Sumu could hardly withstand a single blow from him, let alone his underlings. When this strategy was formed, that Sea Valley Legion had long been abandoned, existing only to delay the Skeleton King and prevent him from quickly retreating to defend. Therefore, when Sumu devoured the 4 Sea Valley Legions under the Skeleton King's command, he deliberately left behind the strong defensive skeleton guards and protectors to slow down the enemy's advance. Now that the Skeleton King has departed, Sumu officially begins the hunt. No one knows how long the Death Fortress has existed, but judging by the collapsed walls and signs of decay, it has at least a few hundred years of history. Sumu crawled out of the mound, striving to restrain his figure, and quietly approached the Death Castle. The castle was grand, and apart from the collapsed sections, the remaining walls occasionally had skeleton squads composed of archers and mages patrolling. As the absolute core of the Sea Valley region, there were no skeleton soldiers inside the Death Castle. Even the lowest level patrols consisted of advanced skeletons, such as skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. The patrol squad leaders were elite skeletons like skeleton warlords, bone shooters, and terrifying mages. The higher rank is the warrior skeleton, possessing great autonomy and also being Sumu's hunting target. Sumu cautiously approached the city wall and, taking advantage of the skeleton squad turning their backs to the collapsed section, climbed up the wall with light movements. Behind him was the collapsed city wall, and in front of him was a squad of skeleton archers, including an elite skeleton skeletal archer and more than 10 advanced skeleton archers. Skeletons have no flesh or blood, and although their footsteps are light, the echoes on the stone wall remain distinct. After Sumu appeared, he decided not to hide anymore and charged swiftly toward the skeleton squad. The crisp sound of bones colliding with rocks rang out, and the skeleton squad, only a dozen meters away, was indeed alerted. The skeleton archer gripped its bone bow tightly, and the skeletal shooter, as the squad leader, immediately turned around. The bowstring emitted a deathly aura, aiming at Sumu. Being noticed was expected. Sumu remained expressionless, his speed suddenly increased, and the ink-black skeletal blade swept out, enveloping the entire skeleton squad. Void Slash is the second boss skill Sumu acquired. This skill was obtained after he slew 3 skeleton commanders and, in the process, eliminated numerous elite skeletons under their command. By this time, Sumu's free points had already exceeded 20. Before this, Sumu had spent 13 free points to upgrade another skill, Skyhunter Slash, to its maximum level, successfully evolving it into the boss skill Void Hunter Slash. Void Hunter Slash is an active skill that consumes only 1/20th of stamina. When activated, it releases a set of dark red light blades in a 120-degree arc forward, dealing twice the damage of a normal attack to enemies within the range. For every enemy slain, the light blades split once, subsequently inflicting half of the previous damage as residual damage to enemies within the coverage area. At first glance, Void Slash and Void Hunter Slash seem quite similar, but the real distinction lies in the definition of normal attack. Here, a normal attack refers to a strike executed with Sumu's current strength and agility, combined with the sharpness of the bone ink blade. For him, effortlessly killing an elite tier skeleton with a single slash is a simple task. The residual damage, however, is highly threatening. When Void Slash is activated, a dark red light blade bursts forth from the bone ink blade, instantly crossing several meters between Sumu and the skeleton squad, directly killing the nearest advanced tier skeleton archer. Subsequently, over 10 smaller dark red light blades split and scatter, spreading in all directions. This is the residual damage. This is not all. The main light blade continued forward, slaying the second, third, and fourth skeleton archers. With each enemy killed, the light blade split once, and the damage of the split blades decreased progressively, starting at full strength, then half strength, and so on in an infinite cycle, until all enemies within range were slain or the power of the light blade was insufficient to continue splitting. This is the terrifying aspect of Void Shatter Slash. Theoretically, it can wipe out hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of enemies in a single strike, making it a godlike skill for clearing troops. On the city wall, Sumu swung his blade, and countless tiny dark red light blades flew within a range of dozens of meters. The skeleton squad couldn't last even a single breath before being reduced to shattered remains. Without pausing, Sumu crouched low, using the city wall for cover, and quietly sneaked toward the other side. There stood a sword tower, known to be guarded by a Sea Valley sniper who had reached the warrior rank. He cleared the squad of skeletons on this section of the city wall, so no new skeletons will appear for the time being. However, he must remain vigilant against the skeleton squads on the other 3 walls. The Castle of Death is teeming with powerful beings, with at least a dozen warrior-level skeletons. If discovered and an invasion signal is sent out, Sumu might face an overwhelming encirclement of numerous warrior skeletons and elite skeletons. Even with 2 boss-level skills, Sumu dares not underestimate these high-level undead such as dark mages, Haigu snipers, skeleton swordmasters, and skeleton wardens. As for the Haigu Legion, the so-called ultimate technique is to go on a rampage by slaying all the skeletons that detect his presence. There will naturally be no path for the skeletons to follow. Sumu sneaked into the Death Castle, moving forward slowly and approaching the base of the sword tower, but suddenly stopped, curling up and hiding in a corner. From here, he only needed to lean out a small part of his body to catch a glimpse of the skeletal sniper in the sword tower. He could easily cross the short steps and launch a surprise attack on the skeleton's back, but Sumu did not rush into action. Entering the Death Castle, he had to be cautious. First, do not alarm the skeletons inside the castle to avoid being besieged by warriors and elite skeletons. Second, pay attention to whether the Skeleton King has returned. Sumu was unaware of the method by which the Skeleton King commanded his warrior skeletons. If it was through the intimidation of skeleton warlords or warriors, then even slaughtering all the skeletons in the castle would not alert the Skeleton King. Only by completely annihilating the Sea Valley Legion under his command would a reaction be triggered. If it was through a method like Sumu's enslavement, then killing any warrior skeleton would immediately alert the Skeleton King to the invasion, prompting him to return swiftly to eliminate the enemy. Sumu dared not take risks and could only wait patiently. More than 10 minutes passed, and he remained motionless like a corpse. Suddenly, a large amount of refreshed information appeared on the attribute panel, and Sumu's figure abruptly dashed out. Messages of dozens of skeleton minions dying in battle appeared one after another. Previously, Sumu took over the control of the sole skeleton commander to remotely monitor the battlefield. Although the 3 Haigu legions under the Skeleton King's command surrounded Sumu's legion, they did not launch an immediate attack, seemingly waiting for the Skeleton King to appear. Now, dozens of skeleton minions fell almost almost simultaneously, a feat only the Skeleton King could achieve with such vision switching. Sumu quickly locked onto the perspective of one skeleton minion and indeed saw that towering figure. The enraged Skeleton King broke through the bone army, wielding dual hammers and smashing down fiercely. Accompanied by explosive shockwaves, skeletons within a range of dozens of meters were pulverized into dust. The Skeleton King officially entered the battle. The Death Castle is about 10 kilometers from the battlefield, estimated to take 5 to 6 minutes to reach. Soulfire flickered in Sumu's eyes, his skeletal frame tensed, and he charged toward the skeletal sniper in the sword tower like a leopard ready to pounce. With a single step, he teleported over 10 meters. When the skeletal sniper and 2 skeletal archers appeared before him, Sumu raised the bone-black blade high and unleashed the death slash with all his might. 10 dark blade arcs erupted, forming a cage that trapped the 3 of them. Killing the Sea Valley sniper grants 5,000 experience, and killing 2 Sea Valley archers grants 1,000 experience. Strength increases by 3 points, agility surges by 45 points, constitution grows by 2 points, and the warrior profession template Sea Valley sniper transfer information is obtained, securing the second warrior profession template. Glancing at the attribute panel information, Sumu ignored the remains of the 2 elite skeletons, quickly left the sword tower, and advanced toward the center of the castle. He was in a hurry. The attributes provided by the remains of the elite skeletons were limited, so he abandoned them without hesitation. The remaining 3 sword towers on the city wall each have Sea Valley snipers, but their attention is mostly outside the castle, allowing one to avoid their sight when sneaking in. Sumu carefully moved along the wall, relying on the memory of the skeleton commander. The castle is the core of the Sea Valley region, filled with a dense aura of death, making it difficult for plants to survive. The desolate open ground and training field are littered with shattered bones, with corners piled high with skeletons and skulls. These are the remnants of skeletons slain over the long years. Sumu carefully crossed the castle's front yard and entered the interior. The movement suddenly halted as 2 skeleton squads passed through the intersecting paths ahead. One squad was led by a skeleton warlord commanding skeleton warriors, while the other was led by a Sea Valley archer commanding skeleton archers. The former patrolled the front yard, while the latter entered the interior of the castle. Sumu calculated the marching time of the 2 teams. When the second team overlapped at the fort, he suddenly appeared and unleashed Sky Splitter. Dark red light blades rapidly spread out, annihilating both teams of skeletons, leaving bones scattered everywhere. Sumu quickened his pace and descended the staircase at the fork into the depths of the castle. There are no patrols inside the castle, only skeleton guards and sentinels standing still like statues. With his skills, Sumu easily sneaked in without alerting the sentinels. Following the memory route of the skeleton leader, he bypassed numerous guards and arrived at a hall over 100 square meters in size. The hall contained only a few stone pillars supporting the dome and a solid throne deep within. This is the throne of the Skeleton King. On ordinary days, the Skeleton King slumbers here, summoning his skeletal chancellor and valiant subordinates. On the left side of the hall, there are 2 doors. One leads to the bedroom, once the resting place of the castle's master. The other leads to the library, formerly a place for spellcasters to study. And in the library lies Sumu's next hunting target. In the library, a thin figure was crouched in front of a stone table, intently studying something. His entire body was wrapped in a tattered hooded robe. A gentle breeze blew in through the window, lifting the worn robe slightly, faintly revealing the essence of the ghastly white bones hidden beneath the fabric. This skeleton, to be precise, was a skeleton warrior who had already reached the warrior class. Not only did it possess a certain level of intelligence, but it had also awakened fragments of memories from its previous life. The burial grounds of the Dark Mage were barren of resources, offering little more than scattered bones and the omnipresent aura of death. What he did was merely passing the time according to his habits in life. Perhaps repeating this could awaken more memories. Suddenly, crisp footsteps echoed in the library. The Dark Mage set aside his meaningless research, tossed the skull still flickering with soul fire on the stone table, and turned to face the visitor. Perhaps in his view, no one would dare to invade this castle of death. The sound of footsteps signaled that the brutal king was summoning him once again. However, when he turned around, what greeted him was not the familiar skeleton guard, but a pitch-black, sharp blade of light. Death slash in an instant, the dark edge dissipated. A decisive strike instantly killed the Dark Mage. Sumu habitually crouched down and absorbed the remains left behind by the warrior skeleton. A system notification appeared. Killed the Dark Mage, gained 6,500 experience points, mental strength increased by 25 points, and obtained the warrior class template Dark Mage's class transfer information. The spellcasters of the skeleton clan are indeed physically frail. After absorbing the essence of their bones, there was a significant boost in the mental attribute, but the other 3 attributes showed no growth at all. However, Sumu preferred this slow yet solid method of growth. The most challenging attribute to enhance for the skeleton clan is the mental attribute. He hunted Dark Mages precisely to integrate their class template into his warrior class, so that his mental growth would see a significant boost during advancement. This result naturally satisfied Sumu. The 3rd warrior profession template is in place, minutes, and immediately after, the attribute panel reported the death of a skeleton minion. The Haigu Legion is still under siege, with information refreshing continuously without pause. Switching perspectives, Sumu observed the surroundings from the viewpoint of a skeleton within the Bone Legion. He discovered that the massive and terrifying figure of the Skeleton King had disappeared from the battlefield, replaced by 3 Haigu warriors from the Haigu Legion who were besieging Sumu's skeleton minion. Sumu was unsure whether the Skeleton King had just left or had departed right after he killed the Haigu sniper. He calculated the time. It had been 3 minutes since he killed the sniper. If the Skeleton King leaves immediately after that and heads to the Death Castle, it is estimated to take about 2 minutes, during which the 4th skeleton warrior can be hunted to obtain the 4th profession template. 2 minutes is more than enough time to hunt a skeleton warrior, as Sumu has already planned the route. The 4th skeleton warrior is located just below the library. The Death Castle is designed with 3 levels. The front is the courtyard surrounded by walls and sword towers, which used to be a large open space for training. The middle is the main body of the castle, including the lower-level servant quarters, the mid-level warrior rest area, the upper-level hall, and the lord's bedroom. Behind is the prison, which, according to the habits of Second World NPC nobles, is built underground, with the entrance located at the rear of the castle. The main structure and the rear wall form a relatively enclosed space, making it difficult to detect any disturbances. The 4th warrior skeleton Sumu planned to hunt was hidden within this enclosed space. He approached the window and looked down. Under the gloomy and dim sky, he could vaguely see a sturdy figure at the entrance of the prison. After estimating the height and distance, Sumu climbed onto the window with the bone ink blade in hand and leaped silently, directly pouncing on the unsuspecting burly skeleton. The castle towered high, and the 3rd floor window was 7 to 8 meters above the ground, but with Sumu's current 4-dimensional attributes, this height was hardly worth mentioning. Not only would he remain unscathed, but it would also significantly enhance the power of his next strike. The gloomy sky served as a cover like a night curtain, as Sumu, like a bird spreading its wings, descended with a cold gleam straight toward the burly skeleton on the ground. Time flies, the 7 or 8 meter drop is crossed in an instant. When only 2 or 3 meters remain from the target, Sumu raises the bone ink blade high in his hand, gathering all his strength. The blade, gleaming with a cold light, strikes fiercely at the sturdy skeleton's neck with the combined force of his own power and the gravity from the fall. Death slash. The dull sound of clashes quickly spread. Sumu's blade struck precisely, the pitch-black light blade slicing without missing a single spot on the sturdy skeleton. But at the last moment, the skeleton seemed to sense the danger, retreating abruptly while raising its jagged bone blade, as large as a door panel, to block the 10 light blades. All the light blades struck the massive jagged bone blade, dealing damage equivalent to 20 times Sumu's normal attack. Although the blade did not break, it was left with deep scars. The Haigu armament is the most direct manifestation of the skeleton's 4-dimensional attributes and defensive power. Although it was anticipated, it was only when Sumu faced it that he truly experienced how terrifying the defensive power of this warrior skeleton, focused on physical growth, could be. That's right, the last skeleton he needed to hunt was none other than the Skeleton Warden, focused on physical growth. The Skeleton Warden is the advanced warrior evolution of the Skeleton Guard and Skeleton Sentinel. As the warrior profession in this evolutionary chain, its Haigu armament is not a tower shield but a jagged bone resembling a door panel. The reason is simple: he doesn't need a tower shield to enhance his defense. The Skeleton Warden is not tall, standing just over 1.7 meters, slightly shorter than Sumu. However, this skeletal frame is covered with countless long bone spurs, growing chaotically and filling the entire skeletal structure. Ordinary skeletons are merely hollow frames, while the Skeleton Warden is a solid entity composed of countless bones. With such a body combined with its extraordinary physical growth, it's no wonder its defense far exceeds Sumu's expectations. The price paid for its formidable physique and defense is extremely slow speed. Not only was his agility growth low, but the pile of bone spurs also severely slowed down his movements. Sumu's first strike was blocked by the Skeleton Warden, who then swung his jagged bone blade, attacking him. However, the Skeleton Warden moved slowly, nowhere near Sumu's speed. With a slight dodge, Sumu easily avoided the attack. Afterward, the thick bone limb slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep imprint on the surface. Sumu instantly burst into speed, quickly moving behind the Warden and once again unleashing Death Slash. The previous strike had already shown him the terrifying defense of the Warden, leaving no room for wishful thinking in his heart. Ordinary attacks could hardly harm him, only the Death Slash, a boss skill, could swiftly kill, seize the class template, and it was crucial to avoid his strongest frontal defense. The Warden's sluggish speed was his greatest weakness. As a guard, he played a huge role on the battlefield, but in one-on-one combat he became a moving target. The second Death Slash unleashed consecutively, with 10 blades of light erupting instantly, almost simultaneously striking the neck of the Skeleton Warden. All skeletons have weaknesses, and the Warden is no exception. Despite his formidable defense, his neck is his fatal vulnerability. That strike was like a fatal blow in a normal attack, severing more than half of his neck. Just one more cut, and this profession template would be firmly in Sumu's grasp. However, perhaps the warden sensed the threat of death, or maybe Sumu's luck was simply poor. After landing this deadly hit, the warden roared fiercely, and sharp footsteps rapidly approached. What weighed even heavier on Sumu's heart was an extraordinarily terrifying aura advancing toward the Death Castle at an astonishing speed. The skeletons inside the castle were alarmed, and the Skeleton King's return was far faster than he had anticipated. Truly confronting the Skeleton King, Sumu deeply understands that warrior skeletons pose little threat. Even if a dozen or even dozens join forces, they may still be no match for the Skeleton King. The skeletons in the Death Castle had already been disturbed, and it wouldn't be long before swarms of elite skeletons and warrior skeletons would come flooding in, trapping Sumu in this enclosed space. What was even more nerve-wracking was that the terrifying aura was approaching at an astonishing speed, and the Skeleton King would undoubtedly appear before him soon. There is no doubt that Sumu and the Skeleton King are destined for a life-or-death battle. No matter how confident Sumu was in his own strength, he had to admit that once trapped here, with the Skeleton King's arrival, what awaited him would be an inescapable life-or-death predicament. In this contest, the warrior skeletons have limited use, and enhancing his own strength aligns better with Sumu's long-term plans. However, retreating just like this? How could Sumu be willing? He was only one step away from gathering the 4 major class templates. If he retreated now, it would be nearly impossible to find such a good opportunity again in the future. The Skeleton King was as intelligent as a human, and after this lesson, the next time he came, it would most likely be a trap. Should Sumu one day replace the Skeleton King to become the ruler of the Bone Burial Grounds, he could even bring all the skeletons there under his command. Retreat? Absolutely impossible. The roar of the Skeleton King has already echoed from afar, signaling that this terrifying entity has entered the Castle of Death and is charging in this direction. The oppressive feeling of impending death not only failed to instill fear in Sumu but instead ignited his surging blood. This was the first time he had felt such excitement since being reborn as a skeleton of the Ice Dragon race. Fortune favors the bold. The thought flashed through his mind like a sharp lightning bolt. Since he was determined to become the strongest boss in the history of the game world, how could he let a regional lord-class Skeleton King block his path? The decision is made. The sound of chaotic footsteps gradually approached, and a tall skeleton wielding a two-handed greatsword appeared in the enclosed space, accompanied by more than 10 elite skeletons and advanced skeletons, completely blocking the only escape route. Behind the grandmother stood the warden, while in front of her was the newly arrived tall skeleton. Even more warrior skeletons and elite skeletons were rushing in from behind. Meanwhile, in the front yard of the Castle of Death, the furious Skeleton King Chu-Chi was sprinting at full speed. With a powerful stomp, Sumu leaped into the air. He did not charge directly at the warden but instead aimed at the tall skeleton blocking his path. Death Slash and Void Shatter, 2 major boss skills, were unleashed in succession. Dark black blades and crimson flashes interwove, engulfing the dozens of meters-long corridor. The tall skeleton bore the brunt of the attack. Though it was of the warrior class, it was far from being as indestructible as the warden. The moment the Death Slash struck, his head fell to the ground with a thud. The dark red blade of light then split apart, sweeping through the elite skeletons and advanced skeletons in the passage, while extending further to force the subsequent enemies to temporarily retreat. After slaying a warrior skeleton with a single strike, Sumu did not hesitate. He grabbed the skull burning with soul fire, leaped into the air, skillfully dodged the moonpoint palm attack, and appeared behind the warden. On the second strike, the warden had his back to Sumu, his jaw slightly moving, seemingly revealing a faint sneer. Sumu passed by the warden who had his back to him, his gaze sweeping forward. The towering and terrifying figure of the Skeleton King was already approaching. Although separated by a corridor, the passage was crowded with warrior skeletons who had been alarmed and rushed over earlier. The elite skeletons and advanced skeletons were nearly 100 meters away, and the enraged Skeleton King could only watch helplessly as Sumu once again raised the bone-black blade and struck a second blow at the warden's neck. Death Slash was activated once more. As expected, the first strike had already severed the warden's neck halfway through. The second burst of 10 light blades continuously sliced through the neck. Even though the neck and body were wrapped in intricate bone spikes, they could not escape the fate of decapitation. As the light blades dissipated, the skeletal warden's head rolled to the ground. Sumu grabbed the warden's skull, which was even larger than the previous tall skeleton's head, and stuffed it under his ribs. He charged forward at full speed, sprinting toward the end farthest from the Skeleton King. Although it was a semi-enclosed space and the exit was the passage where the Skeleton King stood, Sumu was neither a fool nor a mindless skeleton. Since the main entrance was blocked, he sought another way out. Rushing to the edge of the space, Sumu leapt several meters high. Just as he was about to fall, the bone-black blade in his hand plunged fiercely into the stone city wall. With the power of the ancient ink blade, Sumu soared into the air once again, landing steadily on the sturdy city wall. At this moment, the Skeleton King seemed to sense something unusual. Wielding his battle axe with both hands, he struck the ground heavily, sending the surrounding skeletons flying and leaping into the air to pursue Sumu. Although the Skeleton King was incredibly powerful powerful, his speed might not necessarily match Sumu's. As the Skeleton King lunged toward the city wall, Sumu nimbly leapt down, swiftly fleeing and disappearing into the vast, shadowy sky. Only the tall and terrifying figure of the Skeleton King remained on the city wall, accompanied by an angry roar echoing into the distance. Half a day later, in the wilderness hundreds of kilometers away from the Castle of Death, Sumu finally stopped walking. At this moment, he took out the two skulls. The soul flames within the skulls were still burning fiercely, indicating that the two skeletons who had stepped into the warrior class still retained their vitality. However, having lost their bodies and left with only skulls, the only thing they could do was desperately bite at Sumu as a form of revenge. Looking at the two skulls in front of him, Sumu felt a mix of emotions. These two skulls symbolized the templates of two warrior class professions, representing the heavy price he paid to gather the materials for advancing the warrior profession, leaving not a single skeleton underling behind. When the Skeleton King personally entered the battlefield, his warrior skeletons and elite skeletons bore the brunt of the attack and suffered heavy losses. Even warrior class skeletons are incredibly fragile in front of the Skeleton King. Relying on that skeleton commander and dozens of elite skeletons under his command, it is impossible to resist the Skeleton King's revenge. The skeletons enslaved by Sumu are difficult for the Skeleton King and his commanders to enslave or recruit. After the Skeleton King left, 3 Sea Valley legions were ordered to surround and annihilate Sumu's skeleton minions, leaving none alive. Decades of hard work turned to nothing overnight. This is precisely the true portrayal of Sumu at this moment, utterly alone. However, though his skeleton minions were completely wiped out, he narrowly escaped death and was almost trapped in the Castle of Death. Facing the furious Skeleton King, he ultimately achieved his goal. All 4 profession templates were gathered, and he even gained an additional warrior profession template. At this moment, looking at the two skulls in front of him, Sumu fell into deep thought. He was weighing his options. Should he directly smash the skulls to obtain the class template and free points, or enslave them, turning them into his skeleton minions before killing them? Undoubtedly, Sumu would gain the class template and free points. However, these two skeletons' bodies remained in the Castle of Death, and even with the corrosion talent, it would be difficult to absorb the essence of their bones from a distance. If he chose to enslave them, although he would lose the free points corresponding to the 2 warrior skeletons, he could immediately gain 2 skeleton minions. Although the skeleton minions' bodies remain in the castle, by finding advanced or elite skeleton bodies and nourishing them with the breath of death and their own soul fire, they will eventually regain their strength far faster than simply training warrior skeletons. After weighing the free points and the skeleton minions, Sumu ultimately chose the free points. Free points never go out of style. The more reserves, the better. And the skeleton minions? Thinking of this, Sumu firmly made his choice. He raised the Haigu ink blade and stabbed it into the skull, shattering the soul fire, and began absorbing the information contained within. The skeleton warden granted Sumu 6,300 experience points, increased his constitution by 3 points, and provided the warrior class template skeleton warden transfer information. The Haigu raider granted 6,100 experience points, increased his strength by 2 points, and provided the warrior class template Haigu raider transfer information. 2 profession templates were successively acquired. Although the free points were insignificant, they were enough to make Sumu delighted. What surprised him even more was the unexpected acquisition of the skeleton raider profession, which focused on strength growth. Originally, the 4 profession templates he planned to merge were Skeleton Commander, Sea Valley Sniper, Skeleton Warden, and Dark Mage, corresponding to the attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, respectively. Although the Skeleton Commander leaned towards leadership, its strength growth was not high, making it barely acceptable as a substitute for the strength attribute. Unexpectedly, the 2 skills released to block the skeleton reinforcements brought a profession template focused on power growth, completely replacing the role of the skeleton leader. The 4 warrior profession templates corresponding to the attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were all obtained, filling Sumu's heart with genuine joy. Looking at his attribute templates, he began his second profession fusion. Before infiltrating the Death Castle, Sumu already had 12 free points. Inside the castle, he successively killed the Sea Valley Sniper, Dark Mage, Skeleton Warden, and Sea Valley Raider 4 warrior tier skeletons, earning an additional 20 free points. Combined with the 3 free points gained from killing elite skeletons, his total free points now reached as many as 35. This quantity is enough for him to create his own exclusive warrior profession template. The soul fire flickered slightly, and Sumu began his second profession fusion. 4 profession templates floated in his vision according to his will. Drawing on his previous experience, this time Sumu did not allocate free points bit by bit but directly injected 5 free points all at once. 4 profession templates glimmered faintly, and Sumu let out a sigh of relief. This meant his concept had been successfully realized. As expected, free points could indeed fuse multiple different profession templates, not just 2. Calming his mind, he continued to allocate 5 free points. The 4 profession templates shone brightly as if radiating divine light. Suppressing his inner excitement, Sumu allocated the free points for the 3rd and 4th time. After the 3rd allocation, allocation, the 4 profession templates began to shatter, merge with each other, and condense into a dazzling radiance. After the 4th allocation, the radiance dissipated, and a brand new profession template appeared before Sumu's eyes. The profession template was named Black Warrior, belonging to the Warrior class profession template, with additional attributes of plus 15,000 HP, plus 125 Strength, plus 100 Agility, plus 120 Constitution, plus 50 Spirit, and the skill temporarily set as Black Warrior. This is a unique profession template exclusive to Sumu the Black Warrior, created by fusing the 4 major warrior profession templates and consuming 20 free points. Gazing at the attribute bonuses of the Black Warrior, Sumu's excitement was beyond words. Compared to his elite profession template Heavy Armored Skeleton, the Black Warrior's health increased 6-fold, strength attributes increased 6-fold, agility bonuses nearly 7-fold, constitution bonuses 4-fold, and mental attributes surged by nearly 17-fold. All of this was thanks to his possession of the Heavy Armored Skeleton profession template, which made his strength far surpass other elite templates. When compared to other elite class templates, the health and 4-dimensional attribute bonuses of the Dark Warrior class template are likely more than 10 times theirs. Even compared to the 5 warrior class templates Sumu obtained, this health and 4-dimensional bonus is 2 to 3 times greater. Seeing the attributes of the warrior class template he ultimately fused, only one thought burst forth in Sumu's mind. It is unimaginable that a class template exclusive to the warrior rank could already be this powerful. If he were to merge again in the future and advance to the Lord class, what kind of terrifying power would he possess? No, there's no need to wait for the future. Perhaps now, the gap between him and the Skeleton King is already far less significant than he had imagined. In terms of the profession template, Sumu is confident that although the Skeleton King possesses a Lord-level profession template and might be stronger than him, the difference wouldn't be too great. In this way, the only difference between him and the Skeleton King is their level. After all, even the Skeleton King finds it difficult to change professions as freely as Sumu. It is highly likely that in the distant past, the Skeleton King was also a low-level skeleton, gradually growing to his current state through profession changes and advancements. This means that within the current 4 tiers, Sumu actually holds the advantage. Each time he changed professions, Sumu completed it on his own, which meant he had already gained the attribute growth bonus of that tier before reaching the corresponding level. For example, while other skeletons needed to reach level 30 to change to an elite profession, Sumu succeeded in changing professions at levels in the 20s or even the teens. By then, his mental attributes would far surpass those of ordinary elite skeletons, and the Skeleton King would be no exception. This meant that, within the current 4 tiers, even the Skeleton King could not compare to Sumu. The gap in attributes between the two will only widen after the Skeleton King acquires the Lord profession. The level cap for the Lord profession is over 60, which means the maximum attribute gap between Sumu and the Skeleton King will not exceed the growth brought by less than 10 levels. The Black Warrior profession template may not be as good as the Skeleton King's Lord profession template, but the difference between the two is definitely not significant. In other words, as long as Sumu raises his level by 20, he can bridge the attribute gap with the Skeleton King. At that time, the initiative will shift to his hands, and it will no longer be the Skeleton King hunting Sumu, but him hunting the ruler who has dominated the burial grounds for years. Even though he is no longer human, Sumu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Without experiencing it firsthand, it is hard to understand his current feelings. It is even harder to imagine how, just a moment ago, the entity that could easily kill him in an instant now has a gap between them that could be surpassed in a short time. This feeling can only be described with one word: awesome. After a long while, Sumu finally calmed his emotions. He hadn't forgotten that the Black Warrior profession template had just been fused, and he had yet to select skills or integrate them into himself to complete the transition from the elite class to the warrior class. Then, he checked the skill list provided by the system. Shockwave 2, Precision Shooting 3, Fortress Zone 4, Dark Sphere 5, Heavy Strike 6, Shadow Shuttle 7, Sea Guard Armor 8, Death Ripple. This time, the system listed a total of 8 skills to choose from, doubling the number from last time, and the selectable skill count increased from 1 to 2. Why has this change occurred? Is it because the number of fused profession templates has increased, or due to a rank upgrade? After pondering for a moment, Sumu did not delve into the reason, only feeling that this was a good thing. The first 4 skills originated from the 4 integrated warrior profession templates, which could be considered their respective core skills. The latter 4 were tailor-made by the system for the Dark Warrior, corresponding to the 4 major attribute directions: Strength, Agility, Constitution, and Spirit. Skills in the Strength and Spirit directions were the first to be ruled out. Power skills mostly enhance attack power. With the 2 major boss skills, Death Slash and Void Shatter, Sumu does not lack attack power. The power of mental skills mostly depends on mental attribute bonuses. Since the mental attribute has not fully developed, Sumu is not considering caster skills for now. The remaining skills are in the Agility and Constitution directions. In the Agility direction, there are Precision Shooting and Shadow Shuttle, while in the Constitution direction, there are Fortress Zone and Sea Sea Valley armor. Precision shooting is a skill in the Archer evolution chain, useless to Sumu. Shadow Shuttle, as a mobility skill, compensates for his lack of movement and is naturally the first choice. In terms of defense, Fortress Zone is clearly stronger than Sea Valley armor. But when thinking of the Warden's body, which resembled a pile of chaotic bones, Sumu found it hard to accept, and choosing the Fortress Zone will greatly limit speed. In contrast, although the armor defense of the Sea Valley is not as strong as the Fortress Zone, it far surpasses Sumu's current defense and does not affect agility, making it a more suitable choice. Thus, Sumu ultimately chose Shadow Shuttle and Sea Valley armor. With the choices finalized, the Black Warrior class template officially took shape. Sumu immediately chose to advance. In an instant, a surging heat flow poured into his body from the void, and Sumu's Sea Valley region began to undergo drastic changes. Half an hour later, the job change was complete. Sumu's appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. Height remains 2 meters, but the appearance is no longer that of a skeleton. A layer of black armor made from the essence of sea valleys covers the entire body, leaving only small gaps at the position of the eyes. Although this armor is light, it envelopes his entire body, resembling skeletal armor rather than actual armor. However, when it covers his body, he no longer looks like a skeleton. The black armor highlights formidable defense, with the dark blade on his back gleaming with a chilling light. Coupled with the powerful aura he exudes, if not for the soul flames still flickering in his eyes, and the deathly aura enveloping him, who would have thought that this mighty figure resembling a heroic warrior was actually an undead skeleton from the bottom of the world? This is his heart. An invisible yet distinct soul wave spread out from Sumu's soul flames. This is the new ability he gained after the dual enhancement of his spirit and soul. Skeletons have no blood or flesh and cannot produce sound. However, the soul's fluctuations granted Sumu the ability to communicate with other beings. As long as the soul is intact, one can understand the meaning conveyed by these fluctuations. A being with strong mental power can also communicate with Sumu in the same way. In addition, the skeletal armor, which includes the black armor and skeletal weaponry covering the body, is a type of ability rather than a skill. As the physique continues to grow, the skeletal ink blade becomes sharper, and the skeletal armor becomes more resilient. As a talent-like ability, the Haigu weaponry and Haigu armor cannot be enhanced through free points but instead grow stronger along with Sumu. His newly acquired skill could be upgraded using free points. Out of the 35 free points, 20 were consumed to integrate the Dark Warrior class template, leaving 15 points, just enough to upgrade the Shadow Shuttle skill to a boss-level skill. Shadow Shuttle is an active skill that consumes 50 mana points, allowing the user to envelop themselves in shadow energy and instantly traverse a distance proportional to their mental attribute. Sumu glanced at the skill description and, without hesitation, spent 9 free points to upgrade Shadow Shuttle to the maximum level of 10. A max-level Shadow Traverse consumes 500 mana points, enveloping oneself in shadow energy to instantly cross a distance equal to 10 times the spirit attribute. After consecutive battles, Sumu's level had risen to 30, with his spirit attribute reaching 66 points. Based on this calculation, a level 1 Shadow Traverse allows him to instantly cross 66 meters, while a level 10 skill covers 660 meters, exceeding half a kilometer. Although Sumu currently has only 660 mana points and can perform Shadow Traverse just once, in a critical moment, a single leap of 660 meters is undoubtedly an exceptional life-saving skill. What's more, he also possesses the Crystal Ball of Logres, which he usually uses to store a large amount of magic power. At critical moments, he can extract the magic power to continuously cast skills. With Shadow Shuttle, Sumu's survival ability has increased several times. However, looking at the maxed out skill, Sumu felt a bit conflicted. After the skill upgrade, there are 6 free points available. Based on past experience, 5 free points are enough to evolve Shadow Shuttle into a boss skill. However, a level 10 skill requires 500 mana to cast, and once upgraded to a boss skill, the mana consumption is likely to double. Although the Rogris Crystal Ball can store and extract mana, it cannot exceed the mana limit. In other words, once Shadow Shuttle evolves into a boss skill, Sumu's current mana will be insufficient to cast it. He will have to wait for his mental attributes to improve again to reach the minimum casting threshold. However, this is not a big problem. With the job change to Dark Knight, his mental growth rate reached as high as 50 points. Even though magic consumption doubled after evolution, for Sumu, it was merely a matter of leveling up a few more times. After completing the job change, Sumu left the place. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this period, the burial ground has been far from peaceful. Sumu's sneak attack caused heavy losses to the Death Castle, enraging the Skeleton King, who tightened the castle's defenses. Not only were the warrior skeletons and elite skeletons within the castle unable to venture out easily, but his 3 Sea Valley legions were also forced to station near the castle. In this way, whether Sumu infiltrated the castle or ambushed the legions, the Skeleton King could arrive immediately to eliminate him. For the Skeleton King, this loss is insignificant. Over the long years, he has faced far more devastating situations. As long as as he eliminates the mastermind, he will remain the absolute ruler of the burial grounds. With the endlessly spawned skeleton army, the losses can be completely compensated with time. But what he didn't know was that during the 10+ days he had been retreating to defend, the burial grounds were undergoing earth-shattering changes. In the wilderness over 100 kilometers away from the Castle of Death, Sumu stood quietly, motionless. However, the aura around him was continuously growing stronger. If someone could glimpse his attribute panel, they would see countless messages rapidly refreshing notifications of his subordinate skeleton minions defeating enemies. After changing his profession to Dark Knight, Sumu did not rest for the first 7 days, traveling tirelessly across the land of buried bones. His sole task was to enslave every skeleton he encountered and bring them under his command. Although he had advanced to the warrior rank, the Dark Knight, which combines 4 professions, required double the experience to level up. Most of the high-level skeletons in the land of buried bones were under the command of the Skeleton King, while the rest were hidden in the hard-to-find areas of the Skeleton King's Sea Valley Legion. This made it difficult for Sumu to gain a large amount of experience by killing high-level skeletons. In this predicament, only elite, advanced, basic, and even ordinary skeletons became his sole prey. As a level 30 warrior, killing elite skeletons would result in an experience penalty. So he chose another path, frenziedly corrupting skeletons and frenziedly enslaving minions. When the number of skeletons under his command becomes large enough, he can spread out across the entire front, hunting throughout the land of bones. The skeleton minions hunting skeletons of the same rank incur no experience penalty. Apart from the Skeleton King's subordinates, elite skeletons are rare in the land of bones, and warrior skeletons are even rarer. As countless skeleton minions spread out to hunt, Sumu's experience skyrocketed explosively. 7 days before changing to a Dark Knight, Sumu personally enslaved dozens of elite skeletons, but had yet to obtain any warrior skeletons. However, the number of advanced skeletons was vast. After 7 days of relentless enslavement, he accumulated thousands of advanced skeletons. Dozens of elite skeletons combined with thousands of advanced skeletons. If all were to go into battle, the skeleton army under his command could reach tens of thousands. Starting from the 8th day, Sumu no longer personally enslaved skeletons. Instead, he divided the thousands of skeleton minions into dozens of teams, expanding outward from the center of the land of buried bones. Whether elite, advanced, basic, or even ordinary skeletons, as long as they are discovered by these teams, they will be surrounded and killed, turning into underlings and experience for Sumu. In this way, starting from the 8th day, Sumu no longer needs to hunt personally. These dozens of skeleton teams can hunt countless skeletons, with an experience gain rate dozens or even hundreds of times faster than if he fought personally. The skeleton ocean devours everything, spreading outward from the center. After clearing the elite skeletons, proceed to hunt the advanced skeletons. After clearing the advanced skeletons, continue to eliminate the basic skeletons. After clearing the basic skeletons, break into the outskirts to hunt ordinary skeletons. The number of skeletons spawned in the burial grounds is as vast as the sea, impossible to fathom. Sumu knew one thing for certain: there was no need to wipe out every last one. As long as he eliminated 1/5 or even just 1/10 of them, it would be enough to raise his level to the point where he could crush the Skeleton King. Time passed. On the 8th day, Sumu was still at level 30. By the 10th day, he reached level 31. On the 17th day, he hit level 36. A 6-level increase in the Black Warlord class template. This kind of growth rivaled that of a Lord tier entity. With the bonus from his class template, Sumu's cognitive attributes soared. His stats now stood at health 25,050, mana 3,660, strength 968, agility 783, constitution 1,005, spirit 366. Constitution broke 1,000, strength was about to pass 1,000, and agility had multiplied several times over. Even his weakest stat, spirit, had increased 4 to 5-fold thanks to the Black Warlord template. With such attributes, he still wasn't superior to the Skeleton King, but they were roughly on par. The only regret was his free stat points. Once his spirit growth was sufficient, Sumu spent 5 free stat points to evolve Shadow Traverse into a boss-level skill phase shift, leaving him with only 1 free point remaining. With his advancement, elite tier skeletons no longer provided free stat points, only warrior tier and above skeletons could grant them. However, he had yet to find a warrior tier skeleton, so there had been no further increase in free points. But that wouldn't last much longer. Once he leveled up a few more times and closed the gap with the Skeleton King, it would be time to assault the Death Fortress and hunt the Skeleton King himself. In the wilderness, Sumu stood as still as a statue. On his attribute panel, the kill feed from his skeleton subordinates scrolled continuously, flooding him with experience. Another day passed. His experience bar filled, and Sumu was about to level from 36 to 37. Suddenly, new messages popped up on his attribute panel. Your servant skeleton warrior has died. Your servant skeleton mage has died. Your servant skeleton archer has died. It was normal for some casualties during the Haigu Legion's hunts, but the death of a skeleton captain was unusual. Over the past 10+ days, Sumu's Haigu Legion had already fought fought their way out from the center of the bone-burying grounds, spreading toward the inner and outer layers. Here, elite skeletons appeared as frequently as wild warrior skeletons. The most likely explanation was that the Haigu Legion had encountered hidden elite or even warrior skeletons that had escaped the Skeleton King's notice. Only then would Sumu's skeleton subordinates suffer such heavy losses in a short time, even losing a surrounded skeleton captain. With a thought, Sumu switched perspectives. His vision shifted to one of the advanced skeletons in the Haigu Legion. Looking around, he saw a black-armored skeleton knight mounted and galloping through the sea of skeletons, clad in black armor, wielding a lance that gleamed with a dark light. Wherever the knight passed, skeletons fell under the assault of dark energy. A knight born wild in the bone-burying grounds. The discovery filled Sumu with excitement. He immediately relinquished control of the advanced skeleton and set out at top speed for the black-armored knight's location. The boost to his mental attributes made Sumu faster than ever. The surge in spirit not only provided more mana, but also increased his stride by several times. It took just over an hour to traverse the distance from his original location to where the wild knight had appeared. To make sure the wild knight didn't leave and vanish, Sumu deployed a Haigu Legion unit to the battlefield not to kill the knight, but to stall for time. The wild knight also needed experience and skeleton prey. As long as there were targets on the battlefield, it wouldn't retreat easily. When Sumu arrived, hundreds of kilometers away, he saw the knight still fighting, charging valiantly on horseback. The skeletal warhorse was huge and imposing, even more robust than the steeds of the human kingdoms. Undead, it was all bone with no trace of flesh, yet its frame was incredibly sturdy, and each gallop was wreathed in black mist, making it seem even more majestic than living horses. In stark contrast, the knight was diminutive, wrapped in black light armor, wielding a knight's lance in the chaotic melee. Although this black-armored knight was a warrior tier elite, Sumu found her petite and delicate. Judging by the slender bones glimpsed through gaps in her armor, she had likely been a young woman, a female knight or general in life. Sumu used phase shift, instantly appearing at the edge of the battlefield. Gazing at the black-armored knight in battle, Sumu couldn't help but think of the Dark Knight. Strictly speaking, the Haiga Knight wasn't native to the skeleton race, but another branch of the undead. Skeletons were corrupted from other races, or born from corpses steeped in death energy. Haiga Knights could only be created from other races that had succumbed. There was no knight profession in the skeleton advancement chain. Superficially, this black-armored knight looked little different from Sumu, but in fact, she was from the Death Knight lineage, a nobler branch of the undead. The Death Knight advancement chain, elite Haiga Knight warrior Dark Knight Lord Death Knight. Becoming a Death Knight was difficult. It required not only the fall of the host race, but also that knight and mount share a deep bond, and that the mount willingly fall with its master to become a Haigu or Dark Knight. Once fallen, a Death Knight's stats would be enhanced by their mounts, making them uniquely powerful. At the same tier, aside from Sumu, no skeleton no matter how many could match a Death Knight. So, it was only natural that the knight was able to sweep the battlefield against Sumu's Haigu Legion, composed mainly of elite tier skeletons. Sumu made no effort to hide his presence. The tremendous aura he exerted, far beyond that of the Haigu Legion, immediately attracted the Dark Knight's attention. To his surprise, the Dark Knight did not retreat upon noticing him, but instead turned and charged straight for him. Black mist swirled, shrouding knight and horse, the two moving as one. With their power combined, the Dark Knight broke through the Haigu Legion's blockade with unstoppable momentum. On her charge, any skeleton whether elite or advanced that stood in her path was sent flying, wailing, by the skeletal warhorse's devastating impact. Sumu set his sights on the Dark Knight, eager to subdue such a rare and powerful subordinate. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight coveted the experience points Sumu represented. As the Dark Knight broke free from the Haigu Legion, her skeletal steed let out a silent soul shriek. With the shriek, the Dark Knight's momentum surged, and her speed increased dramatically. She activated the solo charge skill, racing straight for Sumu at breakneck speed. With little more than a dozen meters between them, the Dark Knight gripped her lance, black light flickering along its length. At a distance of only 4 or 5 meters, the lance capable of piercing castle walls stabbed at Sumu's skull with unstoppable force. A resounding impact echoed. Faced with the incoming lance, Sumu didn't dodge or even draw the bone-black saber on his back, he simply stood straight. When the tip of the lance was just over a meter from his eye socket, Sumu finally moved. His black-armored feet planted firmly on the ground, his gauntlet hand shot up like lightning, and he gripped the charging lance tightly. This was a warrior-tier Dark Knight in full charge, power amplified by the skeletal warhorse, yet Sumu held the lance firm, the clash shrieking like a blade scraping glass. All the power of knight and steed focused into the lance, pushing forward, slowly pressing towards Sumu's eye socket. Ultimately, the lance stopped just a few dozen centimeters away. With sheer strength, Sumu had stopped the Dark Knight's charge cold. cold. Then, a surge of 968 points of brute strength exploded from him. He grabbed the lance with both hands, twisted it fiercely, and yanked the petite dark knight off her skeletal steed. She flipped through the air and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. She stared in disbelief. She had never imagined Sumu could neutralize her charge with such ease. It was even harder to comprehend that, though they were both warrior tier undead, Sumu's strength and constitution were so monstrous. Another silent soul shriek rang out. Sensing her master had been thrown, the skeletal horse circled around and charged Sumu again. But against Sumu, it was futile. With one hand still gripping the lance, Sumu kept the Dark Knight pinned. With the other, he drew his bone-black saber from his back. As the skeletal warhorse lunged, his blade flashed. With a second boom, the skeletal warhorse was slapped aside, its bones scattering. Sumu hadn't been ruthless. When the warhorse pounced, he had merely smacked it with the flat of his saber, sending it flying. With his current strength and the razor-sharp blade, a single strike could have split the warhorse's skull. With the steed down and out of commission for a while, Sumu turned his attention back to the Dark Knight. As expected, she was very petite for a knight. Whether she had been a female knight or a woman general, now that Sumu had set his sights on her, this Dark Knight with limitless potential was destined to become his subordinate little sister, so to speak. Though restrained, the Dark Knight struggled desperately, trying to reclaim her lance and stab it into Sumu. Her corrosion ability was powerful, but only if she could keep contact with her opponent's skull. Even if she hadn't lost the ability to resist, Sumu would still need to keep his hand in contact with her skull to let the energy keep eroding her. As a Death Knight, she would never surrender. Even if threatened with death, she would not give in. Yet, seeing the petite knight pinned to the ground, Sumu felt a trace of amusement. He didn't need to cripple the Dark Knight or take away her will to resist, he just needed to keep channeling that mysterious energy. He seized her lance with one hand and used brute force to suppress her. With the other, he gripped her skull and lifted her into the air. And so, the diminutive, weaponless Dark Knight dangled in Sumu's grasp, struggling fiercely but unable to break free. With no weapon or steed, and short arms, she couldn't even reach Sumu. In this strange scene at the battlefield's edge, a tall, black-armored warrior stood with one arm outstretched, holding the petite Dark Knight aloft by the head. The Dark Knight thrashed, slapping at Sumu's arm, leaving only faint white marks on his gauntlet. Ahead, the Haigu Legion stood at the ready. Behind, the skeletal warhorse slowly reassembled itself. Corrosion ignored the Dark Knight's resistance, suspending her in midair. A steady stream of unknown energy flowed from Sumu, beginning to erode the Dark Knight's body. Time passed. At first contact, the Dark Knight seemed to sense something, and her will to resist surged. But as more of the energy flowed in, her resistance gradually weakened. When the energy finally permeated her skull, she fell silent. Then, the system prompt sounded. You have gained control of Dark Knight Agnes. Successfully enslaved Dark Knight Agnes. Acquired the class advancement information for the warrior template Dark Knight. With this, the Dark Knight of limitless potential officially became a loyal member of Sumu's forces. Sumu gently set her down, his gaze sweeping over the newly refreshed knight stats on his panel. Agnes picked up her lance and obediently stood beside Sumu. This was the first time Sumu had encountered an undead with a personal name. The gap in tier and level between himself and the Skeleton King was enormous, and even when they last met, Sumu couldn't discern the Skeleton King's details. But he was certain that, aside from the Skeleton King, no other skeleton warrior, elite, or otherwise had a personal name. Perhaps, having a unique name was a sign of the Dark Knight's limitless potential. Sumu silently mouthed the name Agnes, searching his memories from his previous life in the game, but he had never heard it, nor seen any related records. Could this be an undiscovered hidden storyline? With no clues and little information, Sumu set the question aside for now. After all, the Dark Knight named Agnes was now his subordinate, and if she held any secrets, Sumu would have plenty of time to uncover them. He then opened Agnes's attribute panel. Name, Agnes. Race, Undead Death Knight. Template, Warrior Class Template Dark Knight. Level, 43. Status, HP 16,500. Mana 1,800. Attributes, Strength 582, Agility 425, Constitution 850, Spirit 180. Talents, Mount Summon, Racial Talent. Skills, Knight's Charge, Knight's Stand, Power of Darkness. Mount, Haigu Warhorse. There was no denying it, Death Knights were far rarer and nobler than ordinary skeletons. Even at the same warrior tier, Agnes's 4 core stats far exceeded those of a skeleton captain, and that was without factoring in the stat bonuses from merging with her skeletal warhorse. Everyone knew, in battle, a Death Knight's mental attributes could be stacked with her mount's 4 stats. Moreover, the ceiling for skeletons was just the Lord tier. Even the Skeleton King, who ruled the bone-burying grounds for countless years, was only a Lord by class and could never break through. But Death Knights were different. As long as conditions were met, a Lord tier Death Knight could continue advancing to epic and legendary ranks. This was the very limit of the skeleton race. High-tier skeletons could only command their lesser kin, while undead like liches or human necromancers could control skeletons at will. At the root, the skeleton's ceiling was simply too low, no matter their numbers. Even the Skeleton King, the pinnacle of of his race, was at best a Lord tier. He might dominate the bone-burying grounds, but in the wider game world, he was merely an early-stage boss for players. The Lord tier capped at level 60. Even if the Skeleton King spent decades devouring his kin and reaching the cap, he'd just be a high-level lord, his class template and attribute bonuses unchanged. Everyone knew, a level 70 Skeleton King Lord could never compare to a level 70 epic class monster. Staring at Agnes's panel, Sumu couldn't help but feel envious. So long as her level and requirements were met, Agnes could smoothly advance from warrior tier Dark Knight to Lord tier Death Knight and even onward to epic and legendary ranks. But what about Sumu? If not for the existence of free stat points enabling him to fuse multiple class templates and form his own exclusive class, the Lord tier, where the Skeleton King stood, would probably be his own limit. Of course, it wasn't just Agnes's race and class that made people jealous, but also her mighty skeletal warhorse. As a racial talent of the Death Knights, as long as Agnes lived, her warhorse could never truly die. Even if Sumu shattered its bones and destroyed its soul flame, the steed would always be reborn from Agnes's own soul fire. When she fell, the warhorse chose to fall alongside her. Once fallen, as long as the master survived, the steed could not truly perish, and the warhorse could grow and advance alongside its master. Owning a personal, growable mount, how could Sumu not be envious? After all, since his own rebirth, he'd never even seen the shadow of a mount. He glanced at the newly reassembled skeletal warhorse returning to Agnes's side, secretly vowing that one day he'd have an ancient dragon for a mount. It was worth noting, as a Death Knight, even though Agnes was only warrior tier, Sumu hadn't obtained any useful information from her memories upon subjugation. It seemed Agnes had no awakened memories of her past life. Her earliest recollection was being born as a Haiga Knight in this land of death, then hunting skeletons for experience and growing into a warrior tier Dark Knight. However, her intelligence far surpassed that of other warrior tier skeletons, nearly matching that of a Lord tier skeleton. For Sumu, this was good news. A clever, limitless potential Dark Knight, perhaps the only undead in the bone-burying grounds who could keep pace with his own growth. With a little nurturing, this knightly little sister would surely become a valued right hand. This harvest was absolutely worthwhile. In the days that followed, Sumu switched to a passive fishing mode for soaking up experience only. Now, there was a Dark Knight by his side. 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4. When his skeleton minions' returns finally pushed him to level 38, Sumu could no longer sit still. At level 38, his stats grew twice more: Strength 1218, Agility 983, Constitution 1215, Spirit 466. With such attributes, the urge to challenge the Skeleton King stirred once again. Levels 51 to 60 were Lord tier, equivalent to the human hero grade. No matter whether the Skeleton King was still at that tier or had already surpassed the level cap, with Sumu's current stats and the life-saving boss skill phase shift, he felt qualified to take on the Skeleton King. Even if defeated, he was confident he could escape. The Skeleton King would be hard-pressed to stop him. Just thinking of the Death Fortress and all those warrior skeletons, so much experience and so many free stat points set Sumu's heart racing. After double-checking his panel, he ordered Agnes to hunt on her own, while he made his way straight toward the Death Fortress. A few hours later, Sumu appeared near the fortress. It had been more than 20 days since he'd last left. The Skeleton King's 3 great Haigu legions still guarded the outer perimeter. For the undead, time meant nothing. There was no boredom. As long as the Skeleton King issued no new patrol commands, these 3 legions would remain stationed here indefinitely. The Skeleton King himself sat enthroned in the castle's main hall. The 3 legions were garrisoned on 3 sides of the fortress. Perhaps due to Sumu's threat, or the Skeleton King's own presence, their numbers were larger than when Sumu last saw them. Each legion had at least 5 or 6,000, up to 7 or 8,000 skeletons, and in addition to their commanders, each legion had Haigu snipers, dark mages, Haigu assault warriors, warrior tier skeletons. All the legions were stationed 400 to 500 meters from the fortress. Plus the warrior tier street guards and the Haigu legions, it was clear this was a trap set by the Skeleton King. Given Sumu's record devouring 5 bone legions, infiltrating the Death Fortress to hunt warrior skeletons, the Skeleton King had decided he was hunting warriors. These 3 great Haigu legions were bait. If Sumu dared attack and the warrior skeletons could stall him even briefly, the Skeleton King could rush over and kill him. For skeletons with limited intelligence, it was a solid plan. But Sumu was no ordinary skeleton. Although a warrior tier skeleton, he retained his human intellect, memories, and wisdom. Such a simple trap was obvious to him at a glance. Soul fire flickering, Sumu surveyed the area, then strode straight toward the largest legion. He knew it was a trap, but with his strength, he could ignore it. In fact, these baits were delicious meals he could devour at any time. He didn't bother to hide. When he was still a few hundred meters out, the legion spotted him. The skeleton commander barked an order, and nearly 8,000 skeletons surged toward Sumu like a tidal wave. And Sumu? He simply stepped forward, instantly crossing a kilometer to appear in the middle of the skeleton horde. Raising his Haigu Blackbone blade high, he gathered all his power and unleashed a cracking void slash. Thunder roared as several skeletons were torn apart and fell, a swath of dark red energy blades split off, fanning out in all directions. Sumu didn't target the commander, but rather the nearby elite skeletons. With his now 1/200 plus strength attribute, even a warrior skeleton couldn't withstand a full-powered strike, let alone elites. The dark red blades instantly wiped out several elites, and the fragments continued to slice through the advanced skeletons nearby, spreading further and further out. With just one swing, in moments, countless energy blades swept through the Haigu Legion like a sea of knives, spreading endlessly in all directions. Around the commander, in a 100-meter radius centered on Sumu, skeletons were reduced to shattered bones. Only the commander and another warrior skeleton survived. Having slaughtered hundreds, perhaps thousands of skeletons in a single blow, Sumu didn't pause. He stepped forward again, instantly appearing behind the commander. His bone-black blade flashed, cleaving down on the commander's skull. Crack! Driven by immense force, the sharp blade easily shattered the skull. Bone fragments flew, and the commander collapsed. System prompt: killed a skeleton commander, gained 5000 EXP. Sumu's movements were seamless. The blade immediately swung onto the other warrior skeleton, a dark mage. The mage had just formed a ball of darkness, not yet cast, when his head was lopped off in an instant. System prompt: 5700 EXP. 2 warrior skeletons down. This legion no longer held much value for Sumu. He stepped out again, teleporting into another legion that had rushed over on alert. This was Sumu's third boss skill, phase shift, utterly broken. After evolving from Shadow Traverse, its mana cost had doubled from 500 to 1000, but its effect was vastly improved. At level 10, Shadow Traverse could only cross a fixed distance, Spirit times 10, neither more nor less. As a boss skill, phase shift's max range still scaled with Spirit, but now Sumu could freely choose the distance, even passing through obstacles. Once only good for travel and escape, the skill now opened up countless combat applications, doubling Sumu's fighting power even with no other improvements. With 1000 mana per use, he could phase shift 4 times. With the 10,000 mana reserve in the Rogless Crystal Ball, he could use it 14 times in quick succession, enough for high-intensity battle. After felling 2 warrior skeletons, the Skeleton King wouldn't sit idly by. As Sumu appeared in the second legion, the Skeleton King burst from the fortress, charging toward him. But the Skeleton King was slower than Sumu, and lacked the divine phase shift skill. By the time he arrived, he could only watch as Sumu killed the legion's warrior skeletons, then unleashed another cracking void/dark red blade, scattering before reappearing in the final legion. The first legion had been slaughtered before the Skeleton King could intervene. The second fell helplessly. But when Sumu appeared in the third, a mere warrior skeleton dared trespass and slaughter his subordinates, a direct challenge to the king's authority. The Skeleton King was furious. A warrior skeleton? Nothing but an ant. Over the years, he had devoured hundreds if not thousands of them. When had such a lowly skeleton dared to massacre his subordinates so brazenly, challenging his rule? Anger, rage, fury. But the Skeleton King was simply too slow, and could only watch as this upstart teleported into the third legion and continued his rampage. Dark red blades burst, and with 2 more flashes, the last warrior skeleton was slain. The legion devastated, a triple kill, all before the Skeleton King's eyes. Sumu now had first-hand experience of phase shift's power. 6 warrior skeletons felled, 3 legions in ruins. Not only had he reaped a mountain of experience, but his free stat points, once down to just 1, were replenished. With all this done, Sumu saw the Skeleton King order his legions to encircle him from all sides. He activated phase shift, heading straight for the Skeleton King's rear. Now, it was time to face the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was still charging. Already slower than Sumu, and lacking phase shift, all he could do was order his legions to pin Sumu down at any cost, biding time for his own arrival. But he knew full well that with phase shift, it was nearly impossible to trap Sumu. It was his only option. What the Skeleton King didn't expect was that after slaughtering the last legion's warriors, this upstart didn't bother with the minions. Instead, he phase shifted directly behind the king. Before the king could react, Sumu's bone-black blade erupted with 10 streaks of pitch-black energy, aiming straight at the Skeleton King's massive back. Death rend. Even facing the Skeleton King, his legions devastated, warriors slain, Sumu didn't dare underestimate him. He opened with his strongest attack, a barrage of black energy blades slashing at the king. But Sumu was surprised. Just as the 10 blades were about to strike, for translucent, ancient, heavy shields floated up, rotating around the Skeleton King's massive frame. The black blades struck over and over, the shield faces flickering darker each time. When all 10 blades hit a single shield, it finally shattered. On the other sides, the remaining 3 shields spun to protect the king once again. This was the Skeleton King's first skill, a defensive ancient shield displayed before Sumu's eyes. Using the shield as a buffer, the king didn't even turn, but swung a 2-meter-long great warhammer in a broad arc, howling through the air toward Sumu. At this point, Sumu should have dodged, but with phase shift in hand, he advanced calmly, instead putting his full strength into the bone-black blade to meet the warhammer head-on, testing the difference in their power. Time seemed to slow. Outside the Death Fortress, surrounded by the battered remains of 3 legions, Sumu poured all his strength into the clash blade and hammer, colliding inch by inch. A thunderous boom, dust billowing. Sumu took the full blow. The Skeleton King's massive body only shuddered slightly, while Sumu was blasted back several meters, leaving deep footprints as he absorbed the hammer's force. The Skeleton King turned, standing like a mountain not far away, crimson soulfire blazing in his sockets, pale jawbone twitching in what seemed to be a mocking sneer. If Sumu ran, the king could do nothing, but to go head-to-head with him? In this land of death, no undead had ever qualified to challenge him directly. Sumu retreated several steps, dissipating the force, a smile playing on his lips. Clearly, he'd lost this exchange. In a contest of strength, he was bested by the Skeleton King. Glancing down, he noticed faint cracks on his blade. He wasn't just weaker in raw power, his constitution was slightly inferior too. The warhammer was incredibly heavy, making his bone-black blade a lighter weapon by comparison. Even so, the hammer had only knocked Sumu back a few steps, not sent him flying. This showed that while the king's strength surpassed Sumu's, it was not overwhelming. Sumu was level 38, the Skeleton King perhaps 60, a 22 level gap. Yet even challenging the king's strongest suit, the difference was not insurmountable. Sumu smiled. The result was far better than he'd hoped. Now, it was time for a clash of skills. Don't forget, it was precisely because his level was so much lower than the Skeleton King's that Sumu dared to face him head-on, relying on his 3 boss skills. The earth trembled. A shockwave rolled out from where the warhammer struck, spreading like a tidal wave toward Sumu. Shockwave. No sooner had the power contest ended than the Skeleton King's rage erupted, his second skill unleashed. Both hammers smashed the ground, a terrifying shockwave sweeping forth a devastating attack and mid-range crowd control. Any enemy caught in its path would suffer massive physical damage, be flung through the air, and left briefly helpless. With the king's terrifying strength and hammer attacks, even a moment's helplessness would spell death in a hail of blows. But this time, his opponent was Sumu. As the shockwave swept out, Sumu had already stepped forward, phase shifting from in front of the king to behind him. A Haigu Blackbone blade swept out once more, Deathrend unleashed. Against the Skeleton King, bolstered by immense constitution and his bone shields, Sumu's normal attacks could barely scratch him. Even the boss skill, Void Shatter, was too dispersed to truly damage him. Only Deathrend could pose a real threat. The bone shields were formidable, automatically defending their master, but even the strongest shield could be shattered. Now, 3 still remained circling the Skeleton King, while Sumu still had the stamina to unleash Deathrend 16 more times. Sumu knew from the start that this battle would be a marathon, not a sprint. He was fully prepared for a prolonged fight or even a tactical retreat before coming to Death Fortress. Black energy blades arced out. Amidst the Skeleton King's furious roars, another shield shattered, leaving only 2. Without activating skills, the Skeleton King's speed was far inferior to Sumu's. He couldn't even land a hit. Once, twice, 3 times on the 4th Deathrend, all the bone shields were finally shredded. The Skeleton King, once the source of immense fear, now stood exposed before Sumu. Bellowing with rage, the Skeleton King raised his twin warhammers high. Black mist swirled, then both hammers crashed down, pounding the earth. But this time, it wasn't a shockwave that erupted, but a layer of ghostly blue light spreading from the impact, expanding hundreds of meters in all directions. Before Sumu's eyes, the ground split open. Pale bone claws burst forth, followed by countless skeletons crawling up from the earth. In mere seconds, a new Haigu legion over 1,000 strong encircled the Skeleton King. Among them, 4 warrior skeletons, Haigu Assault, Haigu Sniper, Warden, Dark Mage, 40 elite skeletons, Skeletal Swordsman, Bone Archer, Skeleton Guard, Dread Mage, and the rest all advanced class skeletons. This was the Skeleton King's 3rd skill, Skeleton summoning, his only true boss skill. No wonder the king cared little about his legion's numbers, retaining only 8 as patrols while devouring the rest. With Skeleton summoning, the king himself was a legion. One Haigu legion couldn't threaten Sumu, but in the midst of this duel, their sudden appearance could tip the balance, buying the king precious time. Sumu wondered, were the summoned skeletons permanent or temporary? But there was no time to ponder. The Skeleton King, now without his bone shields, was at his most vulnerable. Even with the legion in the way, Sumu was eager to test whether the king's body alone could withstand Deathrend. He stepped once more, reappearing behind the king. The black bone blade fell, 10 inky blades slashing straight at the Skeleton King. At the same time, the summoned legion's warriors and elites launched their own assault, sword shockwaves, fireballs, spheres of darkness. Sumu used phase shift to evade the concentrated barrage, emerging within the legion's ranks. Void Shatter exploded, countless dark red blades tearing through the warriors and advanced skeletons, bones flying everywhere. But on Sumu's panel, not a single experience notification appeared. In other words, these summoned skeletons were counted as extensions of the Skeleton King's own strength. As for the king himself, he avoided the most vital spot, so the black blade struck his heavy back instead, leaving deep gouges and slashing away a quarter of his health. 3 more Deathrends, and Sumu could kill the Skeleton King. But the king clearly had more skills than the 3 shown so far. With his health dropping sharply, the Skeleton King unleashed his 4th skill, Bone Devour. A surge of death energy burst out, forming countless tiny chains that snaked around the nearby skeletons and shattered shattered bones. In an instant, the bones and skeletons were sucked toward him, merging into his body like a rushing tide. The wounds on his back faded, and the lost quarter of his health rapidly regenerated. At the cost of some skeletons and broken bones, the king restored himself to full strength right before Sumu's eyes. Worse, the 4 bone shields reappeared, circling him once more. Sumu was speechless at the sight. He stepped away, triggering phase shift this time not toward the skeleton king, but hundreds of meters away, to Death Fortress itself. Offense, shockwave. Defense, bone shields. Support, summon skeletons. Sustain, bone devour. Now Sumu fully understood why the skeleton king had ruled the bone burying grounds for eons. This old bone was not just tough, it was nearly unkillable. Sumu could fight him to a standstill, but killing him was another matter entirely. Still, if he couldn't chew through the skeleton king for now, couldn't claim his experience, free stat points, or class template, there were other options. The Death Fortress held plenty of warrior skeletons. With a phase shift, Sumu escaped the battlefield and reappeared atop a sword tower on the fortress wall. The black bone blade flashed. The Haigu sniper guarding the tower lost his head and crumpled. Without pause, Sumu pressed deeper, hunting more warrior skeletons. Outside, the skeleton king raged. The moment Sumu escaped, the king sensed things were amiss. As his soul sense registered his subordinates vanishing one after another, his fury reached new heights, and he rushed back toward the castle at top speed. But how could the slow-moving skeleton king ever catch someone with phase shift? By the time the king returned, Sumu had already wiped out every last warrior skeleton in the fortress. The final one fell in a flash of cold light, and before the skeleton king could arrive, Sumu phase shifted outside the fortress. Over a dozen warrior skeletons meant as many free stat points, a bountiful harvest, though Sumu was still not satisfied. Now, the king had no more warrior skeletons, but there were still plenty of elites and advanced skeletons. Even a mosquito counts as meat. Since he was here, he'd harvest them all. Once the warriors were nearly gone, Sumu turned his blade on the elite and advanced skeletons. He didn't need to cut them one by one, just gather them up and unleash Void Shatter again. The skeleton king, consumed by fury, could only chase Sumu's shadow around the castle in vain. And Sumu? Each phase shift was marked by swaths of elite and advanced skeletons falling like wheat. When his crystal ball's mana was nearly depleted, barely enough for 2 more phase shifts, Sumu finally retreated. By then, the skeleton king was left utterly alone. Not a warrior, not an elite, not even an advanced skeleton remained. Sumu had wiped them all out and vanished, leaving the king with no target to pursue. In the ancient, bone-filled castle, the skeleton king could only roar over and over, venting his bottomless rage. Sumu reappeared thousands of meters away in the wilds. He tallied his spoils with genuine satisfaction. He hadn't managed to slay the skeleton king yet, but compared to their last encounter, his gains were nothing short of miraculous. All he needed now was a bit more leveling, a few more boosts to his mental attributes, and next time, he'd be confident of slaying the skeleton king and claiming his throne. Exhaling deeply, Sumu slowed his pace and set off into the distance. The crystal ball held just over 1,000 mana, enough for 1 more phase shift. Compared to the distance to Agnes, a few kilometers was nothing. He could take his time and enjoy the view. For the first time since his rebirth, Sumu strolled through the bone burying grounds with a light heart, observing the land where he was born. His peace didn't last long. After traveling a dozen kilometers from Death Fortress, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence up ahead, one no weaker than the skeleton king. Could the king have chased him down? He dismissed the thought immediately. If the skeleton king were this fast, he wouldn't have let Sumu massacre his underlings with impunity. A stranger, someone powerful, had entered his territory. Sumu checked his remaining mana for 1 phase shift and steeled himself, heading toward the source. 1 last phase shift would be enough to ensure his safety. The bone burying grounds were his domain now. If a stranger appeared, he had to investigate. He soon found the source atop a small mound, as if waiting for him. Sumu appeared. The figure did not flee, but instead walked toward him at a steady pace. It was a mage, shrouded in black robes, face mostly hidden, only nose and mouth exposed. Although the figure was wreathed in death energy, like an undead, Sumu could tell this was a living mage from the human world, appearing here in the bone burying grounds. The appearance of a hero-tier mage, one whose presence rivaled the skeleton king, was no trivial matter, especially since this was a living human. As the black-robed mage strode closer, Sumu instinctively tightened his grip on his bone blade. Sensing Sumu's vigilance, the mage came to a halt a dozen meters away. Shrouded head to toe in black robes, the mage inclined his head in polite greeting, and a deep, calm voice echoed from within the hood. "Mighty undead, I am Rogless, a death follower from the outside world. I mean you no harm." The words were mild, but hearing this self-introduction, Sumu's heart surged with shock. Rogless, the black-robed mage, was none other than the legendary plague mage from his previous life. Death followers like Rogless were those who wielded the power of death. Necromancers, undead, even beings like Sumu himself could be considered death system entities. Realizing this, Sumu's wariness only deepened, though he betrayed nothing on the surface. Just as he'd speculated, Rogless had not yet reached the epic tier. He was a hero, equivalent to the skeleton king's level. On paper, Sumu had no reason to fear Rogless. Being able to to go head-to-head with the Skeleton King. But Roglus was no ordinary undead, he was a human, and even as a hero now, he was destined in the previous timeline to become an epic and then legendary archmage, feared across worlds. Who could predict what cards Roglus held up his sleeve? Against someone whose power and cunning was proven, Sumu knew he could never be too cautious. Not to mention, Sumu had destroyed one of Roglus's altars and massacred his zombie clan. Of course, he didn't show it. When Roglus finished his introduction, Sumu sent out a subtle soul fluctuation, deliberately showing intelligence above that of ordinary warrior skeletons, but still far from human level, to obscure his true abilities. Sure enough, after sensing Sumu's soul, Roglus showed no suspicion and continued, "I had the honor to witness your battle with the Skeleton King. Your strength is impressive. The Skeleton King is old, while you are newly risen and powerful. If you wish, I can aid you in defeating him, and help you become the new ruler of this realm." Sumu's soul fire flickered, feigning temptation. "What price must I pay?" Reading Sumu's soul, Roglus relaxed. In his eyes, Sumu was interested. After pondering briefly, Roglus said, "My only wish is that, once you become king, you allow me to enter Death Fortress and pay my respects, nothing more. It will not harm you in the slightest." The offer was simple. Roglus would help Sumu claim the throne, and Sumu would let him enter the fortress. Clearly, there was something in Death Fortress that Roglus desired. Sumu pressed, "Why choose me over the Skeleton King?" Roglus spread his hands, sighing, "Death Fortress is the heart of this realm, a holy land for any death follower. But the Skeleton King forbids all others from approaching, only he and his minions may enter. To pursue Death's truth, I have no choice but to cooperate with a powerful undead such as yourself." His reasoning was solid, both for not helping the Skeleton King and for soliciting Sumu's cooperation. If Sumu were truly just a warrior skeleton, there'd be little reason to refuse. He fell silent, soul fire flickering, as if pondering. Roglus waited patiently, not pressing him. After a long silence, Sumu's soul fluctuated again. "Not enough. I'm helping you, not the other way around. That price is too low." A faint smile appeared beneath Roglus's hood. "Of course, as long as you continue to grow, you'll surely defeat the Skeleton King one day. This deal favors me. How about this?" He produced a black crystal orb, fist-sized, from who knows where. Wisps of black mist swirled within. "If you help me gain access to Death Fortress, this crystal orb will be yours." At the sight of the orb, Sumu's soul fire pulsed violently. It was identical to the orb he'd seized from the dark altar, both crafted by Roglus. Now Sumu realized how Roglus had tracked him. The orb he'd taken, though its mark had been erased, was still linked to the one Roglus held. Even at a distance, Sumu could see a faint thread of black mist connecting the two. If he took out his own orb, the resonance would be even stronger. A single such orb was already a legendary artifact, but together, they might reach epic quality. And as Sumu's spirit attribute grew, the orb's value would only increase. Its ability to absorb, store, and purify death energy was priceless, especially for quickly raising elite and even warrior tier minions. Sumu exhaled quietly, weighing his options. Roglus knew Sumu had destroyed the altar and taken the first orb, but said nothing instead. He offered the second as payment, when in truth it was a lure to bind Sumu to his plan. Roglus either had a way to reclaim the orb afterward, or the secret in Death Fortress was worth risking an epic artifact to obtain. Whatever the case, if Sumu agreed, Roglus wouldn't lose out. After a long pause, Sumu made up his mind. His soul fire flickered, and he sent out his will. "Very well. 15 days from now, meet me here." Roglus nodded and smiled. 15 days is perfect. I have preparations to make as well. Until then, mighty undead, I look forward to our partnership. With that, Roglus bowed slightly, his figure flickering with a subtle energy, then vanished. Sumu watched until he was certain Roglus was gone. He never expected their first encounter to end like this, but he had to accept the deal. Whether for the Skeleton King's experience, stat points, and template, or for Roglus's second orb, he could not pass it up, no matter the risk. He'd chosen 15 days deliberately to buy time for more leveling and growth. Roglus was dangerous, more so than the Skeleton King, but if Sumu grew strong enough, he could overcome any plot and seize every benefit for himself. As for Roglus's surveillance, Sumu wasn't concerned. Mages in the second world had plenty of remote scrying spells, but these could only observe set locations, not track moving targets. Even at epic tier, following someone undetected across the bone-burying grounds was nearly impossible. So, Sumu launched into a new frenzy of hunting. Anytime the Haigu Legion found elite skeletons, Sumu would move to enslave them, expanding his own undead army. The Legion's hunt radius broadened from the center and inner layers to the outer reaches, bringing in more and more experience. On the third day after their agreement, Sumu leveled up from 38 to 39. By the seventh day, he hit 40, officially entering the top ranks for warrior and guard skeletons. Each new level required more experience, but his growing army brought exponential returns. On the 11th day, he reached level 41. On the eve of their agreed meeting, Sumu hit level 42, a full 4-level gain in just 14 days, with his attributes skyrocketing again. Roglus could never have imagined Sumu would grow so much in such a short time. In his mind, high-tier undead took decades to form, hence, he was confident in a 15-day delay. away. Soon, night faded and the appointed day of their meeting arrived. The next morning, Sumo arrived at the appointed location early, bringing along a Haigu legion as a show of force to await Roglus's arrival. Of course, this legion was just for appearances. Most of his forces were still spread throughout the bone-burying grounds, hunting and feeding him a steady flow of experience. Even Agnes, the Dark Knight, had been sent far from Death Fortress to avoid Roglus's detection. In just half a month, Sumu had advanced from level 38 to 42, his mental attributes surging by nearly a third. His current stats: HP 32,450, Mana 6,660, Strength 1,718, Agility 1,383, Constitution 1,745, Spirit 666. With such explosive growth, his strength had soared accordingly. Facing the Skeleton King again, Sumu was confident he could win even without Roglus's help. But since they'd agreed to join forces, he'd let Roglus contribute. Who knew what might happen after the king fell? It was best to save some cards for the final moment. As dawn broke and the dim sky brightened, Sumu sensed Roglus's presence drawing near. The black-robed figure slowly emerged on the horizon, approaching steadily. Roglus looked unchanged, but Sumu knew the mage had surely spent the last 2 weeks preparing. He would be even trickier this time. Sumu observed Roglus, and Roglus observed Sumu. Unlike Sumu, Roglus was genuinely surprised. Over 3,000 Haigu Legion skeletons stood at attention, a force that, for someone powerful enough to face the Skeleton King, was actually rather modest. What truly shocked Roglus was the aura Sumu now gave off. Compared with their first meeting, it was so powerful it made even Roglus's heart race. Had Sumu grown stronger again? Or was there some unknown encounter in the bone-burying grounds? A shadow flickered beneath Roglus's hooded eyes, but his voice remained calm and deep as ever. "You are as punctual as ever, my lord. If you are ready, let us begin. After today, you shall be the new master of this realm of death." Sumu nodded slightly and, with a thought, led his Haigu Legion and Roglus toward Death Fortress, several kilometers away. They arrived quickly, and Sumu arrayed his legion outside the fortress, then advanced side by side with Roglus. 100 meters from the main gate, Sumu stopped and glanced at Roglus. When Roglus nodded, Sumu stepped forward, unleashing his aura in a wild surge of challenge, announcing his arrival to the Skeleton King. A furious roar split the air. Moments later, the massive form of the Skeleton King burst from the fortress to confront Sumu and Roglus. The king's gaze lingered only briefly on Roglus before locking onto Sumu. He hadn't forgotten this upstart skeleton who had repeatedly challenged his authority, slaughtered his minions, and reduced the bone-burying grounds ruler to little more than a lone king. The humiliation burned hot. Without hesitation, the Skeleton King charged, twin warhammers raised. Sumu sent out a brief soul wave, "Leave it to me," then rushed forward, black bone blade in hand. The earth trembled. A violent shockwave exploded outward as the Skeleton King unleashed his first skill, but by then, Sumu had already phase shifted behind him, unleashing 10 black blade lights in a single death rend, slashing at the king's back. The 4 bone shields materialized instantly, blocking the first blow. Now Roglus acted, casting curses, shields, and buffs, fulfilling his support role exactly as planned. His first spell enveloped the Skeleton King in a murky glow, weakening the 3 remaining bone shields. Their defenses visibly dropped by at least 30%, even if they didn't shatter outright. With Roglus's support, Sumu wasted no time, phase shifted to the king's flank and unleashed a second death rend. This time, 2 bone shields shattered at once, and the king roared in fury. Realizing Roglus's spells were tipping the scales, the Skeleton King made a snap decision. Taking Sumu's strike and losing 2 shields, he abandoned his attack on Sumu and charged Roglus. In a blink, he leapt, warhammers raised overhead, all his weight and power focused on a single devastating blow. Roglus didn't move, calmly preparing his next support spell as if oblivious to the looming Skeleton King and his thunderous hammers. At the last moment, Sumu phase shifted forward, intercepting the strike. This was the arrangement they'd agreed on the way. Sumu would take the lead in offense and defense, Roglus would support. The warhammers crashed down. Sumu met them head-on with the black bone blade. The impact was deafening, metal screeched, and the force bent Sumu's blade into a deep arc, threatening to snap. His legs were driven deep into the earth, but he held, absorbing the massive blow. The moment the hammers landed, Roglus completed his second spell. He flicked his staff, sending a jet of dark green light to envelop the Skeleton King. Instantly, the king felt a wave of weakness, as if some unseen force was draining his strength. Roglus's second curse, Power Siphon. With the king's strength suppressed and Sumu at full power, the advantage was clear. Sumu drew back the black bone blade and leapt, slashing at the king. Their stats were evenly matched now. With Roglus's debuffs, Sumu even held the upper hand. Each blow forced the Skeleton King back step by step. Humiliated and furious, the king had never faced such a predicament. After blocking another of Sumu's strikes, the Skeleton King howled and slammed his hammers into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave to drive Sumu back. Sumu retreated a step, then phase shifted behind the king once more. 10 black blades erupted again, shattering the last bone shield and carving deep wounds into the king's back, tearing away a fifth of his health. Injured for the second time, the king roared, abandoning Sumu again to charge the nearby nearby Haiga Legion. Stop him, Roglus shouted. Sumu instantly commanded the archers and mages to unleash a barrage of arrows and fireballs, but even elite attacks could barely scratch the Skeleton King. Under a rain of attacks, the king crashed into the legion and activated Bone Devour. Skeletal minions and broken bones were sucked into his frame, restoring his health and bone shields. Fool! Sumu cursed inwardly. Roglus quickly prepared his next spells, realizing that while Sumu was strong and battle-savvy, he still lacked the cunning to finish the king off. If they wanted to breach Death Fortress, they'd need Roglus's magic. With a surge of magical energy, Roglus unleashed two more curses, Constitution Drain and Resistance Break. The first sapped the king's constitution, the second crippled his resistance as both physical and magical defenses plummeted. Now, Sumu's attacks would deal even greater damage. Though the spells taxed Roglus, Sumu didn't disappoint this time. He phase shifted to the king's side and unleashed another death rend. The bone shield shattered once more, and the Skeleton King was left fully exposed beneath Sumu's blade. The jet black blades erupted this time. With the bone shields gone, death rend struck the Skeleton King directly. With his resistances crippled by curses, Sumu's death rend inflicted a full third more damage than before. As 10 black blades slashed into the king's frame, his health plummeted like a waterfall, dropping to just about a third. Enraged and desperate, the Skeleton King didn't bother counterattacking. Instead, he activated his boss skill Skeleton Summon. As before, the earth-churned skeletons clawed their way out of the ground to shield their master, providing the raw materials for the king's next round of healing and bone shield recovery. This was precisely why Sumu and Roglus had to cooperate. Either could injure the king, but only together could they hope to finish him off. Otherwise, every time the Skeleton King summoned a legion, he'd restore himself to full, making him nearly unkillable even for two hero-tier powers. But this time was different. Sumu focused on offense and defense, Roglus concentrated on debuffs. Their synergy pushed their power far beyond the sum of their parts, making it possible to finally slay the endlessly regenerating Skeleton King. Sumu phase shifted into the midst of the summoned Haigu Legion, unleashing Void Shatter. Dark red blades swept out, slicing through the summoned skeletons with terrifying speed. Once, twice, 3 times the legion that should have restored the king was utterly annihilated. Now, though the Skeleton King's health and shields had returned to full, he was truly at the end of his rope. Surrounded by layers of curses, his combat power was reduced by a huge margin, yet his aura remained imposing. Warhammers in hand, he left deep footprints as he strode toward Sumu, refusing to yield. When only dozens of meters remained, the king let out another furious roar and charged. His mana was spent. No more bone shields, no more legions, but as the sovereign of the bone burying grounds, he would leave his mark on his foes even at the bitter end. Deathrend burst forth again, instantly shattering the last bone shields and carving fresh wounds into the king's body. Sumu met the king head-on. In this final exchange, both discarded their skills, relying solely on raw strength blade against hammer, blow for blow. But Sumu's attack speed far exceeded the king's, and with the curses sapping the king's strength, Sumu overwhelmed him in every clash. Each swing of the Haigu Blackbone blade left a massive scar, each cold flash gouging away even more of the king's dwindling health. 1 strike, 2, 5, 10 until, at last, Sumu's final blow brought the king crashing to the ground, his health bar hitting 0. The Skeleton King, ruler of the bone burying grounds for countless years, standing at the very threshold of the Lord Tier's limits, was dead by Sumu's hand. From this moment on, Sumu could declare himself the new lord of the bone burying grounds, standing atop the Skeleton King's corpse. You have slain the Skeleton King. Gained 100,000 EXP. You have slain the lord of the bone burying grounds. Lines of notifications scrolled across his attribute panel, but Sumu barely glanced at them. He put away his blade, bent down, and dragged the Skeleton King's massive corpse step by step toward Roglus. Only when he was close did his soul waves ripple outward. I've fulfilled the bargain, my skills are spent, I have nothing left. That was the message Sumu wanted to send. Roglus, whose face was hidden beneath his hood, flashed a trace of secret joy, though his voice remained even. Splendid, my lord. The Skeleton King is dead. The rest pose no threat. If any trouble arises, leave it to me. With that, the two entered Death Fortress, Sumu still dragging the Skeleton King's corpse. Roglus was too eager to set foot in the fortress and discover its long-coveted secret to question Sumu's odd behavior. The Skeleton King slain, Death Fortress wasn't empty. Whether from Sumu's earlier clearing or the natural spawning of new skeletons, the hall still echoed with the clatter of lesser undead. At most, they were advanced skeletons, and Sumu let Roglus deal with them all, giving him a clearer sense of Roglus's capabilities. A necromancer specializing in curses, packing potent debuffs but relatively weak direct damage, no threat to the Skeleton King, but formidable against lesser foes. Roglus wasted no time. After a brief consideration, he led Sumu deep into the fortress, toward the sealed chamber where Sumu had once slain the warden. They arrived at a rusted, heavy iron door. Roglus gestured for Sumu to open it. Sumu obliged, curiosity piqued what could possibly generate such pure, endless death energy that it turned the bone burying grounds into a realm of death. Haigu Blackbone blade flashed. With a thunderous crash, Sumu smashed the door open. Instantly, an even purer mirror wave of death energy surged out, invigorating Sumu's very bones. Inside was a vast, grisly chamber far larger than any above. Iron tables, hooks, chains, torture tools, all smeared with ancient, blackened blood. This was no mere prison, but a slaughterhouse or a laboratory, a place where the innocent were butchered and experimented on. At the center stood an altar, small, but identical in form to the dark altar Sumu had destroyed in Death Canyon. But instead of zombies, it was piled with broken skulls, and above it hovered a black rift, from which endless death energy streamed. The altar channeled this into the skulls, spreading it across the land. Death Altar, the legendary artifact described in ancient texts. Rogless was visibly moved for the first time, unable to hide his excitement. This was the real Death Altar, the model for his own dark altar, the true source of the bone-burying ground's deathly power. Sumu's soul waves rippled. What does the altar do? Rogless, distracted by joy, took a moment to respond. My apologies, my lord. This altar is the Death Altar, holy relic of all death followers. You slew the Skeleton King, so it rightfully belongs to you. I only asked to study it here for 3 days before I depart. All will be yours after that. With a plea and a show of gratitude, Rogless handed Sumu the black crystal orb as promised. Sumu, unable to resist, took it. The moment he grasped the second orb, a trap was sprung. Countless runes erupted from the orb, weaving into a fine chain that wrapped around Sumu, branding his bone armor and binding him in place. Over 10 types of runic magic pulsed from the orb, using its fully charged mana as a power source to fuel a dozen formations, sealing Sumu utterly unable to attack, unable to use skills, able only to think. From the start, neither Sumu nor Rogless had trusted the other. Rogless wanted the altar, the king, and Sumu's body. Sumu wanted the orb, the king's death, and the end of Rogless as a threat. Now, sealed and helpless, Sumu was oddly calm. He made no move to break the seal, but instead let his soul fire burn brighter, sending out furious soul waves. Rogless, after confirming the seal was secure, turned his attention to the altar. With this, and the energies of the Skeleton King and this strange undead, my chances of becoming a lich and perhaps a demolic rise to 60%. But that's not enough. I should experiment on this body first. Engrossed, Rogless muttered his plans aloud, bearing his ambitions and schemes. He had no intention of killing Sumu outright. A living undead subject was far more valuable. Now, with Sumu firmly sealed, Rogless meant to extract every secret possible, to better his odds of ascending to epic rank. But Rogless failed to notice that, upon hearing all this, the supposedly helpless Sumu's hand still gripping the crystal orb tightened ever so slightly. From the very beginning of their cooperation, Sumu had never let his guard down against Rogless. In the battle with the Skeleton King, Sumu hadn't held back his strength. Every blow was full force. The only thing he truly reserved was the number of times he could cast his skills. Yes, after slaying the Skeleton King and telling Rogless his skills were exhausted, in reality, he still had 5 uses of Death Rend and 6 uses of Phase Shift left. As a necromancer, Rogless naturally knew much about the undead. Even Lord-tier undead like the Skeleton King, in his eyes, were like simple-minded humans incapable of lying. Rogless never imagined Sumu possessed wisdom equal to, or even surpassing, his own. Nor could he have guessed Sumu had hidden his true strength during the entire fight. Rogless was scheming against Sumu, but Sumu was scheming against Rogless as well. The only thing Sumu hadn't expected was that Rogless would use over 10 kinds of sealing runes embedded in the crystal orb, baiting Sumu's greed to trap him. Fortunately, that trap was the crystal orb itself. When Rogless thought the orb had completely sealed Sumu's opportunity had come. Soulfire flickered in his eye sockets. While Rogless was absorbed in studying the Death Altar, Sumu activated his innate ability. The sealing runes bound his body and skills, but they couldn't seal his racial talent. His palm was already gripping the crystal orb. With a thought, corrosion talent activated. That mysterious energy surged from Sumu's core, starting to rapidly erode the crystal orb. In just a few breaths, all the runes within the orb were wiped away, and all the seals on Sumu's body were nullified. However, he left Rogless's imprint in the orb, so as not to alert the necromancer. Silently freeing himself from the seal, Sumu put the second orb into his body and slowly drew the Haigu Blackbone blade. Rogless was oblivious, busy laying crystal vessels filled with souls and soulfire before the altar, completely unaware of the danger closing in. Soulfire flashed in Sumu's eyes as he raised the Blackbone blade. In the next instant, 2 cold flashes cut through the air. Rogless's arms were severed and fell to the ground. Even as a necromancer, losing both arms caused Rogless to cry out in agony. Before Rogless could react or counterattack, Sumu stepped forward, his massive hand gripping the necromancer's skull. Corrosion talent surged, pouring that unknown energy into Rogless's body. As Rogless was rapidly eroded, terror set in. Without his arms, he couldn't wield his staff or retrieve items from his storage. He was powerless. Rogless was petrified. He couldn't fathom how this strange undead had broken free of the seal. The runes embedded in the orb had cost him a fortune of rare materials and effort, and somewhere were even designed to suppress spatial movement skills. Not to mention, even an epic tier would be trapped if caught off guard. For nearly half an hour, Sumu focused on accelerating the energy's invasion, driving it from Roglas's body to his skull. When the energy penetrated Roglas's brain, Sumu intended to see if he could enslave this necromancer, making him a subordinate. Just the curse skills Roglas had displayed would be a huge asset. But as the energy began to corrode Roglas's mind, Sumu discovered something unexpected. He saw fragments of Roglas's memories. Not just memory fragments, in those flashing scenes, Sumu even saw the processes by which Roglas had learned various skills. Ecstatic, Sumu realized that as a monster, what he lacked most was not attributes or experience, but skills. With enough skill points, he could evolve every acquired skill into a boss skill, massively boosting his combat power. As the corruption deepened, more information refreshed on Sumu's attribute panel. He saw how Roglas obtained a notebook, learned necromancer and undead modification skills, became a necromancer, mastered curses, and committed countless atrocities to strengthen his death magic, killing villagers, creating zombies, building the dark altar. Lost in these visions, Sumu didn't notice Roglas's face twisting from fear to sheer terror. He was losing control of his body, but what terrified him most was the sense that this monstrous undead was peering into all his secrets. Even legendary necromancers couldn't read all the secrets of a soul, but under this cold energy, Roglas felt utterly laid bare. Despair, anger, terror, countless emotions flickered across his face. At last, determination flared in Roglas's dark eyes. Just as Sumu's energy was about to breach his innermost soul, bang! Roglas's head exploded, his lifeless, armless body collapsing to the ground. Still immersed in the memory fragments, Sumu was stunned. Self-destruction? Or perhaps there was another soul contract hidden in Roglas's spirit? Hard to believe the future plague mage, gone just like that? Sumu instinctively opened his attribute panel. At the bottom, several notifications had already appeared. Enslavement failed. You have slain Roglas's avatar. You gain 90,000 EXP. You have obtained the skill Ancient Prison. You have obtained a skill fragment, Necromantic Modification. You have obtained a skill fragment, Necromantic Modification. You have obtained the full skill, Necromantic Modification. Sumu realized in an instant, this wasn't Roglas's true body, merely an avatar. Soulfire flickered as Sumu recalled Roglas's mutterings before the altar and pieced together legends from his past life. He speculated Roglas had two bodies, one true, one a vessel. In his previous life, with the help of players, Roglas defeated the Skeleton King, entered this underground prison, and acquired the Death Altar. He then successfully transformed his true body into a demonic. His necromancer identity was just a facade. That would explain how, as a mere necromancer, Roglas commanded legions of undead and achieved feats even epic tier undead struggled to match because his real self was a demonic. In the second world, when an NPC deliberately concealed their identity, the system would not reveal it unless the player discovered clues or, as Sumu had done, killed or corrupted them for confirmation. No wonder the future plague mage was unrivaled. No one ever uncovered his true identity. Sumu sighed inwardly. Pity this wasn't the real Roglas, and he hadn't seen how Roglas acquired a second body or turned himself into a lich. But since Roglas had not yet become a demonic, he was still at the hero tier. With Sumu's current strength, he didn't need to worry. He was more interested in his own gains. The skill Ancient Prison was a control spell, consuming mana to summon Haigu bone bars from underground to trap enemies in place. Unless the bones were shattered, the target couldn't move. Necromantic Modification was a support skill, analyzing undead, acquiring their information, and upgrading or modifying existing minions. The zombie clan Sumu encountered in King's Canyon was created by Roglas using this skill. While not a direct combat boost, Necromantic Modification would allow Sumu to strengthen and evolve his undead army as his power grew. In the long run, its value was on par with Death Rend and Void Shatter. Having reviewed his new skills, Sumu took out Roglas's crystal orb and erased its imprint. He placed the two identical orbs together. Immediately, wisps of black mist intertwined, and, with a thought, Sumu let them merge. The resulting orb was named Soul Crystal Epic Quality. It could absorb, store, and refine any energy with a current capacity of 100,000. The system note read, a crystal capable of storing any energy. Perhaps you could store your soul within, achieving immortality. A thought struck Sumu. Every lich was said to house their soul in a phylactery for immortality. Was this orb Roglas's phylactery in his previous life? Smiling to himself, Sumu let the upgraded orb merge with his body and turned to examine the other crystals Roglas had left behind. These were ordinary crystals, able to hold souls and soulfire, but as a hero-tier necromancer, Roglas's collected specimens were still valuable. When Sumu's corrosion talent invaded those crystals, new system prompts appeared. You have obtained the advancement info for Elite Class Haiga Knight. You have obtained the Warrior Class template Flame Wraith. You have obtained the Mentor Class template Bastion Guardian. You have obtained the Mentor Class template Frost Archer. You have obtained the Lord Class template Death Knight. You have obtained the Lord Class template Lich. To Sumu, souls and soulfire meant advancement info. Most didn't matter, but the Death Knight and Lich templates were invaluable. Even if he couldn't evolve directly into a Death Knight or Lich, he could use them as materials to fuse into his next template. Including the Skeleton King's template, Sumu now possessed 3 Lord-level class templates. If he wished, he could fuse them and advance from warrior to lord at any time, but there was no hurry. After some thought, Sumu approached the Skeleton King's corpse and began to corrupt it, absorbing the essence within. His strength increased by 252, agility by 12, constitution by 145, spirit by 34, and he also obtained the Skeleton King's class template. The 3rd Lord class template now in hand, Sumu glanced at the Skeleton King's remains, now reduced to ash, and strode up to the death altar. According to what he'd gleaned from Roglas's memories, that black swirling rift above the altar was actually a fissure leading to the plane of death. Though the rift was too small to allow powerful undead from the death plane to cross over, or for beings from this world to enter the death plane, it was more than enough for an endless tide of death energy to pour into Sumu's world. To this world, death energy was a corrosive, negative force that eroded all life, but to the death plane, it was simply air, ubiquitous, inexhaustible. It was no wonder that a rift connecting the two would constantly spew forth death energy. It was this death energy that had transformed the bone-burying grounds into a haven for the undead, perfectly suited for their birth and evolution. The death altar served 2 main purposes. First, it refined the death energy pouring out of the rift, making it more suitable for the creation of new undead, or more accurately, for the needs of the altar's original creator. Second, it maintained the rift's existence. Space naturally tries to heal itself, and left unchecked, a fissure like this would shrink and eventually vanish in a few years. Only by constructing an altar using its runes, formations, and energy to stabilize the rift could this gateway to the death plane persist. For Roglas, the purest death energy from the rift would greatly reduce the time needed to become a Demolich and massively increase his chances of success. For an undead like Sumu, the purest death energy meant massive amounts of experience and mental attribute growth. Looking at the altar, still pouring forth endless death energy, Sumu's soul fire flickered. Perhaps it was time for his own advancement. With his Haigu Legion still hunting down skeletons across the bone-burying grounds, feeding him a constant stream of experience, and with the soul crystal and death altar providing a steady supply of purified death energy, the only thing he truly lacked was more skills. If enslaving Roglas had shown anything, it was that any being with complete intelligence and memory could potentially provide him with new skills, meaning he no longer needed to wait for a class barrier to break through. Though 3 Lord class templates Lich, Skeleton King, Death Knight weren't enough to cover every possible stat, they were enough for Sumu to create a unique Lord class template of his own. Advancing to Lord tier, plus the tidal wave of experience and free stat points from the Death Altar, would send his power surging once again. Resolved, Sumu opened his attribute panel and laid out the 3 Lord class templates. He glanced at his current 38 free stat points, 22 from slaying the Skeleton King's warrior minions, 10 for the king himself, and 5 from killing Roglas's avatar. He began the template fusion. Following past experience, he invested 5 free stat points at once into the fusion. Nothing happened. Soulfire flickered. He tried another 5. Only then did the 3 templates begin to shine with fusion energy. As his rank rose, so too did the cost of fusion. Sumu thought for a moment and poured in 10 more points. The 3 Lord class templates finally shattered and fused together in a blaze of light. A brand new Lord class template appeared before his eyes after the 3rd round of 10-point investment. Template name, Blackbone Warlord, Lord class. Bonuses, plus 50,000 HP, plus 10,000 mana, plus 650 strength, plus 450 agility, plus 550 constitution, plus 150 spirit, nearly 5-fold attribute growth. And this was only the template bonus. Sumu's exclusive templates attribute boosts were already on par with, or even superior to, those of epic class jobs. Thanks to fusing 2 caster-oriented templates, this new template finally provided a spirit bonus as well. Suppressing his excitement, Sumu moved on to skill selection. There were 6 skills: 1. Frost Pulse, 2. Skeleton Summon, 3. Death Aura, 4. Shadow Dance, 5. Shadow Armor, 6. Shadow of Darkness. Pick 2 out of 6. As before, the first 3 were from the templates used as material. The last 3 were system generated for the Blackbone Warlord template. Sumu quickly reviewed all 6. He excluded Frost Pulse, Shadow Armor, and Shadow of Darkness. Frost Pulse was a caster's AoE, overlapping heavily with Void Shatter. Shadow Armor boosted magic defense. Shadow of Darkness created a shadow decoy to confuse enemies. Neither had much value for Sumu, who already had phase shift. That left 3: Skeleton Summon, the Skeleton King's hallmark, Death Aura, the core of the Death Knight, and Shadow Dance, a powerful attack. After some thought, Sumu chose Skeleton Summon and Death Aura. The former ensured he could summon legions of skeletons anywhere, not just in the bone-burying grounds, useful for offense and defense alike. The latter, as a Death Knight core skill, was too rare to pass up. Skill selection complete, Sumu initiated the class advancement. A torrent of energy surged into his body, and his form changed again. His height didn't increase, but his bone armor became thicker and darker, radiating a dim sheen like true heavy armor. Now, it rivaled legendary gear for defense. Both weapons weapon and armor grew stronger with his rank and attributes, a core advantage of the skeleton race. If Sumu reached epic or legendary status, his black bone blade would become a legendary weapon, his armor legendary heavy plate. But this wasn't the greatest change. After this advancement, Sumu felt a new fullness in his body. Though still undead, he no longer felt hollow. His bone armor now contained something like flesh and muscle. I'm alive. Sumu opened his mouth, and a deep, hoarse voice echoed in the empty chamber. Alive? Of course not. Even if Sumu reached legendary rank, he'd still be undead. True resurrection life from death was something only saints or demigods could touch. At that level, life and death were trivial. Divinity was the real pursuit. Still, Sumu had gained flesh, a huge leap from mere bones. Likely because his templates included Lich, Death Knight, and Zombie, which all possess flesh. He could even speak, a symbol of his new advancement. It's been so long, I forgot what having a real body felt like. He stretched, marveling at the difference. Where once he'd felt weightless, now his body was solid and grounded, almost like a living man. Before he could use his remaining free points to upgrade skills, the system prompted him again. You have advanced to Lord rank. Inventory unlocked. You may choose one of 2 skills to upgrade to a boss skill. Having slain the Skeleton King and advanced to Lord, you may choose to become the new Lord of the Bone Burying Grounds. He reviewed the messages. Inventory was simple now that he was a proper boss. He could have loot drops. Anything he put in his storage, including the soul crystal, could drop if he was killed. Previously, his bone weapons were simply absorbed with upgrades, so skeletons he killed never dropped loot. He tossed Roglas's black robe and staff into his new 10x10 inventory. Next, skill evolution. He could only upgrade either Ancient Prison or Skeleton Summon to a boss skill. Death Aura and Necromantic Modification were off limits, unfortunately. Still, it was a free bonus. He chose to upgrade Skeleton Summon. Now, as long as he had mana, he could summon legions anywhere, just like the Skeleton King. Finally, the Lordship prompt. The Bone Burying Grounds, a major early game leveling zone for players, needed a Lord. Sumu had slain the Skeleton King and advanced to Lord tier, making him the obvious candidate. He suspected that refusing would trigger the system to spawn another Lord, possibly forcing him to leave or creating complications. But with the Death Altar providing endless stats and players about to arrive, Sumu had no reason to leave. The players would become his inexhaustible resource. So, Sumu accepted. You are now the Lord of the Bone Burying Grounds. You gain the passive effect, Lord's Authority. If you abandon your lordship, this effect disappears. You acquire the exclusive title, King of Haigu. Lord's Authority. While in the Bone Burying Grounds, you can command all skeletons. Maximum skeleton count times 10. While leading your skeletons into battle, they gain plus 10% attack and defense. King of Haigu title. You rose by stepping over countless skeletons and killing the Skeleton King. You are the new king of the skeletal swarm. When fighting skeleton enemies, you'll face 4 attribute checks: strength, agility, constitution, spirit. For each failed check, enemies lose 10% of their mental stats. The first effect was decent, the second less relevant. After all, what skeleton would dare challenge Sumu now? Against true cannon fodder, a single blow was all he needed. If the title could be upgraded to affect all undead, it would be more valuable. For now, it mostly meant he wouldn't just be a nameless boss when players arrived. With all this done, Sumu's advancement was complete. His attention turned back to the Death Altar. The goal of advancing early was to better absorb and convert the death energy from the death plane into experience and stats. He placed the soul crystal on the altar, using the now epic quality artifact to purify and channel the energy into himself. This process would take time. Before closing himself off, Sumu ordered Agnes to gather all remaining Haigu legions and, after clearing out most skeletons in the Bone Burying Grounds, to regroup at Death Fortress. He then began his retreat, focusing entirely on absorbing and comprehending the energy of death. Elsewhere, as Roglas's avatar died, a middle-aged mage in the human world suddenly spat blood and collapsed. When he awoke, his face was darker and more sullen than ever. Something has changed in the Bone Burying Grounds. Was my avatar killed by the Skeleton King, or by that strange undead I saw last time? His connection to the avatar was gone. All he knew was that his avatar had gone to the Bone Burying Grounds, joined forces with that peculiar undead, and confronted the Skeleton King. As a human, even at the pinnacle of hero rank, he could not maintain a two-way connection like a demigod or god. Once the avatar died, that part of him was gone. But the Death Altar was too important. No matter what happened, no one would stop him from advancing to epic rank. Eyes cold, the mage composed himself and hurried away. To the Mage Tower. Prepare the carriage. I must see Duke Lure. Tell him it's Lord Salmon. As Sumu secluded himself to grow in strength and the mage plotted to reclaim his prize, time passed swiftly. On Sumu's attribute panel, the countdown that had appeared since his birth drew ever closer to zero. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. In the underground prison of Death Fortress, Sumu slowly opened his eyes. He was no longer the only presence in the cell. The soul crystal had long since been set atop the Death Altar, refining death energy from the rift. After being purified by both altar and crystal, a thick chain of mist poured from the crystal, connecting connecting to Sumu and infusing him with half of the refined death energy. At his side was Agnes, who had led the Haigu Legion in sweeping through the bone-burying grounds. After consolidating their rule, she had returned to Death Fortress with the Legion, settling into the prison to absorb the nourishing death energy. Of the refined energy, a third went to her, while the remaining portion was divided among a dozen warrior-class skeletons. For a whole month, they ceaselessly absorbed the death energy pouring from the plane of death. Sumu's level and attributes had grown tremendously. He'd advanced from level 42 to level 50. With the third-class fusion, each level now required 3 times the experience of a typical Lord tier being. Gaining 8 levels in a month spoke volumes about the Death Altar's power. Agnes, absorbing just a third of the energy, had rocketed from level 43 to 56, advancing from warrior to Lord rank and becoming a true Death Knight. Even the other warrior skeletons had all advanced, crossing from elite to warrior tier. In short, both Sumu and Agnes had experienced explosive growth. Sumu's attributes had soared: strength from 1970 to 7350, agility from 1395 to 5250, constitution from 1890 to 6900, spirit from 700 to 2200, a staggering increase. His panel now read: Name, Haigu King Sumu. Race, Royal Skeleton, Undead. Class Template, Lord Blackbone Warlord. Level, 50, Warrior. Status, HP 119,000, Mana 32,000. Attributes, Strength 7350, Agility 5250, Constitution 6900, Spirit 2200. Talents, Corrosion, Unique. Boss Skills, Death Rend, Void Shatter, Phase Shift, Skeleton Summon, Death Aura, Necromantic Modification, Ancient Prison, LV.9. Free stat points, 0. With such stats, Sumu could now easily slay even epic-ranked enemies. Yet, the Death Altar's effect on him had grown faint. His strength was now too great for the small pond of the bone-burying grounds. To advance further, he'd need a bigger pond or to enter the plane of death itself. Still, Sumu was reluctant to leave. Roglus still lived, and while he was no longer a threat, the mysterious notebook he possessed was priceless, possibly a legendary or even epic inheritance, especially precious since the skeleton race's advancement capped at Lord tier. It was worth any risk. He glanced at his attribute panel. The countdown at the bottom read: 2 days, 16 hours, 49 minutes. Just over 2 days until the players descended. As the Haigu King, Sumu didn't want to miss his first encounter with the players. An awkward smile crept across his face as he turned from his panel to the Death Altar, drawing his blackbone blade, now as fine as an epic artifact. With a gentle push and a surge of strength, Sumu hoisted the entire altar and stored it in his inventory. The altar's value was beyond question. One had transformed the entire bone-burying grounds. If he could learn to use it elsewhere, he could create another undead paradise. He didn't know how to do that yet, but the notebook Roglus held likely contained the answer. Without the altar's support, the rift in the cell would slowly shrink and vanish over the coming years, and the bone-burying grounds would gradually wither away. But that was a problem for the system, not him. Losing the Lord's title and Lord's authority was a small price. Notably, both Death Aura and Necromantic Modification were too advanced to upgrade with his free points, so Sumu instead boosted Ancient Prison to level 9, turning it from a single target to a mass control skill, and greatly enhancing its strength and duration. Then, with Agnes and his new warrior skeletons, Sumu left the dungeon. After regrouping with the surface Haigu Legion, the vast army of tens of thousands began marching from the heart of the bone-burying grounds toward the human world. The closer to the edge, the thinner the death energy. 5 hours before player arrival, Sumu and his army crossed the border, leaving the land of kings behind. Bathed in sunlight, the undead showed no discomfort. Undead feared holy light, not sunlight. With no ambient death energy, the skeletons began to leak their own, chilling the surroundings. But even basic skeletons could last for weeks without death energy. For high-tier undead like Sumu and Agnes, decades would not weaken them. Satisfied, Sumu marched his bone sea into the sunny wilds, heading for the thriving human world. Ahead lay a human kingdom's village by player standards, a classic newbie village, close to the bone-burying grounds. The villagers, never having seen skeletons cross out of the Deathland, felt safe under the sun and holy protection. Sometimes, brave youths would venture in, kill a few skeletons at the edge, and brag of their strength. To them, skeletons were weak, and only the toxic air of the bone-burying grounds kept them from treasure hunting within. With less than an hour until the players' arrival, Sumu's army reached the village. The endless skeleton host spread across the wilds, chilling the very sunlight. Sumu strode forward. At a few hundred meters, he could see villagers in the fields. At 100 meters, a farmer finally noticed the sound: a wave of white bones sweeping across the grasslands. Paralyzed with terror, he didn't even run. Sumu ignored him, but the skeletons did not. To the undead, slaying all life within range was basic instinct. Bone blades fell, and the farmer's scream was swiftly silenced. Alarmed, the village's men hastily ringed the settlement with fences and gathered crude weapons, hearts full of terror. Yet, they could neither run nor win. A skeleton army was tireless, fast, and relentless. When Sumu stopped 20 meters from the fence, the faces of the defenders were full of fear. Sumu's complex feelings surfaced. He knew, from his past life, that these were were real people, not mindless NPCs. But as a monster, he was now their natural enemy. Even as a player, worlds had been adversarial. Only when the gods awakened would players truly understand this enmity. He exhaled, casting aside sentiment. I am a monster. I must see this world through a monster's eyes. With a wave, the skeletons surged forward. The fence shattered instantly under the blows of advanced skeletons. In minutes, the defenders were slaughtered, the villagers dragged from their homes and slain as well. The only survivor was the blacksmith, wounded but mad with despair. When Sumu approached, the man attacked him, cursing him as a demon. Sumu ignored the blows, seized the blacksmith's head, and unleashed his corrosion talent. The man's struggles faded, his body shriveling, memories flashing before Sumu's inner eye. When it was done, the body collapsed, and a new skeleton still clinging to its hammer crawled forth. Sumu frowned. Was it that ordinary humans couldn't withstand the corrosion, or could he only enslave undead, not the living? There wasn't enough data. He set the thought aside and surveyed the village, a perfect newbie village, with a prominent square and a respawn monument at its edge. 30 minutes left. Sumu waited, curious to witness the players' arrival and their effect on this world. The time ticked by. As the countdown reached a minute, Sumu found himself tense as a human once more, eyes locked on the monument, not even blinking. 10 seconds, 5, 0. Nothing happened. Time didn't stop, space didn't freeze, the heavens didn't quake. Just as it should be for the world's natives, the arrival of players was merely an increase in the population. Only Sumu, once a player and now a monster, cared about the manner of their arrival. Soon, a blurry shadow appeared beside the respawn monument. The shadow grew clearer, and a chorus of excited chatter reached Sumu's ears. Damn, I'm in. This is it, a groundbreaking game. I'll be the first to leave the village, the first to change class, the first player to appear. But before the player could get his bearings, a sea of white bones filled his vision. Crap, am I an undead? Is my starting race skeleton? Watching the constantly shifting expression on the first player's face, Sumu couldn't help but find it amusing. So you want to be an undead? How naive. Players only revive after death, they don't get to pick becoming undead as a race. Having seen with his own eyes how players descended into the world, Sumu's curiosity faded away. The black bone blade appeared in his hand. Under the dazed and bewildered gaze of that first player, Sumu swung down, instantly killing the newly arrived player. Before any other player's silhouettes could manifest, he struck again, this time at the respawn monument. With over 7,000 points of strength and a weapon comparable to epic gear, Sumu's blow shattered the monument into rubble. The half-formed figures of other players flickered and vanished, erased from this spawn point. In this world, respawn monuments can be destroyed. Once broken, unless an NPC with great power comes to repair it, it will not restore on its own. In other words, the moment Sumu shattered the monument, this newbie village was abandoned. Having witnessed the player's arrival, slain one, and destroyed a newbie village, Sumu's inner knot was finally untied. Since becoming a skeleton, Sumu's greatest fear was never the high-ranked undead of the bone-burying grounds, nor the powerful jobholders of the human world, not even the gods who once destroyed reality, but the players themselves. After all, players and monsters are natural enemies. Players are the so-called fourth calamity. As long as a creature dares to show a health bar, regardless of identity or level, players can always rely on sheer numbers and endless respawns to bring it down. Now, Sumu no longer needed to be wary. Even as the players just descended, he was already strong enough to rival epic rank. By the time players catch up, he might already be at the epic tier, or even legendary, or beyond. When the gap is small, Sumu might fear being hunted by players. But when the gap is so great as to be unbridgeable, worrying about it is simply a joke. The destruction of Baigua village was Sumu's first step in growth, a step that made him truly stand on the monster's side when facing the living in this world. Killing a player marked another step. Now, his view of players had shifted from natural enemies to crops, that is, beings who can constantly respawn and feed him and his skeleton army endless experience. What else are they but walking loot? With this, Sumu turned and left, leading his Haigu legion toward the nearest city. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment in the real-world coastal city of Haishur, Huang Wenxiang stared dumbfounded at his game screen. Your character has died. That line of red text meant it wasn't a hallucination. He really entered the 20th server, was the first to spawn in the newbie village, and did see a crowd of skeletons and that black-armored warrior and knight by the respawn monument. Huang Wenxiang wailed in frustration. In Second World, there's a revival mechanism. Even in the newbie village, death sends players back to the login screen with a 1-hour cooldown before they can return. But he died at the spawn point. Isn't that supposed to be a safe zone? Why could he be killed? Now, while other players explored the world, leveled up, and sought quests, he could only wait and do nothing, a huge blow for someone determined to be the first to leave the village and change class. Unable to figure it out, he blamed it on a system bug. Fuming, Huang Wenxiang logged onto the official forum, found his servers section, and began typing a post. I was a loyal fan of this game, but just now I entered the newbie village, no NPCs, only undead. I got killed at the spawn point safe zone by a black-armored warrior. Can you believe it? What a trash game ruined my youth. He wrote at length, venting all his disappointment disappointment and anger at the company. But while most players were busy entering the world or waiting for access, even the few browsing the forums didn't take Huang Wenxiang's post seriously. A bug in Second World? Ridiculous. Everyone knew the game took 10 years to develop, involved over 30 countries and 1000 plus scientists. If such an obvious bug existed, there's no way the company would claim it was a perfect world. Either he's lying for attention, or he was just unlucky and stumbled on an Easter egg. Naturally, Sumu had no idea the player he killed had posted his experience online. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He'd never planned to hide once he left the bone burying grounds. Leaving Baigua village, Sumu led Agnes and the Haigu Legion toward the nearest city, Black Mist City. Moving swiftly, and with undead who never tired, it took just over 2 hours for Sumu's army to cross 100 kilometers and approach the city. Based on the blacksmith's memories, Baigua village, Black Mist City, and the surrounding lands all belonged to the Duchy of Lure. The strongest in a duchy would likely be hero tier, only a few might attract an epic to serve as guardian. Clearly, the Duchy of Lure was not among the powerful ones. Sumu found no trace in the blacksmith's memories of any epic hero in Lure, much less in a subordinate city like Black Mist. Tens of thousands of undead marching should have been noticed, but every adventurer or caravan they encountered was devoured, so even as the army neared Black Mist, no one raised an alarm. When Sumu was 2 kilometers from the city walls, the system prompted him. You have discovered Black Mist City. You have entered Black Mist City's alert zone. Advancing further will trigger the guard's active defense. More warning than notification. Sumu scoffed, ignored the prompt, and marched on. 2 kilometers. 1800 meters. 1500 meters. Finally, the city's sentries spotted the anomaly. A tide of white bones stretching to the horizon, surging toward the city like a tsunami. Alarms blared. A scout of advanced rank sprinted down to report to the Lord, while guards rushed to close the gates and prepare defenses. No mages could see what the enemy was, but even the sight of that pale flood filled them with terror. As the region's only city, Black Mist was home to over 1,000 players. In 2 hours, many had familiarized themselves with the city and started questing. Just then, when the bells rang out, every player in Black Mist received a system prompt. Heroic Scenario Quest unlocked. The defense of Black Mist City. Quest details. For unknown reasons, the Lord of the Bone Burying Grounds, the Haigu King, has left the realm of death and is invading Black Mist City with his undead army. As a resident of Black Mist, you must take up arms to defend your home. Objective: repel or kill the Haigu King and destroy or drive away the invading army. Rewards: the contribution system is now active. All participants will earn points based on their actions, which can be exchanged for equipment, experience, and stat points. This is a heroic scenario quest. Highest reward tier, gold. The city was thrown into chaos. What the hell is this? A heroic level quest at the very start? Aren't those for level 50 or 60? The game's barely begun. Is this some kind of hidden event or jackpot? This is definitely a monster siege. How are we supposed to play like this? I finally got a quest and before I could start, a monster siege triggers. Are the designers out of their minds? Despite the complaints, most players rushed toward the city walls as soon as the quest arrived. After all, in their minds, games were for players. Even if they couldn't stop the siege, surely the city's NPCs could hold the line. At worst, they'd get to watch a cool in-game cinematic and maybe pick up some contribution points. As players arrived, they saw the city's residents already preparing, with powerful NPCs commanding the defenses. A player inspected one of the most formidable NPCs. Identity: Lord of Black Mist City. Rank: hero. Level: unknown. Status: unknown. Attributes: unknown. Skills: unknown. Likewise, the guard captain and mage guild leader were mentor rank, their details hidden. Just seeing those ranks reassured the player's hero rank was equivalent to a boss, mentor to an advanced class. If the city had heroes and mentors, surely the outcome was assured. This must just be a grand CG event. Relieved, some players even got excited, discussing which skeletons looked coolest or cutest, completely unaware that the high-ranking NPCs were filled with dread. Sumu, at the head of his army, advanced steadily. When only 300 meters remained, a richly armored commander ordered a volley. Hundreds of arrows darkened the sky, while dozens of lower-ranked spellcasters unleashed fireballs and ice blades. The arrow rain did little, passing through most skeletons or knocking off a few bones, useless against Sumu's Haigu Legion, whose weakest were apprentice tier. Only headshots to the Soulfire core could kill them. The magic was more effective. A fireball might shatter a skeleton, an ice spell freeze another, but against tens of thousands, the damage was negligible. As the army pressed to 200 meters, the city's only mentor rank mage began incanting, channeling a great surge of mana into a swelling fireball explosive flame. With a thought, the mage hurled the blazing sphere towards Sumu and Agnes, obvious targets as the leaders of the undead. If the two commanders fell, the mindless horde would be easier to deal with. But before the fireball could strike, Sumu cleaved it apart with a single swing, the blast harmlessly dissipating against his reinforced armor. At 100 meters, Sumu raised his hand. The legion of skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, thundering toward the city walls. A true monster siege had begun. When the explosive fireball fireball was cleaved apart by Sumu's blade. The white-robed mentor on the city wall turned pale. "Lord, I need more time," he called anxiously, seeing the skeletal tide drawing ever closer. "I understand." The Black Mist City Lord, the city's only hero-ranked warrior, drew a deep breath, hefted his massive shield, and leapt from the lofty city wall, charging straight for Sumu. Behind him, the mentor-ranked captain of the guard followed, both determined to buy time by attacking the commanders of the undead. They knew the skeletal tide could not be stopped. All they could do was delay, aiming straight for the imposing black-armored warlord at the head of the army. The city lord roared, activating two buff skills, battle cry and war stance, his body shrouded in a pale yellow glow. Shield raised, he dashed towards Sumu at top speed. On the wall, the white-robed mage breathed a sigh of relief and ignored the onrushing skeletons, focusing all his effort on his next spell. Mana surged, and flecks of crimson light began to gather high in the sky, growing and spreading until half the heavens glowed red-hot. Even the players atop the walls could feel the air heating up. Meteor Firestorm, a high-tier spell normally only castable by hero-rank mages. Once unleashed, it would rain fiery destruction over a full kilometer, decimating all within. As a mentor-rank caster, the white-robed mage was only able to attempt it by overdrawing his own potential and relying on magical artifacts. A single spell like this could annihilate millions of skeletons. If successful, Black Mist might yet be saved. He shut out all distractions, pouring every ounce of focus into channeling the spell, oblivious to the fate of the city lord. Sumu, seeing the growing red in the sky, frowned. A high-tier spell? With his bone armor and movement skills, such magic posed no threat to him, but his legion would suffer heavy losses if caught in the inferno. He was indifferent to the army's casualties, but before reaching his goals, the Haigu legion was still too valuable to waste. The city lord and captain were already upon him. Buffed and empowered, the city lord activated Shield Bash, a warrior's signature move, with a burst of speed, his shield glowing and slicing the distance in an instant, aiming a crushing blow at Sumu. Sumu, however, didn't use any skills. He simply swung his black bone blade with brute force. An ear-splitting crash rang out as the city lord's shield met the blade. Instead of knocking Sumu back, the city lord was sent flying like a ragdoll, slamming into the city wall with a thunderous boom. He coughed up blood, his body embedded in the stone, cracked spiderwebbing out from the impact. At the same instant, the guard captain, leaping down behind the lord, was skewered by Agnes's black knight lance, pinned to the ground in a burst of shadowy light. In a single breath, the city lord was crippled, the guard captain slain. On the wall, the players were stunned. These were the high-level NPCs they'd counted on mentor and hero rank. If even such powerful figures could be instantly defeated, what hope did the players have? This wasn't a CG cutscene, this was real war. A trembling player cast an identify spell on Sumu, who now stood directly beneath the wall. Identity, Haigu King. Rank, Lord. Everything else, unknown. Gulping, the player was left in awe. Is the city lord too weak, or is this monster just too strong? The remaining city guards and players didn't have time to process it. The mage guild master was still channeling Meteor Firestorm, the last hope. Dozens of other mages, nearly drained of mana, desperately flung spell after spell, hoping to buy enough time. But their hopes were doomed. With the city lord out of the fight, Sumu simply stepped forward and appeared beside the white-robed mage, his black bone blade flashing coldly as he stabbed the mage through the chest. The channeling broke, and the fiery meteors dissolved in the sky. The city's final hope vanished. Blood trickled from the mage's lips as his last sight was the skeletal tide flooding into Black Mist, climbing over fallen bodies and pouring over the walls. Black Mist was finished. The white-robed mentor wasn't dead. Sumu knocked him out after interrupting his casting. With the lord crippled, the captain slain, and the mage unconscious, even if other mentor-ranked defenders remained, they couldn't change the city's fate. Sumu didn't even need to act. Agnes, as a death knight, could easily slay a human hero. The Haigu Legion included over a dozen warrior skeletons, all far superior to the city's defenders. The skeletal tide surged over the wall, painting it bone white as they flooded into the city. Sumu paid the rest no mind, focusing on the unconscious white rogue mage. Gripping the mage's head, he activated his corrosion talent. Bang! Flesh burst apart and a brand new skeletal mage crawled from the remains, joining the massacre within Black Mist. Sumu's corrosion talent succeeded and failed. He gained the mage's memories of Black Mist, the Lure Duchy, and the mage's own life, but learned no new skills. He saw the process by which the mage advanced and learned magic, but could not replicate the skills himself. Just like with the blacksmith, when Sumu's energy fully invaded a living being, they were transformed into undead at a lower rank than before. A mentor tier mage became only an elite skeletal mage. A hero rank caster would become a warrior tier dark mage. He could not enslave the living, only convert them. Having confirmed this, Sumu turned to the battered city lord and repeated the process, reading his soul, then converting him into a warrior skeleton. With the core defenders dealt with, Sumu strode toward the city center. His status panel was flooded with notifications, his minions slaughtering humans and earning him vast experience. No wonder monsters so loved attacking human cities. Even a small city like Black Mist, with a population of 100,000, could net Sumu 500,000 experience points if each skeleton only killed one person. If he assaulted a larger larger city or waged a bigger war, his gains would multiply. After level 50, Sumu needed millions of experience points per level, and absorbing death energy was slow. Sacking just a few cities could advance him by a level. It was the fastest way for monsters to grow strong, hence, only epic or legendary monsters dared attack cities. If you weren't strong enough, attacking his city was suicide. With no emotion left, Sumu accepted his monstrous nature. Players might have limitless potential, but this was only the beginning. Until they grew, the so-called fourth calamity players were just plump, respawning crops. Soon, Sumu reached the city center and, with 5 strikes of his Haigu blade, smashed the city's respawn monument to ruins, signaling the fall of Black Mist. The first city, Sumu murmured. He hadn't forgotten his other purpose, seeking out Rogless and the mysterious notebook. From the avatar, he'd only seen the symbol of a mage tower, but from the memories of the white-robed mage and city lord, he now knew Naxith Tower's location in the Lure capital. Bones rattled, blood splattered. The siege lasted barely an hour, after which Black Mist was a lifeless ruin, the respawn monument in pieces. With a wave, Sumu led the Haigu Legion eastward at full speed, abandoning the dead city. The players born in Black Mist, thousands of them, stood no chance. Killed by the Haigu Legion, they logged in to see a red line, "You are dead." Just like Huang Wenxiang, they flocked to the forums in outrage, posting screenshots and videos. Their VR pod's camera function captured it all. When only one person complains, they're ignored. 10 people, and it's still a drop in the ocean. But when thousands post about undead armies sacking a city, players start to pay attention. The company, however, issued no response, much less offered compensation. Unbeknownst to the players, even the publisher could not interfere with the world's events. All they did was deliver players into the virtual world. After that, what happened was out of their hands, because this was, after all, a real world. In the absence of fatigue and the need for rest, Sumu led his Haigu Legion forward relentlessly, destroying 2 more cities in just 3 days and pressing on toward Juyin City, the very gateway to the Lure Duchy's royal capital. It was at this fortified city that Sumu finally encountered real resistance. As he crossed the 5-kilometer alert threshold, the system prompt appeared once again. The greater the city, the wider its alert radius. With experience from the previous 3 cities, Sumu knew this meant the defenders could spot him at any moment, yet he paid it little mind and advanced. At 2 kilometers out, Sumu could see the city walls already fully manned and prepared for his arrival. As with the previous cities, the gates were locked tight, the towering walls bristling with defenders. Defensive specialists stood at the front, warriors in the middle, spellcasters, and ranged classes protected in the rear. A glance revealed 4,000 or 5,000 professionals on the walls alone. Across all 4 sides, nearly 20,000 trained fighters. But numbers were not Sumu's concern. Basic, advanced, even elite classes meant little. What mattered were those high-level professionals who could pose a real threat. After the previous 3 city falls, the Lure Duchy had concentrated its elite strength at Juyin City, and it showed. Atop the wall, 7 hero-ranked professionals awaited him: 3 warriors, 1 knight, 2 mages, and an archer. This was nearly half the Duchy's hero-class force. But it didn't stop there. At the center, surrounded by these heroes, stood a middle-aged knight in azure armor, lance in hand, visage resolute not because of status, but because of power. Sumu's gaze locked onto him and sensed it at once: an epic-ranked hero. Lure Duchy itself had no epic heroes. This one must have been summoned after news of the previous 3 cities' destruction. A renowned external aid. Sumu recalled from his gleaned memories the savior knight, known as the Spear of Destruction from the Rhine Kingdom, a famed champion and monster slayer. 1 epic hero and 7 hero classes, so this was Juyin City's trump card. No wonder they hadn't abandoned the city. Sumu felt strangely relieved. Just 1 epic hero? Even epic-tier monster bosses were no threat to him now, let alone an epic-ranked human. Monsters evolved far harder than humans, but their stats were overwhelming. It often took several coordinated professionals to match a single monster of the same tier. As Sumu observed, the city's heroes watched him in return. The endless skeletal tide had already destroyed 3 cities, only the 3rd had managed partial evacuation. The others were slaughtered, left as true dead cities. Such carnage was nearly unheard of, even in legend. But now, with 20,000 professionals, 7 heroes, and the cost of hiring an epic hero, confidence ran high among Juyin's defenders. They believed that no matter how many skeletons came, they could not shake the city's defense. As long as the epic hero slew the Haiga king, the skeletal army would be finished, and their own prestige would soar. Among the players, over 10,000 had gathered in Juyin, many born here, others drawn by news of the siege. Most could barely defeat a basic skeleton and would only record the battle, eager to witness an epic hero's might. As the Haigu Legion charged, and the bony tide close to within a kilometer, the archers notched arrows, the spellcasters began their chants, and the 7 hero classes, 3 warriors and the knight marched out beyond the gates to meet the enemy. The mages and archers stayed to provide support. The epic hero, the savior knight, drew a copper whistle and blew a shrill note. From the sky, a massive griffin descended, lion's body, eagle's wings and talons, 3 meters long. Mounting the beast, the knight soared high into the sky, targeting Sumu directly. The others set their sights on Agnes, aiming to slay slay the Death Knight and block the skeleton's advance, while the mages and archer targeted the strongest among the Haigu Legion. The plan was clear: with so many defenders, and the epic hero holding the skies, the city would stand. The players, meanwhile, jostled for the best angles, VR cameras at the ready, eager to record an epic battle for the ages. The Savior Knight wasted no time. From high above, he drew a short spear from his quiver, poured his strength into it, and hurled it down. It became a streak of fire, arcing towards Sumu. Sumu, who had been watching the knight closely, dodged with a burst of speed, shifting a dozen meters aside. The spear slammed into the ground like a missile, erupting in a fiery explosion that incinerated everything in a wide radius. Sumu was untouched, his bone armor unscathed, but nearby skeletons were obliterated. So this is the power of an epic hero, Sumu thought. Even the weakest epic is not to be underestimated, no wonder they're so feared. He signaled Agnes to stay clear. While Sumu could tank such attacks, Agnes could not. The knight above was unfazed. He hurled another spear, and another. His quiver was a piece of epic equipment, regenerating spears or allowing him to craft new ones with mana. Each throw carried the weight of an epic's full strength. Time and again, the knight bombarded Sumu, explosions rending the earth and shattering skeletons, but never landing a direct hit on the Haiga king. Still, the relentless barrage made Sumu appear battered and forced him to keep moving. On the walls, players and natives alike were awestruck by the spectacle, convinced that the end was near for the Haiga king. Yet, after 7 such attacks, Sumu's health bar remained full. All he had lost were expendable skeletons. His own strength was untouched. He realized this epic hero's only real threat was the explosive javelins. Other than that, the knight was just average. Sumu was disappointed. His first epic opponent was, in truth, a bit of a letdown. At the next throw, Sumu stopped bothering to dodge. As the spear exploded, he simply vanished. Phase shift, not just for ground movement, but for flight. In an instant, Sumu appeared above the knight, blade flashing coldly. The knight's instincts were sharp. He twisted aside, avoiding a lethal blow, but his griffin was not so lucky. Sumu's blackbone blade sheared through its wing, slicing flesh and bone, sending blood spraying as the beast plummeted from the sky, nearly cleft in two. The knight, shocked, barely managed to push off his mount and begin a desperate, uncontrolled fall. Sumu appeared again, this time in the knight's path as he tumbled earthward. As the knight struggled to stabilize his descent, Sumu unleashed Death Ren, 10 black blades crossing in the air. The city's greatest hope, the epic hero, was torn apart before he even hit the ground, his blood scattering like fireworks. The defense's greatest pillar was gone in an instant. From the moment Sumu soared into the air to the slaying of the rescue knight, only 1 or 2 breaths had passed. In such a short span, the 3 hero warriors and the hero knight were still fending off the Haigu Legion and trying to hold back Agnes. The hero archer was still sniping skeletal warriors, and the 2 mages were still casting spells that blasted swaths of skeletons apart. Ironically, it was the players on the city wall who first noticed this upheaval. They had kept their sights trained on the battlefield from start to finish. Those eager to record the course of the war were quicker to spot the fall of the rescue knight than the hero-ranked combatants who were supposed to be overseeing the battlefield. Everyone wore an expression of disbelief. One player frantically rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, he still saw the king of Haiga standing tall where he had been, the corpse crashing to the ground, the massive body, and the blood mist still lingering in the air. The epic hero had been slain? It wasn't just one player who found it unbelievable. Almost all those watching the fight between Sumu and the rescue knight struggled to accept the outcome. One was the lord-ranked king of Haigu, the other was the epic-ranked rescue knight. A moment earlier, the rescue knight had been soaring in the sky, launching volley after volley of explosive spears at the king of Haigu on the ground with an air of invincibility, and all the king of Haigu could do was dodge and flee in embarrassment. In the next instant, after 2 consecutive teleports, the epic hero that all of Rock City had pinned their hopes on was cut down. It was nearly an instant kill, without any chance to resist. Even the corpse was torn to pieces. The dramatic reversal in the battle was too great for even the players, let alone the guards on the city wall, to accept. After slaying the rescue knight, the system once again notified, "You have killed the rescue knight," gaining 250,000 experience points. Sumu ignored it and walked straight ahead. The rescue knight, after being struck by Sumu, was beyond all hope and, upon hitting the ground, was reduced to a pile of mush. As for the elite-ranked rescuers, they gave him little in terms of stat points, so he simply ignored them. However, the rescue knight had one item that could not be destroyed. With the hero's death, a quiver fell to the ground, becoming Sumu's trophy. Taking a few steps forward, Sumu picked up the quiver. Once his corrosion talent removed all marks from it, this epic quality item became his property, and its stats surfaced in his mind. Name: Quiver of Freedom's Will. Quality: Epic. Type: Equipment. Effect: automatically absorbs free elements from the world and condenses 10 explosive short spears per day. The holder can also inject mana to accelerate the process. 1000 mana points per spear. Equipment description: burn and explode. Decent gear. Though the damage is fixed and only on par with a normal skill from an epic ranked caster, this quiver makes up for Sumu's lack of ranged attacks. At least until he reaches epic rank himself, it will suffice. Weighing the quiver in his hand, Sumu Sumu smiled slightly and slung it across his back. A new explosive short spear appeared in his hand as he glanced up at the city wall. During this brief pause, the remaining 7 hero-ranked NPCs had already reacted. One of the 3 hero warriors had been killed by Agnes. The other 2 hero warriors and a hero knight hadn't had time to avenge their comrade before this upheaval occurred. They had no choice but to abandon blocking Agnes and the Haigu Legion, returning to the city wall at once. Of the remaining 3 hero NPCs, one specialized in wind magic and was still channeling a high-level spell, unable to move. Another mage, after unleashing a frost explosion among the skeletal horde freezing skeletons within 100 meters, retreated from the front lines. As for the hero archer, the first local to spot something amiss, he had already vanished from the city wall, leaving 6 remaining. With interest, Sumu looked at the 6 hero NPCs on the wall, weighed the spear in his hand, bent his powerful body slightly, and raised his right arm. With power several times greater than the rescue knights, the explosive element-packed short spear became a bolt of lightning the moment it left his hand, accompanied by a blast as it tore through the air, flying toward the city wall. Seeing this, the wind mage's pupils shrank tightly, and he cried out uncontrollably, "Rogue, help me!" The spear was aimed directly at him. The hero warriors and knight were too far away to help. At this moment, only the peak-tier ice mage could save him with a frost barrier, buying him time to interrupt his spell and escape. But the mage not only didn't help, instead, seizing the moment when Sumu focused on the wind mage, he slipped away. After a faint magical ripple, the strongest of the remaining 6 hero NPCs also vanished from the city wall. Rogue, Rogless, ha! Sumu's mind stirred. Connecting the information he'd gotten from Rogless's avatar and the Black Curtain Lord, he immediately realized that the fleeing ice mage was the true Rogless he'd been searching for. No wonder, upon arriving here, Sumu had found the mage familiar not because he'd seen Rogless's true body, but because he'd corroded his avatar before. Having browsed the avatar's memories, Sumu had a sense of familiarity with Rogless's true self, though he hadn't expected the person he'd been looking for to appear on the battlefield as a defender, joining the encirclement against him. A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind, but Sumu didn't hesitate. He used phase shift immediately. Realizing the fleeing ice mage was Rogless, he activated phase shift at once, appearing before the wind mage. The explosive short spear detonated in his hand, cracking his gauntlet and half his arm, charring it black. He ignored the pain and punched the wind mage hard in the chest. The high-level spell was forcibly interrupted. The mage suffered backlash and, combined with Sumu's punch, the previously lofty hero mage rolled his eyes and collapsed. Done. The wind mage down, Sumu looked at the other 3 hero NPCs. With one informant in hand, he didn't need to spare the rest. With another phase shift, he appeared among the 3 stunned hero NPCs. Sumu's bone-black ink blade swept out in turn, cutting the 3 hero NPCs in half. Of the 7 hero NPCs, 1 was killed by Agnes, 3 by Sumu, 1 knocked out, and 2 escaped. At this point, there was no longer any force in Blackrock City capable of opposing them. Yes, there were nearly 20,000 NPCs on the city wall, and nearly 10,000 players in the city. But with both Sumu and Agnes unleashed, these professionals who might have withstood armies of tens or even hundreds of thousands now faced only one outcome: annihilation. With no further threats, Sumu waved his hand, and tens of thousands of Haigu Legion soldiers flooded into the city, beginning the 4th massacre. Sumu again approached the incapacitated wind mage. He placed his palm on the wind mage's forehead. That unknown energy slowly corroded the hero mage's body, and as it gathered in his brain, Sumu successfully read his memories. After a while, a dark mage crawled out of the wind mage's body and joined the slaughter in Blackrock City, and Sumu obtained the information he wanted. Rogless, full name Rogless Salmon, a peak-tier ice mage. Of course, this was only the information Rogless had revealed. The wind mage's memories showed that Rogless was extremely mysterious. Several years ago, this mage, already at the peak of hero rank, appeared in the Principality of Ruhr, accepted the Duke's invitation, and became the defender of Ruhr's royal city. To win over this mysterious and powerful mage, the Duke built a mage tower in the city. Rogless did not disappoint. No matter the problem, as long as it did not exceed the limits of hero rank, Rogless could solve it with ease. The other 2 defenders, including the wind mage, agreed that it would not be long before Rogless broke through the hero rank limit and reached epic rank. With great power came great mystery. Even before close acquaintances like the Duke, Rogless always wore a hooded robe, his body and face concealed. Unless summoned, Rogless spent nearly all his time in his mage tower, which was a forbidden zone. Even his own apprentices and alchemy assistants were not allowed to enter. Mysterious and powerful, this was the wind mage's impression of Rogless. Because the wind mage had some understanding of Rogless, when in danger, he instinctively called for Rogless's help, which led Sumu to recognize Rogless Salmon for who he truly was. After sorting out all the information, Sumu fell into deep thought. Clearly, the fleeing ice mage was the true Rogless. There are many ways to disappear in plain sight: an assassin's stealth, a space mage's teleport, Sumu's own phase shift, etc. Given Rogless specializes in ice magic and his avatar used curse magic, it was likely he used a teleportation scroll to leave the wall. Such a scroll, inscribed by a space mage, Archmage, is highly valuable. With a spatial coordinate recorded, tearing it triggers a teleportation array, sending the user to a fixed spot. Thus, Roglus probably teleported to his mage tower in Ruhr's royal city. After a moment's contemplation, Sumu's eyes flashed. The battle for Rock City was over. With almost all professionals slain, even if tens of thousands of civilians remained, they were only experienced fodder for the Haigu Legion. The Legion could handle this without orders, just as they had swept through the Burial Valley before. Just to be safe, Sumu could leave Agnes in charge. As for himself, he planned to visit Roglus's mage tower. The distance from Rock City to Ruhr's royal city was less than 200 kilometers. At Sumu's current speed, even without phase shift, he could get there in under an hour. As for danger, unless he encountered a top-tier epic or legendary hero, he could easily escape. Besides, recruiting one rescue knight had already cost the Duke dearly. He could hardly afford to station another epic hero in Ruhr's royal city. The entire kingdom had only a dozen or so hero-ranked NPCs, and Sumu had already slain 8. Even if the rest gathered in Ruhr, they would be hard-pressed to threaten him. So, his trip seemed to entail no real risk. If Roglus had not returned to his tower, fine. If he had, Sumu was determined to claim the lost inheritance. With that in mind, Sumu handed command of the Haigu Legion to Agnes, left Rock City, and sped toward Ruhr's royal city, vanishing quickly into the wild. Let's rewind to the moment Roglus escaped. The instant Sumu recognized him, Roglus recognized Sumu as well, but he never expected that after just over a month before he could retrieve the soul crystal and death altar from Burial Land, the strange undead would leave that death world first, and with vastly increased power. Roglus was jealous. In his plan, the strange undead must have gained enormous benefit from the death altar to leap from a warrior rank undead to a bone king who could slay epic heroes with ease. If only he'd acted sooner. Had he reclaimed the soul crystal and death altar, he might have already become a grand lich of epic rank. Given the king of Haigu's power surge, it wasn't impossible that he could have become a legendary lich king in one step. Alas, plans are plans, and reality is that the strange undead became the king of Haigu. Roglus lost his avatar, his soul crystal, and his chance at a meteoric rise. While jealous, Roglus was also deeply wary. He didn't know if the king of Haigu could recognize him, so when he was forced to appear on the battlefield, he kept a low profile, hoping that the rescue knight could kill his enemy, giving him a chance to reclaim the soul crystal and death altar. But as the rescue knight was killed, Roglus's last hope evaporated. When the wind mage called his name, Roglus decisively tore his last teleportation scroll and vanished from the city wall, returning to his mage tower. Back in his tower, Roglus was still uneasy. The death altar was now out of reach. He knew how tempting the altar was to an undead. Since the king of Haigu had left Burial Land, it meant he must have found a way to take the death altar. How should Roglus curry favor now? He was anxious. Rock City was doomed. If even an epic hero like the rescue knight could be slain, the few remaining heroes could not resist the king of Haigu. Once news of the city's destruction reached Ruhr's royal city, he would be in a dilemma. Showing himself would mark him as a deserter, but hiding would lead the Duke to assume he was dead. To stop the king of Haigu from entering Ruhr's royal city, the Duke would keep requesting help from the human kingdom or even the empire. Eventually, more epic or even legendary heroes would arrive in Ruhr's royal city. Roglus worried. When he was the strongest defender, no one questioned what he did. But when he no longer showed his value, everything he'd done would become a fatal flaw. If someone investigated, they'd find he'd been secretly practicing necromancy. If they entered his mage tower, they'd discover his greatest secret. No matter what happened, his secret would be exposed, and he'd become a pariah to the empire. Thinking this, a vicious light flashed in Roglus's eyes. Over the years, to prevent his secret from being discovered, he had made many secret preparations. There's more than one way to become a grand lich. Using the soul crystal and death altar is only the safest and most discreet. The other method, if he used it, would make him a sworn enemy of all human nations. But to become a grand lich, to fall from a human to an immortal undead, he was already on the opposite side of the living. The process didn't matter. The result was the same. The first method was covert. The second would draw hero-level hunters after him. With his mind made up, Roglus strode to the top of his mage tower. Carefully, he retrieved a sealed box from a hidden spot and opened it. Inside was a notebook shrouded in wisps of black mist. This notebook was the lost inheritance. His avatar, his curse spells, and the method to become a grand lich all came from it. Taking a deep breath, Roglus placed the notebook in the center of the tower, where a yet-to-be-activated magic array was carved. Inserting the notebook, endless black mist poured from it, flooding the array. Then, along hidden magical lines, the mist slowly spread through Ruhr's royal city. Blood traces, using the notebook as a medium, blood ritual. This was Roglus's second method of becoming a grand lich. Despite hurrying as fast as he could, it took Sumu less than an hour to cross the distance between Giant Salt City and the royal city of Ruhr, arriving at the largest city in the Principality of Ruhr. Yet, to Sumu's surprise, even as he neared the city, he still hadn't received any system notification about entering the Ruhr royal city's alert range. On the contrary, he vaguely sensed a thick aura of death emanating from ahead. As the largest city in the Principality of Ruhr, Ruhr Royal City's alert radius extended a full 20 kilometers. A city inhabited by millions ought to be brimming with life. For an undead like Su Mu, it should have felt like a surging tide of vitality. But now, he couldn't sense a trace of life. Instead, the dense aura of death reached him even from 20 kilometers away. Su Mu's expression grew grave as he pressed on. The closer he drew to Ruhr Royal City, the stronger and more overwhelming that deathly aura became. By the time he reached the city outskirts, Su Mu could clearly feel that this once vibrant metropolis had turned into a city of death. Its aura rivaled that of the fortress that once housed the death altar. Standing outside the city walls, he looked up. Even now, the system hadn't given him any prompts. The guards who should have been stationed atop the walls made no move against Su Mu. In fact, there were no guards left, or rather, no living ones. Shadows still moved along the walls, but every figure staggered aimlessly, shuffling about with no purpose. They were not living sentries, but undead. What a city of the undead! Was this the work of another high-tier undead, or was it Roglus himself? A city reeking with death, devoid of life, its very walls crawling with once human sentries reduced to wandering undead. Piecing together all the clues, Su Mu could basically confirm there were no living beings left in this city. All life had perished with the city, transformed into a mortal undead. A stiff smile appeared on the face beneath his cheekbones. Su Mu hesitated no longer. He stepped forward, passing straight through the city wall to enter the city. Following the information gleaned from the white-robed mage, he strode quickly and purposefully toward Roglus's mage tower. This was now a city teeming with undead, mostly skeletons, but there were also zombies, specters, corpse wizards, and other undead races. Perhaps sensing the high-tier undead aura on Su Mu as he entered, not only did these undead not attack him, they actually shrank away in fear, instinctively avoiding him. Mutual predation and culling. This was the universal law among undead races. Not just among skeletons, other undead races followed the same rules, though not as ruthlessly as the lowly, numerous skeletons. Proceeding forward, Su Mu quickly crossed more than half the city and arrived at the vicinity of Roglus's mage tower. By now, Su Mu was certain this city's transformation from a royal capital into a city of death was the work of Roglus. The mage tower belonging to Roglus was now shrouded by an enormous runic magic formation. The formation operated, black runes flickering, with black mist coalescing into chains, extending from the pinnacle of the mage tower and stretching out to every part of the city. At the end of each chain was a smaller runic formation from which even finer mist chains extended, piercing into each undead creature. The formation devoured the city's death energy, the chains absorbing the death aura from every undead within. Nearly all the city's death energy was being drawn into the mage tower, making its concentration of death aura even greater than that of the old dungeon with the death altar. Of course, the dungeon's death aura came from the endless death plane, while the mage tower's was drawn from all the living beings that once inhabited the city. Death is ultimately limited. Once the mage tower devoured all the city's death aura, the undead that were once living beings would become mere bones again, never to rise. Perhaps sensing an enemy's arrival, Roglus's voice echoed from the mage tower as Su Mu drew near. King of Haigu, you're too late. My blood ritual is already complete. I have successfully advanced to Grand Lich, stepping into epic rank. With these cold, deep words, a thin figure shrouded in a black robe slowly rose from the top of the mage tower. A breeze stirred, making the black robe flutter, revealing glimpses of Roglus's withered, shriveled body beneath. Unlike his previous avatar, Roglus now lifted his head. Beneath the hood, his face was shrouded in black mist, his features and expression obscured, only two flickering ghostly lights visible. Roglus had succeeded in his transformation, paying the price of the blood ritual to change from a human into a lich. Paying such a price, he had managed to cross from the peak of hero rank to epic rank. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. He feared no epic hero, but a grand lich at epic rank was another matter even for him. Caution was warranted. Roglus's voice continued from atop the mage tower. Too bad I didn't get the death altar. You, a lowly undead, could soar so high just by relying on the death altar? If I had obtained it, perhaps I'd already be a legendary lich king. But it doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, I can reclaim the death altar and still have a shot at becoming lich king. His words were full of obsession. Willingly transforming from a living to an undead, Roglus's mind was starting to fray. If I become lich king, who in this land could stand against me? Su Mu sneered. Roglus had attributed all of Su Mu's power to the death altar, never realizing that if the altar were truly that mighty, would it be guarded by a mere lord-rank skeleton king? But there was no need to explain. Now that Roglus had appeared, it was time to slay him and seize the lost heritage notebook. With the heavy stone slabs underfoot cracking, Su Mu leapt a bolt of black lightning straight toward Roglus atop the mage tower. Before he even arrived, 10 pitch-black blades of light shot from his bone-inked blade, slashing toward Roglus. Roglus remembered well Su Mu's move that had instantly killed the rescue knight. But now, facing it himself, he didn't panic. Instead, he let out a chilling laugh. The next instant, a staff adorned with a skull appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, countless icy, death-charged auras materialized around him, forming thick blocks of ice that sealed Roglus and half the mage tower inside. Frost imprisonment, a high-level ice spell, typically a powerful control skill. But when Roglus used it on himself, it became a formidable defense. The 10 light blades left deep gouges in the 2 or 3 meter thick ice, but failed to hurt Roglus. He had blocked Su Mu's ultimate move. With a thought, Roglus summoned countless low-level undead, who howled as they converged on the scene. As a lich, especially an epic Grand Lich, Roglus naturally possessed undead control skills. With the power of the Mage Tower, these skills were amplified tenfold. If he wished, Roglus could use the Mage Tower's amplification to control every undead in this city of death. The undead surged, but Su Mu was himself high-tier undead, the king of Haigu. Though Roglus's undead were many, their quality couldn't compare to Su Mu's Haigu Legion. When Roglus enacted the blood ritual in Ruhr Royal City, only 2 hero-rank professionals and fewer than 50 elite-rank professionals remained among the million inhabitants. Aside from Roglus's own special transformation, any professional turned into undead would drop a rank. Thus, within the city, there were only 2 warrior-rank undead and fewer than 50 elite-rank undead. These undead couldn't even break Su Mu's defenses, let alone threaten him with his exclusive title. The King of Haigu's stance affect the exclusive effect of the Bone King title. Having risen over countless skeleton corpses and slain the Skeleton King, you are the new king of the skeletons. When facing the skeleton race, enemies must pass checks in strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. For every failed check, their corresponding attribute is reduced by 10%. Skeletons made up the vast majority of undead in the city. When Roglus drove them against Su Mu, they first suffered 4 attribute checks, meaning their 4 core stats were reduced by 40%. How could such skeletons even hope to oppose Su Mu? Endless undead surged from every corner of the city like a tidal wave toward Su Mu. As the first wave of undead drew near, Su Mu sneered, unleashing a crimson arc from his bone-ink blade. The blade exploded and spread rapidly among the sea of undead. With a single move, thousands of undead were shredded to pieces. Su Mu's status screen refreshed with mass kill and experience notifications. Void Slash and Absolute Clearing skill. This boss skill alone made human wave tactics forever useless against Su Mu. But Roglus hadn't summoned these undead to attack Su Mu only to buy time. While Su Mu slaughtered waves of undead, Roglus undid his frost imprisonment. Then, with frost magic surging, a 3-meter-tall humanoid figure entirely composed of deep blue ice rose from the earth near Su Mu. Ice magic summon, Frost Golem. With Roglus's Grand Lich strength, the summoned Frost Golem was clearly of Lord rank. Its defenses were unmatched, its strength immense, though its movements were slow. Still, as a guardian, it was more than enough to pin Su Mu down before the Mage Tower. After summoning the Frost Golem, Roglus didn't stop, continuing to prepare his next spell. Having witnessed the life and death of his own avatar and seen the rescue knight torn apart, Roglus dared not truly underestimate the King of Haigu, no matter what he said. Especially with Su Mu's unpredictable movement skills, the Undead Tide and Frost Golem were only for stalling. With his first layer of defense in place, Roglus cast spell after spell, forming layer after layer of frost barriers around himself. This was the second line of defense. No matter how powerful a movement skill, it still required space. As long as he filled the area around himself with frost barriers, leaving not a single gap, the King of Haigu could not get close. When a melee specialist like Su Mu faced an epic Grand Lich who had prepared full defenses and offered no openings, the outcome seemed all but certain. After layering 10 frost barriers, Roglus finally breathed easier. Liches were monsters focused on spiritual growth. After changing from Ice Mage to Grand Lich, the class template alone multiplied his mana reserves several times over. With the Mage Tower's amplification, Roglus's mana now seemed limitless, allowing him to lavish frost magic as he pleased. Once confident in his safety, Roglus began preparing a powerful spell, a top-tier ice magic skill he couldn't even cast as a human. Meanwhile, the Frost Golem was nearly impervious. Even Su Mu needed time to bring it down. But it was far too slow to keep up with Su Mu, so he simply ignored it and let the Golem lumber after him at its own pace. Su Mu cast Void Slash several more times, slaying tens of thousands of undead and gaining massive experience. A city of death with 1,000,000 undead meant a sea of experience. If he could kill them all, even with severe diminishing returns, Su Mu could still gain several levels. But each Void Slash cost 1/20th of his stamina. At most, he could cast it 20 times. With Death Slice and some stamina reserved for Roglus, he could use Void Slash 5 more times at most. 5 casts meant tens of thousands of undead, still only a fraction compared to the million-strong horde. As for mana, he had over 30,000 mana himself, plus 100,000 stored in the Soul Crystal. Even using Phase Shift at will, he needn't worry about running dry. But looking at Roglus, heavily protected by layers of frost, Su Mu felt a headache. If possible, he'd rather face 10 physical epic heroes than 1 epic Grand Lich. High-tier undead were notoriously troublesome. Liches could learn and even create skills on their own. With time to accumulate, who knew how many abilities or trump cards a high-tier Lich possessed? When a Lich reached this level, even 10 times as many human heroes might not be able to guarantee a kill. Roglus was the same. Having just become a Grand Lich, he was already such a headache. If he escaped now and had time to digest his legacy as a human, creating new unique skills, even Su Mu couldn't be sure he could win next time. Roglus had to die. The notebook containing the lost heritage heritage must be obtained as well. Spending 1000 mana, Sumu summoned a Haigu Legion to help fend off the ever-approaching undead tide. He opened his skill panel, Death Slice, Void Slash, Phase Shift, Summon Skeletons, Death Aura, Undead Conversion, Bone Prison. These were all his current skills. Skipping the first 4, Sumu focused on the last 3. Undead Conversion was purely auxiliary, useless for now, so he set it aside. That left Death Aura and Bone Prison. Death Aura, core to the Death Knight class, allowed him to convert mana into death energy to continuously corrode enemies within range, sapping their health and defense. Whether due to it being a high-level skill or his lack of free points, he hadn't been able to level it up since acquiring it. It was useful, but not decisive. The last skill, Bone Prison, a control skill. Seeing his current free points, Sumu spent them, evolving the already level 9 skill into a boss skill, Grasp of Imprisonment. Active skill, Bone Prison. Advanced skill, cannot be leveled, costs 1000 mana. Summons a giant skeletal hand from the earth to entrap an enemy. While trapped, spatial fluctuations are disrupted in the area, preventing the use of space skills or items. Continuous mana can be spent to manipulate the hand. His 5th boss skill. Reading the system description, the soulfire in Sumu's eyes flickered. The sustained control gave him an idea. While Sumu prepared, so did Roglus. As Sumu spent his points to evolve Bone Prison, Roglus finally finished channeling the powerful spell he'd been preparing. Seemingly endless frost magic, with Roglus and the Mage Tower as its center, spread outward. The temperature plummeted, the air itself froze, and tiny ice crystals filled every inch of the space for a kilometer around. Exhaling a long breath, Roglus raised his bone staff and pointed it at Sumu. In the next instant, frost magic erupted and endless, bone-chilling cold radiated from Roglus and the Mage Tower, sweeping rapidly forward. With Roglus and his Mage Tower as the center, endless frost spread outward. The air condensed, the ground froze, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, countless tiny ice crystals appeared in the air, moisture frozen solid, falling to the earth with a crisp, dense clatter. Even before the moisture in the air froze, a layer of hoarfrost had already blanketed the ground. Not just the environment, but everything now seemed as if it had come from the polar regions. As the endless frost spread, the frost golem was frozen, Sumu's Haigu Legion was frozen, and countless undead in the City of Death were also frozen. Frost spread swiftly, viewed from above. An icy blue field expanded rapidly from Roglus and his Mage Tower, covering the entire city. Wherever the frost reached air, earth, buildings, even the wandering undead, all were frozen, covered in a layer of ice, without exception. Polar Chill, that was the name of this skill. As one of the most powerful ice-type spells, Polar Chill was a city-wide skill. A single cast could freeze an entire city with ease, a testament to its power. Among ice spells, only the forbidden Frozen Expanse could surpass the might of Polar Chill. Its power, however, came with immense cost. At the peak of hero rank, Roglus as an ice mage had no right to cast this spell. Only after transforming into a Grand Lich and stepping into epic rank, with his mana multiplied several times over, could Roglus satisfy the requirements to unleash Polar Chill, though he still couldn't maintain it for long. Only with the Mage Tower providing near infinite mana could he fully release this top-tier spell, freezing the entire city. In terms of power, even though Polar Chill was a citywide skill and not a single target attack, any enemy caught within its range would endure the ultimate cold that could freeze even the air itself every second, every moment. The sheer lethality of this chill was no less than an epic caster casting a series of high-level spells. From the moment Polar Chill was released, Roglus desperately drew mana from the Mage Tower to maintain the spell until his own mana was nearly spent, at which point he finally stopped channeling the chill. By then, this frozen world had expanded from the Mage Tower to the edge of the city. Everything was sealed in a thick layer of ice, turning the former Ruhr Royal City, once the City of Death, into a frozen city. Even Sumu himself was encased in several feet of ice. He must be dead, surely. Even Roglus wasn't certain he could have survived such indiscriminate devastation, let alone a lowly undead who'd stumbled into Lord rank by sheer luck. Looking at the frozen Sumu, Roglus breathed a sigh of relief. The king of Haigu was dead. The royal city of Ruhr was his by blood. Now, as long as he could retrieve the soul crystal and death altar stolen by the king of Haigu, he could disappear into the remote mountains, pursue greater power, and seek to become a Lich King. Once he reached legendary rank, no one in this world could threaten him. That was Roglus's vision, as beautiful as always. But before he could even descend the Mage Tower, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. He looked toward the sound, only to see the thick ice encasing the Bone King begin to crack. The cracks widened and, under Roglus's gaze, exploded outward. The king of Haigu, Sumu, reappeared in his sight, breaking free of the ice with his overwhelming strength. Sumu felt a trace of lingering fear. He had been as careful as possible. When the frost began to surge, he'd immediately used phase shift to appear several hundred meters away. But he hadn't expected Roglus to open with a citywide attack, targeting the entire city and leaving him no room to evade. He also hadn't expected that, just by becoming a Grand Lich, Roglus could cast a top-tier spell like Polar Chill. Dozens of seconds of extreme cold from Polar Chill dropped Sumu's HP below one-third. His bone armor was covered in fine cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Fortunately, his constitution was high, his health bar was long, and his armor was thick. By the time his HP dropped below a third, Polar Chill's duration ended, and he managed to struggle out of the thick ice. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. This must have been Roglas's trump card. Polar Chill, capable of destroying an entire city. If this wasn't his strongest move, then Roglas wasn't just a newly transformed epic Grand Lich, but a true legendary Lich King. Roglas remained atop the Mage Tower, layers of frost barriers still guarding him. As Roglas unleashed another skill, Sumu stepped forward, using phase shift to dodge the blast, appearing on the other side of the tower, and then, without hesitation, unleashed his newly acquired boss skill Grasp of Imprisonment at the cost of 1,000 mana. Amid Roglas's startled cry, a giant hand made entirely of fine bones burst forth from beneath the Mage Tower, surging upward. 1,000 mana was just the base cost. As Sumu poured in more mana, the bone hand grew larger and surged faster, until, under Roglas's horrified gaze, it had swelled to dozens of meters across and seized the entire upper half of the Mage Tower. Though the frost barriers still shielded Roglas, Sumu hadn't intended to harm him directly with this attack. 10,000 mana burned away in an instant. Under Sumu's control, the giant bone hand clenched tightly and, with brute force, tore the top half of the Mage Tower from the ground, hurling it dozens of meters away. The bone hand shattered, dissolving into countless fragments that sank back into the earth, while the half-collapsed Mage Tower and Roglas crashed down onto the frozen ground. Destroying the Mage Tower's top half cut Roglas off from his near-infinite mana, and most of his frost barriers vanished as well. With his own mana nearly depleted and the Mage Tower's support gone, Roglas was all but finished. Sumu, having suffered once, wasn't about to let Roglas cast another spell. As Roglas emerged from the ruined tower, Sumu stepped behind him. Death Slice. A burst of ordinary attack damage shattered the remaining frost barriers. Before Roglas could restore his defenses, Sumu was already upon him, blade flashing. A cold gleam and Roglas's withered head tumbled to the ground. But decapitating a Lich isn't enough. For a Lich, even with only a head left, they may have ways to cast spells. Even destroying both head and body might not be enough. The best way to kill a Lich is to find their phylactery and destroy it, soul and all. Sumu didn't know where Roglas's phylactery was, but he had a better method. After beheading Roglas, Sumu rushed forward and picked up the shriveled head. Under Roglas's terrified gaze, Sumu's gauntlet right hand pressed to his forehead. Corrosion talent activated, unknown energy flowed in. With only a head to work through, the process was fast, and the corrosion of Roglas's soul was swift. Roglas, feeling this alien energy invade and strip away his soul and memories, was consumed by terror, but no matter how he screamed, he could not escape. One scene after another flashed before Sumu's eyes. Roglas's memories. Because this was the true body, Sumu's reading was highly complete, including all of Roglas's learned skills, how he obtained the notebook, learned necromancy, and became a Grand Lich. For Sumu, the value of these memories was immeasurable. He was delighted to find that many of Roglas's skills were ones he could learn. It wasn't that Sumu couldn't learn skills through memory corrosion, but that he could only learn those usable by undead, such as Frost Burst, Frost Barrier, and Polar Chill. These were all skills Roglas retained after changing from Ice Mage to Lich, exactly the kind of skills Sumu could learn. If nothing else, just this chain of skills made Sumu's risk worthwhile. The unknown energy corroded Roglas's soul as Sumu read his memories in detail, missing nothing. And Roglas? Panic, fear, and despair filled his mind. He realized, with horrifying clarity, that as his memories were read, he was losing control of his own soul. A necromancer could already manipulate souls. Liches were even greater masters. No race knew souls better than Liches. So Roglas knew precisely that he was slipping, losing control, and coming under Sumu's domination. When his soul was fully lost, he would not die but become a Grand Lich entirely controlled by Sumu. Before Sumu, he would have no secrets, and no way to resist any command. With just a thought, Sumu could make his soul collapse, erasing this epic Grand Lich from existence. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Roglas. Having been a legendary boss as a Scourge Mage in his past life, Roglas still had his pride. Rather than become a puppet, he'd rather die. So, as he felt his soul slipping beyond control, Roglas decisively self-destructed his own soul. The visions ended abruptly. Sumu, who had just learned mass frost from the memories, looked regretfully at the shriveled skull. No need to destroy the phylactery, he'd already gotten the system notification. Roglas was truly dead. Enslavement failed. You have slain Grand Lich Roglas Salmon. Gained 600,000 EXP, and learned the skills Ice Spike, Ice Lance, Frost Burst, Frost Barrier, Frost Armor, Frost Movement, and Polar Chill. Also gained the Epic Class Template Grand Lich. 7 skills in total, all Ice Mage skills. To gain 7 skills at once, Sumu had never experienced such a reward. He hadn't learned all of Roglas's skills, but these 7, ranging from low to high, made for a nearly complete Ice Mage class inheritance, greatly enriching Sumu's skill pool. Just these 7 skills alone made the whole adventure worthwhile. After glancing at his newly acquired skills, Sumu turned his attention to Roglas's corpse. The corrosion talent activated again, absorbing the essence from the corpse. As Roglas's body turned to ash and drifted onto the frozen ground, another system notification arrived. You have absorbed the essence from the bone. bones. Your body is now even stronger. Your spirit has increased by 1000. Not bad. Though the other 3 attributes didn't increase, a full 1000 spirit more than made up for Sumu's earlier lack. Nodding slightly, Sumu looked at the remains of Roglus, then headed for the half-collapsed mage tower. With Roglus's memories, Sumu knew exactly where the notebook was. Now, the notebook containing the lost legacy was buried among the ruins of the mage tower. The bone ink blade flashed, clearing away rubble and stone. When the debris was cleared, a delicate stone pedestal appeared before Sumu, the notebook he'd coveted for so long embedded at its center. This was a notebook, a lost legacy, and an artifact suffused with pure death energy. It was by channeling the death energy in this notebook that Roglus, in such a short time, was able to turn all Ruhr's inhabitants into undead and complete his transformation. Roglus had handled this notebook for so long he hadn't noticed anything amiss, but reading his memories, Sumu realized this future scourge mage had been influenced by the notebook to some degree. Looking at the notebook shrouded in wisps of dark mist, Sumu didn't open it right away. Perhaps the notebook itself was a trap. He pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and pressed his gauntlet right palm onto the black notebook. Corrosion talent activated. Unknown energy slowly flowed from him into the notebook, beginning to erode the inheritance contained within. No matter what trap it might hold, no matter what marks or fragments of higher souls it might contain, once Sumu corroded it with his talent, it would no longer be dangerous. Time passed slowly. Corroding this notebook was far slower than Sumu had expected, even slower than enslaving a monster across 2 ranks. But Sumu wasn't impatient. The slower the corrosion, the more valuable the notebook must be. Finally, after a full half hour, the unknown energy finished eroding the notebook. The system notification sounded again. You have gained the skill Undead Modification. You have unlocked the Undead Modification skill tree. You have obtained the legendary class template Lich King. With the legendary class template, Lich King, together with the Lord rank, Lich, and Epic rank, Grand Lich, templates obtained earlier from Roglus, Sumu now possessed a full set of undead class templates. In other words, this notebook truly was a lost legacy, its contents comprising a complete Lich inheritance, Lord rank Lich, Epic rank Grand Lich, and legendary rank Lich King. If Sumu wished, he could now immediately advance to Epic ranked Grand Lich, leaping from the low-level, racially limited skeleton to the nearly limitless top-tier undead race of Lich. And once his attributes rose further, becoming a Lich King would not be difficult. Perhaps, when he advanced to Death Knight King, he had already fused the Lich class template. When he obtained the Grand Lich template, Sumu found he could directly transition classes. But Sumu showed some regret on his face, having tasted the benefits of class fusion. He was unwilling to abandon the path he'd already walked halfway down. Becoming a Lich was strong, and a Lich King nearly invincible, but Sumu believed in his own talent. He believed that, once he fused several legendary rank class templates on par with Lich King to create his own unique template, that would be the strongest and most fitting for himself. He set the 2 class templates aside for now, turning to other information. Necromantic Modification. Sumu had already gained this skill once by corroding Roglus's avatar. This time, by corroding the notebook, he obtained it again. The 2 differences were, first, Necromantic Modification was now lit up, meaning it could be leveled with free points. Second, the Necromantic Modification skill tree had been unlocked. With a thought, Sumu opened his attribute panel. At some point, a secondary tab, Necromantic Modification, had appeared. The auxiliary skill was still in the main skill bar, but now there was a new page beside the attribute tab, the skill tree he had just unlocked. There were only 3 skills on this page, listed from top to bottom: Ghoul, Walking Corpse, Zombie. These were the 3 tiers of zombie modifications Sumu had obtained from Roglus's avatar. When focusing on Ghoul, instructions on converting a living creature or corpse into a ghoul would surface in his mind. Focusing on Walking Corpse or Zombie did the same for those forms. So this was the Necromantic Modification skill tree? Sumu understood. His Necromantic Modification was only level 1, so only Ghoul was active, meaning he could only convert living beings or corpses into basic ghouls. Only by leveling up the skill could he modify higher tier undead like walking corpses or zombies. Necromantic Modification was clearly within the Lich's domain. Among many high tier undead, only Lich's obsessed over such research. Undoubtedly, advancing this skill normally would require a Lich, even a Lich King, to invest huge amounts of time studying undead biology, class info, soulfire composition, etc. But Sumu was different. With free points, what would take a Lich King years, he could improve in minutes. He had 22 free points available. Enthused by the new skill tree, Sumu invested some free points to level up the skill. However, after spending 10 free points, Necromantic Modification only upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Now, besides Ghoul, the Walking Corpse skill was also unlocked. Seeing this, Sumu felt a pang. 10 free points were enough to max out a regular skill, yet here it only let him convert walking corpses. Long term, the Necromantic skill tree would be invaluable, but for now, it was a bit of a pit he didn't lack for walking corpse minions. As a boss who could summon skeletons, Sumu already commanded tens of thousands in the Haigu Legion, including advanced, elite, and warrior skeletons. Why should he personally convert zombies? At least until he reached legendary rank, rank, necromantic modification wasn't much use. Its true value would shine when he needed to build a force of his own at the pinnacle of power. Closing the attribute panel, Sumu looked again at the notebook. With corrosion talent having stripped away all dangers, the notebook's remaining worth was informational. He picked it up and flipped through. After reading all its contents, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Was Rogless strict? Aside from the inheritance and skills Sumu had already obtained, as well as some lich lore, the notebook also described a secret technique, the method Rogless used to create an avatar. According to the secret art, to make a second body, you first tore your own soul, leaving most in the main body and investing a fragment in the avatar, then refining it as described. Only then could one create the kind of avatar Sumu had encountered. True avatars were the domain of demigods and gods, able to create bodies with a thought. This secret art was a shortcut, but the price was splitting your soul, leaving it incomplete and making further advancement nearly impossible. When Rogless first obtained the notebook, he couldn't resist the allure of the avatar technique. He created one, and thus got stuck at the peak of hero rank, unable to break through. By the time he realized the problem, it was too late. But the notebook did record a solution: to become a lich, or even a grand lich. A lich's phylactery involved splitting off a part of the soul to hide within it a final means of resurrection. Able to split their soul at will, liches could naturally refuse it. Thus, accepting the notebook's inheritance and turning into a lich or grand lich became Rogless's only way forward. One wrong step led to another. It was this notebook that ultimately doomed Rogless. But then a thought struck Sumu. Was the infamous Scourge Mage of his previous life really Rogless? Or was Rogless just the avatar, with the real body hidden behind the scenes? Was the true Grand Lich or Lich King who caused world-shaking disasters actually Rogless, or had the being who wrote the notebook already replaced him? Once this idea emerged, Sumu couldn't let it go. He sensed this was the true past. Realizing this, even as the king of Haigu, Sumu felt a chill, as if cold sweat seeped out all over him. Fortunately, he'd been cautious and hadn't opened the notebook as Rogless had. Reading was one thing, but with his corrosion talent, even if this was a trap set by a legendary being, he'd unknowingly unraveled it, wiped away all marks, and gained the inheritance within. Now, the black notebook was just a notebook, tough, perhaps, but no longer dangerous. It was so sturdy, in fact, that even Sumu found it hard to destroy. It was worth noting that after becoming a Grand Lich, Rogless chose the notebook as his phylactery, a wise choice, as Sumu had never found a better vessel in terms of durability. Thinking for a moment, Sumu tossed the notebook into his storage. Who knew he might need it someday? Having gotten the inheritance and information, Sumu's quest was complete. He searched the Mage Tower for anything useful, stashing it away, and prepared to leave. Rogless was dead, the Mage Tower destroyed, and with its mana support gone, his Polar Chill spell had long since ended. Even so, as a top-tier citywide spell, the city would take a long time to thaw. Actually, Sumu preferred it this way. Now, the entire city was enveloped in blue ice. Sunlight shone down, making the city glitter like crystal. When the ice melted, the slain undead wouldn't rise, but a city full of skeletons and rotten corpses was far less beautiful than a crystal city. He paused for a moment, looked at the now dead city, then turned and headed toward Rock City. Not long after Sumu left, a blurry figure quietly appeared beside the respawn monument in the center square of Ruhr Royal City, growing clearer until it became a human form of player. As the royal city of the Ruhr Principality and home to 1,000,000, there were naturally many player spawns here. When Rogless used the notebook to fuel his blood ritual and become a Grand Lich, death energy swept the city, killing all residents and players alike. Early in the game, all player deaths had a 1-hour cooldown. Ruhr Royal City's player population didn't match the NPCs, but there were still 20 or 30,000. These tens of thousands of players, killed and booted to the login screen, were naturally upset. Like those slaughtered by Sumu's Haigu Legion before, they flooded the game forums with complaints and rants. But when the 1-hour cooldown ended, they all rushed back to the login screen, eager to see what killed them and whether they'd be compensated. Then, the scene unfolded. A player appeared at the respawn monument, stunned at the sight. Where am I? Did I transmigrate? Instinctively, he opened his map and checked his coordinates. He was even more confused. This really was Ruhr Royal City. It had been fine when he died. Now, what was this? As more and more players respawned, all appearing near the monument, they too were stunned. A crystal city bathed in sunlight, radiating indescribable brilliance, something impossible in reality, appeared before their eyes. How could this be? What happened here? Eventually, some players snapped out of their daze and looked around. Lining the streets were countless ice sculptures, each refracting sunlight in dazzling colors. The forms were varied, many frozen in running poses, as if they'd been charging in one direction and then, in an instant, frozen and turned into statues. The ice was thick, but didn't completely conceal what was inside. Careful players soon noticed, these weren't just statues, each one encased a figure or resident of the city. A player swallowed hard and said, all the residents of Ruhr Royal City became undead. After we died, there must have been a war here. It must have been this war that turned the residents into undead, and then froze them all, along with the city itself. His guess was echoed by countless others. Once they accepted this, more questions questions arose. What level of beings could turn an entire city into a crystal tomb? Who dared cast such a spell in a human kingdom's royal city? After all, the game world's nations had order. Even mortal enemies rarely resorted to genocide, let alone turning all residents into undead. Inevitably, one name came to mind for many players: King of Haigu. Only the King of Haigu, who dared to massacre 3 cities, could freeze a city and turn its residents into undead. Realizing this, players stopped worrying about leveling up. The city was frozen, they couldn't take quests. They snapped photos and videos like mad, and once they gathered enough material, logged out and rushed to the official forums to post everything they'd seen and guessed. With tens of thousands posting in all those dazzling photos and videos, the Frozen City event instantly became a hot topic, attracting massive attention and debate. When players from Rock City also shared their stories, confirming that the King of Haigu had instantly killed an epic rescue knight, wiped out all of Giant Salt City's high-level NPCs, and headed for Ruhr Royal City, it was certain the King of Haigu was the creator of the Frozen City and the City of Death. As for how the King of Haigu killed the rescue knight with physical attacks but froze Ruhr Royal City with massive ice spells, players scoffed. What kind of boss can't use magic? The King of Haigu was always a magic boss. His early foes were just too weak to force him to use spells. Thus, with the chain of evidence, Sumu, the King of Haigu, became known as the creator of the Frozen City and City of Death and the first boss in game history to take the blame for it all. When Sumu returned to Ju-Yuan City from Ruhr Royal City, he once again received a system prompt: "You have destroyed Ruhr Royal City. Your notoriety is spreading throughout the human kingdoms. You have gained 1 point of legend. The Calamity leaderboard has been unlocked. Your legend score is insufficient. You have not entered the Calamity leaderboard." This system message truly left Sumu stunned. The destruction of Ruhr Royal City was clearly Rogless's doing. Why was the blame pinned on him? Whether it was turning Ruhr Royal City into a City of Death for his class advancement, or unleashing Polar Chill to freeze the City of Death into a frozen city in order to kill Sumu, these were all Rogless's handiwork. Throughout the whole process, Sumu's only action was to slay Rogless. In a sense, by killing the epic Grand Lich Rogless, Sumu had even avenged the residents of Ruhr Royal City. So why was the crime of destroying Ruhr Royal City placed on his head? Sumu couldn't quite understand. Logically, even if all the city's residents died and there were no witnesses to his battle with Rogless, the game rules should be omnipresent. How could the system itself get the true culprit wrong? The only possibility was that players born in Ruhr Royal City had revived and blamed the destruction on him. With player gossip spreading, the game's NPCs came to accept it as fact, leading to the system prompt he just received. For an ordinary person, this might be just a few system messages, but as a former legendary player, someone who had experienced the god's descent and the destruction of reality, Sumu understood far more. In other words, the so-called system god universally believed in by players doesn't actually exist. The rules of Second World are automated. Even if there is an entity governing all game rules, it still operates only within those rules and cannot intervene directly in game content, which means the collective perception of players and NPCs can change the rules of the game. If manipulated properly, one could gain enormous benefits from this. As for the Calamity leaderboard and legend score, that was even easier to understand. Legend is the extent to which the deeds of a monster, NPC, or player have spread among living creatures. The higher your legend, the greater the stir and impact you cause. The Calamity leaderboard is a ranking specifically for monsters. The basic requirement is to have at least 1 point of legend. Second World is vast, and even in its early stages, there were dozens of servers, each corresponding to a continent. The Calamity leaderboard doesn't just catalog bosses from a single continent, but from all named bosses across every open continent. The leaderboard only ranks 100 monsters. That means every boss that makes it onto the leaderboard has not only caused massive upheaval and gained enough legend, but is also tremendously powerful. According to Sumu's memories from his previous life, even the last place on the Calamity leaderboard was an epic peak boss. Even when Rogless briefly reached the top 10 during his own undead cataclysm, he was still only epic rank. Between the 10th and 100th places, a Calamity boss might be epic peak or legendary, but all the top 10 are beings who have stepped into the sanctuary, some even able to destroy a nation or a small world single-handedly. Of course, just because there are only 100 on the leaderboard doesn't mean there are only 100 legendary bosses across all the continents. Some bosses are only epic peak but have done something so earth-shattering that they get ranked. Some monsters, even if they've reached sanctuary, aren't interested in destroying humanity or other races, so they have no legend and don't appear. After all, whether undead like Sumu or the more numerous beasts, as long as a monster reaches Lord rank, it gains intelligence equal to a human. Some bosses choose to go on a rampage to quickly increase their power. Others choose to hide away and live peacefully. After digesting this information, Sumu set it aside for now. Getting onto the Calamity leaderboard has its pros and cons for monsters. The pro: only legendary rank bosses can benefit from the leaderboard. The con: the higher your legend, the more likely you are to be hunted by heroes of other races. For instance, if Sumu had entered the leaderboard leaderboard before attacking Giant Salt City, he wouldn't have faced just one rescue knight, but possibly multiple epic heroes. If his rank was high enough, attacking a human kingdom might even draw out legendary heroes. The Calamity leaderboard is like a global bounty list for monsters. The higher your rank, the greater the threat, and the more likely you are to be noticed and hunted by heroes. Sumu's current strength was that of a peak epic boss. After gaining a series of skills from Roglus, his power had grown even further, but even now, he didn't want to be targeted by countless epic or legendary heroes. If possible, he'd rather wait until he reached epic or legendary rank before appearing invincible to the world, sweeping the continent. From Giant Salt City to Royal City, then back to Giant Salt City after slaying Roglus, Sumu had spent a total of about 2 hours. By the time he left, his Haigu Legion had already stormed into Giant Salt City, slaughtering the city's residents and players. When Sumu returned, the war was still ongoing. After all, this was a city of hundreds of thousands, and his army only numbered tens of thousands. Turning all of Giant Salt City's inhabitants and players into experience would take another 1 or 2 hours. With Sumu's return, the passive effect that had vanished from the Haigu Legion during his absence reappeared, his lordly presence, boosting the Legion's slaughter efficiency to a new level. At this point, Sumu had a new idea. There were still living players in the city. He stepped up onto the city wall, appearing behind a player who was frantically dodging skeletons while still filming, and lifted him into the air. The player was startled at first, but upon realizing he was in the grasp of a towering, black-armored warrior with only twin red glows shining from beneath his helm, he was overjoyed. By now, Sumu's image was widely known. The player naturally recognized that the one holding him up was the culprit behind the massacre, the King of Haigu. Players couldn't truly die. Even if killed, they'd wait an hour and respawn, so there was no fear. On the contrary, being personally grabbed by the King of Haigu was a great honor for an ordinary player. No one had ever gotten close to Sumu before, let alone taken close-up photos. Now, lifted by the King of Haigu, he was less than a meter away. At this distance, the player's first reaction wasn't to wonder what the King of Haigu would do, but to keep recording and frantically snap pictures. An hour's cooldown was nothing. Death was trivial, but the chance for close-up footage was once in a lifetime. Realizing this, the player was ecstatic. He was going to be famous. Sumu ignored the player's reaction. As a former player, he understood exactly what the player was doing. If their roles were reversed, he'd probably do the same. Ignoring the player's strange behavior, Sumu grabbed his head and activated corrosion talent. After corroding skeletons, high-tier undead, and human NPCs, this was the first time Sumu turned his corrosion on a player. He wanted to know if his talent could affect players, and if so, what would happen. Players were the greatest mystery in the game world. Previously, even with such thoughts, Sumu never dared attempt it, as this meant probing the deepest secrets of the world. Only after realizing that the so-called system god was just the rules themselves, unable to act outside its own boundaries, did he dare try. Corroding undead enslaved them. Corroding living beings turned them into undead. So what about corroding a player? Would he enslave them, turn their bodies undead, or simply kill them? Once the player re-entered the game, would everything reset? With this curiosity, Sumu began his first player corrosion. Unknown energy flowed out, slowly entering the still photographing player. Sumu could clearly feel himself gaining control of the player's body. The process was little different from corroding undead or the living. The unknown energy could enter, so it could corrode players. As more energy poured in, the player's body began to wither and lose vitality. Just like any living being Sumu had corroded. On the player's status bar, it manifested as a negative debuff. Unsurprisingly, Sumu successfully corroded the player's body, but then he directed the energy toward the player's head. But when he tried to corrode the player's soul, he met resistance for the first time. Yes, resistance, as if a force protected the player's soul, blocking any intrusion. It wasn't impossible, just extremely slow. Sumu estimated that to break through, to truly corrode a player's soul, would require maintaining this state for dozens of days. Could he really do it? His eyes flickered. If it really did take dozens of days, that meant his corrosion talent could actually break the rules of the game and corrode a player. In other words, his talent was, in some sense, even stronger than the game's rules. At Lord rank, it would take dozens of days to corrode a player. What if he advanced to epic, or even legendary rank? Would corroding a player become easy once he'd multiplied his power 100-fold? For a moment, Sumu was both shocked and exhilarated. If that day came, players wouldn't just be the nemesis of monsters or a source of experience, they could become part of his own power. With a crisp crack, Sumu finished his experiment, and casually crushed the player's head. Necromantic modification would only truly shine once he reached legendary rank and entered the Calamity leaderboard, and the leaderboard's blessing for monster bosses also required legendary rank. Now, with player corrosion, he saw he needed to further advance. Sumu was impatient. Rampaging in the human world and devouring city after city brought him only experience and level-ups. To move from Lord to epic or legendary rank, he needed to return to the undead world. Conveniently, the notebook he'd gotten from Roglus contained clues to an undead world even larger than Burial Land. The slaughter in Giant Salt City was nearly over. Once he claimed the last batch of of experience, it would be time to leave the human world and seek out the clues to the world of death. A chunk of ice shattered, turning into countless tiny ice shards, scattering in all directions and turning every enemy within dozens of meters into a sieve. Frost burst. This was one of the skills Sumu had obtained from Roglus, and releasing it now made Sumu feel as if he had already become a caster. It had to be said, there was a reason spellcasters were so sought after by players and held such high status among NPCs. As long as their own safety wasn't at risk, a spellcaster with a full mana pool could unleash combat power far surpassing that of physical attack professions. On the battlefield, such a caster could transform into a mobile artillery platform, displaying several times the combat strength of a physical attacker of the same rank. Overall, Sumu's class tendency was towards physical attack, but now, with the full set of frost skills obtained from Roglus, and the powerful mana regeneration brought by the soul crystal, playing the role of a caster seemed perfectly natural. By comparison, his magic skills had become his bread and butter, while those few physical attack boss skills now served as his ultimates. When facing enemies of the same tier or lower, a mage could simply throw a spell to wipe out swaths of foes. Against enemies of a higher tier, Sumu could instantly become a war god, using overwhelming physical power and boss skills to crush them. What Sumu didn't know was that, as he used Frost Burst to kill the last batch of residents and players, this iconic ice-type skill became evidence that he was the true culprit behind the destruction of Ruhr Royal City. Players and NPCs alike began to see him less as a physical attacker and more as a caster, even though he still wore heavy black armor and carried the bone ink blade on his back. Giant Salt City had become a dead city, with over 100,000 residents and players wiped out, yielding a vast amount of experience. Combined with the experience Sumu himself had earned, his level jumped from 50 when he left Burial Land to 52. His mental stats had grown again, making him even stronger. If he were to fight Roglus in Ruhr Royal City now, he would probably be able to kill him easily. Afterward, Sumu left Giant Salt City with Agnes, heading toward the spot where Roglus had found the notebook, according to the sense he got from Roglus's memories. As for the Haigu Legion, Sumu abandoned them. The place where Roglus had found the notebook was far from Blackrock City. Bringing the Legion would only draw human attention and slow him down. So, before leaving, Sumu ordered the Haigu Legion to return to Burial Land along the way they came. Without the Death Altar, Burial Land was destined to disappear, but the process would take years. In the meantime, the Haigu Legion could continue living there, hunting the ever-spawning skeletons, providing Sumu with a steady stream of experience. Whether new monster lords would appear in Burial Land after he left was of no concern to Sumu anymore. That little pond was no longer big enough for him. Time passed quickly. Over a month went by. In that time, the players gradually grew up. The fastest, luckiest, or best resourced had already surpassed level 10, gained their first class, and transformed from mortals into apprentice professionals. Player memory is short. After more than a month of not seeing Sumu, most had forgotten him. In their eyes, it was just a game Easter egg letting some players experience a monster city assault at launch, showing off the game's realism and freedom. As their levels rose and their understanding of the world deepened, the once terrifying King of Haigu became just a starter village boss. Rather than reminiscing about the King of Haigu, they preferred to level up, seek out the richest quests, and plan their future builds. Even the players in Ruhr Royal City were now immersed in a series of war quests. The Principality of Ruhr had been destroyed. After the Duke's family fell along with the city's residents, the remaining nobles and powerful lords began vying for the vacant throne. Even the neighboring Rhine kingdom used the loss of an epic hero as an excuse to intervene, seizing Ruhr's territory. The players of Ruhr benefited from this disaster compared to other countries and continents. They were the first to receive main story quests. Constant battlefield missions meant many player deaths, but also rich rewards. As long as they survived, their levels and power would far outpace players from other lands. The once notorious King of Haigu, destroyer of 4 cities, had become a mere ripple in the player base, a splash that quickly faded. Now, far from Giant Salt City and even farther from the Principality of Ruhr, deep in the mountains, 2 black-armored figures traveled swiftly, one a warrior, the other a knight on horseback. Yet even the petite, black-armored knight riding a mighty skeletal warhorse couldn't keep pace with the black-armored warrior, who had to pause repeatedly to let her catch up. These two were Sumu and Agnes. Over a month ago, after learning roughly where Roglus had found the notebook from his memories, Sumu and Agnes had set out on a long journey. The game world was vast. This continent alone rivaled the real world in size. Even at their speed, it took them over a month to get close. In all that time, they barely rested. If characters had fatigue, even epic or legendary heroes would have collapsed from such a journey. Fortunately, the long, boring trek was nearly over. After crossing many hills and entering a deep gorge, they finally reached their destination. Roglus truly had a talent for finding hidden places. From Roglus's memories, Sumu already knew that the former ice mage had stumbled on clues to this hidden tomb while studying ancient texts. After much investigation, he pinpointed the tomb's location and, during his exploration, found the lost legacy notebook and began down the path of lichdom. If not for that, the tomb would likely have remained unknown for decades or even centuries more. The black stone armor, weathered by countless years, was flaking off the rocks. Amidst the crisp sounds, Sumu and Agnes reached the end of the gorge, where a pair of massive stone doors came into view. The Wild's tomb. This was Sumu's destination, and also a gathering place for undead. Here, the undead weren't skeletons, but a type of formless ghost. If it had been the old Sumu, facing a horde of ghosts would have been a headache. As high-tier undead, ghosts were immune to pure physical damage, and only attacks with attribute damage or spells could truly harm them. But now, Sumu had long since shifted from a pure physical attacker to a powerful spellcaster. He pushed open the stone doors and entered with Agnes. Upon stepping inside the tomb, he immediately sensed the death energy in the air, not as thick as burial lands, but enough to sustain the ghosts. They proceeded, and after a few dozen meters down the broad tomb passage, Sumu saw many twisted human shapes along the sides. No one knew how many years had passed, but these figures were long since dried up. Sumu, however, knew that all these shriveled corpses were sacrifices entombed when the tomb was built and the direct source of the many ghosts within. Their footsteps echoed on thick dust. Ignoring the twisted corpses, Sumu led Agnes deeper. When they exited the corridor into the tomb proper, semi-transparent, ghostly figures appeared. Ghosts, as an undead race on par with death knights and liches, the ghost lineage started at elite rank. Only those who suffered great torment, or whose souls were strong enough, could become ghosts after being corrupted by death energy. Elite, ghost, warrior, wraith, lord, spirit of pain. Among the dozen ghosts before Sumu and Agnes, there was even a wraith. This underground tomb wasn't large compared to burial land, but still hid hundreds of ghosts, including wraiths and spirits of pain at lord rank. That's why, after stealing the notebook, Roglus never returned. He'd only survived with a holy protection amulet, and once it was spent, even at his peak he was no match for the ghosts inside. As the ghosts appeared, Sumu cast frost armor on Agnes, then unleashed a deep blue aura ice nova, a high-level ice skill. The icy aura spread, and the ghosts felt its chilling power. The slow effect of ice nova further reduced their speed. Smiling, Sumu released wave after wave of ice nova. Just 3 or 4 blasts reduced the dozen ghosts to ash. The system notified him. You have slain a ghost and gained 500 EXP. You have slain a wraith and gained 1300 EXP. You have obtained the elite class template ghost and the warrior class template wraith. Glancing at the ashes, Sumu led Agnes further in. He couldn't help but enjoy this spellcaster experience. Anytime a wraith appeared, he'd cast ice nova or frost burst, and with over 40,000 mana plus 100,000 in the soul crystal he could cast spells almost without restraint. Under this barrage, most ghosts never even reached them before being obliterated. His bone ink blade was only needed to smash doors, otherwise, it was useless. Bulldozing his way through, by the time Sumu reached the tomb's core chamber, he'd slain over 100 ghosts, using only about 30,000 mana. The core chamber was the place where Roglus stole the notebook and Sumu's current goal. Once more, he drew his blade. One strike shattered the heavy stone doors, and Sumu entered with Agnes. It was a spacious hall, supported by stone pillars, largely empty except for 2 thick stone coffins at the center and a strange structure in the corner, altar-like but not quite. From past experience, Sumu knew this was his target. It was a long-abandoned but still intact teleportation array. Once activated, it could instantly send someone to a distant, hellish land filled with death and undead. Of course, using the array wasn't that simple. First, he had to defeat the ghosts in the core chamber and the masters of the coffins. As Sumu and Agnes entered, the 2 coffin lids began to move with a dull, grating sound. From the coffins floated 2 semi-transparent figures. Unlike ordinary ghosts, their faces were clear, twisted in pain. Ghosts, spirit lords, spirits of pain. These 2, at lord rank, were the tomb's masters. But to Sumu now, 2 spirits of pain were nothing. One grasp of imprisonment held them both in place. Then, with a thought, Sumu cast frost burst between them. Explosions of ice needles turned the chamber walls to pincushions. Each blast made the spirits of pain fade further. After dozens of frost bursts, the grasp of imprisonment ended. The spectral hand sank into the ground, and the 2 spirits of pain crumbled to white ash. You have slain a spirit of pain. You have gained 50,000 EXP. Sumu stepped forward to the ashes. Unlike the ghosts and wraiths, lord-rank spirits of pain were not to be wasted. Specialized in mental growth like liches, they could boost his mental stats. Absorbing their essence, Sumu gained 500 points of spirit as well as the lord class template for spirit of pain. An extra 500 spirit meant another 5,000 mana just to drop in the bucket, but enough for several more spells. Too bad they were only lord rank. If they were epic, he'd have gained another template for future class fusion. Once done, Sumu and Agnes approached the teleportation array. Though abandoned, it was still intact, just aged and missing its energy crystals. Recalling information from Roglus and the white-robed mage, Sumu took several mana-charged crystals from his storage and placed them in the array's slots. With a faint hum, mana flowed into the array, and a deep blue light appeared at its center. The teleportation array was activated. Staring at the portal to another realm, Sumu took a deep breath and stepped in. Just as Sumu stepped out of the teleportation array, before he had time to survey his surroundings, deafening explosions erupted in his ears. Immediately, a sense of danger surged from behind. Without a moment's moment's hesitation, Sumu gripped his bone ink blade and swung it backward. He felt a slight resistance as the blade connected, and the faint sound of flesh being sliced reached his ears. Crisis averted. Only then did Sumu have a chance to look around. What he saw left him utterly stunned. If not for the bony mask still covering his face, he might have opened his mouth wide in shock, just like a human. The information was correct. The teleportation had not malfunctioned. After stepping into that deep blue portal, the teleportation array had indeed sent him to a hell filled with death and the undead. He was in a city in ancient, decaying ruin reeking with an intense aura of death. This was a city of the undead. Everywhere his eyes fell, countless undead of all races and levels filled every inch of his view. A rough count told him, just the undead he could see numbered over 1,000,000. But these undead were fighting. Sumu's arrival point was at the outskirts of this ruined city, a city several times larger than Ruhr Royal City. Looking toward the city's interior, he saw endless undead surging madly, charging out toward the city's outskirts. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, of undead charging forward, making only a dense, crisp clicking sound, chaotic yet eerily silent. Involuntarily, Sumu glanced outside the city and then, he saw light. Yes, light, the nemesis of all undead, holy light. A war was raging in the city of the undead. Closer by, several kilometers away beyond the ruined city, a legendary sword saint was carving a path through the sea of undead. Blade after blade of light erupted, shredding swaths of undead to ash. Further away, a knight order of about 3,000 charged forward. Holy light enveloped the entire order, making them look like a bolt of lightning tearing through the blackened sky covering the city of the undead and its surroundings. At the very front, 3 knights led the charge in a triangle formation, 1 legendary hero and 2 epic heroes, forming the vanguard. This 3,000-strong knight order boasted dozens of hero-ranked knights, the rest being elite knights. Behind them rode a group of priests fewer in number, under 100, but among them was an epic hero and a dozen hero-ranked priests, the remainder being elites. At the same time, both on the ground and in the sky, there were more enemies present. Floating above the charging knight order was an elderly man with white hair and beard, wearing ornate ceremonial robes and a grave, cold face, a holy light mage. He held a staff in one hand, an open book in the other. Intense holy light radiated from this mage, enveloping the knight order below like a second sun. This was the 3rd legendary hero, and apparently the strongest. It was well known that, except for wind mages, only legendary professionals could fly, freeing themselves from the shackles of the earth. Even without seeing him float, the deadly holy light radiating from this mage told Sumu he was a legendary hero, at least high tier. 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, plus dozens of hero knights and hero priests, and thousands of elite professionals. This was the enemy Sumu saw upon arrival. Of course, that wasn't all. There were other heroic professionals on the battlefield, some lurking, some sniping, or assisting others in battle. The one Sumu had just slain with a single swing was one such hero assassin, infiltrating the city of the undead. Seeing all this, Sumu was speechless. He had intended to teleport to a world of death and the undead to find the templates needed to advance to epic rank. He never expected that, upon arrival, he'd find himself in a battle of this scale, a war between holy light and death. Sumu was indeed powerful at lord rank. He'd slain an epic rescue knight and even the epic grand lich Roglus. But he was also self-aware. Against epic heroes, or even multiple epics, he could rely on phase shift to fight or escape. But against legendary heroes, especially the holy light mage, or even the sword saint and legendary knight, he was no match, unless he himself advanced to epic and gained a few more levels. While Sumu pondered, Agnes stepped out of the array. If even Sumu was struggling to withstand the overwhelming battlefield, Agnes would fare much worse. Thus, as soon as she appeared, Sumu ordered her to hide deep within the city of the undead. Far from the battlefield, he valued his first-name knight and didn't want her charging into chaos and dying. As for himself, as long as he didn't attract the attention of the 3 legendary heroes, with his current power and phase shift, he was confident he could survive. With that in mind, Sumu concealed himself and watched the grand battle unfold. If the city of the undead lost to the Holy Light Legion, he would leave with Agnes at once. If the city of the undead could hold its own, he wouldn't mind diving in to hunt heroes for their experience and free points. Whether hero or epic hero, to him they were just big bags of EXP and free attributes. Harvesting on a chaotic, even battlefield was the most cost-effective option. The Knight Order bathed in holy light continued its charge. The endless undead tide surged forward, trying to stop them with sheer numbers and bodies. But despite their numbers, there were no high-tier undead. Facing 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, and thousands of elite knights and priests empowered by spells and holy light, numbers alone weren't enough. Time flew by. The Sword Saint had slaughtered tens of thousands of undead and already charged into the city of the undead's fortress. The holy light-enshrouded Knight Order was within a kilometer of the city. Just as Sumu began to worry that the city's high-tier undead had fled and were just using the undead tide to stall, a sudden change occurred. A piercing roar echoed from the city's depths, spreading far and wide. With the roar, a surge of pure, potent death energy flooded out from the city's heart. The black sky that the knights had torn open was sealed shut once more, shrouding all beneath it. At the cost of tens of thousands of shredded undead, the high-tier undead of the city of the undead had finally prepared for for war and entered Sumu's sight. A legendary Lich King appeared before Sumu. Floating in midair, facing the Holy Light Mage, the Lich King radiated death energy, a massive chain of mist stretching from his back to the city's depths, channeling endless death energy into his body. A standoff. The city of the undead clearly held more than just the Lich King. As he appeared in death energy bathed the battlefield, closing the black sky, various high-tier undead appeared throughout the city. Below the Lich King, a ghost army emerged, thousands of semi-transparent figures, almost indistinguishable from humans, many of them female, floated low in the air. This was the epic boss, the Banshee Queen, of the ghost race. To Sumu's left, with earth-shaking footsteps, hundreds of 3-meter-tall hulking monsters lumbered from the city, approaching the battlefield. These massive creatures, too, radiated death energy, but their bodies were covered with rotting flesh. In their midst stood one over 5 meters tall, a patchwork horror with countless scars and flesh from dozens of races. One arm ended in a bone blade gleaming coldly, the other, a chain connected to a massive spiked mace, radiating brutality. Flesh golems, that was their race. The 5-meter giant was an epic boss. Lastly, at the battlefield's edge, a black knight order of several hundred charged from a canyon, a black spear stabbing into the darkness to join the war. Their numbers were few, but no one dared ignore them. Not only was their leader an epic boss, but this black order was one of the highest undead race's death knights. The Holy Light Knight Order was all elites, formidable indeed. But the Black Knight Order, led by an epic dread knight, comprised all lord-ranked death knights. A single lord boss could wreak havoc in the human world, an epic boss could threaten a nation. What about an epic dread knight leading hundreds of lord-ranked death knights into battle? Even a Holy Light Order led by legendary heroes would not dare claim they could win. A legendary Lich King, an epic Banshee Queen with thousands of ghostly minions, an epic Flesh Golem leading hundreds of lesser Flesh Golems, an epic Dread Knight leading hundreds of Lord Death Knights, plus the endless tide of undead, from the lowest to Lord rank, numbering over 1 million. This was the city of the undead's power. No wonder, when Sumu and Agnes arrived, they saw 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, and a terrifying coalition of knight and priest orders. Given the undead host's strength, Sumu now felt the Holy Light side had brought too few compared to the overwhelming might of same-tier monster bosses. Unless they had even greater reinforcements, the Holy Light army might well be swallowed up. The black sky sealed shut again, only the epic priest order remained in the world of light. The Holy Light Mage, Sword Saint, and the legendary hero-led elite knight order were all enveloped in a world of pure death. The black sky's sole purpose was to create an environment saturated with death energy, the very thing undead depend on to survive. For living creatures of other races, entering the black sky not only blinded them with darkness but also bathed their bodies and souls in death energy, slowly turning them undead. The black sky could be summoned by spell, temporarily, or by special buildings for a permanent effect. As the sky closed with the Lich King's arrival, the omnipresent death energy attacked the living soldiers' bodies and souls. The holy light that had shrouded the elite knight order dimmed sharply. Epic and legendary heroes might not care, but the elite knights could only endure for minutes. Even hero-ranked professionals could not last long against a legendary Lich King's black sky. With the Lich King's arrival, the battlefield had been reset. It was now the undead's homeground. The war had not even truly begun. True to what Sumu knew of liches, this Lich King from the city's depths was cloaked in hood and robes, floating high in the air. Facing the Holy Light Mage, the Lich King's raspy voice echoed over the battlefield. Feared, we have never left these mountains, never set foot on human lands. This is merely our home. You should not have come. A Lich King trying to reason with the forces of Holy Light, Sumu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Even he, reborn from human to skeleton, knew that undead and the living were born enemies. You should know your place and do what you must. This Lich King seemed a bit naive. Sure enough, as the Lich King tried to reason, the Holy Light Mage feared responded coldly. The very existence of undead is a sin. Where the Holy Light shines is the Empire's land. His Majesty the Emperor will not allow a city of evil to exist within his domain, nor a Lich King to openly shelter those who should be ashes beneath the Holy Light. Argus, with my coming, this evil city ends now. Feared, the Holy Light Mage, and Argus, the Lich King, the protector of the city of the undead. When Sumu heard the name, his heart trembled. He didn't know Feared this wasn't the continent where he'd played in his past life, but Argus. If memory served, when players pieced together Rogliss's deeds, that name had appeared. The undead sage, the wise Lich, protector of the undead, those were some of Argus's titles. But this was just a detail, a single line in the grand events. Argus was famous because of Rogliss. According to the records, the genius mage Rogliss killed Argus, inherited his power and wisdom, and then established his own undead empire amid the ruins, unleashing an undead catastrophe that swept across half the world. In other words, this city of the undead was the ruin upon which Rogliss built his undead empire in the past life. And this Lich King was the stepping stone Rogliss slew to reach legendary rank. This was a war that, in the previous era, was only background lore if not for players' curiosity about Rogliss. Almost no one would know that, before the rise of players, such a grand war had been fought in these mountain ruins. Looking at the 2 legendary figures floating in the sky, then at the 2 armies facing off on the ground, Sumu suddenly felt he was witnessing history history in the making. If it had been any other undead trying to reason with a holy light mage from the light faction, Sumu would have suspected some hidden scheme. But if it was Argus, then it was simply foolish. However, upon realizing that this Lich King really was the legendary Argus, Sumu's heart calmed. No matter how foolish Argus might seem, the historical records indicated that the city of the undead emerged victorious in this war, a Lich King standing at the pinnacle of the continent. To kill such a Lich King, or to destroy the city of the undead under his protection, was no simple task. With negotiations failed, Argus gave up on words. He was, after all, the undead sage, the protector of the city of the undead. Even if he was reluctant to fight, when the Holy Light faction attacked, he had to fulfill his duty and promise, to defend this city of kings under the assault of the Holy Light. On the other side, Feared's Holy Light faction was even more resolute. Destroying the city of the undead was not only an order from the Emperor, but also a mission and honor bestowed by their faith in the Holy Light. Under the corrosive darkness, the Holy Light covering the elite knight order was growing weaker and weaker. But as negotiations broke down, the book in Feared's hand turned a page of its own, and an even more intense Holy Light burst forth, enveloping the elite knight order. Under this more powerful Holy Light, not only did the knights ignore the effects of the darkness, but at the edges of the light, they even began to burn. Holy Light is the nemesis of all undead. This isn't just rhetoric. The Holy Light covering the knights didn't just protect them, it also constantly burned away the death aura within the darkness. Wisps of smoke rose, the vaporized death energy turned to mist under the purifying power of the Holy Light. Feared's blessing was like a signal. Once the Holy Light was at its peak, the legendary knight at the head of the elite order shouted, and the whole knight order charged once more. At the same time, the lone legendary sword saint was shrouded in a storm of sword energy, slicing through the endless undead tide like a hurricane. Blade Storm, the sword saint's signature ultimate. When this blade storm, dozens of meters wide, swept across the field, even an epic boss caught in it would be shredded and erased. But it wasn't just the Holy Light faction charging. The undead tide kept surging. The Banshee Queen let out a piercing, battlefield-wide wail, cursing the Holy Light's forces with a mass negative status effect. The Stitch monster boss led its flesh golems like a living battering ram, smashing aside countless lesser undead and charging toward the center of the battlefield. The Death Knight Order began their charge as well. As their skeletal warhorses thundered forward, hundreds of Death Knights simultaneously activated their racial skill, Death Aura. As soon as Death Aura was activated, it released a wave of death energy that ceaselessly corroded enemies, its effect even stronger than the darkness covering the battlefield. But the key was this: when the Death Knights charged together, their auras could stack. A single Death Knight's aura was limited, but hundreds together formed a Death Knight Order, an overlapping network of auras whose power and range exploded exponentially. Death Knights are a unique undead race. Only one order will ever exist in a world. After a Dark Knight spends ages advancing, it will instinctively seek out a Death Knight Order to join or challenge for leadership. The leader of a Death Knight Order can absorb the strength of the whole group and evolve. When an order exceeds 100 in number, there will always be an epic rank commander, a Dread Knight. Death Knights come with Death Aura. Dread Knights add Fear Aura, which inflicts a deep fear on all enemies and lowers their resistances. Thus, even with a legendary, 2 epic heroes, dozens of hero knights, and thousands of elite knights, a Knight Order might still lose to a Dread Knight-led Death Knight Order. It's simple: the stacking Death Auras, combined with the Fear Aura, make even epic heroes struggle to last for long. Only under the Holy Light's protection would the elite Knight Order dare face the Death Knights. Both Knight Orders charged, the gap closing fast. This was a direct clash between the forces of Holy Light and Death, and one of the most decisive factors in the war. Even as Sumu watched, his blood was boiling. Just as the Death Knight Order began their charge, he received a request from Agnes. Agnes wanted to join the Death Knight Order in the battle. She could suppress her Death Knight instincts only because Sumu had enslaved her. But seeing a powerful Death Knight Order charging into war, she couldn't resist her desire and asked Sumu to let her join. Sumu hesitated. In an ordinary battle, he'd have no objection, but this war was so brutal that even he could die if careless, let alone Agnes, who was only Lord rank. Still, after months of soul crystal strengthening, Agnes's 4 attributes were higher than most Death Knights in the Order. Aside from the Dread Knight, none could match her stats. The legendary Sword Saint was engaged with the Banshee Queen, the Stitch Monster, and the Undead Tide. The Holy Light Mage was tied up with Argus, so neither could personally intervene against the Death Knight Order. This left only the Elite Knight Order as their enemy. From what Sumu knew, even if the Death Knight Order wasn't quite a match, the gap wouldn't be large. It seemed Agnes joining wouldn't be as dangerous as he'd feared. This was an honor, a rite of passage. Only a Death Knight who joined the Death Knight Order was a true Death Knight. After weighing all this, Sumu nodded and allowed Agnes to join the Order. The battle raged on. The Black and White Knight Orders sped toward each other. When they were only 100 meters apart, the legendary Knight's light-blazed battle formation activated, focusing the Order's power. The Dread Knight also radiated black energy, gathering the Order's strength. With Death and Fear auras, Black and White, Death and Holy Light clashed, the battlefield roaring so loudly it tore open the darkness. As the two orders collided, several Death Knights were pierced by the legendary Knight's explosive charge, but dozens of elite White Knights couldn't withstand the combined power of death and fear, turning to white bone. After this first clash, both sides suffered losses. As the Black and White Knight orders swept across the battlefield in great arcs, preparing for another charge, a petite figure dashed out from the city of the undead and merged with the Black Order. Death aura unfolded. Death Knight Agnes had returned to her rightful place. Agnes had returned to her Death Knight order. Of course, this didn't mean she betrayed Sumu. Enslaved by his corrosion, her highest law was to obey him. She merely joined the Death Knight order as a member for this war. When the battle ended, she would return to Sumu's side of her own accord. But after this trial by fire, she would become a true Death Knight, not just by race, but in spirit. Satisfied that Agnes had joined the order and was safe, Sumu turned his attention back to the clash between Feared and Argus. A Holy Light Mage and a Lich King, both legendary, both pinnacle spellcasters, these two alone would decide the battle. If Argus won, he could easily repel the Holy Light faction and resolve the crisis. If Feared won, he could tear open the darkness, annihilate the city of the undead, and erase it from the world. Normally, a legendary hero couldn't match a legendary boss, but Feared was different. Not only had he reached the peak of legendary rank, he also came fully prepared, staff in one hand, book in the other. A legendary staff was expected for a Holy Light Mage of his stature, but the book was something else. It radiated intense holy light. Not only did it empower Feared's own aura, but it also sustained the holy light covering the Night Order. For this was no ordinary artifact, but a holy relic above legendary grade, the Book of Radiance. The Book of Radiance, second only to divine and semi-divine artifacts, was far more powerful than any legendary or epic equipment. With the book in hand, Feared needed only to turn a page to grant the Night Order a holy light far stronger and longer lasting than anything he could cast himself. Each page represented a top-tier holy light spell. Even a legendary caster needed time to channel such spells. But with the Book of Radiance, Feared only had to pour in mana to unleash these stored master spells or even forbidden arts. As the battle raged below, Feared was busy sustaining the holy light on the Night Order, channeling his mana into the book. The holy relic turned another page. Above, a sword of pure holy light, dozens of meters long, began to take shape. Its terrifying power enough to rip through and purify all. Like a force cleaving the heavens, it struck toward Argus. The holy sword pierced the darkness. Argus made no visible move, but the misty chain stretching behind him quivered violently. The next moment, a jet-black pillar of light shot upward, kneading the descending sword like a torrent hurled into molten lava. When the pillar of pure death and darkness clashed with the holy sword, smoke billowed. The sword continued to fall, its light purifying everything, but the black pillar eroded it away. Time itself seemed to slow. Under Sumu's gaze, the holy sword drew closer to Argus, but shrank rapidly as it was corroded. When it was only meters away, the sword strong enough to destroy a mountain was finally consumed and vanished. This was just a probing attack. Neither Feared nor Argus had revealed their true power, but even such an attack would have incinerated Sumu or any epic boss in the city of the undead. Within the city, Sumu's eyes shone. Witnessing battle at this level, his desire to advance to epic and legendary only grew. The human heroes of the Holy Light faction were masses of EXP and free points. The undead bosses were templates he needed for advancement. But while the two sides fought, Sumu knew now was not the time to ambush the undead bosses for templates. Doing so would be suicide. Without their resistance, the Holy Light could breach the darkness and destroy the city, and Argus would never allow it. On the other hand, Sumu reasoned, the Night Order battle needed no interference from him. Without legendary undead bosses' involvement, the Death Knight Order wasn't at a disadvantage. In fact, they seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The Banshee Queen and Stitch Monster were struggling against the Sword Saint, who, being a tier higher, pressed them hard. Even with the Undead Tide's help, they struggled to hold him off. After a short fight, the Banshee Queen had faded, and the Stitch Monster had lost an arm and its chain mace. Still, with numbers and maneuvering, they could hold on. That left the Priest Order, led by an epic hero. As support, the priests mattered greatly. Healing, buffs, and holy attacks to purify undead. Their 100-strong order was as valuable as the Night Order, but their defense was weaker. It wasn't that Feared neglected them. He would rather lose the Night Order than the priests. Before coming, Feared had investigated the undead's numbers and types thoroughly. When the war began, the undead bosses were all engaged, and the Priest Order was in the rear. Safety seemed assured. He'd even had an epic priest set up a powerful barrier and personally cast protections, leaving them secure at the rear. If anything happened, his legendary power could correct it instantly. By all measures, their safety was guaranteed. But that was under normal circumstances. Not if a being unknown to Feared and Argus, the king of Haigu, was present on the battlefield and had set his sights on the Priest Order. To launch a sneak attack on the Priest Order right under the nose of a peak legendary Holy Light Mage, this could only be called audacious to the extreme. With this idea in mind, Sumu didn't hesitate. While Feared and Argus were engaged in their first round of combat, Sumu, who had been lurking in the city of the undead and never joined the battlefield, took a step and used phase shift. Without anyone noticing, his figure vanished from the city, crossing several kilometers in an instant, traversing the entire battlefield and appearing right inside the Priest Order. The barrier of radiance set personally by Feared with the Book of Radiance was nearly indestructible. indestructible. Even a legendary rank boss would take considerable time to break through it by force. But Sumu didn't need to shatter it, he just had to use phase shift to pass through obstacles and cross the barrier directly. An epic hero, a dozen hero priests, dozens of master priests, and hundreds of elite priests all packed together, with the barrier outside bathing the priest order in dense holy light. As soon as Sumu phase shifted through the barrier and appeared inside, he was immediately assaulted by the holy light permeating the priest order. It was like water into boiling oil. When an undead filled with death energy appeared amid such holy light, the peaceful radiance went berserk. Steam billowed from Sumu's body. Under the purifying holy light, the death energy inside him was rapidly dispelled, and his bone armor was scorched and cracking. But he didn't care. The instant he appeared, Sumu's bone ink blade was already swinging. With over 8,000 strength behind an epic quality blade, what could withstand that? A flash of cold light. The many priests inside the radiant barrier hadn't even reacted before the epic priest at the center leading the entire order and coordinating their buffs was sliced in two from head to toe. System prompt: you have slain a saint of light. Gain 350,000 EXP. With the system confirming the kill, it was clear the priest was well and truly dead. With his first strike successful, Sumu wasted no time. As the faces around him began to change in horror, his second swing erupted death slice. A surge of black energy burst forth within the holy radiance. Aimed at the dozen hero priests, the blade's explosion tore them apart before they could even resist, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. System prompts rang out, but Sumu ignored them. He raised the bone ink blade for a third time, this time void slash. As Sumu went on his rampage, high above, Feared finally noticed the abnormality below. His hair and beard bristled with fury. Enraged, the holy light mage turned another page in the Book of Radiance. A mighty top-tier holy light spell burst forth, crashing down toward the still slaughtering Sumu. An undead just a lord rank using the moment of his distraction to massacre the priest order. This was beyond what Feared could tolerate. He had no time to wonder how the undead had bypassed his radiant barrier. He just wanted to kill it before it could do more damage. The priest order was far more precious and harder to train than the knight order. He would rather lose half the knights than see the empire's rare priest order wiped out. If the priest order fell, even if he destroyed the city of the undead, the loss would outweigh the victory. But it was too late. Before the Book of Radiance's holy spell could strike, Sumu unleashed his third, blood-red blade, killing the last two hero priests. The blade's power didn't diminish, cutting forward, and countless smaller, crimson blades split off, sweeping through every inch of the barrier's space. The priest order was tightly packed to maximize their combined holy buffs, hundreds squeezed into a tiny space. So when Void Slash erupted, they didn't even have time to shield themselves before they were shredded by the rapidly spreading red blades, cut to pieces. Blood filled the air, mingling with the crimson blades, dyeing the radiant barrier a sinister red. With a single Void Slash, the remaining elite priests were annihilated. Before the Book of Radiance's holy light spell could strike, Sumu used phase shift again, stepping out and vanishing. Only after Sumu had disappeared did the delayed holy spell blast the radiant barrier, shattering it and obliterating what was left of the blood-soaked priest order. The maximum range of phase shift was 10 times Sumu's spirit stat. With a spirit of 4,000, he could teleport 40,000 meters in a single jump. After wiping out the priest order, Sumu knew he was now exposed to the holy light mage's wrath, likely drawing his pursuit. So, after annihilating the priests, he phase shifted deep into the city of the undead. Let them try to catch him. They'd have to get past Argus first. Feared's Book of Radiance let him, a hero, suppress a legendary Lich King. But Sumu didn't believe Argus didn't have a trump card as well. If all Argus had was what he'd shown, the city of the undead would never have survived in history, nor would Argus have become Rogless's stepping stone. The only possibility was that Argus did possess means to match or even repel Feared, but the cost was so great he was loath to use it unless forced. With Sumu's aura vanishing into the city's depths, Feared, in a flash of rage, locked onto the undead who had just destroyed his priest order. To kill that undead, he'd have to enter the city, and to do that, he'd have to defeat or kill Argus first. Golden flames flickered in Feared's pupils, but even in fury, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he calmed, glancing back at the ruined priest order. He turned another page in the Book of Radiance, casting another holy blessing on the Knight Order. Then his face darkened, and with surging mana, he flipped the Book of Radiance toward its final pages. As a holy relic, the Book of Radiance wasn't Feared's personal property, but the Empire's national treasure, created by the combined efforts of countless legendary and epic mages. Each page stored a powerful, top-tier holy light spell. The further in you went, the stronger the spells. The final pages held the ultimate magic, Final Judgment. Of course, this was a nation's ultimate weapon. Feared had authorization to carry the book, but not to use its final spell. Instead, he turned to the 13th page from the end, which contained the most powerful spell he was allowed to use, the near-ultimate holy spell, Divine Judgment. Even activating it from the Book of Radiance, rather than casting it himself, cost him nearly half his mana, but when it was done, Feared smiled bitterly. With Divine Judgment unleashed, unless Argus had an even stronger card to play, the city of the undead was doomed. He might fulfill his mission, but the loss of of the priest order was so crushing that Feared would rather have never accepted the task. After all, as Argus had said, the city of the undead was merely a sanctuary for the undead under his protection. They had never left the mountains or invaded imperial lands. Was it really worth trading a priest order that took decades to train for the destruction of a city that posed only a small risk to the empire? Feared couldn't answer. Only the emperor himself could make that call. With the spell cast, a beam of light appeared in the sky, and the faint figure of an angel slowly emerged. White armor, feathered wings, a glowing halo. When this otherworldly being appeared, a phantom longbow formed in its hand. The angelic phantom drew the bow, and limitless holy light gathered into a massive sword of light, its tip aimed at the city of the undead. At that moment, the battle between the Death Knight Order and the Elite Knights ceased. Knowing the power of divine judgment, the Elite Knights withdrew from the field, leaving only the Death Knight Order behind. The legendary Sword Saint, the Banshee Queen, and the epic Flesh Golem also broke off their fight. With a single stroke, the Sword Saint shattered hundreds of still advancing undead, then soared to Feared's side. The Banshee Queen and Flesh Golem did not flee, but exchanged glances and slowly withdrew beneath Argus. Divine judgment. A raspy voice echoed over the city. Through the black sky, Argus saw the angelic phantom above. Its target was the city of the undead, not him. If he wanted to escape, as a legendary Lich King he could, but if he fled, all the undead here would be purified, the city burned to ashes by pure holy light. That was not his intention. He still wanted to protect these undead, to preserve the city. Death energy surged, pouring into Argus as he desperately drew on every ounce of death from the city, preparing for the oncoming divine judgment. At the same time, Argus spoke again. Nefarian, I accept your terms. Almost as if in response, a high-pitched roar erupted from the city's center, and deathly mist surged madly. A colossal figure soared into the sky, its aura chilling and mighty, racing toward them at incredible speed. Argus's trump card, a true legendary boss, had arrived at last. That colossal figure moved with incredible speed, appearing beside Argus in the next instant as black mist surged. Its massive body, floating dozens of meters above the ground, was like a small mountain suspended in the air. On its ferocious skull, two blue lights flickered. Most of its powerful body was rotten, with only scraps of flesh clinging to the rough, gigantic bones. Its wings were tattered, yet their movements still stirred up gales between the cliffs. Was this an ancient dragon? No, to be precise, this was a Dracolic, a death dragon. This was a legendary race. The so-called legendary races were those whose every member, as long as they survived their maturation, would inevitably reach legendary rank with time. Among all races in the game world, the most famous legendary race was the dragon. Whether it was razor-sharp claws, resilient whiskers, overwhelming dragon might, or unique dragon magic, the dragon race seemed born as a symbol of power. On every continent in the game, dragons stood at the pinnacle as a legendary race. Now, before Sumu was a Dracolic, something he had rarely seen even as a legendary sword saint in his previous life. Like other races, when a dragon fell and became undead, it would always drop a tear. This Dracolic was no exception. Yet the terrifying aura it emanated was not just legendary, but far surpassed even Argus and Feared, who were both at the pinnacle of legendary rank. An epic rank ancient dragon would never have such a dreadful presence. Even if it had fallen from legendary rank to become a Dracolic, this aura meant something more. This dragon had reascended from epic rank Dracolic back to legendary, becoming something even more fearsome than a living legendary dragon. Dracolic, when such a being descends, its might is peerless. Upon seeing this massive figure, even Feared, who had already unleashed divine judgment, turned pale. If it had only been Argus, destroying the city of the undead would have been possible. But with a Dracolic one only ever recorded in legends fighting alongside Argus, not even Feared dared assume divine judgment would be enough to obliterate the city. By comparison, the high-tier undead remained calm. Sumu had thought at first that they hadn't fled because they couldn't escape divine judgment's blast radius, but now he realized they must have known about the Dracolic all along. They knew that, when the city of the undead truly faced extinction, Argus would have no choice but to let the Dracolic step in. Nefarian, that was the Dracolic's name. When he appeared at Argus's side, an immense soul wave radiated from him. Argus, you've lost. I can help you protect the city of the undead, even help you kill the humans and strike back at their world. But from now on, I am the master of the city of the undead. Dracolic, peerless among dragons, no living dragon below legendary rank can match me. Naturally, I shall be king. At this, Sumu, reading Nefarian's soul wave, understood why Argus had been so reluctant to let the Dracolic act. As the undead sage, Argus had always seen himself as the guardian of the undead, not their ruler. He built the city of the undead to create a sanctuary, not to command or drive its denizens, though he certainly had the power. Now, letting the Dracolic act meant accepting Nefarian's terms. From this moment, the city would have a new, even stronger guardian, but it would also be ruled by one who would brook no rival. Another surge of soul energy swept out. As divine judgment descended, Nefarian suddenly moved. With a flap of his tattered wings, his huge form streaked across the sky like lightning. A silent soul howl reverberated. In an instant, tens of thousands of low and mid-tier undead collapsed, their soul fires drifting into the Dracolic's gaping maw. Devouring soul soul fire in just one move. Nefarian consumed the soul flames of 100,000 undead. This, Sumu realized, was why Argus was so reluctant to let him fight. After feeding, Nefarian returned to Argus's side. Perhaps fearing Argus's anger, a third soul wave rolled out. Argus, don't be mad. I only ate the ones without intelligence. I'm full now and won't need to eat for a long while. I won't consume them all. Besides, if I hadn't acted, these insignificant ones would have perished anyway. Taking a few as payment for saving the rest isn't too much, right? Argus was helpless. What was done was done. As Nefarian had said, without his help, not a single undead in the city would have survived divine judgment. Under the circumstances, this was the best possible outcome. While they spoke, divine judgment descended. The angelic phantom in the sky faded, but the holy sword it fired did not. It fell like divine wrath upon the city. Argus called up near infinite death energy, forming dozens of layers of darkness above the city of the undead. The holy sword struck, shattering layer after layer of dark barriers. By the time all were broken, a third of the sword's power was spent, but it still fell with purifying force. Now, Nefarian, fully fed, soared skyward to meet it. As the sword neared, his maw opened wide, unleashing a breath attack. A voiceless soul howl swept out again, and from his jaws poured a black torrent, not just death energy, but also pure darkness and frost. The three combined, black ice and chill surged toward the holy sword. While the sword had ripped through Argus's dark barriers with ease, it was steadily dissolved by the Draculika's breath. This was not because divine judgment was weak, but because the holy sword was a rootless force. While Nefarian's death breath was his ultimate move, so long as he had mana, he could sustain it, eroding the holy sword's power with death and darkness. As the breath continued, mana drained in torrents. When the sword was reduced to just a fifth of its original size, Nefarian grew anxious. At this rate, his mana would run dry before he could finish dissolving it. At his current position, if the remaining holy sword struck, it would not hit the city of the undead, but him. Argus, help me. Under threat of the holy light, Nefarian forgot his pride. Another soul wave burst out as he used his last mana to shield himself. Argus hurriedly intervened, erecting several barriers between Nefarian and the sword. The death breath ceased. What remained of the holy sword, about a tenth, pierced the dark shields, then the dark barrier, and struck Nefarian's half-rotten body. With a thunderous roar, the unleashed holy light tore apart swaths of the dark sky, and even the undead tide below was partially incinerated by the radiant blast. Was it over? Argus breathed a sigh of relief. Though many undead were caught in the blast and burned to ashes, the city itself had survived. Feared's heart hammered. He saw the holy sword strike the Draculic, but didn't know if the weakened attack could kill or cripple this creature of legend. Divine judgment was the strongest spell he could unleash. The rest were either forbidden to him, or weaker. The fate of the Draculic would decide everything: the city's threat to the Empire, and their own future. A Draculic was not like Argus. Besides being even more powerful, the most terrifying thing was its race. Living legendary dragons were arrogant enough, but a Draculic, famed for savagery and slaughter, was on another level. He waited tensely as the smoke of holy light and death billowed. Just as Feared was about to relax, another silent soul howl burst forth. A charred, massive figure burst from the swirling smoke, surging toward Feared with overwhelming death energy. Human swordsman, die before my king. The one emerging from the mist was Nefarian. Divine judgment was powerful enough to destroy the city of the undead, but having chosen to intercept it, Nefarian had his calculations. Not just him, even Argus thought so. The last tenth of the holy sword had burned Nefarian's body black, charring even his rotten flesh. But these were just flesh wounds. Other than being drained of mana and looking battered, his combat power was barely diminished. Roaring from the smoke, the furious Nefarian crossed thousands of meters in a few breaths, appearing before Feared. His claw, imbued with death, darkness, and frost, struck Feared. Dragons are terrifying both physically and magically. Even without mana, no one dares underestimate a legendary dragon's physical damage. As the claw struck, Feared's holy shields shattered layer by layer. Once floating high above, Feared was now knocked away like a ragdoll. Not yet sated, Nefarian gathered his slowly recovering mana, black light flickering in his maw, preparing to unleash another breath on the elite Knight Order below. Nefarian, don't force me. Feared, after all, was a peak legendary holy light mage. Even after being swatted away, he stabilized himself and rushed to shield the Knight Order, standing between them and Nefarian. His staff stowed, Feared gripped the Book of Radiance in both hands and shouted, Argus, you should know, with the Book of Radiance in my hands, I have the power to drag you both down with me. Indeed, Feared had no right or ability to activate the final forbidden spell in the Book of Radiance, but no one else knew that, least of all Argus and Nefarian. With the Draculic present, destroying the city of the undead was impossible. The priest order had been wiped out, and Feared did not want the Knight Order to share their fate. Nefarian was overwhelmingly powerful, but with the Book of Radiance, Feared was confident he could at least escape. As for the other two legendary heroes and the Knight Order, that was less certain. To save them, Feared had to bluff. Nefarian's breath ceased. He looked at the Book of Radiance in Feared's hands, uncertainty in his eyes, then glanced at Argus. Argus stepped forward and said, he's right. The Book of Radiance is the Empire's holy relic. If he risks everything, it can unleash a forbidden level holy spell. If he's desperate, he can take us down with him. With Argus's confirmation, Nefarian backed down. Divine judgment was nothing, but a forbidden spell was truly dangerous. As long as his bones remained intact, he could recover from any injury. But a holy light forbidden spell could kill them both. Even a being beyond legendary would fear 10 such spells in a row. With a furious roar, Nefarian didn't retreat, but the black light faded from his jaws. Feared's face remained impassive, but inwardly he sighed in relief. This time, we have lost. As long as Lord Dracolic does not attack again, we will withdraw. I guarantee the Empire will not send forces here again. But I hope Lord Argus and Lord Dracolic will not trespass into the Empire's lands. Otherwise, even at the cost of my life, I will see if you can withstand the power of a holy forbidden spell. After these seemingly tough but actually conciliatory words, Feared waved his hand. On the ground, under the protection of the legendary knight and sword saint, the elite knight order quickly withdrew, heading far from the city of the undead. Only when their figures disappeared over the horizon did Feared finally relax. Well then, gentlemen, until we meet again. Then, he tore a teleport scroll and vanished in a flash of light. The Empire's forces retreated. The war of death and holy light was finally over. Perhaps the process differed from his previous life, but the result was the same. Sumu, however, couldn't figure out why he'd never heard of Nefarian before. Such a powerful Dracolic, capable of even a small amount of destruction, should have been on the Calamity leaderboard, but he'd never seen its name. Even Roglas's chronicles never mentioned this dragon. Did it leave midway, or fall before Roglas's rise? Lacking information, Sumu couldn't guess, and put the question aside. He made his way from the depths of the city of the undead to appear before Argus and Nefarian. If he wanted epic-class templates, he would have to linger in the city, and so he needed to introduce himself to the city's masters. Otherwise, if these two took him for an interloper and attacked, things could get ugly, especially since he had his own plans here. A phase shift brought Sumu before Argus and Nefarian. With neither arrogance nor humility, he bowed and said, "Sumu of the skeleton race greets you both." Argus had already met Sumu, especially after witnessing his slaughter of the priest order, which greatly eased the pressure on the Death Knights and Undead Tide. Now, seeing Sumu again, the Lich King was especially cordial. Nefarian, on the other hand, squinted and said, "Hey, little black skeleton, what breed are you? I've never seen a skeleton like you." The Black Death Knight King, formed from multi-class fusion, was a being even top undead like Argus and Nefarian had never encountered. Curiosity piqued, Nefarian finally landed, his house-sized skull leaning in close to inspect Sumu. A massive draconic skull loomed close, tilting slightly, the ghostly blue soulfire in its huge eye sockets flickering endlessly as Nefarian scrutinized Sumu from head to toe. For a moment, the ancient Dracolica's behavior almost seemed cute. But standing just a few meters away from Nefarian, Sumu felt nothing cute about this terrifying creature. He could sense clearly the immense power contained within that gigantic skeletal dragon head. With just a single breath, Nefarian could probably severely injure him. Of course, Sumu was cautious, but not afraid. After all, Nefarian had no reason to attack him. And, looking at Nefarian's gigantic skull, then at the Dracolica's awe-inspiring, monstrous body, Sumu couldn't help but think of the first time he'd met Agnes. Back then, he'd envied her skeletal warhorse for a long time. It was from that moment that Sumu began to desire an ancient dragon as his own mount. Ancient dragons were only epic rank, but this Dracolic before him was a true legendary. Among all legendary monsters and NPCs, Nefarian was at the very top. If Sumu could one day subdue him, it would be a dream come true. And this wasn't just a fantasy. As a lord rank, Sumu could already rival or surpass most epic bosses. Once he advanced to epic or even legendary, with his growth rate, subduing Nefarian would be well within reach. If he could suppress him, he could enslave him, making this Dracolic his exclusive mount. The undead are an endless variety, having a skeletal lord the likes of which no one has seen is only to be expected. Before meeting Nefarian, ancient dragons were just legend to Sumu. Now, faced with the real thing, his desire only intensified. Perhaps worried that Nefarian might scare Sumu, Argus stepped forward with a gentle smile. Undead come in many forms. Before meeting Nefarian, even ancient dragons were only legends to us. After a long look, Nefarian lost interest. He was simply curious about what kind of undead Sumu was. Argus wouldn't even let him devour newly intelligent skeletons, let alone a lord-rank skeletal like Sumu. Having seen enough and feeling that Sumu's gaze was a little too odd for comfort, Nefarian lost interest and soared back into the depths of the city. After a few more words with Argus, who welcomed Sumu to the city of the undead and explained a few local customs, Sumu was formally accepted here. As long as he didn't trespass on territory claimed by other undead, he was free to choose his own dwelling. The city of the undead had few rules, other than not waging war against other undead races. Argus did not strictly control the undead here, he simply built the city as a sanctuary for them. Unless an external enemy threatened, Argus preferred to hide away in his mage tower, lost in his research he always had, and always would. Some might question whether such a Lich King is really a Lich King, but, in truth, there are many like Argus. Some mages even become liches just for more time to pursue their studies, hiding away from the world, uninterested in invading the human human realms or even advancing their own rank. Undead like Sumu and Nefarian are much closer to what humans imagine undead to be, while Argus, for all his Lich King power, is more like a human mage obsessed with research. After meeting Nefarian and chatting with Argus, Sumu was now fully integrated into the city. Unless an area was claimed, he could go anywhere he liked. Within the city was a massive death altar, protected by the black sky, where no one would disturb him except in special circumstances. Here, every undead could absorb the ever-present, pure death energy to strengthen themselves, slow but persistent, endlessly accumulating. Aside from Argus and Nefarian, the beings that most interested Sumu were the Banshee Queen and the Epic Flesh Golem. The Banshee Queen, an epic ghost, possessed a template Sumu needed to advance to Epic. The Flesh Golem, however, was Argus's own creation. Indeed, among Argus's greatest skills was necromantic modification. Over long research, he'd elevated this art to the highest level, creating unique undead like the Flesh Golem. Unfortunately, even the strongest golem was merely epic rank. If Argus could one day create a legendary Flesh Golem, his mastery of necromancy alone could push him to the next level. Besides the Banshee Queen and Flesh Golem, there was the Dread Knight. Of the three, the Dread Knight was the strongest and the one Sumu valued most. He already had the Grand Lich template. If he could acquire the Banshee Queen, Epic Flesh Golem, and Dread Knight templates, he might fuse all four into his own unique epic class. None of the three would be easy to obtain. After careful thought, Sumu realized that the strongest, the Dread Knight, might be the first he could acquire, and the key was Agnes. The Death Knight Order didn't reside in the city, but in a canyon behind it, also covered by the black sky. With this in mind, Sumu summoned Agnes, now even stronger after her battlefield baptism, and led her toward the city center where the purest death energy and her best opportunity for growth awaited. If Agnes could grow as he hoped, Sumu was confident he could win the Dread Knight template and perhaps even gain a Death Knight order. As they approached, Sumu saw a giant altar before they even reached the center. The black altar built by Roglis in the Valley of Kings was over 10 meters tall, used to purify the death energy of burial land. The death altar in the Death Fortress was about 2 meters high, maintaining the rift through which death energy poured in from the death plane. Now, the altar from the Death Fortress sat in Sumu's own storage, but here, before him, was a truly gigantic altar, its base covering the entire city square and its peak soaring hundreds of meters into the air. As he and Agnes reached the altar's top, Sumu saw a familiar sight. A pillar of black light, dozens of meters thick, shot skyward, spreading out at several hundred meters height to form an inverted bowl over the city, the black sky. The altar's greatest function was to channel death energy from the death plane. This altar was no exception, except the influx point was inside the massive structure itself. Ascending the stone steps with Agnes, Sumu saw a massive figure sprawled at the altar's center, Nefarian, his body bathing in the pillar of black light. The pillar was a mix of the purest death and darkness energy. Bathing in it, the Draculika's wounds from the recent battle were rapidly healing. Under the constant wash of death and darkness, his body was slowly growing stronger, inching toward even greater power. At Nefarian's level, even a small increase in strength required ages. Compared to other bosses, basking in the black pillar was practically cheating. Nefarian wasn't the first to draw from the pillar. At the altar's edge stood a mage tower, and a black-red stream of energy, less than a tenth of the main beam, flowed from the pillar to the tower, sustaining Argus's daily needs and research. Aside from Nefarian, the altar's top was deserted. Not even Argus would greedily claim the entire altar, despite having built it. As for other high-tier undead, none would dare. The death and darkness energy here was so intense that, under the black sky, every undead could be nourished. There was no need to fight for it. On the contrary, if you weren't at Nefarian's level, entering the pillar would destroy you. No one stopped Sumu from approaching. If you could survive inside, you proved your worth. Nefarian, curious, watched as Sumu led Agnes to the pillar's edge. At less than a meter away, the intensity and violence of the death and darkness energy was overwhelming. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu extended a hand into the pillar. He felt no pain, but with a lord's control over his body, he could sense the torrent of energy scouring his arm, both pure and violent. Within a few breaths, the once smooth surface of his bone armor turned rough. With his high spirit and toughness, even he struggled to withstand the energy's corrosion and transformation, but at least the process was slow. By his estimate, it would take days before he risked real harm. With that, Sumu stepped fully into the pillar. Now Nefarian was truly shocked. Aside from himself, not even Argus dared enter the pillar, let alone the three epic bosses, none of whom could survive its force. Yet this strange skeletal lord had just walked right in and was not destroyed. That alone placed Sumu above the city's other epic bosses in Nefarian's eyes. Whether or not he was just a lord, any undead who could withstand the pillar's pillar's baptism deserved respect even if not quite equal. It was a remarkable feat even the Dread Knight, Banshee Queen, and Flesh Golem had never merited Nefarian's attention. A pity he was only Lord rank. If he could reach Legendary, Nefarian and Argus would have nothing to fear and wouldn't be stuck in this small city. Still, after confirming that Sumu could truly endure the pillar's power, Nefarian's soulfire dimmed and he slipped back into slumber, uninterested for now. As for Sumu, he was immersed in the sensation of growing stronger with every passing moment. No wonder this altar was built by a legendary Lich King. Bathed in the black pillar, Sumu felt his power increasing even faster than at the death altar. His bone armor was being corroded from smooth to rough, then pitted, and finally cracked in places. Meanwhile, as the pillar's energy continued to transform him, his status panel flooded with updates. You have absorbed pure death energy. Your body grows stronger. You have absorbed pure darkness energy. Your body grows stronger. Strength plus 15, agility plus 10, constitution plus 12, spirit plus 13. A torrent of updates flooded Sumu's attribute panel, each new line signaling that his body had grown just a bit stronger, his spirit just a bit sharper. While each individual increase in spirit was minuscule compared to the total he now possessed, Sumu knew that as long as he bathed in this pillar of energy, the gains would continue every second, every minute, every hour, every day. What did it matter if the growth was small? Hour after hour, day after day, week after week, eventually, these gains would accumulate into a qualitative leap. Soaking in this state of simultaneous erosion and empowerment, Sumu felt almost intoxicated. No wonder even a brutal being like Nefarian chose to sleep in the pillar's embrace. At their level, what could be more tempting than the continual growth of their own power? Of course, Sumu hadn't forgotten the true reason he'd come, to help Agnes reach her next breakthrough. Most of his body was still immersed in the pillar of raging death and darkness. Sumu extended one arm from the pillar, resting his hand on Agnes's forehead. Carefully, he drew in the ambient death and darkness, channeled it through his own body, then purified and refined it within the soul crystal before feeding it, now gentle and stable, into Agnes through his outstretched arm. As mentioned before, death energy is the foundation of all undead. A single round of purification in an epic-grade soul crystal yielded a remarkable amount up to 100,000 points of death and darkness energy. When Sumu injected this refined energy into Agnes, the most immediate effect was a surge in her experience and spiritual growth. The process was far slower than Sumu's own direct absorption from the pillar, but the results still accumulated impressively over time, especially since even Dread Knights struggled to withstand the pillar's raw force, let alone someone like Agnes. Back in Burial Land, Sumu had already devoted himself to nurturing Agnes through the soul crystal. As a result, after becoming a Death Knight, her attributes far exceeded those of her peers. Within the Knight Order, she now outclassed all but the epic Dread Knight. If Agnes's 4 attributes could rise even further, there was a real chance she could surpass the Dread Knight outright. Sumu couldn't help her much with skills, but he could help her level and grow her attributes. Should Agnes surpass the Dread Knight by a wide enough margin, she might, even as a Death Knight, defeat the Dread Knight in a challenge, inheriting not only the class template but also the leadership of the Order. If she succeeded, Sumu would gain another epic template, Dread Knight. The challenge mechanism for Death Knights was a matter of racial tradition, something neither Argus nor Sumu could interfere with. Winning the template this way was above reproach. Of course, this was just Sumu's contingency plan for when he lacked the strength to simply enslave all 3 epic bosses. If he ever reached a point where he could rival Argus and Nefarian, he could just subdue and enslave the Banshee Queen, Flesh Golem, and Dread Knight directly, claiming their templates as his own. As noted earlier, Argus was essentially a human mage with a lich's body, more interested in research than in the brutal, devouring evolution that defined true undead like Sumu or Nefarian. Among undead, the strong rule the weak, that's tradition. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During those 10+ days, Sumu left the Dark Pillar 3 times each time, only because his body was about to reach its limit from the pillar's erosive force. After each break, he would heal under the city's gentler death and darkness, his battered bone armor repairing itself before he plunged back in. On the first attempt, Sumu lasted 3 days before his body was covered in terrifying cracks, on the verge of falling apart. The second time, he stayed 5 days, suffering less internal damage but still emerging with deep fissures in his armor. The third time, he managed a full 10 days, leaving the pillar with little more than surface cracks. Such a terrifying rate of adaptation left even Nefarian stunned. At this pace, another month or two and Sumu's body would be able to withstand the pillar's force indefinitely, no longer needing to leave for repairs. That would mean that, even as a lord, his toughness would surpass most legendary beings. Half a month later, Sumu's third exit from the pillar wasn't because he himself couldn't endure it, but because Agnes's growth had slowed to a crawl. The soul crystal, after all, was only epic quality and could hold just 100,000 units of energy. While this refined method didn't harm Agnes, it was far slower than Sumu's direct absorption. Still, after half a month of continuous energy transfer, Agnes's level and spirit had soared. She'd reached level 58, her 4 main attributes nearly doubled. According to Sumu's calculations, she was now more than a match for the current epic Dread Knight. Knight. It was time. Agnes was ready to challenge the Dread Knight, and Sumu was about to get his second epic template. Half an hour later, Sumu led Agnes out of the city of the undead and into the canyon behind it, the Death Knight Order's camp. Unlike other undead, Death Knights were almost a military race. On any continent, every Death Knight would instinctively gather into a single order, selecting the strongest as their leader. Once an order formed, all other Death Knights would voluntarily support the leader, offering up their experience, not by force, but by choice. When the order surpassed 100 members, an epic Dread Knight would always be born. Once crowned, all other Death Knights would halt their own evolution, funneling all gains to the Dread Knight until he reached his peak. Only then would the others resume growing. This is why Sumo invested so much in Agnes. For a Death Knight, reaching Lord rank isn't enough. Only by commanding a full order of over 100 could one challenge for Dread Knight. If two orders ever formed by chance, they would inevitably meet in battle, the stronger devouring the weaker until only one remained. When an order exceeded 1,000, the Dread Knight could advance to legendary Doom Knight, gaining 10 Dread Knights as lieutenants and the option to let his subordinates grow again. Death Knights exist to gather all their kind strength, crowning a single peak champion. Compared to other undead skeletons, ghosts, zombies, banshees, Death Knights are a true military lineage. While other bosses might spend their time passively absorbing death energy, Death Knights train relentlessly. When Sumu and Agnes entered the canyon, they saw hundreds of skeletal warhorses standing quietly, like stone statues in the corner. The Dread Knight's own mount was among them. Meanwhile, the Death Knights were sparring under the Dread Knight's watchful eye. Pairs of Death Knights, armed with lances and swords, dueled as if to the death, continuing until one was nearly destroyed. The victor would find a new opponent, the loser would heal and rejoin the fray. Even though all experience was funneled to the Dread Knight, the others grew ever stronger by honing their skills in these life and death bouts. A level 50 Death Knight with maxed skills was not uncommon. A hero-rank human knight could never hope to beat a Death Knight, not just due to the stats gap but also because of this ceaseless, brutal training. Sumu's arrival went unnoticed by the Death Knights, who continued their practice. Only the Dread Knight, as order leader, stopped and gazed in Sumu's direction. Sumu could easily defeat the Dread Knight now, but he had no intention of fighting. Attacking a Death Knight means facing the entire order. He was here to let Agnes challenge, not to provoke. When the Dread Knight looked over, Sumu stepped aside, letting Agnes move forward. Mounted atop her skeletal warhorse, Agnes trotted to the center of the canyon, coming to a halt 100 meters from the Dread Knight. She held her lance upright, then pointed it at the Dread Knight, before raising it skyward in salute. This was the Death Knight's traditional challenge. When a subordinate pointed their lance at the leader, it meant a challenge for the order's command. If Agnes won, she would become the new leader, inheriting all the order's power. If she lost, she would have to join the order and surrender everything. If she refused, she and Sumu would be hunted to the end of days. Agnes issued her challenge. The Dread Knight, surprised, did not refuse. At once, the hundreds of Death Knights stopped their fights and lined up along the canyon, clearing the center for the duel. This was not just between challenger and leader, it was witnessed, supervised, and enforced by the entire order. A faint soul wave spread. Accepting Agnes's challenge, the Dread Knight's towering mount trotted over. He mounted up, black lance in hand. Two knights, both clad in black armor, both holding black lances, one tall, one petite, one on a skeletal warhorse, one on a massive bone steed, one epic, one lord rank. Yet no one felt this was unfair, not even Sumu. For when a Death Knight challenges for the throne, they stand as equals. Regardless of rank, they will fight with everything they have. Neither will hold back victory or defeat, nothing else. The clear sound of hoofbeats echoed as the two knights saluted each other. Then, lowering their lances, both charged. Death Knight versus Dread Knight. The challenge had begun. The distance of just over 100 meters was already quite close. For human knights, it might be just enough space to initiate a charge. But Agnes and the Dread Knight were anything but ordinary. Their mounts were leagues apart from common warhorses. Crisp, rapid hoofbeats rang out through the canyon. In barely 20 meters, both Agnes's skeletal warhorse and the Dread Knight's bone steed had accelerated to their limit. Rider and mount fused as one, the signature of Death Knights. The charge began. Two figures in black armor like twin bolts of black lightning raced across the canyon's narrow battlefield, their duel about to begin. Sumu, standing at the canyon's edge, watched the fight without blinking, calculating Agnes's odds. After so much focused nurturing, Agnes's spirit attribute now exceeded the Dread Knight's by a significant margin. And Death Knight's attributes were shared with their mounts. Agnes's warhorse's stats, boosted by her own, far surpassed even the Dread Knight's formidable steed. When rider and horse combined, the gap only widened. This overwhelming advantage in attributes was Agnes's only path to victory. On the field, the two black streaks converged. When only 4 or 5 meters apart, a surge of death energy erupted from Agnes, flooding into her lance until it glowed with dark power. The Dread Knight did the same, but his death energy was more precise, more profound. In an instant, the two knights crossed paths. Agnes's lance missed, while the Dread Knight struck true, leaving a deep gouge in Agnes's black armor. Round 1, Agnes lost. Sumu wasn't surprised. Agnes had only been a Death Knight for a few months. Her skill and combat experience experience were far from their peak. But what of the Dread Knight? Backed by a knight order of hundreds, his growth had spanned decades, even centuries, more than enough time to hone every skill to perfection. That his full-powered strike left only a deep mark on Agnes's armor proved Su Mu's strategy sound. With overwhelming attributes, Agnes had superior offense and defense, all she needed was an opening. Without pause, both knights circled back for a second clash. But this time, Agnes didn't attack. As they drew close and the Dread Knight thrust his lance suffused with death energy, Agnes took the hit, letting it punch through her armor and her body. But as the lance pierced her, Agnes seized it in both hands. She remembered the day she first met Su Mu, the strange skeleton who had grabbed her lance and, with overwhelming strength, hauled her from her horse. Now, she repeated that move. Her strength wasn't yet at Su Mu's level, but with her superior attributes and the momentum of their charge, she yanked the Dread Knight off his steed as well. Both tumbled to the ground, and with the loss of their mounts, the fusion of rider and steed and the attribute bonus vanished. The gap between them shrank, but it was a trade Agnes accepted. Even attributes were better than facing the Dread Knight's masterful mounted techniques. After both were down, Agnes yanked the lance from her own body and tossed both lances aside. She sprang up, drew her sword, and lunged at the Dread Knight. A fierce clash of steel rang out as the Dread Knight parried, but the force of Agnes's blow made him stagger. Agnes's plan worked. By dragging the Dread Knight off his horse, she'd forced him to duel on foot, where her superior attributes could counter his greater skill. From that moment, the battle grew intense. The Dread Knight's swordsmanship was extraordinary, on par with epic human heroes. Black swordlight slashed like a storm, blocking Agnes's attacks and carving wounds into her armor, but they were only scratches. Each time Agnes landed a hit, she tore open his armor and dealt a heavy blow. Her fighting style was like Su Mu's, ignore skills, simply overpower the opponent with raw strength and speed. Again and again, the two knights battled from the canyon center to its edge. When the Dread Knight's back was nearly against the canyon wall, Agnes poured all her strength into her sword, striking down with a blow that shattered rock, sent dust flying, and drove her blade deep into the stone. The Dread Knight was uninjured, but he was now weaponless. His lance had been lost earlier, and now his sword was embedded far away. A piercing sound echoed as Agnes withdrew her sword from the wall and sheathed it. The Dread Knight did not attack, not because he couldn't, but because it was unnecessary. In a challenge for command, being dragged from one's mount and disarmed signaled defeat. He had fought at full strength to defend his honor, but tradition dictated his loss. Agnes glanced at him, then returned to the canyon center, reclaimed her lance, mounted her warhorse, and waited. The former Dread Knight recovered his sword and lance, remounted, and approached. After a formal salute, he dismounted and knelt before Agnes. All across the canyon, the hundreds of Death Knights did the same, mounting up, riding to Agnes, saluting, then dismounting to kneel. This was Death Knight tradition, a ritual not only to honor Agnes's victory and new leadership but also to pledge their loyalty. High atop her skeletal warhorse, battered but unbowed, Agnes gazed calmly ahead. Before her, the former Dread Knight knelt, his bone steed at his side. Behind him, hundreds of Death Knights knelt in perfect order, their own mounts waiting patiently. It was more than a gesture, it was an inheritance. This ritual marked Agnes as the new commander of the Death Knight Order and her advancement to Epic, the new Dread Knight. At the canyon's edge, Su Mu watched, unable to interfere. He was curious. What would Agnes's ascension look like? He soon saw. When all the Death Knights had returned to position, a death aura began to spread from beneath their feet, merging under the former Dread Knight's guidance. Finally, he too released his own aura's death and fear, which fused and surged into Agnes. Her power surged, her level rising. At the same time, the former Dread Knight's aura diminished, his level dropping from 63 to 60, and with it, his epic status faded, becoming a peak Lord Death Knight. The victor takes all. Agnes inherited not only the position, but the mantle of Dread Knight itself. Only Death Knights can nurture a Dread Knight. Without enough followers, no Death Knight can advance, no matter how strong. With her victory, Agnes became the focus of the Order's devotion, and the former leader, deprived of their support, fell in rank. With the transfer complete, Agnes's level soared from 58 to 62. Her rank jumped from Lord to Epic, and her class changed from Death Knight to Dread Knight. New Dread Knight Agnes was born. At the same time, Su Mu received a system prompt, Epic class template Dread Knight acquired. He exhaled in relief. His second Epic template was now his. More than that, his Knight companion had advanced to Epic, and he now controlled a formidable Death Knight Order, one of the continent's most powerful forces, capable of fighting even Imperial elite knights. Moreover, this order was the key to Agnes one day advancing to legendary as a Doom Knight. If he could grow the order from hundreds to over 1,000, Agnes could ascend as well. This was why Su Mu valued this order so highly. He could have slain Death Knights for templates and free points, but the rarity and potential of the order were too great. There would be other chances for points and templates, but a Death Knight order that could be tamed and could help Agnes advance might only ever appear once. As for the former leader, Su Mu harbored no grudge or intent to kill. Any Death Knight could challenge for the throne. It was tradition, not treason. And now, with Agnes's rank and power vastly surpassing his, the former leader had little hope of ever reclaiming the position. In time, when Agnes reached legendary legendary rank, Sumu planned to make the former leader one of her 10 Dread Knight lieutenants, a powerful aid for the journey ahead. Inside the canyon, the Death Knights continued their training, honing their skills and combat techniques through life and death duels. As the strongest among them, the former leader was appointed by Agnes to be responsible for training and commanding the entire order in her absence. Life in the canyon soon returned to normal. Aside from the fact that the leader had changed from a burly figure to a petite yet more powerful female knight, the order remained much the same. By now, Sumu was leading Agnes away from the canyon, heading back toward the city of the undead. The moment Agnes advanced from Lord to epic rank, tremendous changes occurred. Beyond the huge boosts to HP, mana, and 4 main attributes from the class template, both her appearance and her mount underwent a clear transformation. She still wore Black Knight armor, but now, instead of being pure black, it was edged with dark gold patterns and runes, giving it an understated, luxurious look. The rank up not only boosted her stats, but also upgraded her weapons and armor. Her lance, sword, and full armor now all rivaled epic quality gear. Her mount was upgraded too, from a warrior-grade skeletal warhorse to a lord-grade bone steed. Its stat sword, becoming ever larger and more majestic, giving Agnes even greater attribute synergy. Riding this mighty beast, her petite frame now radiated an awe-inspiring, heroic presence, a battlefield Valkyrie, peerless and unyielding. Watching all this, Sumu, still mountless himself, could only covetously sigh. His resolve hardened. As soon as he reached epic, as soon as he had the power, he would subdue Nefarian and make the Dracolic his exclusive mount. Lost in this fantasy, Sumu didn't notice that behind him, Agnes, who had barely spoken since being tamed, had developed a habit of quietly watching his back, always following half a step behind, never falling behind, yet never getting too close. When he turned or moved, the glimpse of pale skin at the neck beneath her helmet and armor was not the rotting flesh most players imagined, but something else. Her neck, a trace of pallor, hidden beneath her armor. Her skin, though lacking the vitality of humanity, and the lively glint gradually appearing in her eyes, together with that pale complexion, hinted at who Agnes once was, a girl knight, at least in her former life. Returning to the city of the undead, Sumu began to plan his next move. Grand Lich, Dread Knight. These were now his 2 epic class templates. In addition, the Ghost Queen, Banshee, and the epic level Flesh Golem each offered a potential class template. With these, he'd have all the epic templates needed to advance. But acquiring those templates was a headache. The Ghost race and the Death Knights were both migrants, seeking refuge in Argus's city. The Ghosts occupied the northwest corner of the city. The Flesh Golems, however, were a race personally created by Argus through necromantic modification. The epic Flesh Golem and its followers guarded Argus's mage tower, letting no other undead approach and disturb Argus's research. In truth, with his and Agnes's current power, Sumu could easily defeat or even enslave both the Ghost or Flesh Golem leaders. But he had to consider the reactions of Argus and Nefarian. Nefarian might not care, but Argus would. Argus had built the city as a sanctuary. He would not stand idly by while Sumu devoured its denizens, especially not the Flesh Golems, his own creation. So slaughter was out of the question. Enslavement was possible, but might provoke Argus's wrath. Sumu didn't dare gamble on that. Argus, after all, was a legendary Lich King, and Sumu didn't want conflict until he was epic and could match him. Besides, when Sumu and Agnes had first arrived, Argus and Nefarian had blocked the Holy Light assault, and after Sumu wiped out the Priest Order, Argus had shielded him from fierce rage. Even if not intentional, Sumu owed him. Strength aside, he felt a moral debt. So, what next? Sumu fell into deep thought, with Agnes quietly accompanying him, just watching. After a long while, Sumu emerged from contemplation, a solution in mind, though it would mean taking advantage of Argus's kindness. In his last life, Argus protected the city of the undead and earned many titles for it, but in the end, he perished, everything he had going to Roglus. If not for player curiosity about Roglus, few would even remember Argus's name. Now, Sumu was about to walk a path much like Roglus's, only sooner. The only real difference might be that Argus, the gentleman among liches, would survive this time. But before he could act, he had to deal with Nefarian, the true master of the city. Thus, Sumu brought Agnes once more to the great altar at the city's center. Now an epic, Agnes was far tougher, though she still couldn't endure the core of the pillar's death and darkness as Sumu could. She could now safely absorb from the outer layers. Sumu, meanwhile, went straight into the pillar, but this time, not for himself. Nefarian opened his eyes as they approached, curious. His gaze lingered on Agnes. In less than half a day, the ant-like Death Knight had become a strong epic. Was Death Knight advancement truly so fast? Or had he misremembered? Unable to help himself, Nefarian turned to Sumu. Hey, little skeleton, how did you do it? Nefarian remembered barely half a month ago that Death Knight was weaker than an ant. With Sumu's help, she'd grown rapidly, and now, though still a subordinate, she was at epic rank. He instinctively sensed that Sumu had helped Agnes ascend. Sumu smiled lightly, just an insignificant talent. If I were stronger, maybe I could help you as well, Nefarian, but I'm still too weak to help you. Had he said nothing, it might have been fine. But now, Nefarian was excited. A violent gust swept the altar as Nefarian all but teleported before Sumu, his massive skull less than a meter away, soulfire blazing in his eye sockets, soul energy energy surging out. Little skeleton, you can help others ascend in rank? How far? Could you help me reach the next rank? Nefarian was excited. Racial talents were not uncommon. Nefarian himself, as a legendary dragon, had been born with several, some useless, some so strong other dragons envied them. If this strange skeleton truly had a talent to help others ascend, Nefarian's heart raced. He was at the peak of legendary. One more step, and he'd reach the fabled sanctuary. If he could break through, he'd have no need for Argus's alliance, nor would he have to hide in this dead city, nor struggle endlessly to increase his power. As a sanctuary-ranked Dracolic, he could sweep the continent, unafraid even of the gods. Nefarian couldn't hold back. He had to know how Sumu did it, and what it would take for that power to work for him. Successfully misleading him, Sumu relaxed inwardly, but this was just the beginning. Those who reached legendary were rarely fools. Nefarian was stunned by Sumu's string of miracles, but had he gone to the canyon to check, he'd know the truth. Before Nefarian calmed down, Sumu needed to cement the lie. Facing Nefarian's barrage of questions, Sumu replied with a smile, "Indeed, Lord Nefarian, I can help others ascend, but the cost is high. If you need it, I wouldn't refuse, but I'd have to reach legendary myself before my talent could help you." The first part prevented Nefarian from testing the talent with random undead. The second laid the groundwork for what Sumu would do next. For real? Nefarian was amazed. The idea that a mere lord could help a legendary advance was absurd, but if Sumu had to reach legendary first, that made sense. The soul fire in his sockets flickered as he pondered. "Can you try it on me now? If it works, I'll do everything in my power to help you grow stronger." Sumu relaxed again. His plan had worked. Once Nefarian experienced the talent firsthand, he'd stop questioning it, and any previous loopholes would vanish. Feigning reluctance, Sumu hesitated, then stepped forward and placed a hand on Nefarian's massive skull. Corrosion talent, activate. Under Sumu's careful control, that mysterious energy generated by his corrosion talent enveloped the death energy purified from the soul crystal. Guided by his palm, it slowly seeped into Nefarian's massive skeletal dragon head. Nefarian was stunned. With his own power and mastery over his body, he could clearly feel that unfamiliar force. It was faint, but so mysterious, so pure, so powerful. Nefarian even felt that, compared to this energy, even the most refined death energy he'd ever distilled himself was inferior in quality. That strange power lingered in a portion of his skull, slowly infiltrating it. As the energy permeated, Nefarian found he'd lost control of that part of his body. Yet the force was simply too weak. After 10 seconds, it faded, and control returned to him. But still, he could feel it. That piece of bone was indeed a shade harder than before. Was this power, this talent real? Nefarian was completely floored. Sumu was only a lord-rank skeleton, though he'd already shown strength to rival epic bosses, even withstanding the Black Pillar's baptism. But still, he was just a lord. Nefarian, on the other hand, was a peak legendary Dracolic. The difference between them was 2 whole ranks. And yet, this tiny sliver of energy had actually made his bone harder. If Sumu reached legendary rank, perhaps he really could help Nefarian break through his final limit. Nefarian even wondered if Sumu's own monstrous strength, so out of proportion with his rank, was due to this very talent. He believed. For a moment, Nefarian's soul flames flickered wildly, both eye sockets focusing a burning gaze on Sumu. This outcome didn't surprise Sumu. You don't dare bluff a peak legendary Dracolic without some real confidence, and the corrosion talent's mysterious energy was his confidence. Its purity and mystery were unmatched by anything he'd ever encountered, even as a legendary sword saint in his previous life. Sumu was certain Nefarian was the same. A force even a Dracolic couldn't truly comprehend. Appearing from a mere lord skeleton, this was enough to shake Nefarian to his core. The fact that his own bone had become harder sealed the deal. In truth, it was the death energy from the soul crystal that had strengthened Nefarian's bone. The mysterious energy from corrosion simply wrapped it so completely that not even Nefarian could discern the truth. Pure death energy could of course harden a Dracolica's bones, just as bathing in the Black Pillar did, though this time, the amount was minuscule, perhaps just 1/1000%. Just enough for Nefarian to notice. A web of little lies, with one grand and outrageous fib at the center. But when Nefarian chose to believe that unexplainable energy was Sumu's fabled talent, even if everything else was a lie, he'd accept it as truth. In that moment, Sumu had thoroughly bamboozled a Dracolic. That, in itself, was a kind of power. But when there was such a huge gap in strength, even a successful deception could bring risks. Now convinced, Nefarian's greed ignited. The moment he believed, he began to see Sumu as his property. Such an extraordinary talent, he needed to keep Sumu close, ensure he advanced to legendary, and then use him to break his own limits. And if Sumu kept growing, who knew, perhaps he could even help him surpass legendary. Nefarian's greed soared. He'd help Sumu ascend, then keep him as his eternal servant, using him to break all barriers. Sumu didn't realize this, but he wouldn't have cared. After all, the lie was that he could only help after reaching legendary, and by then, Sumu would be strong enough that Nefarian would be no threat at all. At that point, it would be Sumu coveting the Dracolic as his exclusive mount. A Dracolic and a skeleton, each with their own schemes. But for now, both kept their ambitions emotions concealed. Nefarian's aura softened greatly. Little skeleton, no, how should I address you, O strong one of the skeleton race? Or rather, what must I do to help you reach legendary rank? Sumu smiled lightly. Just call me Sumu, Lord Nefarian. As you can see, though I'm of the skeleton race, my advancement requirements are rather strange due to my talent. I don't yet know how to reach legendary rank, but to reach epic, I do need your help. After negotiating with Nefarian, Sumu left with Agnes. Half an hour later, they arrived in the northwest corner of the city, the territory of the ghost race. The ghost race was not the most numerous here, but still numbered over 5,000 even after heavy losses in the last war. As Sumu and Agnes approached, all manner of ghosts emerged, observing the two high-ranking undead intruding on their domain. 2, 1 lord, 1 epic. This was not quite an invasion, but it was unfriendly. Until the Banshee Queen gave the order, they held back but watched closely. Ignoring the ghosts, Sumu led Agnes directly toward the heart of their territory. When they drew near the Banshee Queen's lair, her lord-ranked wraiths appeared, flanking Sumu and Agnes like silent escorts. Soon, in a relatively intact mansion, the Banshee Queen herself appeared, floating a meter above the floor, her ethereal form shimmering in a gorgeous dress, more a noble lady than a ghost. What brings you here? She asked. Sumu approached, smiling. I simply wish to discuss something with you, Lady Banshee. Before she could reply, Sumu vanished. Phase shift. The next instant, he was behind her, unleashing a barrage of frost, encasing the mansion. Ice and cold enveloped the Banshee Queen. Battle had begun. With Nefarian as his backer, Sumu no longer needed restraint. He could choose to kill the Banshee Queen for her class template and free points, or simply enslave her. He preferred the latter. Dozens of ice swords exploded from the frost, skewering the unprepared Banshee Queen, her form fading with the damage. With a wail, she unleashed Despair Howl, a wave of negative energy that echoed through the mansion, targeting Sumu and Agnes. This signature skill not only inflicted pain and despair but also slowed souls and left enemies vulnerable. It was a signal too. The ghosts outside went berserk, swarming the mansion and battering the ice barriers, heedless of the danger. The 4 wraiths who had escorted Sumu immediately attacked as well. Sumu, pushing through the soul-shaking pain, unleashed more frost spells, ice blocks shattering and ice arrows flying everywhere. With his spirit stat now rivaling spellcasters, his frost spells dealt heavy damage even to ghosts immune to physical attacks. Agnes, too, was busy. Without mounting up, she unleashed both Death Aura and Fear Aura, channeling death energy into her blade, cutting down ghosts with ease. A Black Death Knight King and a Dread Knight both far surpassed the Banshee Queen. Within a few breaths, the 4 wraiths were slain, their ghostly forms burning away to ash. Then Sumu, with several more frost explosions, finished the Banshee Queen. Even in death, she could not understand why these new undead would violate Argus's rules. System prompt: you have slain a wraith. Gain 30,000 EXP. You have slain the Banshee Queen. Gain 310,000 EXP. Outside, thousands of ghosts still battered the ice barriers, breaking through only the first layer. There were still many between them and Sumu. Ignoring the lesser ghosts, Sumu approached the Banshee Queen's ashes, pressed a hand into the pile, and activated his corrosion talent. His spirit attribute increased by 1,000, and he acquired the epic class template, Banshee Queen. The 3rd template was his. With joy, Sumu glanced at the ghosts still attacking outside, then quickly let Agnes out, charging through the ghost army and out of their territory. The ghosts gave chase for a while, but eventually turned back without a leader. Their priority was now to fight for succession, not pursuit. Back at the altar, Nefarian was already waiting. All done? He asked. Sumu nodded. It's done. The Banshee Queen is finished. Now I'll need your help. Nefarian bared his fangs in what passed for a smile. No problem. Just a flesh golem. I'll handle Argus for you. I always thought he was too soft for a Lich King. If I didn't need his help, I'd have handled him long ago. But remember, take only the epic flesh golem. Leave the others. If you kill them all, Argus will go mad. And I don't want to deal with a Lich King's wrath, even if he is soft. Sumu nodded. The ordinary flesh golems were of little value anyway. Taking a deep breath, Sumu said, let's begin, Lord Nefarian. With a flap of his wings, Nefarian vanished in a blast of wind. Moments later, he returned, tossing the 5-meter-tall epic flesh golem onto the altar. Now, only the final template remained. As the only epic-ranked boss personally created by Argus, this flesh golem's strength and constitution were nearly at the limits of its rank. Even Sumu would need considerable time to kill it in a fair fight. But with the Dracolic present, things were different. Hauled from his post at the mage tower and dumped unceremoniously on the altar, the flesh golem was bewildered. As Argus's personal guard, this golem knew Nefarian well, and knew he wouldn't devour a fully sentient high-rank undead. So why had the Dracolic dragged him here? He didn't have time to ponder. In the next instant, an oppressive force crashed down out of nowhere, as heavy and implacable as stone dragon's might, the inborn racial talent of legendary dragons and one of the most effective ways to subdue lesser foes. When Nefarian unleashed his full might, it pinned the 5-meter-tall golem against the altar, unable to move. Its grotesque, blood-stained head was forced to face Sumu. Without hesitation, Sumu attacked Deathcleave, boning, blade flashing, a jet-black arc of power slamming into the same spot on the golem's head again and again. The golem was was immensely tough and strong, but when hit by an attack at 20 times Sumu's normal damage, even this boss capable of matching legendary heroes had its head blown apart. System prompt: you have slain Flesh Golem. Gained 180,000 EXP. With Nefarian watching, Sumu didn't dare use his corrosion talent to absorb the Flesh Golem's essence, lest the Dracolic catch on. Instead, he merely approached the corpse and took the class template. Fourth template in hand. All the materials for epic rank fusion were ready. But Sumu didn't feel relief. If anything, he grew more tense. He knew the true challenge was just beginning. Could he successfully advance to epic and then use the Black Pillar's power to soar to new heights? Nefarian, what are you doing? A deep hoarse voice filled with anger echoed from the mage tower. The next instant, Argus, still shrouded in his hooded robe, appeared atop the altar. A Dracolica's full might could be felt for dozens of miles. Even if Nefarian had focused it on the golem, it was enough to alert Argus. Moreover, as the golem's creator, Argus was linked to it. Even if not as closely as the zombie lords once linked to Rodless, it was still enough for Argus to sense its fate from afar. He glanced at the ruined golem, then at Nefarian and Sumu, lingering on both. Then Argus activated detection runes all across the city, instantly grasping the situation beneath the black sky. The Dread Knight had lost his rank, the Banshee Queen was dead, and now his only epic flesh golem lay shattered on the altar he'd built. No matter how gentle or reclusive, Argus was filled with rage. With a thought, countless runes all across the city activated. A massive spell formation covering the entire city of the undead came under his control. Only now did his angry voice ring out. I need an explanation. Dracolic. As even Nefarian had admitted, not even he dared take a Lich King lightly. In open war, Argus couldn't match Nefarian, but a prepared Lich King was not to be trifled with. In this city he'd built and warded over countless years, no one knew how many trump cards Argus had. If not for his principles and desire to protect the undead, he could have obliterated the Holy Light invaders long ago, even the legendary Archmage among them. But even the mildest man has his limits. When Argus saw his Death Knight order lose its leader, the Banshee Queen slain, and his only epic flesh golem executed with Nefarian and a strange skeletal lord standing together against him, he was truly enraged. He didn't want to fight Nefarian, or destroy a rare skeletal lord, or see his city ruined. But when Argus was angry, even Nefarian had to show caution. The Dracolica's soulfire flickered as he stammered like a guilty child. Argus, I wasn't trying to destroy your city. Sumu, this strange skeleton, his evolution works like this. He needs to grow in power and, well, also needs relevant information from the Banshee Queen and the Flesh Golem. Argus, didn't you always say you wouldn't interfere with undead evolution? Death Knights challenge each other, skeletons devour each other, ghosts feed on negative energy. You allow all that. Why not let a strange skeleton follow its own evolutionary path? Look, the Death Knights have a new leader, the ghosts will too. And as for the golem, well, you made one epic, you can make another, right? The city isn't diminished, it's gained a historic first, a skeletal lord breaking through to epic. Isn't diversity and strength what you always wanted for this city? As for me, I just made a tiny deal with Sumu, helped him a little, that's all. Argus's expression was complicated. He could tell Nefarian was making excuses, but there was truth in what he said. Argus had always vowed not to interfere with the evolution of the undead. Every race had its own path, and to meddle in that would be tyranny, not guardianship. He looked at Sumu. The first time he'd seen the skeleton, he'd noticed the traces of many undead races within skeleton, zombie, Death Knight, more. It made Sumu unique, something Argus had never seen. If not for his principles, Argus might have dissected Sumu out of pure curiosity. So Nefarian's explanation was plausible. Killing the Banshee Queen and the Flesh Golem was part of Sumu's evolution. Argus was still furious, but conflicted. His own rules forbade large-scale slaughter of lower undead, but not the evolutionary struggles of high-level undead. From that perspective, neither Nefarian nor Sumu had truly done wrong. Seeing this, Sumu and Nefarian exchanged a hidden glance and a secret smile. This was Argus, a Lich King in name, but at heart, more a gentle, eccentric human mage. The gentleman can be deceived. Sumu's whole plan was predicated on this one trait. Against any other Lich King, even with good reasons, he'd have been blasted to ashes for such deeds. But it looked like his plan had succeeded. Argus's anger remained, but the massive rune formation faded away. What Argus needed now was time, and perhaps some guidance. The best one to do that would be Nefarian. As for Sumu, it was best he disappear from Argus's sight for a while. With a meaningful glance to Nefarian to continue the work, Sumu quietly retreated toward the Black Pillar. All 4 epic templates collected, it was time to fuse them and step into the epic rank at last. There was no better place in the city for this than the core of the Black Pillar here. The death and darkness energies were at their thickest and wildest, and even Argus and Nefarian would struggle to sense what was happening inside. At the pillar's heart, Sumu let the raging energy scour his body, ignoring the constant flood of notifications on his status panel, and began the job of fusing his class templates. Grand Lich, Flesh Golem, Banshee Queen, Dread Knight. These were the 4 epic templates Sumu had gathered. With 68 free attribute points banked, each lord kill earning 1, each epic kill 10. It was time. He invested 10 free points, the 4 templates glowing before before him. With experience from previous fusions, Sumu didn't hesitate. He used 10 points for each template, infusing a total of 40 points at once. This time, the fusion didn't resolve instantly. Instead, as the 4 templates merged into a ball of light, it began to devour the surrounding death and darkness energy like a black hole, draining even the pillar itself. Half an hour passed. Only when the light had swallowed as much energy as Sumu himself contained did it finally solidify, presenting a new epic class template. Template, Death Sovereign, Epic. Template bonuses, plus 500,000 HP, plus 250,000 mana, plus 5,000 strength, plus 3,500 agility, plus 4,500 constitution, plus 3,000 spirit. Skills, to be determined. Staring at this unique epic template he had just forged, Sumu's heart trembled. The health boost was 10 times what he'd had before, mana 25 times, and even the stat bonuses were nearly 10 times the Black Death Knight King templates. The higher the rank, the greater the gap between ranks. Thanks to multiple fusions, Sumu was now the greatest beneficiary of this system. He could safely say his epic template now surpassed most legendary monsters. Only the likes of legendary dragons and Dracolix could match him for class and bonuses. When he advanced again, no monster on the continent or in the whole game world would rival him. The strongest boss in history, that was Sumu's goal, and with a template like this, he'd already laid the foundation. Suppressing his excitement, Sumu proceeded to select his epic skills. 8 were offered. 1. Dark Offering, 2. Flesh Puppet, 3. Despair Howl, 4. Fear Aura, 5. Death and Decay, 6. Dark Armor, 7. Void Claw, 8. Death Mark. After reading the descriptions, he immediately dismissed Dark Offering, Flesh Puppet, Despair Howl, and Void Claw. Their effects were useful, but not as valuable as his other skills. Of the remaining 4, Fear Aura was a must-pick. He knew from previous experience how powerful aura skills were for controlling the battlefield. For his second choice, after careful thought, he selected Death Mark over Death and Decay or Dark Armor. Death Mark was an active support skill. It allowed him to plant an almost undetectable mark on a target, gradually converting them to the dark side and enabling Sumu to communicate and see through their eyes. While not as direct as Death and Decay's AoE damage or Dark Armor's defense, Death Mark's potential for infiltration and manipulation was immense. Instinct told him this skill's true power was far greater than it seemed. Once he confirmed his skill choices, the system prompt appeared. As he completed his class change, a torrent of energy, 10 times greater than before, surged into Sumu's body from the void and the black pillar. His aura grew ever stronger, and the once furious death and darkness energy now seemed to embrace him, reinforcing his body rather than threatening it, as if he were now the master of death and darkness, rather than their servant. His armor transformed, complex runes crawling over its surface before fading away, the heavy plates becoming more refined. Unlike Agnes, whose gear grew opulent, Sumu's new armor seemed to devour all light, exuding a terrifying presence. Even his helmet shifted, revealing part of his face, a striking, resolute visage, skin pale as death but with an intense, blue flame burning in his eyes, reminiscent of his human past. He was still undead, of course. Promotion did not turn him into a living being, but with each rank, his once skeletal body was being restored, step by step, toward wholeness. Now, the Black Death Knight King had become a Death Sovereign, his power surging yet again. Sumu had no intention of leaving the Black Pillar to confront Argus or Nefarian. Changing classes was just the beginning. Now he needed to level up to fully realize the monstrous potential of the Death Sovereign template. Where better to do that than at the heart of the Black Pillar, shielded from all prying eyes, surrounded by pure energy? So Sumu focused, using the pillar's power to temper his every cell. Each time, his spirit grew, each level, his power leapt forward. Beneath the raging death and darkness, neither Argus nor Nefarian realized that a newly advanced epic, already able to match them, was being reborn at the heart of the Black Pillar. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the Black Pillar, Sumu stared helplessly at his attribute panel as system messages continued to refresh. You have absorbed pure death energy. You have absorbed pure darkness energy. Your body has grown stronger. At first, notifications had flooded in, displaying constant increases to his physical attributes. Now, he only received a message indicating his body had grown stronger after absorbing a vast amount of death and darkness energy without any numerical attribute increases. Just like his corrosion talent, the initial absorption yielded rapid gains, but the further he progressed, the less he gained, until the remains of his enemies could no longer strengthen him. The Black Pillar was the same. A month later, even while bathing in the densest death and darkness energy, his physical strength barely improved. He had reached the limit of what the Black Pillar could enhance. Now, sitting at the pillar's heart, the seemingly inexhaustible death and darkness energy continued to wash over him. But after days, months, years, the very force that could once shatter his armor could no longer shake him at all. The pillar's effect had peaked. It was time for Sumu to move on. He glanced at his current attribute panel. Having endured the pillar's onslaught for over half a month prior to advancing, then gaining the Death Sovereign epic template, then enjoying another month's worth of attribute boosts, his stats had undergone 3 quantum leaps. His spirit attribute alone now dwarfed what it had been before. Now, Sumu's panel read. Name, King of Haigu, Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template, Epic Class Death Sovereign. Level, 58. State, HP 920,000. Mana 530,000. Attributes, Strength 46,000, Agility 34,000, Constitution 42,000, Spirit 28,000. Talent, Corrosion, Unique. Skills, Deathcleave, Void Slash, Boss, Phase Shift, Boss, Summon Skeletons, Boss, Grasp of Banishment, Boss, Death Aura, Fear Aura, Deathmark, Undead Modification 2, plus a host of powerful ice skills. Free points, 28. With nearly a million HP, all 4 attributes measured in the tens of thousands, and a skill bar fit for a final boss, Sumu no longer looked like any epic tier boss. These monstrous stats, these overwhelming skills, and his legendary quality bone weapon and armor, combined with his battle skill, made up the totality of his current strength. The Black Pillar could no longer enhance him. His body had caught up to even Nefarian, the peak Dracolic. In other words, unless he killed monsters as strong as Nefarian, or used corrosion on such beings, absorbing from lesser foes was meaningless. Their essence simply wasn't enough to further improve him. His Bone Ink Blade had upgraded from epic to legendary, and now contained both death and darkness energy. Every swing, every deathcleave, was imbued with these elements. His bone armor had also become legendary, its dense runes providing not only physical but significant magical defense. He let out a long breath, closed the panel, and took one last look at the place he'd spent the past month. He stood, and calmly walked out of the pillar. A month was not short. For ordinary denizens, it might mean finding a new job, hunting a great beast, or ending a war. For players, enough to go from apprentice to full rank. For the undead, time was meaningless. For a skeleton, a month was barely enough to gain a level. For a newly promoted pain spirit, not enough to reach epic. For Argus, not enough to finish an experiment. For Nefarian, not enough for a proper nap. But Nefarian did not sleep. Instead, he honored his agreement with Sumu, standing guard at the altar. Even when Argus, frustrated but powerless, retreated to his research after 2 days, Nefarian remained, fulfilling his promise. For beings of their level, the pillar's power was almost negligible. That was why Nefarian cared so much about Sumu, and so much about his supposed rank-advancing talent. During Sumu's month of seclusion, Agnes had also spent her time at the edge of the pillar, repeatedly stepping in to strengthen herself, enduring the agony until her body nearly collapsed, then retreating to heal only to return and repeat. This kind of perseverance had won even Nefarian's respect. Undead feel no pain, but the crumbling of the body shakes the soulfire itself, a pain akin to the soul being torn apart. Only those with the strongest will could endure it. Sumu had once endured it, and now Agnes did as well. For that, she'd earned Nefarian's respect, and he was certain, so long as she survived, she would one day stand as his equal. The little skeleton was the first, this little knight was the second, and it seemed the little knight always followed the little skeleton's lead. When Sumu advanced to legendary and helped Nefarian break through, he intended to take both as his servants, let those old dragons on Dragon Island try to hunt him down. Then Nefarian yawned, glanced at Agnes and the pillar, and was about to rest when, to his surprise, the pillar began to ripple. A blurry figure emerged, slowly resolving itself as it stepped out of the pillar. The little skeleton has left seclusion. That was Nefarian's first thought. But how is he so strong now? That was the second. His soul fire blazed. He stared at the not-so-tall figure walking forth. The overwhelming aura, even just a trace of it, made Nefarian feel a hint of threat. Nefarian was shocked. Who was he? A peak legendary boss, a Dracolic, one of the continent's strongest, rivaled only by the ancients of Dragon Island, the Book of Radiance, or Argus with all his trump cards. What could threaten him? Yet now, from this little skeleton who just reached epic, Nefarian felt that threat. Not just him, even Argus, returning from his tower, appeared beside Nefarian, staring at Sumu in awe. If Nefarian felt threatened, it meant Sumu could fight him as an equal. Argus, for his part, felt a real sense of crisis. Outside this city, even with all his trump cards, he wasn't sure he could beat Sumu, maybe not even here. A month ago, he hadn't finished a single experiment. Now, the little skeleton he'd barely noticed had grown into a force equal to, or beyond, himself and Nefarian. Argus's anger faded, replaced by complicated emotion. The city of the undead was no longer just his and Nefarian's domain. A new power had risen. Lord Argus, Lord Nefarian, Sumu greeted them as he emerged from the pillar, fully aware of his own strength. Facing Nefarian, he could fight as an equal, maybe not win, but he'd leave unscathed after exhausting his mana and stamina. Facing Argus, he was certain he could kill him outside the city, and even here, could go undefeated. With this power, Sumu could now converse with them as equals. True equality is always built on equal strength. Before, Nefarian protected Sumu only because he wanted his talent to help him break through a relationship of utility, of ambition. Now, Nefarian could only hope for alliance. Argus, too, before, he'd been ready to punish Sumu for breaking his rules. Now, even in his own city, he could only enforce his rules, not threaten him. Lord Sumu, congratulations on reaching epic, Argus said, finding himself a way out of the previous conflict. So it's true you needed the Banshee Queen and Flesh Golem's information to evolve. In that case, let's put the past behind us. Nefarian, less subtle, came forward eagerly. Sumu, you've advanced already? What's the condition for breaking through to legendary? When can you help me? Sumu shrugged. As you can see, I used my talent to strengthen myself. For now, I can't use it again. Breaking through to legendary is much the same as epic. Nefarian felt a pang of loss, but did not get angry after all. Their agreement was for Sumu to help him after reaching legendary, not epic. Argus, meanwhile, realized the truth. Sumu's advancement required information from other epic undead. Would legendary require information from legendary undead? There were only two in the city, himself and Nefarian. And since Nefarian wasn't a race, Argus might be Sumu's next target. He understood why Nefarian had protected Sumu. They were collaborators, bound to help each other if attacked. Now, a third power had risen. If Nefarian decided to help Sumu, Argus might be doomed. He felt a deep sadness. He only wanted to do his research, had become a Lich King for the extra time, built the city to shelter the undead, kept them away from the living, fought off the Holy Light, and now, disaster had come in the form of Sumu. Argus's mind raced. He only wanted peace. Why must he face all this? Still, he racked his brains for a solution. Lord Sumu, do you need only information from legendary undead, or must you kill them yourself? Sumu's answer would decide Argus's fate. Thankfully, Sumu's reply, if I can't kill them myself, information should be enough. Let him breathe easier. Do you have such information, Lord Argus? Let me think. Argus's mind raced through centuries of memories. I recall, in life, I obtained two journals. One held the full heritage of the ghost race, the other, the full heritage of the liches. The ghost one is lost, but I believe I still have the lich one. Let me try to remember where I put it. As he spoke, Sumu's blue flame eyes narrowed. The notebook Argus described was the very one Sumu had once taken from Roglus. And, by Argus's words, there was another notebook out there, holding a lost heritage. Are you referring to this notebook, Lord Argus? Suppressing the shock swelling in his heart, Sumu carefully took out the black notebook he had obtained from Logris. Seeing the notebook again, Argus's reaction was even more stunned than Sumu's. It's indeed this one. I remember when I completed my job transition centuries ago, I hid this notebook in a very remote ancient tomb. How did Sumu figure this out? Before Logris, Argus was the first to acquire this notebook containing the complete Lich legacy. However, for some reason, after completing his job transition, Argus did not keep the notebook with him. Instead, he left it in the ancient tomb that Sumu had previously entered upon arriving at the necropolis. Later, Logris discovered the tomb through descriptions in old texts and found Argus's Lich notebook hidden there. Eventually, this Lich notebook ended up in Sumu's hands. Argus had placed the Lich notebook in the tomb, and the teleportation array within the tomb was probably built by him as well. Yet, Sumu could not help but wonder, where had Argus originally obtained this notebook, and why did he choose to hide it in that tomb after acquiring it? Looking at the black notebook, Argus carefully flipped through its pages after consulting with Sumu, then said, yes, this is the notebook, but what's strange? Muttering vaguely, Argus gave an embarrassed smile. Come to think of it, it's quite odd. I didn't find the Lich notebook myself. It was a secret organization that found two notebooks imbued with the aura of the undead and hired me to study them. But after that, some unexpected events occurred, and I ended up transitioning into a Lich. When I became a Lich, I had already gained some insight into the notebook's contents. Besides containing the full Lich legacy, the notebook also hides a very secret and mysterious power. Out of fear of that mysterious power, I hid it in an ancient tomb on the other side of the continent. However, after all these centuries, I never expected this notebook to appear in your hands, Lord Sumu, and that mysterious power it contained has vanished without a trace. After revealing these secrets about the Lich notebook, Argus felt much relieved, not only because he had seen the notebook again, but also because since Sumu now possessed it, there was a high chance he had already uncovered information related to the Lich King. Thus, the threat Argus feared, Nefarian and Sumu joining forces against him, would likely never come to pass. Sumu did not press further about the unexpected events. One could imagine, a mage obsessed with experiments and research, always worried about lacking time and energy, encountering an opportunity to smoothly transition into a Lich, how ecstatic he must have been. The story essentially was, a mysterious organization obtained two notebooks bearing undead auras and sought out the already renowned Argus to study them. After deciphering the legacy within, Argus was tempted. Not only did he become a Lich himself, but he also fled with both notebooks, disappearing from the human world. Perhaps for Argus, this was one of his few dark pasts, naturally not something he would openly admit. In other words, Lord Argus sensed the danger hidden within the notebook and thus concealed it in the ancient tomb. Sumu pondered for a moment and asked a question. Argus nodded and continued, yes, although I don't know how you removed that mysterious power. At the time, the force contained in the Lich notebook was indeed very dangerous. Even after transitioning into a Lich, sometimes I couldn't help but want to constantly flip through the notebook and study its secrets. In the end, to resist temptation, I spent a great deal of time and effort hiding it on the other side of the continent. The notebook's material is very special. I've never seen its like. Since it couldn't be destroyed, discarding it would have been the best solution. But as you know, Lord Sumu, that mysterious power holds enormous allure for a research-obsessed mage. Ultimately, I chose to hide it away until my strength and insight matured enough to analyze it safely. Recalling that period of his life, Argus felt both fear and relief. As my strength and rank gradually increased, the lure of that mysterious power lessened. After reaching the legendary rank, I no longer desired to study the notebook. In fact, I wanted to stay far away from it. Over time, I gradually forgot about it. After recounting his history with the Lich notebook bit by bit, Argus exhaled deeply. Hearing the whole story, Sumu felt a chill run down his spine. Luckily, he had been cautious enough, and thanks to his corrosion talent, he had eroded the Lich notebook before opening it, removing all imprints and mysterious energies. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Logris in his previous life, becoming a puppet of some unknown existence. Reflecting silently on the information he had obtained, Sumu asked again, "Then, Mr. Argus, what was the name of the mysterious organization that commissioned you to study these two notebooks? After you transitioned into a Lich, did that organization ever contact you again?" Argus smiled bitterly. "Of course they did. The small portion I was exposed to was enough to reveal their immense power. But I couldn't resist the temptation. After becoming a Lich, I fled the human world and hid in a remote place for decades. At first, I could sense their pursuit, but after decades, even centuries passed, the organization gradually faded away. So, I appeared as Argus, slowly building this necropolis and continuing my research." The organization's name, I believe it was the Dark Cult. Argus did not conceal anything and continued earnestly. For him, it was a distant past now. Centuries had passed, and he had become the Lich King of legendary rank. That mysterious organization might have long vanished from history, making it no secret. Sumu recalled vaguely having heard of the Dark Cult before and nodded solemnly. Having understood enough about the first notebook, the Lich notebook, Sumu turned to the second and asked, "May I ask, Lord Argus, where is the other notebook, the Ghost notebook?" After posing this question, Sumu fixed his gaze on Argus's two legacy notebooks. Compared to the Lich notebook, Sumu hoped even more to uncover the whereabouts of the Ghost notebook. After all, with the Lich notebook already in hand, even if it hid secrets, he had plenty of time to explore them. Moreover, he had already obtained the Lich King's job transition information. The location of the Ghost notebook was crucial for him to acquire a second legendary profession template in a short time. Having revealed the information related to the Lich notebook, Argus naturally had no reason to withhold details about the Ghost notebook. After some reflection, Argus said, "When I had just become a great Lich, once, to evade the Dark Cult's pursuit, I accidentally entered a haunted forest. Seeking shelter, I offered the Ghost notebook to a ghost leader residing there. However, later, when the Empire launched a large-scale purge of the undead, that haunted forest was affected. The ghost leader was slain, and the Ghost notebook likely became a spoil of war for the Empire." After sharing the last of what he knew, Argus hesitated briefly before advising, "Lord Sumu, although I don't know how you removed the mysterious power within the notebook, it's best to avoid contact with such notebooks as much as possible. When I was preparing to flee with these two notebooks, I overheard two Dark Cult high-ranking members mention that there were 4 such legacy notebooks in total: the Lich notebook, the Ghost notebook, the Skeleton notebook, and the Death notebook. They correspond to the 4 oldest and most orthodox undead races: Liches, Ghosts, Skeletons, and Death Knights. No one knows where these 4 notebooks originated or how long they have existed. It seems they contain a world-shattering secret, but anyone involved with these legacy notebooks never ends well." Sumu did not ignore Argus's sincere advice. According to his previous life's experience, even Argus, the Lich King who had escaped the influence of the Lich notebook for centuries, ultimately was consumed by Logris, becoming a stepping stone in Logris's rise. Though confident in his corrosion talent, maintaining necessary vigilance was essential. Returning the Lich notebook back into his storage space, Sumu sank into deep thought. The legacy notebook still needed to be found. With no other legendary undead clues available, the remaining 3 notebooks containing complete undead legacies were undoubtedly Sumu's best options. The Skeleton notebook and Death notebook had never been seen even by Argus. The Ghost notebook was likely in the Empire's hands, now an Imperial treasure. Unfortunately, players in the previous life had only scratched the surface of this storyline. Not only was the Dark Cult rarely mentioned, but even the 4 legacy notebooks containing complete undead legacies were never brought up by players. Perhaps as players, they deeply explored hidden storylines and clues within NPCs, never missing any possible quests. But monsters fighting monsters? Just hack and slash, right? Who would risk being surrounded by monsters to learn their history or explore their past? Isn't it much better to just understand NPCs' backgrounds, dig into their stories, complete quests, and gain rewarding benefits? Thus, after reincarnating from a player into a monster in the game world, Sumu realized that these ostracized monster groups also had unknown histories and epic pasts. The Empire, again the Empire. empire. Thinking of this, Sumu felt as if he were walking Logris's old path. He had slain Logris, inherited the Lich notebook, and come to the necropolis in his place. In future, he would replace Logris to attack the empire. It all felt tinged with a sense of fate. Of course, Sumu knew it was only coincidental. The so-called coincidences were simply him continuing along Logris's path. If, at this moment, Sumu gave up searching for the ghost notebook and shifted his focus to finding legendary ghosts in remote areas, their trajectory would be entirely different. Fate does not exist, nor does a god of destiny who controls the flow of life in the game world. Suddenly raising his head, Sumu's eyes burned as he looked at Nefarian and, with a tone full of temptation, asked, "Lord Nefarian, do you wish to attack the Empire?" Argus was startled, and Nefarian was too. The Empire's full name was the Caesar Empire, the absolute hegemon of the continent. According to Argus, the legendary heroes of the Caesar Empire numbered over 10, along with 3 national relics and many more epic heroes and legendary profession users. This made the Caesar Empire's elite forces dominant across the continent. No nation stood above it. The Caesar Empire's strength was unmatched, and it never feared any challengers. What about them? Argus, the legendary Lich King, immersed in experiments and research, might be unafraid of any enemies within the necropolis. But outside, his combat power would plummet. Nefarian, the legendary pinnacle ghost dragon, was among the continent's strongest, but even he could not endure the strikes of equipment as powerful as the national relics. Moreover, Nefarian was a wanted fugitive. If he appeared in the human world, the first to greet him might not be legendary heroes, but legendary dragons from Dragon Isle. Otherwise, this proud and ferocious ghost dragon wouldn't be hiding in the necropolis as Argus's cooperative partner. Though Sumu was only an epic rank, his power surpassed most legendary ranks. He could be considered a legendary rank monster like a monstrous leopard. The 3 legendary beings were very strong, but that did not mean they could challenge the Caesar Empire. Not to mention, the final page of the Book of Light was inscribed with the Purification Light spell, its relentless strikes a terrifying sight. Thinking of that dreadful scene, Argus and Nefarian both reminded each other, don't forget Dragon Isle and its threat. Nefarian remained silent, glancing around. His pride wouldn't allow him to admit cowardice, but joining Sumu in attacking the Caesar Empire was unbearable. It was like deliberately seeking trouble. He wasn't ready to die and didn't want to take risks with Sumu. After a brief silence, Argus told Sumu everything about the Empire's might and his concerns, 3 national relics and the threat from Dragon Isle. Understanding this, Sumu pondered deeply. Legendary heroes were no match for legendary bosses. The Caesar Empire's 3 national relics and the legendary dragons of Dragon Isle were their greatest threats. If that was the case, as he spoke, Sumu placed a hand on Nefarian. Surprised, Nefarian was soon enveloped in a layer of death aura emanating from Sumu. In the next moment, both Sumu and Nefarian vanished from the altar. Just seconds later, 2 figures, one large, one small, reappeared on the altar in the exact same positions as before. Sumu, how did you do that? Is that your phase shift skill? Back on the altar, Nefarian grew restless. His huge skeletal dragon head leaned toward Sumu, releasing waves of soul energy and a volley of questions. What Sumu did was simple. He activated phase shift twice, crossing dozens of kilometers with Nefarian in tow. While Nefarian was still bewildered, Sumu brought him back to the altar. Indeed, since reaching the hero rank, Sumu had been able to easily manifest death and dark auras from within himself. As long as he enveloped a target in his death and dark aura, when activating phase shift, that target would move with him. With Sumu's current strength, not only could he envelop Nefarian, but even Agni's and the entire Death Knight core would be effortless. With 28,000 spirit points, Sumu's maximum phase shift distance reached 280 kilometers, enough to instantly escape the range of even 10 simultaneous forbidden spells. Nefarian was astonished. Argus was utterly shocked. Even inside the necropolis, Argus had never discovered how Sumu and Nefarian vanished and reappeared. Except for a slight, almost negligible magical fluctuation, there was no spatial disturbance or sense of space tearing. He even suspected that with the runic array inside the necropolis activated, Sumu could easily enter and exit at will. This meant it was highly likely that Sumu could kill Argus alone without needing to team up with Nefarian. For a moment, Argus felt desolate. Being caught up by a successor at unimaginable speed made the centuries-old Lich King feel old. After demonstrating phase shift and firmly subduing Argus and Nefarian, Sumu smiled again. Lord Argus, I suppose the Empire's attacks on the necropolis are not the first. Don't you want to eliminate this threat once and for all? If the Empire ceased to exist, there would be no more disturbances here, and you could devote all your time and energy to research. Nefarian, bound within this mere necropolis, is not befitting of a proud ghost dragon. Do you want to soar freely in the outside skies? Do you want to recklessly destroy whatever you desire? Do you want to avenge your grievances? Though tempting, with the demonstration of his power to guarantee their safety, this persuasion was highly effective. Argus did not yet know, but upon hearing these words and seeing the flickering azure soul flames in Nefarian's massive eye sockets, Sumu knew the ghost dragon was already tempted. Unlike Nefarian's excitement, after a moment moment of hesitation, Argus spoke softly, "I'm sorry, Lord Sumu, I am but a mage. I only wish to devote my limited time and energy to endless research and experiments, not to involve myself in war. Of course, if you and Lord Nefarian find yourselves in trouble, you are always welcome to return to the necropolis. I hope you understand." After saying this, seeing that Sumu and Nefarian had no intention of attacking him, Argus finally relaxed. He prepared to return to his mage tower, replacing his complicated emotions with research and experiments. "Lord Argus, please wait," Sumu called out. Argus, just as he turned to leave, stiffened slightly, though no negative emotion showed. Sumu said gently, "Lord Argus, if you do not wish to join us, no one can force you. The necropolis was founded by you and naturally belongs to you before, now, and in the future. But if Nefarian and I return beaten and battered, we will certainly need your continued protection. That is only natural." Argus's tense body eased, and a trace of relief crept into his tone. This exchange, refusing to join the war but still offering sanctuary, was his stance. He would not force himself into the conflict. The necropolis remained his domain, and Sumu and Nefarian would hold no grudge. This was Sumu's way of showing goodwill. Even as an epic rank, Sumu had no intention of seizing the necropolis with Nefarian. Though unwilling to join the war, he bore no resentment or ill will toward Argus. He neither would nor could prevent their incursion into the human world, and likewise, they would respect Argus's choice, not twisting his will. Argus seemed less ferocious than Sumu had imagined, and his wariness gradually faded. Concealed beneath his hood, a faint smile appeared on his withered face. "May I be so bold as to ask, Lord Argus, what was your name in life?" "Atlas Estate?" At Sumu's voice, Argus softly breathed out a name long buried by history. Then, a flash of dark light enveloped him, and he vanished from the altar. This time, Argus returned to his experiments and research with a lighter heart, no longer using them to drown out complicated emotions. Repeating the name Atlas Estate in his mind, Sumu smiled softly. His choice was right. Argus's true nature made it impossible for him to set foot in the human world, let alone join this war. Healing the undead while leaving Sumu and Nefarian's decisions untouched was about the limit of goodwill this Lich King could offer. Even if Sumu and Nefarian forced Argus, he would never join, and their once amicable relations would sour. Setting aside the necropolis as their trump card, Argus's combat power among Lich Kings was not strong. He had focused on research since turning Lich. Even if he joined, his contribution to Sumu would be limited. Rather than force Argus, respecting his choice was wiser. Thus, even if Sumu and Nefarian's invasion failed, the necropolis would remain their sanctuary. Moreover, the name Atlas Estate was far from obscure. Though hidden by history for centuries, during Sumu's 10-year gaming career in his previous life, he had heard it. It was at an auction after reaching legendary rank that Sumu witnessed true wealth and saw the grand finale item, a top-tier legendary armor. This legendary armor was only half a step from a relic in quality. Its attributes were impressive. Sumu vaguely recalled the system description naming the armorer Atlas Estate Argus, a legendary Lich King who, centuries ago as a human, was both a master armorer named Atlas Estate and a renowned alchemy grandmaster. To Sumu, the identities of master armorer and alchemy grandmaster were far more significant than being a Lich King. At least, the epic quality soul crystal he possessed could be enhanced to legendary quality through Argus. With Argus's departure, his revealed identity led Sumu to an unprecedented treasure trove of knowledge. Nefarian, however, would not withdraw. After Argus left the altar, Nefarian abandoned his composure completely, circling Sumu and emanating waves of soul energy, bombarding him with questions. At this moment, Nefarian resembled not a proud and violent ghost dragon, but a dog long confined at home, eagerly wanting its master to take it out for a walk. As a legendary dragon species, Nefarian's nature longed for freedom and wanton destruction. Even under Dragon Isle's constraints, rumors frequently surfaced of legendary dragons surprising the human world. Since becoming a ghost dragon, Nefarian's temperament had grown even more violent and unruly. Yet, due to Dragon Isle's pursuit, he had been trapped in the desolate necropolis for decades, even centuries. Given Nefarian's nature, merely enduring this was impressive. Now, with Sumu's appearance and the godly skill of phase shift allowing him to evade forbidden spell bombardments in Dragon Isle's hunt, even if the strongest legendary dragons from Dragon Isle attacked, they could neither catch nor find them. In such circumstances, the nearly maddened Nefarian naturally wished to break free from the necropolis, rampage through the human world, vent decades or centuries of frustration, and avenge past grievances. But Sumu was patient. After calming Nefarian, they began discussing the specifics of their assault on the Caesar Empire, the lead commander, the undead army's composition, and even the matter of Sumu's mount during the campaign. Nefarian was reluctant to compromise, but Sumu, having found his weakness, always managed to sway him. 10 days later, preparations complete, Agnes had undergone a long baptism in the dark pillar of light. His level and 4 primary attributes had grown considerably, now bearing some resemblance to Sumu. Setting aside Sumu as an anomaly, Agnes was likely among the few undead who, as an epic rank, could fight and defeat slightly weaker legendary rank undead one-on-one. Of course, this referred to solo combat. With the Death Knight Corps and their combined death death auras. The Fear Knight's challenge abilities were formidable, which explained why Sumu valued the Death Knight core so highly. In this assault on the Caesar Empire, Sumu's primary objective was the Ghost Notebook, likely now an imperial spoil of war, to gain the second legendary profession template. The secondary goal was large-scale experience farming to boost his level. The Death Monarch Epic Profession template was comparable to top-tier legendary templates. Even without advancing to legendary, leveling up within epic rank would greatly enhance Sumu's power. Currently, Sumu was no match for Nefarian but could hold his own. If he gained 10 more levels, not just 6 or 7, his strength would surge enough to defeat such a being. At that point, enslaving Nefarian and making him his exclusive mount would no longer be a dream. Standing atop the continent, Sumu would no longer fear dangers but crush the continent with overwhelming power, gathering all necessary resources to reach his pinnacle. Is this fantasy? No, it's a plan. Sumu now had the strength to execute it step by step, turning dreams into reality and achieving his peak. With everything prepared, Sumu departed the necropolis. Armed with maps and intelligence gained from Argus, he now knew the routes to the Caesar Empire, the locations of key cities, and the imperial capital. For this campaign, Sumu brought only a small undead force, himself as Death Monarch, Nefarian the Ghost Dragon, and the Death Knight core under Agnes. The necropolis lay far from the Caesar Empire, over 1,000 kilometers even to its borders. Such distance and the necropolis mountain refuge, combined with Argus's nature, meant the Empire perceived no real threat from the necropolis. Fred's previous 1,000-kilometer expedition to attack the necropolis seemed purely needless trouble to Sumu. Because of this distance, Sumu abandoned the idea of bringing other undead from the necropolis. Aside from the Death Knight core, the most combat-capable units were the Ghost Tribe, the Patchwork Monsters, and over 1 million low-level undead. The low-level undead were slow, and moving 1 million of them to the Empire's border would take over 10 days, with uncertain combat effectiveness. Patchwork Monsters were stronger but slower than ordinary undead. The Ghost Tribe was fast, but without a legendary Wailing Banshee to unify them, they could not form an effective fighting force. Thus, Sumu's force leaving the necropolis to attack the Caesar Empire consisted only of a Ghost Dragon, a Fear Knight, and several hundred Death Knights under the Fear Knight's command. As waves of soul energy spread like a storm, a massive, half-decayed figure streaked through the sky. Free from the necropolis's constraints and no longer fearing Dragon Isle's hunts, Nefarian soared wildly, howling. Occasionally flying low, he unleashed a breath suffused with death, dark and freezing aura, poisoning forests and grasslands into deathly wastelands. Without restraint, Nefarian reveled. Sumu, however, was less thrilled. He did not run alongside the Death Knight core on the ground but stood atop Nefarian's back. Yes, you read that correctly. As they left the necropolis, Sumu realized his dream, standing on the back of Nefarian, the Ghost Dragon stronger by miles, using him as a mount. Normally, Nefarian would never allow anyone to ride him. Given his pride and violent nature, even if Sumu surpassed him in power, he would never submit or become a mount. But when brute force fails, Sumu applied a softer approach. Sumu's goal was to attack the Caesar Empire, find the Ghost Notebook, and farm experience. Nefarian's was to break free, wreak havoc, and exact revenge. While Nefarian had to watch out for Imperial Forbidden Spell bombardments and Dragon Isle's hunts, Sumu reasoned with him. First, Nefarian could fly, and the Death Knight core had mounts. Only Sumu was slow and would take much longer to enter the Empire without Nefarian's help. Second, during danger, Sumu could envelop Nefarian with his aura and phase shift away instantly. Third, the Ghost Dragon was stronger, so this was no subjugation but mutual support, Nefarian aiding a weaker ally. Fourth, once Sumu reached legendary rank, he would help Nefarian break through his rank ceiling. Until then, they needed to become familiar. When Sumu advanced, the chance to aid Nefarian's breakthrough would be greater. Nefarian agreed to carry Sumu, claiming he could grip him with his claws during flight. Sumu said he wasn't comfortable with that position and that in danger, he couldn't envelop Nefarian quickly enough, risking Sumu fleeing and Nefarian being left behind. Nefarian insisted he would never be a mount, never in this life he'd lose face being ridden by a lowly skeleton. Sumu assured him this was no mount, no one had the right to stand on a Ghost Dragon's head and trample him. It was merely that the mighty Ghost Dragon allowed his companion to stand on his strong back for their plan's success. Thus, after tricking Nefarian once to aid his rank breakthrough, then again to leave the necropolis for revenge, Sumu had persuaded the Ghost Dragon a third time. When they left the necropolis, Agnes and his Death Knight core thundered across the land while Nefarian soared into the sky. Sumu stood on his back his first time riding a dragon, and in this standing posture, no less. The sensation was uncomfortable, especially when Nefarian performed daring maneuvers midair. Countless times Sumu nearly fell off. Nefarian had no mount awareness and cared little for Sumu's comfort. Allowing Sumu to stand on his back was already a mercy. Sumu had to find his own balance, stomping down on rotten flesh on Nefarian's sides and gripping his spine to stay secure. Nefarian grumbled but did not oppose. Unbeknownst to the violent Ghost Dragon, Sumu's actions were a subtle application of psychology. Though much weaker now, Sumu stood on and rode Nefarian's spine. As Sumu grew stronger, Nefarian would grow accustomed to this. Eventually, Eventually, Sumu could progress from standing on his back to riding his spine, then neck, and finally head, gradually domesticating this formidable dragon as his personal mount without even needing to enslave him. 2 days later, near dusk, after the Death Knight Corps' all-out sprint, they crossed over 1,000 kilometers, stepping from the mountain-bound necropolis into the Caesar Empire, approaching a border city. Perhaps due to proximity to the necropolis, the city was named Fortress City. Though not large, the city housed many professional adventurers. Its 10-meter-high thick walls effectively resisted undead, oceanic monsters, and other threats. Tens of thousands of stationed professionals could withstand assaults from undead hordes or beasts. Border cities often saw frequent conflicts, though mostly against bandits, small undead groups in wilderness, or growing beasts in forests, which attracted many adventurers. The city's official army dismissed these minor skirmishes, focusing on the necropolis and the mountains and possible beast tides in the endless plains. Adventurers handled the smaller fights. With abundant combat missions and Caesar Empire rewards, Fortress City attracted many players. Since the game's launch, over 10,000 players had gathered there. Those wealthy enough to travel from other cities were generally above level 20 and had official professions, though not the very top players, they were elite. At dusk, as darkness fell, groups of hunters queued to enter the city, collecting quest rewards or selling goods. At that moment, a small black dot appeared on the distant horizon. All players within the fortress's range received a system notification. The storyline quest had begun. Quest name: Fortress Defense Battle. Quest description: from the Valley of Burial to the Necropolis, the King of the Sea Valley, Sumu, has undergone a transformation, ascending to epic rank. This time, he appears at the Empire's border with even greater power. As defenders of Fortress City, you must take up arms to protect the Imperial territory. Quest objectives: repel or kill Sumu, King of the Sea Valley, eliminate or drive away the invading Death Knight Corps. Quest rewards: battlefield contribution system activated. All participating players earn contribution points based on their actions. Upon successful completion, players can exchange contribution points for equipment, items, experience, and attribute points. Highest equipment quality available is epic. The system announcement repeated 3 times across all players' status panels. Upon reading the quest description, shock and anger surged through the players. A few months prior, the undead leopard that destroyed the distant kingdom of Lure reappeared not only at the Empire's border but having advanced from Lord rank to epic rank. Many had believed this once feared newbie village boss was history, yet here it was, thrust back into the spotlight. After initial astonishment, fury erupted. The previous fortress defense battle was only a hero-level storyline quest, leaving players heavily battered and causing a duchy's collapse. Now, this fortress defense was an epic-level storyline quest. Most players remained between levels 10 and 20, stuck at apprentice or formal profession ranks, the equivalent of basic or advanced monster tiers. Within the entire fortress, only a few guild leaders or main combatants had barely reached level 30, entering elite profession territory. Under such conditions, how could players contend with an epic-level boss? Simply put, the fortress player's strength was doomed upon receiving the system alert. This defense battle was no different from the previous Giant Salt Fortress defense. Players were mostly bystanders, news reporters snapping photos and recording, while the true resistance came from the natives. But having learned from the first experience, players realized this war was far more than mere game cutscenes. In cutscenes, even if a monster boss or NPC dies, it never affects players watching. If the fortress's NPCs failed to stop the returning Sea Valley King, all lives within the fortress, natives and players alike, would face near total annihilation. When players were low level, they cared little, suffering only an hour-long resurrection cooldown upon death. But as levels rose, the cost of dying became severe, losing a level and risking equipment drops. Leveling in this second world was arduous. A single death could erase weeks or months of progress. Facing an enemy far beyond their power, players' frustration boiled over. Trash game. Ruined my youth. Can this game even be played? Devs, sacrifice yourselves. Such curses poured from players' mouths as they vented at the game company and planners. Yet, despite complaints, players mobilized. They had ignored the last battle, but this time, failure meant great loss. No matter their impact, doing something increased the chances of victory. As a border fortress of the Caesar Empire, the fortress's alert radius was even larger than Sumu had imagined. While riding on Nefarian's back over 10 kilometers from the fortress, Sumu received the system prompt. Players received their quest alerts simultaneously. Nefarian's strength and speed could have crossed the distance in an instant, but at Sumu's earnest urging, he reluctantly slowed to wait for Agnes and the Death Knight Corps. On the ground, Agnes led hundreds of knights charging on horseback, clad in black armor, wielding black lances, their death legion like a dark tide relentlessly advancing on the fortress. In the sky, Nefarian circled, coordinating with the Death Knight's pace on the earth below. Even hundreds of meters aloft, his overwhelming death aura and terrifying draconic presence spread, affecting all beneath. Within the fortress, as Sumu and Nefarian entered the alert zone, NPC spellcasters on the walls detected the intruders via reconnaissance runes and immediately reported. Soon, when Sumu's group was still 7 7 or 8 kilometers away, all professional adventurers in the city were at their posts. Epic heroes and hero-ranked professionals appeared atop the walls. Though an ordinary city wouldn't require epic heroes for defense, as a border fortress particularly against the necropolis, the Empire's high command knew Argus would not leave the necropolis voluntarily. Had that not been the case, legendary heroes would have guarded the walls instead. The epic hero mage immediately took control of the reconnaissance runes, casting spells that manifested the gathered images before him. A shimmering water mirror appeared, showing Nefarian soaring above and the Death Knights racing below, both images visible to the epic hero and surrounding heroes. At this sight, the epic hero's expression darkened. He did not recognize Nefarian but knew the decaying dragon radiating immense death and dark aura was at least an epic ancient dragon. Even a single ancient dragon was beyond the fortress's strength to resist, not to mention there was more than one. Though he failed to identify Nefarian's ghost dragon identity, he recognized the Death Knight corps charging below. With several hundred Death Knights led by a Fear Knight of epic rank, even without the ancient dragon, they could easily turn the fortress into a ghost town. He grimly sent a signal to the Empire: prepare for battle. The epic mage gripped his staff, declaring, prepare for a last stand. A last stand meant, in his mind, the defense was destined to fail. His signal was not to await Imperial reinforcements. Fortress forces could not hold that long, but to buy time with the lives of professionals and natives alike, allowing the Empire more preparation against the undead threat. Thus, in issuing this order, the fortress's highest commander effectively sacrificed all within professionals, residents, adventurers, players, even himself, to delay the undead and grant the Empire precious time. Some might call this cold-hearted, but every hero on the walls knew it was the right command. Once the undead breached the alert zone, the fortress's fate was sealed. No one could outrun a full Death Knight corps pursuit. No one could outrun an epic ancient dragon. Better to fight desperately now and win time for the Empire. If they died, their loved ones in the Empire might survive. As the epic mage issued orders, a hero-class spellcaster beside him began transmitting all information and decisions to the Imperial capital. Suddenly, a hero adventurer pointed at the water mirror's image, shouting, "Hey, is that an ancient dragon knight?" Alerted by this, the epic mage noticed a tiny black dot atop the dragon's massive form, easily overlooked against the ancient dragon's bulk. Startled by the dragon's attack, he had initially ignored the small figure. Now, magnifying the rune's view, a figure clad entirely in heavy dark armor astride the ancient dragon appeared. An ancient dragon knight was an even more terrifying foe. Despair filled the epic mage's face. No force in the fortress could resist both the dragon and the Death Knight corps. Now, not only had the ancient dragon and Death Knights united in attack, but a terrifying undead capable of riding the dragon arrived. The 10-kilometer distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Earlier, Sumu had barely restrained Nefarian to match the Death Knight's pace. As they neared the fortress and faces on the walls became clear, Nefarian's excitement overwhelmed control. He accelerated wildly, diving from hundreds of meters high toward the walls, aiming to crash the city with his massive body. Of course, Nefarian was no fool. Though capable of demolishing walls by sheer force, he refrained. Would a dragon's fall look good? That would be Sumu's amusement. His rapid dive was mere playfulness while aiming to kill the strongest heroes atop the walls. Dark energy flickered within Nefarian's mouth. Death breath was ready. Sumu grew anxious. One important reason for attacking the Empire was to kill epic and legendary heroes to gain increasingly scarce freedom points. As Sumu advanced, acquiring freedom points became harder. To gain points, he needed to slay several Lord-tier monsters, heroes, or at least one epic monster or epic hero. Though few in number, the epic heroes and professionals on the walls were valuable targets. He could not afford to lose these gains due to Nefarian's reckless play. Thus, as Nefarian dived within mere dozens of meters of the walls, breath about to unleash, Sumu leaped from his back, descending toward the fortress. Midair, his wings of freedom appeared. A bursting short spear materialized in his hand, propelled by his over 46,000 strength, instantly spanning the last distance to strike the crowd on the wall. Sumu's increased power boosted the spear's destructive force. Though the heroes had prepared defenses and unleashed heavy counterattacks on the dragon's direction, the spear exploded upon impact. Only the epic hero's shield absorbed the blast's force. Over a dozen other hero professionals were shredded by the ensuing fire and explosions. A tremendous roar echoed as bricks and stones shattered and dented the wall. Sumu landed on the battlements, slowly rising from a half-kneeling stance. At that moment, Nefarian passed overhead, his massive shadow cast upon the walls. His tattered, jagged wings tore apart two sword towers behind the wall. Nefarian soared again, climbing high, then dove once more over the city. Without Sumu's interference, the dragon unleashed his savagery. Claw strikes demolished buildings inside the fortress. Wind from his wing beats blew countless souls off their feet. When his death, dark and frost-infused breath spilled forth, a vast area was coated in black ice. The ice shattered as a figure quietly rose, not a living being inside the fortress but an undead survivor emerging from the breath's shroud. On the walls, Sumu remained active. After firing the bursting spear that slaughtered the hero mage's companions, gaining freedom points, Sumu appeared before the sole surviving epic mage. Cold light glinted as his skull ink blade effortlessly pierced the mage's shield, flashing across him. Upon the system announcing the mage's death, Sumu retracted the blade and strode into the fortress. Why? A weak voice questioned. Why the mercy? Sumu paused briefly, then said, there is no why, only living in undead. Indeed, just living in undead, why ask more? Relieved by Sumu's answer, the epic mage's pale face flushed faintly with blood, a stiff smile forming. Moments later, blood burst forth as the fortress's strongest guardian and supreme commander split apart. With the death of epic heroes and hero professionals, the city lost all resistance. Tens of thousands of professionals, highest rank no more than mentor, millions of players, inferior even to professionals. This game world was unlike the others Sumu had played in his past life. No forced health loss tricks here. If defenses broke, they broke. No matter the number, nothing could save you. The Death Knight Corps arrived, splitting into 4 groups under Agnes' command, breaching each of the fortress's 4 gates. The gates fell, death auras spread. Even without Agnes' combined amplification, a single Lord-tier Death Knight's death aura contained enough necrotic power to consume an ordinary person or apprentice professional in moments. Even formal and elite professionals struggled to endure the corrosive death power. Remember, death aura was an inherent skill of Death Knights. Beyond that, every Death Knight possessed the Black Knight mark and combat skills capable of easily slaying hero professionals. Nefarian unleashed destruction without restraint. The Death Knights harvested souls, funneling the experience into Agnes, accelerating the Fear Knight's growth. The fortress was falling swiftly under the combined might of undead forces. Sumu could not afford to be idle. Tens of thousands of professionals, over 10,000 players, plus hundreds of thousands of residents within the city all represented a vast pool of experience points. Calmly entering the city from the walls, Sumu sheathed his skull-ink blade. He extended his hand slightly, expending thousands of mana points, and a massive rune formation appeared in the open space of the fortress city. Soon, a dense aura of death emanated from the rune circle. One by one, withered, pale skeletal arms broke through the soil, and countless pale skeletons crawled out from the earth. Summon skeletons. With this boss skill unleashed by epic rank Sumu, tens of thousands of skeletons of various ranks were summoned at once. Upon appearing inside the fortress, Sumu focused his mind, and the skeleton horde dispersed, beginning to harvest life within the city, transforming the living into experience points for Sumu. But this was not all. After summoning the Sea Valley Legion, Sumu advanced steadily toward the city center. As he neared the core of the city, a group of figures emerged before him, a team composed of city-based professionals. The city center still housed many residents. The Death Knights and Sea Valley Legion had yet to spread there, making this area barely a sanctuary. Those professionals who had not appeared on the walls were naturally the lowest ranked. Facing Sumu, shrouded in dark armor and radiating intense death and dark aura, this small team of fewer than 10 low-level professionals gripped their swords, gritted their teeth, and bravely charged forward. Though the tens of meters between them was a mere step for Sumu, it took these low-level professionals some time to cover. Sumu neither drew his blade nor cast any skill. When they approached within a dozen meters, his death and dark aura exploded outward like black mist, like rolling smoke enveloping them. In the next moment, their weapons corroded, their armor dulled, and their flesh began to rot. Within mere breaths, all these professionals collapsed. When they attempted to rise, they had already become undead, blood and flesh discarded, swords reclaimed. This newly transformed skeletal squad instinctively charged forward, seeking the living to harvest. So this is how the corrosion talent can be used, Sumu mused. Watching the skeletal team fade into the distance, a realization dawned on him. Upon encountering the professional squad, Sumu had spontaneously infused unknown energy formed by his corrosion talent into his death and dark aura, spreading it outward. The result was the scene just witnessed. Now, he no longer needed to touch a target's head to unleash corrosion, meaning he could remotely corrupt the bodies or bones of enemies, and even corrode many targets simultaneously while advancing. Following his intuition, Sumu continuously merged the unknown energy into his death and dark aura, controlling the fused power to spread, forming vast clouds of gray-black mist, dark magical energy. The rising miasma billowed like smoke, continuously expanding. Walking down the city's main thoroughfare toward the center, Sumu's status panel flooded with numerous information prompts around him. Within the buildings, many residents and low-level professionals not yet engaged in battle were infiltrated and transformed by the spreading miasma, their flesh sloughing off, skeletons reanimating. One after another, residents and low-level professionals were converted by Sumu from living beings into undead. At this moment, the system notified him. You have learned a new skill, Sea Valley Resurgence. Sumu couldn't help but smile wryly, perhaps because the number of undead he transformed this way exceeded 1,000. The system recognized this as a newly acquired skill. Regardless, gaining an additional skill was beneficial, even if its effect largely overlapped with this novel application of his corrosion talent. Advancing steadily, by the time he reached the city center, the number of undead transformed by Sumu had surpassed 10,000. Shrouded in the billowing miasma, Sumu appeared on the central plaza of Fortress City like a demon crawling forth from hell, the swirling dark energy spreading for miles. He spotted encountered a group of players there, and a new idea sparked in his mind. When he was only a Lord rank, he had once tried to corrode a player but failed due to insufficient power. Now, having advanced tenfold to epic rank, perhaps he could try again. As this thought surfaced, the surrounding miasma seemed to come alive, gathering and enveloping the players on the plaza. Previously, in the game world, once a fortress siege or regional battlefield triggered, teleportation arrays became unusable. Among the natives, this was because mass gatherings of professionals and high-ranking players disturbed spatial flux, making teleportation dangerous, often resulting in instant death and chaotic spatial currents. For players, this was a system restriction. Once such storyline quests began, aside from rare high-tier items or specific teleportation spells and scrolls, all long-distance movement means were disabled. It was common knowledge that teleportation arrays were disabled during storyline quests. However, as the fortress defenders were slain and professionals inside the city powerless against the undead, more and more undead were born within the city. As the miasma spread, players instinctively gathered at the central plaza. Sumu's arrival, wrapped in the swirling miasma like a demon from the underworld, quickly drew their attention. Yet the player numbers were not large, and their levels and ranks were average. Having witnessed Sumu leap from the ancient dragon and slay the epic hero mage, few players dared confront him. One might ask, it's just a game, what's there to fear? But one must not forget the game's realism and the terrifying presence Sumu projected. Not to mention the miasma spreading for miles, Sumu's terrifying aura alone suffocated the players. Under such circumstances, how could they muster courage to fight Sumu? Therefore, as Sumu controlled the miasma to gather and form smoke-like tendrils extending toward the players, their most likely reaction was to activate their cameras. The tendrils smoothly extended to each player, invading their bodies. Formed from unknown energy of his corrosion talent, merged with death and dark auras, the mist possessed all three qualities. As the miasma infiltrated, players' bodies became shriveled and lifeless, their status bars displaying a new negative buff corrosion. As the group all turned into desiccated husks, the miasma began invading their minds, their souls. As before, Sumu encountered resistance, the mysterious energy protecting the players' souls remained. But now, far stronger than before, Sumu's miasma slowly but steadily eroded their souls. Minutes passed 1, 5, 10, and though none died, their fear faded, replaced by curiosity about their current state. The boldest player recorded the entire process and even examined their own bodily condition. After 15 minutes, Sumu finally pierced through the players' soul defenses, directly touching their souls, stripping away protection. From Sumu's perspective, their souls were fragile. Almost instantly, the invading miasma engulfed their entire souls. Yet, unlike his expectation, after corroding their souls, he did not gain full control over them, no absolute dominion or instant death commands. Instead, he clearly saw confusion and fear on their faces. They retained full consciousness and whispered among themselves, wondering what the Sea Valley King was doing. It seemed he had gained some form of permission. At that moment, the system alerted again. Rule error detected. Recalculating. Calculation complete. You have unlocked the Undead Faction activation permission. As founder of the Undead Faction, you are its sole leader and may invite or expel descendants, players, at will. You have unlocked the skill transmission system, allowing you to grant your skills to descendants. You have unlocked the quest editing system, enabling you to assign quests to descendants at some cost. You have invited 32 descendants into the Undead Faction. Template mismatch detected. Failed to add Lin Ji into the Undead Faction. Calculation complete. You have unlocked the profession template editing system. Once you create suitable profession templates for descendants' job transitions, you may edit and grant these templates. This cascade of information appeared on Sumu's status panel, along with many related system modules flooding his mind. Sumu was stunned and ecstatic. He had never imagined that fully corroding a player's soul would not grant him absolute control but instead unlock the Undead Faction. The Undead Faction. This was a faction never before seen in his previous life. In game terms, undead were monsters. Not only did the second world lack such a faction, but no prior game allowed players to join a monster faction. There were villain factions, such as the Dark Cult Sumu learned of from Argus. If the Dark Cult still existed, a player favored by its leaders or meeting conditions could join it, but it remained a human faction, part of the living. The Undead Faction, however, was not merely a monster faction. It was Sumu's exclusive monster faction. Only with his permission could players join. The skill transmission and quest editing systems were easier to understand. Most high-level NPC quest givers had such modules. More crucial was the profession template editing system. Players could now join the Undead Faction, and as long as Sumu permitted, they might not require a second soul corrosion. In fact, the 32 players he fully corroded had already joined the faction, but lacking matching profession templates, their transitions failed. The four oldest and most orthodox undead races, skeletons, fox spirits, ghosts, and death knights, formed the core of the undead. Most other undead races in the game expanded from these four. For example, ancient dragons were essentially a type of skeleton. Despite legendary dragons' overwhelming power, even as skeletal dragons, they far surpassed the skeleton race, warranting separate categorization. characterization. Others were similar. Sumu possessed many undead profession templates, with the skeleton templates being the most diverse and complete. Since these templates could not support player transitions, neither could the Lich, Ghost, or Death Knight templates. Therefore, creation and modification beckoned. Unconsciously, Sumu's gaze turned to his recently reached level 2 auxiliary skill, Undead Modification Technique. The Undead Transformation Tree can modify various profession templates possessed by different undead, but this does not mean that Sumu can arbitrarily alter any profession template. Such modifications require a considerable amount of time for research, extensive knowledge based on Wang Ling's profession templates and Wang Ling himself, and must be carried out within the framework permitted by the game rules. From Rogless, Sumu had already obtained profession transformation templates for a series of systems including the Living Dead, Zombies, and Walkers, though only the Living Dead template was currently activated. Argus, the Lich King, had even developed a guiding template for the Frankenstein system and advanced it to the epic tier. As for Y, despite possessing the zombie system's profession templates, he could not allow players to officially switch professions and join the undead faction. After some reflection, he noticed the keyword complete. Only when he has fully created or transformed profession-related templates exclusive to the descendants can he edit these templates and grant them to professionals. Complete means that he fully masters all the information of a profession template, capable of creating it without relying on his special attributes, or it refers to the integrity of an entire system. For example, if he activates all 3 profession templates of the zombie system and advances them to the Lord tier, from the basic level to the Lord level, this should constitute a complete system. Take the Skeleton Clan, for instance. Their orthodox profession template caps at the Lord tier. Similarly, most players spend their entire lives stuck at the Lord tier, which is also called the hero rank. The first player to cross into the hero tier appeared 3 years after the game launched, but even 10 years later, after the return of the gods, most players remain stuck at the Lord tier, not only because of the exponentially increasing experience requirements but also because most players simply cannot obtain profession templates for epic or legendary advancement. In the game world, player profession templates and apprentice profession templates are provided by the system and encompass everything each player can freely choose. Official profession templates are also system provided and are simply upgraded versions of apprentice templates. Even a player born in the wild who has never interacted with NPCs can obtain an elite profession template. From this tier onward, however, profession templates are no longer provided by the system. Players must enter academies established by NPCs or follow advanced NPCs, needing certain conditions or learning relevant skills before they can change professions. From this stage forward, players cease to be detached from the game world and truly become part of this vast world. Mentor profession templates remain traceable, for example, instructors at vocational academies, mid-level officers in national armies, or core members of indigenous adventurer teams, among others. At this point, players are not only integrated into the world, they begin a new life within it. In reality, a player might be unemployed, but in the game world, they could be a respected vocational mentor at an academy, a military officer patrolling the wilderness with hundreds of subordinates, or even the leader of an adventurer guild tasked with hunting monsters. From here on, the game's second world truly lives up to its name. It becomes each player's second world and opens a second life for every player. Compared to this bizarre, vast world, the dull and uninteresting real world feels more like a massive life support capsule maintaining their existence. No matter whether in a small country like the Duchy of Rule or in a continental hegemon like the Kaiser Empire, players who step into the hero tier have already entered the ranks of nobility. Even in the mighty Kaiser Empire, a hero class player can become the lord of a small city, a high-ranking officer in an army, or the leader of a large adventurer group. Advancing from the mentor tier to the hero tier requires completing progression tasks and passing rigorous tests. Only those who pass can cross into this tier. Why is the hero rank considered the endpoint for most players? Because the system does not provide information on transferring to epic or legendary professions, not even clues. To advance from hero to epic, one must either be chosen by an epic or legendary hero in-game to become their apprentice or disciple. When conditions are met, these heroes will naturally offer the opportunity to transfer. Alternatively, making great contributions in a country with an epic profession heritage will earn the king's favor and grant the player related profession information for transfer. Or, like Sumu in a past life, one can frantically explore ancient ruins to discover lost legacies to obtain transfer information and advance. Lost legacies are not rare in the game world, but they are comparatively difficult to find. Unless fortunate or willing to spend enormous time poring over ancient texts to find scant clues in the vast sea of books, discovering lost legacies is a daunting task. Regardless, for ordinary players, the hero rank is their ceiling. They might level from 60 to 61 as heroes but are almost impossible to become 61 level epic heroes. Some might say this is unfair, but this is not a simple game. It is a real, vast world composed of countless main materials, continental planes, and demi-planes. At best, this real world has been digitized. Is the real world fair? Allowing players to start on equal footing at the mortal, apprentice, and official tiers is already the greatest fairness the game world can offer. Unbeknownst to native NPCs in this world, even the simplest fairness is a luxury. The system grants the first 3 stages. Beyond that, progression depends entirely on personal ability and opportunity. From the basic tier to the Lord tier, one can consider it a complete profession system. The birth of any profession template requires significant time and effort, mastery of extensive knowledge. Sumu, with his freedom points, can bypass some early steps, but even so, he needs to invest hundreds of freedom points to truly establish the entire system. Only by establishing a complete profession system can he truly open the undead faction and allow players to join this exclusive faction. The benefits are substantial. First, he gains a batch of immortal, undead followers with enormous growth potential. When he is unavailable or faces special circumstances, he can command these undead faction players to act through quests. Second, these followers are particularly abundant fodder. Although slaughtering players yields only a tiny fraction of experience, if players join the undead faction, merely selling the skills collected from the experience pool provides a stable and huge source of experience. This form of harvesting is much safer and simpler than unleashing an undead plague to slaughter an entire main material world. Unfortunately, after digesting all this information and organizing his thoughts, Sumu looked back at those players with regret. Though he had opened the undead faction, truly transforming players into his power would take considerable time, at least until he acquired enough freedom points and pushed his strength to the current stage's peak with ample freedom point surplus before beginning to create the undead faction. At this moment, if Sumu's mood was a mixture of surprise and regret, the players corrupted by demonic energy felt far more complicated. Their feelings had undergone a roller coaster within just minutes, from initial fear to curiosity, then shock and joy upon system prompts, and now loss and confusion. The King of the Sea Valley invites you to join the undead faction. Do you accept? This was the system prompt the 32 players received when Sumu opened the undead faction. When the prompt sounded, some players froze while others were ecstatic, eagerly choosing to join the undead faction, a faction they had never heard of before, believing they had triggered a hidden storyline. Regardless of Sumu, the Ghost Dragon, and the Death Knight's formidable display, merely unlocking a hidden storyline thrilled all players. Every player of alcohol games knows a hidden storyline means extremely rich rewards. Moreover, human faction players were so numerous and their professions so repetitive. Compared to these common professions and races, the undead were far cooler. But before they could fully sober from their excitement, a new system prompt arrived. You have joined the undead faction. Due to special reasons, you have been removed from the undead faction. Your body is being corrupted. Your HP has dropped to 0. You have died. Thus, Sumu's solemn and smooth series of tests concluded. After their roller coaster experience, the 32 players appeared broken on the login screen, with only a line of blood-red text before them: your character has died. With the failure to join the undead faction, their bodies continued to suffer demonic corruption. In mere breaths, their HP reached 0, and their shriveled, lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, shattering into fragments. Glancing at the players' corpses, Sumu pressed onward. The surging demonic energy spread, extending kilometers away. Walking through this city plunged into despair, Sumu brought extreme terror to this fortress city of considerable strength. Wherever the demonic energy spread, living beings fell and became corpses. Pale skeletons crawled forth to become undead. At this moment, Sumu seemed like the very source of death and darkness, bringing the deepest fear and despair to the city and all its inhabitants. As time passed and Sumu transformed more undead, the city's professionals, players, and residents found resistance increasingly futile. Within half an hour, this city that once housed hundreds of thousands became a dead city. A massive influx of experience filled Sumu's experience bar over halfway, and tens of thousands of professionals and residents had been transformed into over 100,000 undead of various ranks. Logically, after accomplishing all this, Sumu should have departed with these undead to the next city. But Sumu did not rush to leave. After the city held no living beings, he ordered the undead, now numbering over 100,000, to gather all the city's equipment in gold. Until then, Sumu had largely ignored player or NPC dropped equipment except for epic quality items like soul crystals or wings of freedom. Other equipment and items had been disregarded. On one hand, he lacked a complete equipment slot system like players. Weapon slots were replaced by skeletal weapons, equipment slots by skeletal armor. These two could improve in quality alongside Sumu's level, rank, and attributes, already the best equipment. Besides items like wings of freedom, which don't occupy weapon or equipment slots, other gear Sumu obtained could hardly unleash its true power. On the other hand, with his strength, most equipment dropped by NPCs or players previously was useless. Now, it was different. He was no longer alone opening the undead faction. Many players would surely join him in the future. Besides skills, all this equipment and gold could be used as quest rewards for players. With over 100,000 wanglings working together, the entire city's equipment and gold were quickly gathered and piled into a small mountain in the fortress's central plaza. Player-dropped equipment mostly consisted of black iron and bronze quality, with rare silver or gold items. NPC equipment was different. There were silver, gold, and even platinum quality items, with more than than one such item seen by Sumu. The epic quality staff left behind by a deceased epic hero mage was also among the loot. With a thought, Sumu absorbed all equipment above bronze quality and all gold into his storage space before leading this initially formed undead army out of the fortress. Whether by coincidence or not, Sumu's storage space expanded with his strength and rank. When he first entered the Lord tier, his storage was 10 by 10 by 10. Upon advancing to epic tier, it surged to 100 by 100 by 100. With such storage capacity, not just equipment and gold, but even a small mountain could fit inside. Leaving the fortress city, no longer needing Sumu's call, the massive body of Nefarian drew near and landed on the ground. When Sumu returned to Nefarian's back, the ghost dragon took to the sky. Nefarian was exhilarated after suppressing himself for decades or even centuries, venting now with unmatched joy, not merely a relief but a pure thrill. Rampaging freely in the fortress city, releasing his violent nature, Nefarian suddenly felt that compared to this freedom and happiness, having Sumu, a being not inferior to himself, stand on his back was nothing. Of course, Nefarian still retained his pride. In his mind, he wasn't a mere mount but a helpful partner carrying a valuable cargo. Sumu was the cargo, and he was the Dragon King in charge of transporting it. Thinking this way, his status was far above Sumu's. Wasn't that delightful? Mounted on his exclusive steed, Sumu's figure soared with the Nefarian clan into the sky, flying toward the distance. Upon the earth, Agnis, having reorganized the Death Knight Order, rode forth with hundreds of knights, swiftly pursuing the trails of Sumu and Nefarian. Behind the knights, the Undead Legion, numbering over 100,000, charged at full speed, albeit at a somewhat slower pace, advancing toward a single destination. There stood a city, the second target of Sumu. The fortress city had already become a dead city. Even with Sumu's departure and the cessation of battle status, even if players who had passed their death cooldown revived within the city, the former strength and prosperity of that city would be difficult to restore. Unlike the deathly silence of the fortress, the official forums of the Second World and the real world were bustling with activity. The Second World's official forum had subdivisions, including one for the Anjuan continent, the main material world where Sumu was reborn. From a player's perspective, each main material world was essentially a separate server. Within such a server existed a vast world filled with numerous nations and races, each city and village of which could potentially be a player's birthplace. The Second World was immensely popular. In reality, no game could rival it. By the time it officially launched, many other games had already entered their twilight. Players dispersed across countless games surged toward the Second World. Yet, even with such a vast influx spread across the first 10 servers, 10 main material worlds with innumerable nations and races, it was like a drop in a pond, barely causing a ripple. Players were destined to influence the game world, but that was a future event. Only when the average player level reached 40 or 50, crossing into the mentor or even hero tiers, would they possess the power to influence the game world, potentially shaping the future of an entire continent. For now, they were unable to do so. As it stood, when the Sea Valley King Sumu reappeared, sweeping through the fortress city with overwhelming strength, slaying many hero-tier professionals and even an epic hero mage, instantly players who had died in the first wave flooded the Anjuan continent's forum. Subsequently, countless posts containing various images and videos appeared rapidly. The more the Undead Legion ravaged, the greater the number of fallen players. As deaths mounted in the fortress city, images, videos, and posts detailing the monster's siege multiplied. Before Sumi left the fortress city, the event had already ignited the forums. Undead Engineering, the return of the Sea Valley King. After a year, the once great ruler has returned. Death Knight Order presents the most dashing undead monsters. Epic level monster boss Ancient Dragon appears in the Kaiser Empire's fortress city. These posts flooded the forum, temporarily overshadowing other topics. With the surge in posts, more players began to pay attention, especially those from the Duchy of Rule who joined the discussion. The posts about the Sea Valley King Sumu's return spread beyond the Anjuan continent subforum to other subdivisions. Countless players gathered to comment on the newly emerged undead races, admire the towering silhouette of the sky-shadowing ancient dragon, or debate the outcome of battles between the Sea Valley King and the Kaiser Empire. Among the many posts were a few unique ones, but these were quickly buried beneath the flood of newer posts. Factions Sima Wangling opened. Besides human factions, we can also join the undead faction and become monsters. Only a handful of players saw the message about the undead faction opening, and even those who did barely paid it any mind. It was simply too outrageous. As time passed and discussion of the monster siege grew, many players compiled information to create comparative posts analyzing the strength gap between the current Sea Valley King and the one from a year ago, as well as his difference in power compared to the Kaiser Empire. It was clear, Sumu, who had ascended to the epic tier, was no less formidable than a legendary hero. 1 year prior, his Lord tier Sea Valley King had slain an epic undead hero and frozen the entire Rule Royal City with immense ice magic. Now, the epic tier Sea Valley King's ancient dragon mount was undoubtedly an epic level monster boss. Considering the Dragonkin strength and the high health and attribute growth of monster bosses, the ancient dragon under the Sea Valley King's command could surely rival rival a legendary hero. Among the Death Knight Order players' favorite undead races was the Cruise Lord, stylish and accompanied by a mount, especially the black-armored Death Knight Order leader, who was surprisingly female. Without question, the black-armored Knight Lady, leader of the Death Knight Order, was also epic tier. Given the special nature of the Death Knights, this black-armored lady leading them could likely match a legendary hero. Combined with the Sea Valley King's innate ability to summon skeletons and command massive undead armies, players unanimously concluded that to defeat or kill the returning Sea Valley King Sumu would require at least 4 legendary heroes working together, alongside numerous epic heroes and other professionals. Such a force would be terrifying. This skeletal king could easily destroy a vast human kingdom. But his opponent was the Kaiser Empire. As the undisputed hegemon of the Anjuan continent, the Kaiser Empire did not lack epic heroes or hero-tier professionals. Dozens of legendary hero guardians were openly stationed within its borders. Therefore, players concluded that Sumu was destined to be defeated. As time passed, the cities destroyed by the Sea Valley King multiplied, and the undead legion beneath his banner grew ever larger. Yet players remained confident of the Kaiser Empire's victory. Discussions in the real world could not influence the in-game outcome. From the fortress city onward, Sumo accelerated his invasion of the Kaiser Empire. Facing a vast empire that was an uncontested continental hegemon, Sumu clearly understood his advantages and shortcomings. In terms of high-end power, they were not significantly weaker than the Kaiser Empire. Sumo and Nefarian could easily slay legendary heroes. Even Agnes alone could defeat somewhat weaker legendary heroes one-on-one. With the Death Knight Order, who had reached the peak of legendary heroes, they could stand their ground. The Kaiser Empire possessed sacred national artifacts. Sumo wielded phase shifting, enabling him to escape with Nefarian and the Death Knight Order at critical moments, evading the artifacts' bombardment. Aside from the national artifacts, the Empire had very limited means to threaten them. Moreover, the Undead Legion feared nothing and fled nowhere, fighting bravely without fatigue. Even if the Undead Legion were wiped out, Sumo could summon more or capture another city to replenish his forces. This was their advantage. Their main disadvantage was isolation. Besides Nefarian, Sumu's only ally was Agnes. No matter how powerful he became, capable of crushing the Kaiser Empire, what difference did it make? When the target was a vast empire, he could only attack city by city. The empire's territory was immense. Even Sumo and Nefarian acting alone needed considerable time to destroy each city, let alone with the Death Knight Order and Undead Legion. To avoid decapitation strikes, he could not split forces into 3 directions, with Nefarian, Agnes, and himself each handling one front. This was Sumu's dilemma, and the dilemma of all undead or monster bosses attacking the human world. Their only option was to press forward along a single line, destroying every city in their path to achieve their goal. Yet, with Nefarian as his mount and phase shifting as a divine skill, Sumu's operational options far exceeded those of many previous undead and monster bosses in history. From the day he left the fortress city, Sumu controlled the pace of the invasion of the Kaiser Empire. Yes, invasion had a rhythm. Represented by Agnes and the Death Knight Order, the Undead Legion main force took secondary routes. Starting from the fortress city, passing through and destroying city after city, they advanced directly toward the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Sumu, leveraging Nefarian's incredible flight speed and phase shifting, greatly expanded his operational radius by thousands of kilometers during intervals when the Undead Legion marched between cities. Any city within this radius would see Sumu and Nefarian appear, slaying any epic heroes or hero-tier professionals residing there with overwhelming power. After summoning a Sea Valley Legion for subsequent harvesting, he returned to the Undead Legion's marching line. This ensured the main Undead Legion remained intact, and prevented Agnes and the Death Knight Order from being wiped out by the Kaiser Empire's counterattacks. Thus, the Undead Legion's invasion area expanded tenfold. On the first day after leaving the fortress city, Sumo and Nefarian destroyed 2 cities, killing over 20 hero-tier professionals. By the third day, the Undead Legion raised a city. After devouring it, Sumo and Nefarian proceeded to destroy 4 more cities within their operational radius. Epic heroes and hero-tier professionals were slain. Undead arose endlessly from the underworld, harvesting living beings to bolster the Undead Legion's quantity and quality. On the first day post-fortress departure, the Undead Legion destroyed another city, swelling their numbers from just over 100,000 to nearly 1,000,000. Meanwhile, Sumo and Nefarian had already destroyed over 10 cities together. This march and combat strategy was, in effect, a clear message to the Kaiser Empire: don't try any tricks. To repel the Undead Legion and kill its mastermind, the best approach was to concentrate forces for a decisive battle. During this process, the Kaiser Empire was far from idle. In fact, on the second day after Sumo and his forces left the fortress city, the Empire launched its first assassination attempt. However, thanks to the combined strength of Sumo and Nefarian, the 3 legendary heroes and over 10 epic heroes who had approached the Undead Legion were swiftly turned into Sumu's experience and freedom points. This was both a probe and a signal. Though the Empire lost 3 top-tier warriors and failed to relay detailed intelligence on Sumu, it became clear that besides a peak legendary dragon, a powerful Death Knight order, and a massive undead legion, they faced an equally fearsome entity akin to the dragon. Accordingly, the Kaiser Empire adjusted its tactics. The deeper they ventured into the empire, the fewer people remained in once large, prosperous cities. With decapitation and obstruction tactics failing and the empire unprepared, the Kaiser Empire decided to evacuate all residents of cities along the Undead Legion's path. Even for cities hundreds of kilometers away, inhabitants were relocated. Such mass relocations required not only imperial orders but vast sums of money and resources, mainly to power teleportation arrays. Each teleportation array activation consumed energy, and every energy refill represented a financial cost. Only the Kaiser Empire, having dominated the Anjuan continent for centuries, possessed the resources and courage to relocate tens of millions through teleport arrays from over 10 cities. The result: the deeper the undead advanced, the less resistance they met. Cities along their path became empty shells, the Undead Legion could not replenish from living populations, and Sumu's freedom point gains declined sharply. Under these circumstances, Sumo had no choice but to hasten the Undead Legion's march, rushing toward the imperial capital. Grandmothers knew, the Empire knew, and even players watching the war knew this was the calm before the storm. The Kaiser Empire's seemingly weak and ineffectual responses were actually highly effective. They cared little for outside opinions, for only they understood how terrifying this undead invasion truly was. Only they knew that to prevent such disasters from recurring, thorough preparations were essential, culminating in a single decisive battle to utterly annihilate Nefarian and the Sea Valley King Sumu. As for the ridicule of other human nations, as the continent's overlord, the Kaiser Empire never cared for others' opinions. Only blades, only swords, only the results of war were the foundation of their dominance. Time passed silently, and the Undead Legion, now numbering close to 1 million, approached the Kaiser Empire's commercial center, the empire's second largest city, Durando.